In the stillness of midnight, the tidal peak lay shrouded in silence. At its summit, a palace, seemingly carved from ice and jade, soared high, starkly contrasting with the surrounding mountains. This sect is known as the Cold Palace, perpetually blanketed in snow, exuding a chilling aura, with the soil beneath encased in thick layers of ice. Inside a bamboo cottage, a woman sat quietly, her visage illuminated by the flickering flame of a beautiful Liuli lamp, her face glistening like jade, reminiscent of a graceful beauty emerging from a painting. Her name is Mu Yanli. Draped in a flowing white pleated skirt, her hair, silver as moonlight, was adorned with delicate accessories resembling pear blossoms, cascading down her back to her waist. A gentle breeze stirred, causing wisps of stray hair to brush against her cheeks. Her exquisite and delicate face bore an expression that remained perpetually unchanged. Beneath slender, willow-like brows lay indifferent eyes, their pale blue irises concealing the depths of autumn's waters, captivating yet distant. In the depths of her clear gaze was an icy aloofness that repelled others. With long, curved eyelashes, a finely sculpted nose, and lips tinted like crimson petals, her complexion was moonlit white, tinged with a hint of blush. She appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal realm. A celestial being descended from the heavens. After a moment, Mu Yanli rose, her delicate arms pushing open the window. Moonlight spilled across the mountains, the snow gently falling, while the biting cold wind rushed in, piercing and relentless. Her gaze fell upon a distant figure outside, softening considerably. Before she spoke softly, "You can only be mine." It was as if she were speaking to herself, or perhaps making a proclamation. The distant sky generously bestowed its gifts, joyfully allowing heavy snow to cascade upon the earth. The snow was vast and boundless, enveloping the entire world in a crystalline garment. Flakes, as fine as threads, danced alongside those as large as soft stones, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that left one's eyes dazzled. At this moment, the scene could not be more aptly described as a harmonious blend of heaven and earth. It's snowing. The speaker, clad in a gray robe, was enveloped snugly, with a small crown binding his hair, strands cascading down to his shoulders and sides. His complexion was fair and gentle, his eyes reminiscent of a tranquil starry sky, deep and luminous. As he listened to the wind howling, the myriad snowflakes swirled and twirled around him. He extended his hands, allowing the snowflakes to rest, spin, and eventually melt away. Rubbing his palms together, he brushed off the remnants, leaving only a damp sensation in his hands. Jiang Che gazed at the vast expanse, feeling a profound solitude, as if he were marooned on an isolated island. Since he could remember, Jiang Che had lived here, devoid of companions or friends, save for a woman who claimed to be his master and with whom he had grown up. In his childhood, he would see others paired off with children playing in the streets, tugging at his master's hand to inquire, and it was then that he first learned the word parents. His master, Mu Yanli, had informed him that his parents had passed away, but every year she would take him to a certain place, pointing to a mound of earth for him to pay his respects. And it was then he understood they had been laid to rest beneath the ground. The cold wind, mingled with fine snow, obscured his cheeks. The tidal peak stood majestic and imposing, with legends claiming that in ancient times, a waterfall like a galaxy cascaded from its summit, a sight of great splendor. Yet now, the tidal peak had evidently lost its legendary form. With only a gentle stream trickling down from the top, its sound delicate and fragmented. Remnants scattered across the mountainside recounted tales of past glories. Creak! The piercing, elongated sound shattered the tranquility, echoing like thunder in the stillness. Jiang Che turned his head towards the sound, a flicker of joy in his voice. "Master?" The newcomer was clad in a moon-white pleated gown, the hem long enough to conceal her toes yet not to drag upon the ground. The loose garment was cinched at the waist with a purple sash, accentuating her slender figure. A delicate hand held a dim oil lamp, casting a faint glow in the night. Upon closer inspection, her features revealed long eyelashes, skin more radiant than snow, and eyes shimmering with a purity surpassing the clearest waters, as if adorned with the most exquisite stars and moons. She was ethereal, unearthly, and dreamlike. As the woman walked, Her footsteps left faint imprints in the snow, the wind and snow playfully tousling her hair. In no time, Mu Yanli stood before Jiang Che, her gaze falling upon his brow, dusted with snowflakes, as she gently brushed them away, draping a fox fur over her disciple. Looking down at Jiang Che, she spoke softly, "How long will you continue to gaze? Hurry and bathe, and come to my chamber later." Her voice, gentle and melodious, felt like a refreshing spring flowing into his heart, lingering long after. The wind continued to howl, and by the time he regained his senses, Mu Yanli had already vanished, leaving behind only a faint trail in the snow. Jiang Che stood there quietly, a distant footprint leading away. Very well. He made his way to the bathing room, the door creaking as he pushed it open. In the center of the room stood a wooden tub filled with warm water, steam rising continuously. In one corner, a nightlight stone emitted a soft, cool glow, illuminating the darkness. With the winds howling now absent, he realized his body had grown quite cold, his palms icy and stiff. Having just touched the snow, a tingling sensation compelled him to scratch at his skin. Jiang Che shed his garments and sank into the warm water, surrendering to the blissful sensation. Soon, he emerged, heading towards Mu Yanli's chamber. Peering through the window, he noticed the flickering candlelight within, casting shadows of a figure. Typically, Mu Yanli did not light candles unless there were matters to address, relying on the dim light to see. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, securing the latch behind him. The scene before him was captivating. In a room adorned with ancient charm, a beautiful woman sat quietly at a small table, her jade hands perusing through books. An oil lamp burning steadily, its worn exterior whispering tales of a bygone era. The floor was paved with smooth, polished stones speckled with white snowflakes. The room was modest, with a wardrobe nestled in one corner and a row of wooden boxes of varying sizes lined up beside it. The bed, crafted from redwood, was not large, draped with a canopy of delicate black gauze. A tall mirror stood beside the bed, and all the furnishings exuded a subtle, elegant fragrance that calmed the mind and uplifted the spirit. A screen partitioned the room, separating it into front and back sections. The desk leaned against the left wall, piled with stacks of books. A lamp on the left side flickered gently, occasionally crackling. Upon hearing the door open, Mu Yanli glanced over her shoulder, her beautiful eyes meeting Jiang Che's briefly before returning to her reading. Now clad in a purple nightgown of exquisite silk, embroidered with leaf patterns, her long hair cascaded down, revealing delicate collarbones that glimmered like white porcelain. Her slender, fair legs were bare, her toes dainty and pristine, resembling a celestial goddess. Mu Yanli regarded Jiang Che, who stood at the doorway, beckoning him closer. "Come here, you should read these books for a while." With that, she placed several books on the table. Jiang Che reached out, flipping through the pages, and replied, "Yes, I will heed my master's words." Moments later, in the inner chamber, the two lay side by side on a bed, nearly entwined. Mu Yanli whispered, "Extinguish the candle." Jiang Che responded with a soft hum. The dim candlelight was snuffed out, and the moonlight stone in the corner illuminated the space, a peculiar object designed for night vision, ensuring clarity even in the absence of candlelight. In the deep of night, Jiang Che had fallen into a deep slumber, while Mu Yanli remained wide awake. She turned her head to gaze at the sleeping figure, murmuring to herself, "Mu Yanli, there is no master more selfish than you in this world." The woman reflected on the moment when she first allowed this young man to lie by her side, that bewildered and helpless soul. Chapter 2. The Celestial Master Ziheng Tidal Peak is merely a subordinate peak of the Daotian sect. This sect is divided into numerous subordinate peaks, each constituting its own distinct power, varying in strength. Mu Yanli, as the current master of the Cold Palace, has only taken Jiang Che as her sole disciple. Originally, there were several menial servants within the Cold Palace, all of whom have been gradually dismissed by Mu Yanli. She found them to be bothersome and unnecessary. Deeming Jiang Che sufficient to handle all matters, Mu Yanli is aware that this individual can perfectly take over all responsibilities that in other words, the vast expanse of Tidal Peak is home to only the master and her disciple. In the early morning, a few rays of dawn light filter through the window, casting a hazy glow of fishbelly white. Jiang Che cautiously sits up, scratching his head, realizing he had once again dozed off in his master's chamber. He dares not move, fearing to disturb the beauty resting nearby. The youth's nose twitches slightly, caught by wafts of delicate fragrance that drift into his senses. Like a small creature, he quietly leans in. Stealing a glance at Mu Yanli's sleeping visage, the woman breathes evenly, her lashes fluttering gently at times, her skin as delicate as white jade, imbued with the warmth of mutton fat, even with her eyes closed. Her brows relaxed, she emanates an aura that keeps others at bay, a true ice beauty. Her delicate arms, partially covered by the quilt, glimmer with a snowy radiance, with faint blue veins visible beneath her tender skin. Clearly discernible that the place where her heart lies, the quilt is raised high, indicating an undeniable fullness beneath. Though Jiang Che is close to Mu Yanli at this moment, he feels an insurmountable distance between them. Reflecting on this, he cannot help but lower his head, the light in his eyes dimming somewhat. What troubles you? Just as Jiang Che is lost in thought, Mu Yanli's voice drifts into his ears. Soft and elongated, like water flowing quietly underground. Unbeknownst to him, she has awakened. Her pale blue eyes meet Jiang Che's gaze, and with a gentle tug on his sleeve, she inquires with genuine concern. Master, you're awake? Jiang Che, momentarily dazed, responds instinctively to Mu Yanli, then turns her head away, remaining silent for a considerable time. Her lips part and close several times before she replies in a subdued manner. She is not one to engage in conversation easily, and neither is Jiang Che particularly eloquent, rendering their exchanges often sparse. Jiang Che, sensing the conversation has reached an impasse, acknowledges that he has inadvertently stifled their dialogue, prompting Mu Yanli to lose interest in speaking further. I'll go prepare breakfast. Jiang Che slips off the bed, murmuring softly, as if speaking to himself, yet also addressing Mu Yanli. Mu Yanli quietly watches her disciple's figure disappear, then retreats back under the covers, revealing only her head, resembling a languid kitten as her disciple matures. Mu Yanli feels she can entrust everything to Jiang Che. Practitioners often begin to fast, relying solely on specially formulated elixirs to sustain their nutritional intake. However, Jiang Che's cultivation is insufficient for such a practice, and he is reluctant to pursue it. Consuming those bitter, tasteless pills daily would soon become tiresome, devoid of interest. Life should not be lived in such a manner. Under Mu Yanli's guidance, Jiang Che has learned many things, yet his journey in cultivation remains fraught with challenges. In the cold palace's kitchen, a man is busily stirring a pot, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Within the cauldron simmers the recently hunted amethyst spirit lion, its tough shell long since removed, leaving only the translucent, tender flesh of the spirit beast. The fragrant aroma wafts through the air, reaching even Mu Yanli, who remains in slumber. Spiritual food has the potential to enhance cultivation, though the effects are generally subtle, serving merely as a weak auxiliary. In another pot, fiery rice is being cooked, containing highly refined spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Easily absorbed by cultivators' bodies, prolonged consumption can gradually transform one's spiritual meridians. The glistening fiery rice, each grain plump and exuding spiritual energy, bears unique patterns that adorn each kernel, all uniformly sized, fresh green vegetables, harvested by Jiang Che from the fields, sizzle in a separate pan, releasing a rich and enticing fragrance that tantalizes the taste buds. By the time Jiang Che finishes his preparations, Mu Yanli is already seated at the table, awaiting him. Upon catching sight of Jiang Che, her eyes seem to sparkle with a glimmer of light. Jiang Che meets her indifferent gaze, a smile gracing his lips as he softly addresses her. Master, Mu Yanli responds with a gentle hum. The pair do not speak further, each absorbed in their own tasks, enveloped in a silence that fills the room. Master, the sect's conference is about to commence. I wish to attend the spirit origin testing stele. Jiang Che suddenly recalls something, breaking the silence. Mu Yanli's hand, holding the jade chopsticks, momentarily hesitates, pausing over a piece of pink meat. Her gaze shifts to Jiang Che as she replies coolly. You need not inquire about this matter, I can bring it back for you. There is no need for you to go. Mu Yanli's brows knit slightly, contemplating for a moment before adding. You need not concern yourself with this. Jiang Che seems to wish to say more, but remains silent. Eat more. Mu Yanli deftly uses her chopsticks to pick up a piece of spirit beast meat, sending it in an elegant arc to Jiang Che's bowl. Jiang Che hesitates, not yet moving his chopsticks. and Mu Yanli's eyes flicker with a peculiar hue as she earnestly asks, "Do you not like it?" Jiang Che quickly denies. "Master, that is not the case." Mu Yanli's cool demeanor suggests that nothing can elicit her extra concern. Jiang Che finds it hard to discern the nature hidden beneath Mu Yanli's frosty exterior. It appears to harbor emotion, yet feels as distant as spring water, devoid of sentiment. Just like it. And if you do not, speak to me. Mu Yanli's beautiful lashes flutter as she surprisingly utters a few more words. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Che replies, "I could just visit Master Ziheng to obtain some pills. Yesterday, Brother Mo informed me that Master S pills have been refined." "Very well," that Mu Yanli concedes, left with no other options. She sets down her bowl and chopsticks, rising gracefully, her loose robe failing to conceal the elegant curve of her form, her waist-length hair flowing like a white satin ribbon, resembling a graceful spirit butterfly in flight. "Shall I escort you?" Mu Yanli's sword springs forth from its sheath, directing her serious inquiry at her departing disciple. Jiang Che hesitates for a moment before shaking his head. "It's not necessary for you to trouble yourself. Master, please rest a while longer. It's no trouble." Mu Yanli refrains from voicing her thoughts, quickly retracting her gaze from Jiang Che as he walks away. As he moves further, Mu Yanli's drawn sword trembles violently, its brilliant light erupting in a dazzling flash, momentarily overshadowing the sun's radiance. Mu Yanli's brows furrow as she coldly commands, "Ziheng, if you're here, show yourself." That a woman clad in a water-blue robe materializes before her, and the blinding sword light dissipates just as it seems about to collide with her figure. Mu Yanli's sword returns to its sheath, as if nothing had transpired, dressed in a flowing water-blue robe. Ziheng shakes her sleeves and offers a bitter smile. "Junior sister, your disposition remains unchanged." Mu Yanli shakes her head. It is improper to eavesdrop on conversations like this. Ziheng is the master of the medicine peak, possessing considerable insight into alchemy, often respectfully referred to as celestial master in the outside world. Alchemists are a rare sight in the cultivation realm, and it is exceedingly difficult for an apprentice to reach such heights. Masters like Ziheng are highly revered. Celestial Master Ziheng. She grits her teeth, speaking each word deliberately. "You know me well, but I arrived too early. I did not wish for it to be this way." Mu Yanli replies earnestly, "That is no excuse. What has been heard cannot be unheard. That I have come to deliver pills." Celestial Master Ziheng does not waste words, merely sighing softly. "Thank you," clearly familiar with Mu Yanli's temperament. Ziheng nonchalantly adds, "You need not thank me. You provide the materials. If only you could be a tad more courteous in your tone." Upon hearing this, Mu Yanli's lips twitch slightly as she attempts to speak with a softer voice. Yet when an odd sound emerges from her throat, she promptly stops, her expression souring slightly as she appears flustered, ultimately shaking her head helplessly. "Ziheng, I am accustomed to it." Ziheng rolls her eyes. "Yanli, you speak differently to your young disciple." Mu Yanli ponders for a moment. "Perhaps it's due to our long companionship, hence the difference." Ziheng counters, "In terms of time, you and your disciple have not known each other longer than we have." "Do you believe it?" Mu Yanli's eyes shimmer with a thin veil of mist as she murmurs, "It is different. Enough of this. You should keep what you have." Celestial Master Ziheng produces 2 types of pills. One housed in an exquisite wooden box, symbolically secured with a lock, while the other is contained within a pristine porcelain vial, the fragrance of the elixir gently wafting out. That Mu Yanli does not refuse, accepting them into her sleeves, stating calmly, "The outstanding payment will be provided later." Celestial Master Ziheng offers no reply, stepping forward to grasp Mu Yanli's wrist through her sleeve, guiding the spiritual energy into her body. In an instant, faint icy shards materialize in the air, colliding and emitting a chilling aura that penetrates to the bone. That Mu Yanli's originally pale complexion turns ghostly white, her energy waning. "Your cold energy has worsened." Celestial Master Ziheng expresses her concern. That Mu Yanli shakes her head. "It is manageable for now." Ziheng releases her grip, turning away as she remarks, "Your disciple's talents are rather lacking. Do not waste efforts hunting for spiritual materials in the future. Even if you refine pills, it will merely be in vain." Mu Yanli murmurs, "Does he wish to give up? Do I wish to give up? Let us not discuss this. When will you allow him to leave?" It is inevitable that there will be idle gossip about 2 individuals of opposite genders residing together on Tidal Peak. Celestial Master Ziheng inquires. Mu Yanli is taken aback. a flicker of confusion and disbelief crossing her features as she gently shakes her head. Why should he leave? What is wrong with being here with me? You both deserve your own lives. You cannot remain entangled like this forever. The woman in the water blue robe releases Mu Yanli's wrist. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, in Mu Yanli's eyes flashed a glimmer of unwavering determination as she softly declared, "At worst, I shall give myself to him. It is of no consequence." Zihang Xinzuan stared in silence for a long while before finally speaking. "You are teacher and disciple Mu Yanli. Do you truly comprehend what you are doing?" There was a hint of bitterness in Zihang Xinzuan's voice, and his throat felt constricted with pain. Mu Yanli responded with a soft hum. "And then, what of it? Yanli, how could you be so foolish? What merits does that boy possess? He is dull and inarticulate, lacking in talent for cultivation. In what aspect does he surpass his peers?" Zihang Xinzuan lamented, enumerating Jiang Che's shortcomings with a sense of exasperation. The woman in the aquamarine robe evidently failed to grasp Mu Yanli's sentiments. Those who have not experienced such feelings will never understand. "The things I do not need. He can accompany me, engage in conversation, and as long as his heart is filled with thoughts of me, that is sufficient." Mu Yanli shook her head, dismissing Zihang's words from her mind. Mu Yanli had her own calculations. What if her little disciple possessed formidable strength and took a liking to another woman, wanting to keep her by his side? That would be beyond her control. She cherished her obedient disciple just as he was. She would tease him, and even when the youth's face turned crimson, he would only obediently call her master. At this thought, a gentle smile graced Mu Yanli's lips. Akin to savoring exquisite honey, there is no saving her, Zihang sighed, spreading his hands in resignation. Mu Yanli, in a daze, replied, "The one I have watched grow up has no reason to be given to another. Nor do I wish to part with him." In that moment, she resembled someone guarding against the invasion of beasts, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if concealing a few fierce lions within. Unbeknownst to her, Zihang Xinzuan had already departed. "It should be this way," Mu Yanli murmured softly. "He should follow closely behind me, holding my delicate hand, dutifully calling me master." This figure, once regarded as the cold and ethereal Xianshu of the Cold Palace, now appeared like a young girl, her eyes curved with mirth, her hands entwined. She had never required the understanding of others. Living that way was simply too exhausting. Chapter 3. The Grand Hall of the sect. Jiang Che left Chaoshi Peak and wandered alone upon the azure stone steps. At this moment, white mist enveloped the surroundings, creating a vast expanse. This environment resembled the celestial realms spoken of by mortals. Shimmering fragments of gold pierced through the mist, casting a resplendent spectrum of colors. Towering ancient trees rose from the ground, their dense foliage obscuring the heavens, while the spiritual tree inhaled and exhaled the essence of the earth. The verdant leaves, adorned with morning dew, hung lazily, bending under the weight of crystalline droplets, ready to shatter upon impact. Amidst the mountains and forests, the sound of white cranes pierced the sky, soaring through the clouds, leaving only a fleeting glimpse behind. Chaoshi Peak was ensnared by numerous prohibitions set by Mu Yanli, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary folk to find their way, often leading them to become lost within the intricate formations, unable to return. She preferred solitude at Chaoshi Peak. It ought to remain a tranquil haven. The woman's sword trembled at her side, emitting a resonant hum. The celestial sword unsheathed, a brilliant white light flickered into existence, leaving behind a trail of shadows. Mu Yanli stepped directly onto her sword. Plunging into the vast expanse of white mist, the sword quivered, resembling a silver cloud slicing through the sky, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, her figure vanished, leaving only a hazy silhouette behind. She sought out Jiang Che. In the Grand Hall of the sect, Jiang Che arrived after leaving Chaoshi Peak. The hall featured statues of the ancestors, a remnant of times long past, whenever the Daotian sect accepted new disciples. A gathering would be held, accompanied by the unveiling of the spirit origin testing stele. It was rumored that if an ancestor favored a disciple, there was a chance to obtain the ancestor's hidden treasures. Within that statue resided a strand of the ancestor's spirit, eternally safeguarding the descendants of the sect. The Grand Hall teemed with people, yet it was merely a fraction of the disciples of Daotian's sect. The stone steps outside the hall were lined with countless long dragons from various spiritual peaks. The cacophony of voices was overwhelming. Had the statue come to life, it might have been compelled to cover its ears. Inside the grand hall, however, there was a serene quietude. Conversations among the disciples were hushed, fearing the ire of the so-called ancestral spirit. Whether the statue possessed any spirit at all was unclear to Jiang Che. Nonetheless, if the ancient relics declared it so, the disciples merely had to show reverence. Only true elite disciples had the privilege of staying here for testing, saving a great deal of time in line while also allowing them to closely observe the statue. Elite disciples who registered for the testing would receive additional rewards, a primary reason for Jiang Che's presence. After all, who would ever turn down an abundance of cultivation resources? Ordinary disciples outside could only bow from afar. Lacking the qualifications to step foot within the grand hall, Jiang Che stood alone, with no one approaching him for conversation. He could feel numerous gazes fixed upon him, scrutinizing, curious, and filled with hostility. Jiang Che's brow furrowed slightly, his expression darkening. Each person's attire varied. Specifically, each sub-peak boasted its own distinctive garments to denote status. The Cold Palace's attire was the moonlight robe, a fabric infused with an unknown material, perpetually radiating a lunar glow. Dazzling to behold. An illustrated tome hovered in the air, the sound resonating like a mighty bell as a middle-aged man called out names one by one. Cold Palace, Jiang Che, the voice echoed throughout the hall. Laced with a barely perceptible disdain, Jiang Che raised his head to see it was the hall master of the law enforcement hall, Peng Hai. This was not their first encounter, yet the gaze of Peng Hai continued to irk Jiang Che. From the moment he first laid eyes on Peng Hai, he sensed the disdain emanating from this renowned hall master. The man, clad in a dark blue long robe, had long hair cascading freely, exuding an air of nonchalance. With hands clasped behind his back and a flute hanging at his waist, he wore a perpetual smile. Jiang Che suddenly recalled that some individuals believed their smiles were exceedingly charming, when in truth, they were not. Upon arriving at the testing stele, Jiang Che placed his hand upon the stone, allowing a wisp of energy to flow into his dantian before gradually dissipating. The Spirit Origin testing stele, entirely black and gray, was crafted from specific materials, exuding an ancient aura. If placed outside, its worth would be incalculable. The surface of the testing stele trembled, suddenly revealing a strange amalgamation of colors. Jiang Che. Foundation establishment, first layer. Peng Hai's eyes narrowed to mere slits, the corners of his mouth curling up as he coldly remarked, "My belongings." Jiang Che lifted his gaze, meeting Peng Hai's eyes, and replied earnestly, "Those things are better left for others." Once Jiang Che stepped out of the grand hall, even if Mu Yanli came looking for him, he would have ample reasons to respond to this thought. The smile on Peng Hai's face grew more pronounced, his posture straightening like a proud tree. Upon uttering those words, the previously buzzing hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The gathered disciples exchanged glances, their expressions complex. A voice, whose source was untraceable, remarked, "I wonder how Jiang Che offended that man." Although Peng Hai had never been kind to disciples of lower realms, he had never been this ruthless, especially after offending the Xianshu of the Cold Palace. The Moonlight Robe, is that not the only direct disciple of Mu Xianshi? The hall master withheld the rewards due. Could it be that he truly intended to provoke Chaoshi Peak? It was said that when Mu Xianshi accepted him, it was merely to have him serve as an errand boy, not valuing him, simply to placate the sect. The hall master is quite imposing. It was about time. Jiang Che chose not to utter another word. Turning to leave, his fists clenched, a fierce expression appearing on his face. Peng Hai's voice echoed in his ears, a mocking tone accompanying his words. "I thought you would argue your case. I did not expect you to be not only lacking in cultivation, but also exceedingly timid. Her judgment is truly poor. Why would she choose you?" Jiang Che halted, turning back. Do not speak of her in that manner. That he could tolerate others speaking about him, discussing him, but he could not abide any words regarding Mu Yanli. That woman occupied a sacred place in his heart. Peng Hai countered, "Is it the rage of an ant?" "Peng Hai, is my sword truly dull?" Mu Yanli's voice suddenly rang out, cold as ice. The disciples within the hall began to tremble. Was this the prowess of Chaoshi Peak? It was indeed formidable. Outside the grand hall, a surge of sword energy erupted, invisible to the eye, leaving no trace of its origin. Peng Hai, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder as vibrant blood blossomed forth, droplets staining his dark blue robe. Mu Yanli, how dare you strike in this place? Are you not afraid of angering the master teacher? Peng Hai's expression contorted with pain, his words laced with a hint of fear. The smile that had adorned his face vanished. now replaced by apprehension directed at Jiang Che. Pang Hai had not anticipated that Mu Yanli's strength had grown increasingly terrifying. With a mocking grin, Mu Yanli replied, "If you are dissatisfied, have him come find me." The atmosphere in the hall shifted. Some disciples began to envy Jiang Che, typically overlooked due to his low cultivation level, with a sword-wielding celestial woman so fiercely protective. Who would not admire her? Mu Yanli sheathed her sword and commanded, "Come, let us return." This woman summoned her flying sword, pulling Jiang Che along as they traversed through the clouds and mist. Jiang Che tightly grasped the sleeve of Mu Yanli's robe. The wind howling past his ears on the flying sword. Mu Yanli turned to face him, her delicate fingers pinching Jiang Che's cheek as she murmured, "Foolish disciple, I enjoy being with you." Chapter 4. The Young Maiden of that Year. Epilogue. Many years ago. In the cold palace, a delicate layer of snow lay upon the palace's bricks and tiles, cloaked in an everlasting silver-white hue. The scenery of this palace seemed unchanged, perpetually shimmering with a cold brilliance. In the chilly autumn, the wind pierced through to the bones, leaving an unshakable chill that gnawed at the marrow. Within the grand hall, a towering tree stood upright, its majestic form reaching towards the heavens. Draped in white mist, swaying gracefully with the autumn breeze, the foliage was a somber yellow, and the fallen, withered leaves mercilessly blanketed the bluestone surface, casting an aura of desolation. Beneath the tree, a young maiden appeared delicate and charming. Her cheeks akin to cherry blossoms, she wore an exquisitely beautiful dress. Leaning against the tree, her slender arms brushed the fabric with 10 dainty fingers, while a small section of her snow-white calf shyly peeked out, glistening with a gentle glow as her skirt billowed in the wind, stirring an ethereal grace that seen rendered the surrounding world devoid of color. She had adorned her hair in an elegant bun, replacing her usual formal palace attire with a fantastical, fairy-like gown. She was not sparing with adornments. Her flowing dark hair was pinned with a gilded hairpin, embellished with tassels, and her head was adorned with pearls that cascaded down like silk. Even her petite lips were kissed with a hint of red, further enhancing her exquisite beauty. With a visage of breathtaking allure, her cheeks bore shallow dimples. Her porcelain skin resembled warm, tinged with a faint pink, as if one could wring water from it. Her delicate nose was charmingly petite, and her long, dark lashes lightly veiled her eyes. Her brow slightly furrowed, her collarbone, half revealed, resembled a fine, delicate line, leading down to her slender shoulders. Though the corners of her lips were merely turned upwards, it felt as if she were smiling in her entirety. The cool woman gently lowered her gaze. It was only in her leisure moments that she would secretly don beautiful garments, running alone to the ancient tree in the cold palace to relish the picturesque scenery. But everything would change, and so would Mu Yanli. Her outer garments enveloped her tightly, seldom engaging with others, let alone men. Isolated atop the peaks of Tian Shan, she was like an unreachable ice flower, forever transcending the mundane. A youthful woman softly whispered, yet her heart bled, her complexion an unhealthy pallor. Mu Yanli tightly grasped the woman's hand, trembling slightly, tears cascading silently down her cheeks, leaving faint trails as they fell. She had long since wept herself hoarse that on that day, Mu Yanli's master passed away. And the Mu Yanli who could still occasionally act coy with her master also perished that day. She was a little girl abandoned on a rainy night, found and brought back to the cold palace by her master, lost and without a home. She knew she was merely an abandoned soul, a person without a home. Children are easily deceived. With just a piece of candy, she waited alone for an eternity. Her master had taken Mu Yanli back to the cold palace. And ultimately, she inherited the surname, taking the name Yanli, a name of beautiful significance. Detesting abandonment on that day, as she felt the life ebb from the woman, she silently laid her to rest in a coffin, forever severing the ties of life and death. Mu Yanli did not cry out, but instead vowed a blood oath. 2 streams of blood cascading down her chest. 3 years later, Mu Yanli departed on her sword, leaving the sect. When she returned, this celestial beauty in the eyes of others was clad in pure white robes stained crimson, her fair cheeks adorned with droplets of blood, the sword she wielded now a hue of darkness, the air thick with the stench of blood. Her delicate face was calm, devoid of any discomfort, as if this were the most ordinary of occurrences. The onlookers beheld Mu Yanli, their faces paling, all doubting that this woman might soon wield her sword to sever their heads. Mu Yanli merely cast a fleeting glance at them before hastily departing. She cradled an infant in her arms. Did you see that? Silence fell upon them, their hearts racing. Mu Yanli fulfilled her desires. Vanquishing her enemies, she calmed herself, gazing at the stains and wounds on her snowy garments. Lost in a daze, she looked down at her palm, and the title Mu Yanli abruptly pulled Jiang Che onto the bed beside her. Enveloping him entirely with the quilt, she murmured, "Don't leave tonight. Stay with me." The bed was small, and with Jiang Che's face covered, the fragrant aroma wafted directly to his nose, leaving him flustered and leaning against the wall for support. His heart was a chaotic mess, akin to a disordered deck of cards scattered in disarray, completely buried under the quilt. Only the upper part of his eyes was visible as he cautiously observed Mu Yanli and asked, "Master, have you been drinking?" In his understanding, only those who were intoxicated would act contrary to their usual selves. Mu Yanli pouted, "I cannot get drunk." Noticing her little disciple's constant fidgeting, she sighed with exasperation. "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you." She tugged Jiang Che closer to her side, pressing against him. Turning her head to look at him, she spoke softly, "Little disciple, I will treat you well. Don't be afraid of me." Jiang Che obediently complied. Mu Yanli realized that having grown accustomed to solitude, she seemed to start fearing loneliness. Once her master, now he was her disciple. With her master gone, would this disciple leave as well? Surely, Mu Yanli contemplated. Then let us keep him here. With that thought, she turned her head and lightly brushed Jiang Che's face, akin to a chick pecking at grains. A faint blush crept onto Mu Yanli's cheeks. Jiang Che kept his eyes closed, his own cheeks flushed crimson, unable to utter a word. He was utterly lost, fearing that any misstep might anger his master. And so he could only acquiesce to Mu Yanli's wishes. She too longed for someone to care for her, someone who would think of her and cherish her. Mu Yanli hoped her little disciple would also harbor feelings for her. Not just any ordinary affection, that way he would not leave. She had never been one to sit idly by. In a hidden corner, a woman in a white dress stood quietly. Jiang Che caught sight of that figure. Startled for a long while, yet he made no sound. Chapter 5. She is very selfish. Jiang Che could never have anticipated that Mu Yanli would act in such a manner. They had lived under the same roof for many years. Yet he did not truly understand her. He only knew to listen to her and mind his own affairs. This woman frequently ventured out to slay demons, sometimes disappearing for half a month, which led the young boy to develop culinary skills early on. Their interactions were normal, even their conversations few, and so time passed in this manner. Jiang Che pulled the quilt over his face, the lingering fragrance continually invading his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily inhale a few times, his face reddening embarrassingly. Just as he was at a loss, Mu Yanli rose, and he heard soft rustling beside him. She did not shy away from him, changing into comfortable nightwear, loosening her hair from its bun, which cascaded down her back like silk. Jiang Che cautiously peeked from under the quilt, but saw nothing. Too late. As soon as he emerged, Mu Yanli's figure appeared before him, and she was looking at him, her expression as usual, yet dressed in nightwear he had never seen before, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. The woman shed her loose robe and donned a purple nightgown, accentuating her graceful lines. He recoiled once more, akin to a timid turtle. In his heart, Jiang Che felt that his master seemed less icy. A feeling he could not quite articulate. Mu Yanli lay back into the quilt, pulling him close, their bodies pressed tightly together. "Little disciple, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. I am your master. You should confide in me," Mu Yanli murmured softly, almost like a chant. Jiang Che thought her voice at that moment was as sweet as the candies he had tasted. He remained silent. "Look at me," she urged, adjusting Jiang Che's body so that his gaze met her face, her breath brushing against him. Jiang Che noticed that Mu Yanli seemed a bit flustered as well, not as calm as her exterior suggested. With delicate fingers, she pinched Jiang Che's cheek and spoke earnestly, "Little disciple, we should be able to share our hearts with one another. It should not be so cold." Jiang Che was compelled to maintain eye contact with her for a considerable time. "It's time to sleep," Mu Yanli said softly, releasing her grip. Her gaze shifted to the ceiling of the palace, her teeth lightly biting her lip, lost in thought. Previously, she had lain like this with her master. Now, however, the person beside her was her disciple. Her master had accompanied her for years, and now he was gone. How many years could this little disciple stay with her? If he were to leave, she would be alone once more. Mu Yanli sighed inwardly. Having someone beside her was truly different. She gazed at Jiang Che's figure for a long time before turning onto her side, gently pulling him into her embrace, wrapping her arms around his back. She recalled how her master used to hold her in this manner, their bond being very close. "Little disciple, will you stay with me like this?" Mu Yanli said softly, her face full of hope. Jiang Che kept his eyes closed, murmuring, I will listen to my master. A faint smile graced Mu Yanli's face, but it quickly faded. Time passed swiftly. Jiang Che still could not withstand teasing. He would blush every time, and Mu Yanli grew increasingly fond of him. Her heart slowly formed a plan, counting the days until her disciple grew up. After all, he listened to her. There was no loss on his part. Jiang Che seemed inherently afraid of Mu Yanli. He never exhibited any rebelliousness towards her words. Having had little interaction with others, he merely grew up alongside Mu Yanli, developing this disposition. Silly disciple, I enjoy being with you. Mu Yanli's words echoed in Jiang Che's ears. Her teachings shaped his language. When he was young, he pointed at a dictionary and asked, Master, what is liking? Mu Yanli shook her head in silence, unsure of how to describe it. Unable to answer, from then on, Jiang Che never asked again. But Mu Yanli did not forget. It remained etched in her heart. Later, she took his hand and gently shook it, explaining, perhaps it means feeling happy when you think of something. Wanting to do that, just like now, I want to do this, she added. Upon seeing Jiang Che like this, she turned her face away, a faint smile appearing, the corners of her lips curving upwards, unbeknownst to her. She gradually regained the gentle smile she once had when her master was present. Being with Jiang Che made her heart feel exceptionally light and pleasant. After dinner, Jiang Che followed Mu Yanli back to her chamber. Here are the prepared elixirs, she said, retrieving an item from her desk drawer and handing it to Jiang Che in a soft voice. Jiang Che responded gently. He carefully accepted the porcelain vial from her hands. It was small, and upon opening the cap, he saw it filled with elixirs, though not much. Mu Yanli explained. These are Qi pills and foundation establishment pills. Take them first. The Qi pills can expand the capacity of the human Qi, which to some extent determines the level of attainment in cultivation. The foundation establishment pills are supreme treasures that excavate the spiritual reservoirs within the body. The ingredients are hard to find, and the conflicting properties of the materials make them extremely difficult to produce. Such elixirs have a price, but are seldom found on the market. Within a person's body lies a spiritual reservoir, and a cultivator's innate talent is measured by both the quantity stored in the reservoir and the number of innate awakenings. Some individuals have fewer innate awakenings and thus require various heavenly treasures to assist in stimulating more, thereby solidifying their cultivation foundation. Similarly, the furnace is essential in this regard. By using techniques to draw from a cultivator's spiritual reservoir or attainment, one can nourish themselves, achieving further progress in cultivation, though such powers are often unstable and difficult to fully control. The first spiritual reservoir a cultivator possesses is the foundation establishment reservoir. Once opened, it can transport the celestial azure energy, allowing the condensation of energy into pills. However, the time to open the reservoir is limited. If one fails to condense energy into pills within the time frame, they will remain stagnant at the foundation establishment stage for life, with no further opportunities. Once one successfully condenses the azure energy into pills, they will possess the initial ability to fly with a sword. The duration of flight is, to some extent, determined by the foundation of the azure attainment. Mu Yanli used strands of spiritual energy to probe. Jiang Che's spiritual reservoir capacity was considerable, though he had few innate awakenings, rendering him less talented than others. She had long since planned to have Master Zion refine some elixirs for her disciple, applying an ointment to enhance the absorption of azure energy once the reservoir was opened. Condensing energy into pills and achieving the attainment of the path is merely a beginning. Mu Yanli closed the drawer and said to Jiang Che, You may go back now. Jiang Che secured the porcelain vial and departed. In the deep of night, Mu Yanli stood amidst the heavy snowfall, her clear gaze observing the wide expanse that obscured the distant mountains and nearby scenery. All colors overtaken by this hue, the woman felt that this year's snow seemed particularly abundant. She only raised a spiritual barrier for a moment, her entire being cloaked in white fluff. The mountains and rivers shared the same colored. Mu Yanli sighed. She walked silently to Jiang Che's room, her presence unnoticed. The stone surface glistened, and the moonlight shone brightly. She sat at the head of her disciple's bed, watching Jiang Che as he slept soundly. Mu Yanli was well aware of her selfishness. However, everyone is selfish in their own way. Her disciple might encounter someone younger, more beautiful, who just so happens to like him, and he might reciprocate that affection. If that time were to come, would he still obediently listen to her as he did now? Will you stay with me? Just the two of us, with no one else allowed. Mu Yanli bent down to ask, though it felt more like she was speaking to herself. Jiang Che remained asleep, offering no response. Yet, Mu Yanli did not truly expect an answer from him. She did not care for verbal reassurances. Ultimately, all matters must be proven through actions. The woman stood for a long time, lost in thought that it was only when the faintest sound broke the silence that she returned to her senses. Mu Yanli lowered her beautiful eyes, gazing at her palms, where she saw tiny ice particles drifting in the air, a chilling aura pervading. She shook her head and stepped out of her disciple's room. Had it not been for this, Mu Yanli would have called Jiang Che to accompany her that night. Chapter 6. Inner demons. Mu Yanli returned to her chamber, silently retrieving a wooden box from the drawer of her desk. As she gently opened the box, a purplish-blue elixir caught her eye, releasing a waft of ethereal fragrance into the air. With a flick of her fingers, she summoned a strand of spiritual energy to lift the elixir, which she then consumed. After meditating for a moment to fully refine the potion's potency, she finally revealed her tightly closed eyes. Beads of sweat, glistening like pearls, emerged on her previously fair forehead. The warmth of her palm, akin to polished jade, now shed the fine frost that had enveloped it. Returning to its usual state, beneath the moonlight, it was as if the celestial maiden descended from the moon palace to partake of earthly delights. The situation had grown increasingly dire. Mu Yanli stepped out of her room, her gaze drifting aimlessly as she murmured to herself. She did not halt her steps, reminiscent of her youth when she would stand alone beneath the towering green tree in the hall. Leaning against its trunk, lost in thought. Once solitary, she remained so now, unchanged by the passage of time. In those days, she relished the act of donning exquisite dresses, her long, inky hair cascading freely, sitting beneath the tree like a true maiden, radiating innocence and beauty. But now, her appearance remained as striking as ever, perhaps even more so, imbued with the composure, serenity, and chill that had previously been absent. Only a few strands of hair had turned silver, shimmering like snow. Mu Yanli, akin to a child, closed her eyes and couldn't help but chuckle at herself. In just another 18 years, Mu Yanli, how have you transformed? Time, like a blade, severed all that had come before. This woman leaned against the tree, watching the snow fall from the sky, quietly drifting into slumber. Who, beneath the moonlight, donned a snowy cloak, quietly observing the relentless march of time. Mu Yanli dreamt of her master. He played with her in the grand hall, softly calling her name. It night, she rested upon his snowy embrace, smiling gently as they frolicked together. Master, I have taken on a little apprentice myself, she exclaimed with the joy of a child receiving candy. Her master lowered his head, enveloping her in his arms, stroking her hair as he smiled, and said, Ollie has grown. Has Ollie found someone she fancies? I don't know. I haven't quite figured it out. Mu Yanli replied. In the dream, she felt a momentary pause, pondering her true feelings towards him. Was it a pure need or genuine affection? Could she even discern the difference? She realized she had never truly inquired within her heart. All she wished was to be good to him, to have him by her side. I'll think about it slowly. I'll understand in due time, she reassured herself. Unbeknownst to her, inner demons had quietly begun to take root. The next day, Jiang Che rose early. He awoke at the crack of dawn, intent on practicing his swordsmanship and preparing a meal. Dressed in a half-new scholar's robe and black short boots, he wielded a short sword of green wood. He practiced sword stances, executing moves with the grace of a dragon. This young man once aspired to become the greatest swordsman in the world, a revered sword immortal, but that ambition had been shattered by the harshness of reality. As he practiced the simple yet unadorned sword techniques, there was a fleeting moment when he felt like a free-spirited sword immortal, a luminary of his age, unmatched by any, overshadowing the world's brilliance. Yet the sword in his hand reminded him that Jiang Che was still just Jiang Che, not that legendary sword immortal. After sweating profusely, with droplets trickling down his cheeks and panting heavily, he sheathed his sword. His gaze wandered towards the building, pondering. Master, what are you doing at this moment? Jiang Che lowered his eyes with a soft sigh. Lying on the long jade bench, his gaze burned into the distance. How much sorrow does a person encounter in life? He did not know, nor did anyone else. Choosing not to dwell on it further, he returned to his room to place his sword away. Having practiced in front of his own dwelling, as he walked to the hall, he caught sight of a figure beneath the towering green tree, and he was taken aback, if he was not mistaken. It was his master, Mu Yanli. He quickened his pace, soon reaching the base of the tree. There, his master was draped in a delicate layer of snow, her features framed by soft flurries, unmoving, as if in an eternal slumber. A smile graced her lips, one he had never witnessed before, as tender as a blooming flower. Jiang Che momentarily froze before bending down, gently lifting Mu Yanli and carrying her back to her chamber. To his dismay, he found he could not awaken her, leaving her to sleep soundly. The snow that covered her felt as if it pierced through his skin, chilling him to the bone, rendering his fingers numb and movement difficult. Stubbornly, he acquiesced to the situation. He went to heat some water to wash her face. The cold had seeped into her very being. Jiang Che could only console himself. Master is merely too tired. That's why she hasn't awakened. He understood that death was a reality. Yet Mu Yanli was still breathing, so young. How could she possibly be dead? After washing away the frost from her cheeks, she appeared somewhat better, her breathing slightly steadier. This can't be happening, Jiang Che muttered in a panic. He was acutely aware that given Mu Yanli's cultivation and realm, being exposed to the snow for a night should not have such dire consequences. Thus, he consoled himself, while simultaneously recognizing the grim truth. Knowing full well, yet forcing himself to believe in an almost impossible scenario was a tragic affair, but he had no better alternatives to it that moment. A thought flickered through Jiang Che's mind that he recalled the master of Yaofeng. The formidable Ziheng Xinzuan must possess a solution. Among the crowd, Mu Yanli was the only one with whom he had a decent relationship. Forged through regular alchemical commissions, Jiang Che's current cultivation was merely foundational. He could not command a sword, only move his feet. The young man felt dazed but could only hope that Ziheng Xinzuan might be available to check on Mu Yanli. In this vast sect, he could think of no one else. Fortune favored him, as he soon found himself face to face with the master of Yaofeng. Jiang Che was somewhat familiar within the sect, owing to his association with Mu Yanli, a cool and immensely powerful woman. Mu Yanli often visited Yaofeng to request assistance with alchemy. The people at Yaofeng recognized Jiang Che and did not hinder his passage. Thinking perhaps Mu Xianzi had sent her disciple to request alchemical aid, Xianzun regarded Jiang Che with cold indifference, even more so than Mu Yanli. While she was somewhat aloof, she genuinely cared for him. Her demeanor simply reflected her nature. Upon hearing Jiang Che's plea, she mounted her sword and departed, entirely disregarding him. Jiang Che's hope of riding along on her sword was dashed, with his head bowed. The boy felt perplexed. Why did so many people harbor disdain towards him when he had done nothing to provoke them? At Chaoxiang Peak, within Mu Yanli's chamber, Zion frowned and inquired, "What has transpired?" Mu Yanli shook her head. It was a moment of carelessness. "I have manifested inner demons." Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Ziheng did not press further. In him, Mu Yanli knew it must be her apprentice who had come seeking her. As there could be no other, Ziheng rose, hands clasped behind her back, not looking at Mu Yanli, and said, "He is still on his way." Mu Yanli raised an eyebrow and asked, "If it is on the way, why not give him a lift?" Ziheng shook her head. "You know I do not like him. Is it truly dislike?" Mu Yanli fell silent. Jiang Che, invoking the name of Ziheng Xinzuan, pleaded with a senior brother capable of flying a sword. Swiftly returning to Chaoxiang Peak, this was his first experience riding anyone's sword other than Mu Yanli's. As he disembarked, he encountered Ziheng Xinzuan, just emerging from Mu Yanli's chamber. This woman coldly remarked, "While you may be useless, you are not without wits. At least you did not call upon just anyone." Jiang Che felt a surge of unspoken anger. Why did she have to be so prickly? Like a hedgehog, he had done nothing to provoke her. Ignoring her, he hurried to find Mu Yanli. Upon hearing her voice, "Come in directly," Mu Yanli gently called. Upon pushing open the door, Jiang Che caught sight of her sitting on the bed, her clear eyes reflecting his figure. She patted the space beside her, saying, "Come sit here." "What is wrong, master?" Jiang Che asked in concern, his hand tightly grasped by Mu Yanli. Mu Yanli held his hand lightly. Her tone soft, "You've worked hard." "I'm fine, merely afflicted by inner demons." Chapter 7. A conversation. Mu Yanli's delicate fingers grasped Jiang Che's hand, her smile gentle. "Come, lie beside me." Her gaze shifted to the empty pillow beside her, her eyes sparkling with clarity. The words that slipped from her lips were soft and tender. Jiang Che glanced at Mu Yanli and then at the snowflakes covering him, momentarily taken aback, remaining still. "I do not mind you." Mu Yanli sensed his thoughts and reached out to unfasten the snow-laden fabric of his attire. Shaking her head, and no longer hesitating, he complied. As he nestled into the warm, soft bedding, he couldn't help but shrink back slightly. It was far too comfortable. Unlike the frigid air outside, his body had suffered in the biting cold of the snow. Mu Yanli's fingertips pressed against Jiang Che's forehead. and warmth seemed to flow through his frozen body, gradually dispelling the chill. "Little apprentice, are you feeling better?" she asked after adjusting the blanket around him. She lay on her side, her rounded fingers brushing against Jiang Che's fair cheek, gently pressing down to leave a small indentation. Jiang Che, like a timid ostrich, curled up, responding absently. Mu Yanli's gaze was deep, akin to a tranquil starry sky, resting upon her apprentice's back. She had always been a dreamer, experiencing those hazy, chaotic dreams. The indistinct scenes from her dreams would gradually clarify in the future, and as they came to fruition, she would attain complete understanding. However, this time was different. Her dreams were so vivid, as if the shroud of chaotic mist did not exist. Easily lifted away, Mu Yanli beheld. Jiang Che not only departed from her, but later plunged the immortal sword she bestowed upon him deep into her own body. Mu Yanli wished to pretend it was all a figment of her imagination, yet her master had passed away, a prophecy she had foreseen. Even the moment she passed that village and encountered Jiang Che was a confirmation of her foresight. Dark thoughts surged within her heart, momentarily plunging her into a trial of inner demons. What had happened to her master? Jiang Che felt an unsettling dissonance and turned to inquire. "I am fine," Mu Yanli replied. The woman drew Jiang Che into her embrace, studying him intently, before gradually easing the furrow of her brow. Jiang Che was uncertain of her intentions and thus closed his eyes, remaining utterly still. Everything seemed perfectly well. Jiang Che was still Mu Yanli's obedient little disciple, and thus he would heed her words. Indeed, Mu Yanli mused, how could such absurdity possibly occur? She thought to herself, as long as you do not drive him away. This little disciple would never wish to part from her, for he was so obedient, akin to a docile little cat. The woman tucked away her thoughts, choosing not to dwell further. The conversation ensued in an unknown time and place. At this moment, seated opposite Mu Yanli, a woman clad in a water-blue robe furrowed her brow and remarked in astonishment, "Mu Yanli, have you lost your mind?" The figure across was Ziheng Xianzuan. She could hardly fathom that the Mu Yanli, whom she had known for many years, would harbor such thoughts. "Ziheng, what if I were to take him to the mortal realm?" Mu Yanli replied calmly after a moment of contemplation. The woman in the water-blue robe raised an eyebrow. "What are you intending to do?" Mu Yanli responded nonchalantly, "I am weary." Ziheng's voice turned grave. "Is this the reason you have not allowed him to cultivate the Tianxin Classic?" The Tianxin Classic itself harbors significant issues, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation. Mu Yanli shook her head. This secret matter had arisen as Mu Yanli advanced in her realm, perceiving the underlying problems, and had unearthed it from the archives of the Cold Palace. Chaotic Tide Peak originally housed two celestial palaces of ice and fire. The Tianxin Classic was the most fundamental technique of the Cold Palace and also served as the overarching scripture. Those predecessors had altered the techniques, rendering the overarching scripture of the two celestial palaces incomplete in relation to one another. They concealed their intentions, wishing to bind the denizens of both palaces in a union of Tao partners, fostering mutual cultivation and supplementation. Yet, the Flame Palace had long since defected from this sect, and the once thundering waterfall had nearly vanished, leading to the decline of Chaotic Tide Peak, in the early stages of cultivation. These two techniques posed no drawbacks, rather granting remarkable strength compared to peers. Only as one progressed further could they discern the anomalies. Upon reaching higher realms, cultivators could no longer suppress the icy energy within, allowing it to surge wildly and pierce the body with frost. Mu Yanli would experience such episodes periodically, unable to consistently restrain the chaotic energy swirling within. She sought Ziheng Xianzuan's assistance in refining elixirs to mitigate the turmoil. "And then what?" Ziheng inquired, a vague answer already brewing in her mind. Mu Yanli closed her eyes, speaking earnestly, "If there truly is no alternative, I shall forfeit this cultivation and retreat to the mortal realm." "To live in seclusion with him?" Mu Yanli nodded. Zan exclaimed, "This is utterly absurd. There are indeed alternatives that I refuse to pursue them." Mu Yanli spoke softly, her tone laced with stubbornness. Wholly unyielding, to preserve her cultivation by seeking rare Flame Palace cultivators for dual cultivation was something Mu Yanli neither desired nor relished. "You could use them as a furnace." Mu Yanli remained silent. Such matters were far from simple. The lowly cultivators could not resolve the issue. Only ancient beings could truly make a difference. She was a person disinterested in those she did not favor, let alone engage in intimate affairs. Mu Yanli had never contemplated becoming a Tao partner with anyone, believing she would remain solitary until her twilight years. Ziheng inquired, "Are you willing to do this?" "Is he willing?" He always listens to me, Mu Yanli replied with a hint of amusement, a spark of joy in her voice. Ziheng said nothing, her gaze scrutinizing Mu Yanli, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, but finding it difficult to articulate. Mu Yanli felt no embarrassment, her eyes sparkling. If that were the case, it would be essential. After all, Mu Yanli could not deny him. They were destined to share a lifetime together. Ziheng could hardly conceive that Mu Yanli would entertain such thoughts. In her understanding, Mu Yanli was not that kind of person. She clearly harbored a slight aversion to men. So how could this be? Mu Yanli shook her head, stating, I do not dislike him. She scoffed at those men who flitted from flower to flower, pursuing her relentlessly. Their lives were already tangled like a ball of yarn, yet they insisted on complicating relationships. She could not comprehend why women would willingly become part of a man's harem. Vying for favor and harboring jealousy. If it were just a few, it would be one thing. But when they congregated as a horde, there were men in this world whom she had no need for. She would not entangle herself with anyone for any reason, and thus could not fathom such dynamics. Mu Yanli wrung her hands, murmuring, You say, I am his master, a friend. Why can I not also be his Dao partner? If in the mortal realm, I would need to adopt a different title. Ziheng Xinzuan exclaimed in disbelief. Why? He can accompany me, and it is quite pure. Mu Yanli whispered. Ziheng was momentarily speechless, remarking that one could find a dog for such purposes. I do not favor others, Mu Yanli would later say. Jiang Che had no friends within the sect, unable to locate peers. Only Mu Yanli could engage him in play. Mu Yanli's gaze drifted into the distance. He need not have friends. Having me is sufficient. I shall assist him in all matters. Ziheng's eyes widened, nearly stunned by Mu Yanli's words. Perhaps all the shock she had ever encountered in her life could not compare to the sensation she felt at this moment. Ziheng Xinzuan fell into a daze once more, murmuring, Mu Yanli, in all the world, there is perhaps no one who understands the role of a master better than you. Is there a more foolish master than you? You raised a disciple and have even secured a Dao partner for him. Mu Yanli, have you lost your mind? Ziheng asked. Chapter 8. Playing in the snow. Jiang Che did not awaken. He slept for a considerable duration. Mu Yanli soon rose, standing by the bed and gazing at Jiang Che for quite some time, lost in thought. Subsequently, she left the room without rousing the sleeping figure, remembering that Jiang Che likely had not eaten breakfast. She set about preparing some food. The sun hung high, nearly time for lunch. The woman seated at the stone dining table had her hands folded neatly on her lap. Her skirt cascaded to the ground, concealing her toes. The woman's thoughts drifted far away. Mu Yanli sighed softly within, a shadow of melancholy gracing her brow. Time hurried past, and a glance back revealed mere moments. After the passage of long years, what would remain? Ever since Jiang Che had grown up, she had imparted everything to her disciple, and calculating it out, the opportunities for her to step into the kitchen alone had become scarce, leading to some rustiness in her culinary skills. Once she had tidied everything up, the shadow in her eyes gradually dissipated. Awake now, Mu Yanli returned to the room to awaken her disciple. Jiang Che squinted his eyes, gradually coming to his senses, hastily getting up. After dressing, he instinctively aimed for the kitchen to prepare a meal. Mu Yanli reached out to halt him, saying, No need to go. I have taken care of it. Master. Jiang Che stood bewildered, momentarily frozen in place, having grown accustomed to the routine over the years, yet the sudden change felt disconcerting. Yes, Mu Yanli replied, her light blue eyes glancing at him. At the stone dining table. The master and disciple shared a meal amidst the chilling wind that rattled the bamboo grove, emerald green interspersed with snow, the cold breeze weaving through the forest, producing a symphony of sounds. Yet the bamboo steadfastly refused to bow its proud stature. During their leisurely conversation, they both lifted their heads as though in unison, gazing toward the horizon. Without any forewarning, the heavy snow on chaotic tide peaks ceased. Quietly and unobtrusively. Mu Yanli's brows trembled gently, her azure pupils reflecting the mountains and rivers, gradually fading away. At the edge of the sky, a golden sun hung, dispersing faint warmth and casting a layer of crimson sheen over the earth. While pure white clouds drifted across the sky, startled birds darting through the tumultuous clouds, disrupting the tranquil scene. The world was enveloped in a monochromatic white light. A few reluctant remnants of snow fell silently to the ground. Merging seamlessly, Jiang Che looked up, observing that the vast sky was only adorned with a few scattered fleecy particles still floating. Stepping outside, his boots sank deeply into the snow, and when he tried to lift his foot, it proved somewhat difficult to extricate. Jiang Che bent down, grasping a handful of snow, his fingertips pinching a flake that gleamed brightly. The youth smiled, a gentle curve blossoming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes twinkling like fleeting stars. After their meal, Jiang Che settled into his routine of meditation, channeling his energy to absorb spiritual power and enhance his cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced into fine threads, flowing toward Jiang Che like a stream, entering his dantian. The foundational stage still lay far ahead, even further from forming elixirs. After sitting for quite some time, Jiang Che let out a soft sigh. He listened to the wind rustling through the mountains and forests, stirring up heaps of snow that cascaded down in a gentle flurry. The slanted light filtered through the hall, illuminating a yellow rosewood chair placed beneath the eaves. Casting dappled shadows, the youth leaned against the backrest of the wooden chair, basking in the warm winter sun, languid and devoid of the exuberance and fervor expected of one so young. Mu Yanli passed by and glanced at Jiang Che, saying nothing as she continued on her way. "Master," Jiang Che murmured, casting a fleeting glance at the departing figure. Mu Yanli halted her steps, turning to cast a glance at Jiang Che with her light blue eyes. She lightly acknowledged him with a sound. The sunlight at this time was insufficient to dissolve the accumulated snow of the cold palace. The snow of previous years had long since transformed into ice, eternally solidified, now reaching just above ankle height. Jiang Che felt a surge of enthusiasm, leaving the wooden chair to begin crafting a snowman. He was well aware that Mu Yanli was likely resting in her chambers at this moment. He never sought her out without invitation, let alone engage in such playful antics. This moment, one can imagine that the other sub-peaks are likely abuzz with excitement, with fellow disciples playfully tossing snowballs and building snowmen. Their conversations filled with laughter. Jiang Che lowered his gaze to his palm, his eyes dimming slightly as he involuntarily twitched his lips, remaining silent for a long while. "What has been troubling me lately? Why do I keep thinking of such things?" Jiang Che vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel these thoughts from his mind. Soon, a smile graced his cheeks as he formed a snowball and hurled it at a tree trunk. Watching the arc it traced before it shattered into a flurry of snowflakes upon impact. "There is no one here. There are still many things in this world that accompany you, and it is not a big deal. Why didn't you call me?" The sudden voice of Mu Yanli pierced through the air like a silent stream of ice. Jiang Che snapped back to reality, noticing Mu Yanli gazing at him through the window. Her eyes ablaze as if ready to spark. The woman pressed her lips tightly together, her arms resting at her sides. After a brief moment, she lowered the window, rendering her figure invisible. Mu Yanli had stepped out. Jiang Che caught a glimpse of her silhouette and was abruptly reminded of events from years past. Back then, he too was that kind of person, engaged in such activities. It so happened that Mu Yanli passed beneath a tree, and an avalanche of snow cascaded down upon her, transforming her into a snowman. He couldn't comprehend why Mu Yanli, who could easily summon a protective barrier, chose to do nothing. The loose robe she wore accentuated her graceful curves under the weight of the snow. With her frigid gaze, she cast a glance at Jiang Che, a fleeting hint of coldness flickering in her eyes before she quickly averted her gaze. "Master," Jiang Che murmured at the sight. "Follow me." As Mu Yanli walked past him, she paused for a moment and spoke softly. Mu Yanli had him kneel as punishment. In the great hall, Jiang Che knelt from the bright daylight to the thickening twilight, and then to the darkness that blanketed the sky, his legs beginning to ache and swell. Time flowed like a river, and the stars shimmered brightly, casting divine rays. As night deepened, footsteps gradually echoed in Jiang Che's ears. He didn't need to look to know it was Mu Yanli. She hadn't anticipated that her disciple would kneel for such an extended period. She presumed Jiang Che had slipped away. "Don't you know how to take a break?" The cool voice of the woman trembled slightly, her tone inadvertently softening, akin to clouds drifting in the sky. Mu Yanli lowered her gaze and inquired, "Can you still walk? It seems a bit difficult." Jiang Che replied, attempting to stand, only to feel a tinge of embarrassment as he shook his head. "Come here, I'll carry you," she said, bending down nonchalantly. "All right." Thus, Jiang Che followed Mu Yanli to her quarters. Feeling as though he were a lamb ensnared in a wolf's den, filled with trepidation, Mu Yanli's room was dimly lit, illuminated only by moonlight stones placed in each corner, casting a soft, cool glow throughout the small chamber. Bathing it in a serene radiance, Mu Yanli had always been strict with him, only later easing her vigilance. The woman turned to retrieve a treasured ointment, diligently applying it to his aching legs. Her delicate fingers, glistening like jade, bore meticulously trimmed nails, as if adorned in a layer of resplendent finery. With her fingertips coated in ointment, she gently massaged Jiang Che's weary limbs. Jiang Che, entranced, lowered his head. fixating on Mu Yanli's hands. This was the first time he scrutinized the delicate features of her hands. Previously, they had been concealed within her sleeves, completely out of sight. So foolish. Mu Yanli seemed to smile, holding her words for a long moment before speaking. You may leave. I won't hold it against you. For the first time, Jiang Che noticed how beautiful Mu Yanli's eyes were, reminiscent of water overflowing from a lake. And he dared to gaze at her without restraint. Mu Yanli did not fully understand him. She recalled her own master, and how they were alike. Yet she and Jiang Che were different. Jiang Che felt a sense of grievance. The youth lowered his head, saying, Master, this is not how things should be. It will be from now on. Disciple, let us gaze upon the stars. Mu Yanli led Jiang Che to the window and opened it wide. Together, they basked in the moonlight, with nowhere to escape, standing close, yet neither spoke. This was the first time the master and disciple beheld the stars together. The night sky was dotted with twinkling stars, occasionally illuminated by streaks of light. The radiant moonlight poured down, wrapping the woman in a diaphanous veil, ethereal and detached from reality. The strands of hair by her cheek danced gently in the breeze. Don't move. Let me lean on you, Mu Yanli said languidly, resting her head on Jiang Che's shoulder. Jiang Che was perplexed by Mu Yanli's behavior, which was so unlike her. The dissatisfaction that had been building within him dissipated, replaced by a twinge of guilt. She was the master who had nurtured him, and it was unjust for him to blame her. That night, Jiang Che and Mu Yanli remained together. Jiang Che turned to observe the contours of Mu Yanli's brows and her snow-white skin. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat, causing discomfort. Every aspect of the woman was a testament to beauty. Jiang Che did nothing but watch her throughout the night, completely unaware of fatigue. Mu Yanli knew that Jiang Che had not forgotten, nor had she. The fear her disciple held towards her was undoubtedly linked to past events. Have you not forgotten? In their shared gaze, Mu Yanli spoke first. With a hint of regret, she shook her head, saying, It was my oversight that time. I do not blame you, Master. Mu Yanli noticed Jiang Che building a snowman, which had taken on a modest form. Stirred by a sudden impulse, she decided to attempt building one herself, but unfortunately, it was a failure. She longed to create a snowman to stand beside her disciple-ess, just as it was in that moment. The solitary snowman seemed unsightly to her. Teach me. Mu Yanli tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve, speaking softly. Jiang Che looked at her seemingly smiling eyes and nodded. The sight of the two snowmen standing side by side filled Mu Yanli with satisfaction. They were remarkably alike. The snow of the cold palace would turn to ice, never to melt away. The snowmen swayed together in the wind, eternally unchanged. Chapter 9. Nightfall. Little disciple, do you not feel that something is missing? Mu Yanli gazed at the snowmen side by side, her voice decreasing to a whisper. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, slowly shaking his head, unable to comprehend. Mu Yanli turned and returned to her room, retrieving a robe and a bamboo hat, delicately placing them atop one of the snowmen. She surveyed her handiwork for a moment, feeling quite pleased. This way, it won't be damaged, Mu Yanli murmured to herself. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west. Rays of light spilled from the drifting clouds, painting the sky in shades of orange. The clouds illuminated by the light shifted continuously, conjuring beautiful illusions. The warm hues of red, orange, and yellow were torn asunder by the landscape, stretching for miles. The wind relentlessly chased away the crimson clouds, urging the night to descend swiftly as the sun silently sank beneath the horizon. Jiang Che extended his palm, catching a fleeting ray of light that pulsed gently. In a moment of daze, he felt as though he had truly grasped the setting sun. In his eyes, the crimson clouds rolled, infusing color and depth. He pondered aloud. The sunset. Indeed, Mu Yanli replied, extending her hand to pinch Jiang Che's cheek, delighting in his dazed expression. It seemed she was intent on teasing him. Her fingers gently tugged, pinched, and squeezed, playfully altering his lively visage before restoring it to normal. Jiang Che gazed at Mu Yanli, allowing her to play with his face without protest. He observed the specks of light reflecting off her cheeks and hair, a delicate veneer of golden hue gracing her flawless skin. He understood that it was the sunset that had descended into the mortal realm, leaving its mark. A faint smile graced Mu Yanli's lips, light and subtle, yet captivating. Suddenly, Jiang Che felt a warmth on his cheeks, his blood racing, and his breath quickening. A strange sensation enveloped him. Mu Yanli raised an eyebrow, a mix of confusion and curiosity flickering across her face. Her movements earnest as her fingers continued to explore Jiang Che's features. She thought, is this disciple's face flushed from being pinched? Surely, it cannot be the sun that has done this. Mu Yanli soon ceased her actions. As if coming to a realization, Her cheeks also tinged with a slight blush, she glanced at Jiang Che and departed. The black flames devoured the sun, flickering like a dying ember, nearly extinguished. The encroaching darkness enveloped Tidesurge Peak, rendering the world eerily silent. After dinner, come to my room tonight. Mu Yanli's retreating figure left behind a command. Do not go out after dark. Jiang Che turned to gaze at the ink-black sky. His eyes filled with depth. A strange unease gnawed at his heart, as if something were gnawing at his very core, creating various voids within him. Humans are always filled with fear towards the unknown. Forget it. I shall seek my master. Jiang Che muttered, shaking his head. Just come straight in. Even before Jiang Che reached the door, Mu Yanli's voice resonated. A faint, hazy moonlight emanated from the talisman stones, casting a cool, silvery glow that mingled with the shadows in the room. Jiang Che gently pushed the door, creating a narrow opening, catching a fleeting glimpse of Mu Yanli's figure. That moment, Mu Yanli appeared as she always did. Seated at her desk, surrounded by an array of sword manuals and techniques. She did not turn around, but paused slightly as her fingers held a sword manual, softly saying, "Come over." Every night, Mu Yanli would shed her white robe worn during the day and don a nightgown made of silken fabric, the material soft and smooth against her skin. However, this evening, she wore an elegant nightdress, supported by two slender straps on her shoulders, the expanse of soft pink and white fabric leaving little to the imagination. This woman favored purple attire, and her clothing often bore hints of this hue. Even tonight, her black nightgown was embroidered with purple cloud patterns. The nightgown flowed long, as Mu Yanli had never been accustomed to wearing overly short garments. This gown extended past her knees, revealing only a small portion of her long, delicate, and fair legs. She was aware that it was still too early to wear something shorter. The time had not yet come. If one were to discuss it, such attire would be deemed overly bold. Mu Yanli glanced down at her clothing, her brow furrowing slightly before she slowly shook her head. The attire, though still rather revealing, does not seem to pose a significant issue after a closer inspection. The cold radiance of the moonlight gemstone envelopes Mu Yanli, bestowing upon her a delicate layer of silvery sheen, while casting a graceful silhouette upon the ground. Perhaps having shed the form-fitting garments of daylight, the loose dress fails to conceal her curves. Her usual undergarments cling tightly, accentuating her figure. Jiang Che soon approaches Mu Yanli's side, standing silently, observing her as she engages in her tasks. "You need not wait for me. Please rest on the bed first," Mu Yanli murmurs, her head bowed in contemplation. "Have you bathed?" she quickly inquires, turning her gaze back to him. Jiang Che responds with a soft affirmative. Moments later, Mu Yanli rises, grasping Jiang Che's wrist, guiding him towards the bed. "Lie down," she insists, tucking him snugly beneath the covers, then adds earnestly, "This young man is now warmly enveloped, his body radiating heat, causing him to glance at Mu Yanli a few more times. Little disciple, warm the bed for me," she teases, her eyes glinting mischievously. Jiang Che, feeling shy, turns his head towards the wall, slightly bowing it, akin to a distressed ostrich retracting its feathers. Observing this, Mu Yanli presses her lips together, her delicate brows arching like a painter's brushstroke capturing a beautiful scene. The figure at the desk continues to read quietly, the pen in hand gliding across the paper as the woman lowers her gaze. Pursing her lips, "Why is this disciple so obedient?" she muses, her fondness for him growing ever deeper. On the desk lies a freshly drawn talisman, evidence of Mu Yanli's diligent work. Moments later, Jiang Che shrinks further into himself, sensing another presence beside him, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance that wafts into his nostrils. He understands well that Mu Yanli has approached. "Do not move," she instructs, her hand gently resting on his ribs. Pulling him closer, Jiang Che, initially pressed against the wall, slowly leans against Mu Yanli's side, remaining still. "This is perfect," Mu Yanli declares, holding his hand. "Yes," he replies softly. Outside the window, distant sounds echo, "Master, someone is coming." Jiang Che turns to meet Mu Yanli's gaze, stating, "They cannot enter." Mu Yanli locks eyes with him, seemingly unconcerned by the distant noise. "Do not fret. I have sealed it," she reassures, her fingers forming a gesture of protection, casting an invisible sound barrier that restores tranquility. "Is it the head of the law enforcement hall?" Jiang Che inquires hesitantly. A flicker of disdain flashes in Mu Yanli's eyes. She has never held a favorable view of that individual, and his actions towards Jiang Che have only deepened her aversion. Jiang Che murmurs, "I heard his father is the head of the punishment peak. With me here, you need not fear him." Mu Yanli gently pinches the soft flesh at Jiang Che's waist, her tone soothing. "Yes, This individual is truly at leisure, playing his instrument incessantly in the dead of night. She reflects that to be fair, Pang Hai's music is not lacking. He is, after all, a master of melody. But if one dislikes him, then everything he does is wrong. Little disciple, on your birthday, I shall take you to the mortal realm for a day of fun, Mu Yanli whispers as she wraps her arms around Jiang Che's chest. I will listen to master, he replies. Indeed, she responds, her voice brimming with happiness. Chapter 10. The gift. Mu Yanli reflects on how seldom she has taken Jiang Che away from the tidal peak. It makes sense. A person devoted to rigorous cultivation hardly possesses the energy for such pursuits. Now that she thinks deeply about it, it truly feels like a loss. What is the significance of a cultivator's life spent in relentless seclusion, striving for higher martial realms? If in the end, they ultimately return to dust, everything coalesces into mud, swept away by the wind. Years later, when the flowers have withered and the seas have turned to dust, who will remain? A veil of mist dims the beauty in this woman's eyes as they shimmer, twinkling like stars. It seems she too has not visited the mortal realm in quite some time. Mu Yanli often recalls her childhood in the mortal world, sitting alone beneath an ancient tree, watching the golden and withered leaves blanket the ground like a thick quilt, time flowing freely by. The scenes of the mortal realm change so vividly compared to the stagnant tranquility of the cultivation world. Back then, she could sit for an entire afternoon, her hands sifting through the fallen leaves, finding joy in the simple act without the need for conversation or the burden of worries. Little disciple, I have prepared a birthday gift for you, Mu Yanli murmurs, her hand caressing Jiang Che's cheek. Her breath a soft whisper. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che instinctively shrinks back, feeling flustered and uncertain. He longs to turn away but hesitates, fearing her reaction. If she were to ask him something, he would surely blush and fall silent. Lost in confusion. Perhaps I should express my gratitude, he thinks. Yet the words feel stuck in his throat, awkward and uncomfortable. Where's the decorum in thanking someone while turning your back? He can only stifle his breath, burying his head deep into the covers, gasping for air as if feigning ignorance. Why are you silent? Mu Yanli gently pinches Jiang Che's face, tugging lightly, her tone tinged with displeasure. She too possesses her own temper. Jiang Che is not obliged to do anything for her, nor does she require him to, yet he cannot simply remain mute while she chatters away. Where in the world can one find such a disciple? This simply will not do. Mu Yanli feels as though she is being overlooked. She delights in conversing with Jiang Che, and this momentous occasion warrants a response from him. Her eyes dart around as if struck by inspiration, her finger poking Jiang Che's back. Little disciple, turn around and look at me. Jiang Che tightly shuts his eyes, aware that Mu Yanli is once again leveraging her status as his master to tease him. But what choice does the disciple have? He must comply. Each time Mu Yanli adopts such a stance, Jiang Che finds himself as helpless as fish on a chopping board, rendered mute as she playfully torments him. After a moment of hesitation, the young man slowly turns, eyes still closed, then gradually opens them, directing his gaze upward. Now, are you willing? Jiang Che's movements were delicate and slow, as he subtly inclined his head at a minimal angle to cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yanli. However, this was utterly futile. Each of his gestures was perceptible to Mu Yanli. The black nightgown she wore was slightly disheveled yet taut against her form. As he glanced over, he beheld patches of white light and could discern a gentle curve resting on her shoulder, her collarbone. That collarbone, gracefully arched, resembled exquisite jade, standing out strikingly against her skin. A mere fleeting glance, and this image lingered in the young man's mind, refusing to fade. It was as if a pool of moonlight had filled his thoughts, spilling forth soft pink hues. The shape was like a half-arc, smooth as fine jade. Mu Yanli pressed her hand against the quilt and sighed, silly disciple, you've tangled my hair. Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Che slightly turned his body. Mu Yanli rose, her silver silk cascading across the bed, shimmering brilliantly. She enjoyed resting her head on her hair while sleeping, finding an indescribable comfort in it. That silver hue resembled freshly fallen snow on an eve, though not as starkly white, possessing a hint of darkness. Jiang Che, standing nearby, assisted by collecting the fallen strands, observing several luminous locks resting in his palm. Give it to me, Mu Yanli said, extending her hand. Jiang Che looked up at her, softly murmuring an acknowledgement as he handed them over. The woman lowered her brows and murmured, another few strands gone. The individual reclining at the edge of the bed bent down, and upon rising, held a small wooden box intricately carved with unique patterns. A few strands of silver hair were carefully placed within, and the box was gently closed. This wooden container was designated for collecting the woman's lost hair. Jiangche remained silent, opting instead to sit up and gather the strands that had fallen onto the bed. Mu Yanli pursed her lips and turned to glance at him, but said nothing further. This cool woman resembled a languid kitten, utterly still, allowing Jiangche to attend to her hair. The silver strands scattered about like drifting willow fluff, not easily tidied. The young man meticulously gathered them, finally forming a bundle that he spread out in his palm. Mesmerizing in its beauty, he was arranging her hair, though he lacked extensive tying skills. He had merely learned the style Mu Yanli favored most, a loose cascade adorned with a few fluffy ornaments. Like delicate plum blossoms blooming amidst the snow, proud and aloof. Is it done? Mu Yanli's voice softened, a hint of joy in her inquiry. Jiangche replied with a gentle hum and quietly released his grip, causing the snowy locks to cascade down. But he held the freshly styled hair, gazing at it for a while before letting out a soft sigh. You are becoming more considerate. Mu Yanli grasped Jiangche's hand and spoke slowly. You needn't assist me. Look, your hands and feet are freezing. I wish to do this, the young man replied, lowering his gaze. Mu Yanli cradled Jiangche's head and softened her gaze, saying, I am praising you. Do you understand? She emphasized, lie down. It is not yet dawn. Jiangche's fingers twitched slightly in her grasp as he asked, Master, may I lie in your embrace? Very well, Mu Yanli replied, a flicker of something unusual in her eyes, pausing briefly before responding. Strangely, he had never realized it could be so comforting. As this thought crossed his mind, the young man couldn't help but shift his body slightly, exhaling gently. He was observing her, and she was observing him. Lie still, she said, playfully tugging at Jiangche's ear, a hint of irritation in her tone. He complied, ceasing his movements, resembling a docile lamb. After a while, Jiangche quietly opened his eyes. The sight of the woman asleep with her eyes closed appeared far more serene than usual, her previous aloofness replaced by a gentle tranquility. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, a subtle line gracing her skin. Mu Yanli's breathtakingly cold visage now bore an inexplicable charm, as if imbued with a mysterious allure, enhanced by a delicate blush that rendered her even more enchanting. The young man extended his finger, gently prodding the soft whiteness of her cheek. Intrigued, the softest part of her cheek easily yielded to his touch, returning to its normal state without obstruction. Oh no. Jiangche realized that her cheek was turning visibly red, and her eyes had somehow opened, fixated on his probing fingers. Master, he called softly, retracting his hand. Mu Yanli seized Jiangche's misbehaving wrist, scrutinizing his face. How dare you? Internally, Mu Yanli was far from calm. She focused solely on restraining his troublesome hand. You are not being obedient, she muttered, shaking her head. Master, please punish me, the young man said, his voice laced with guilt. She replied coldly, Go practice your swordplay. Oh, he responded promptly. Rising to his feet, Mu Yanli watched him dress until he reached the door. What a dense-headed fool, she chuckled, her smile dimming the colors of the world. The young man stood momentarily bewildered, rooted in place. Mu Yanli, without glancing back, uttered softly, Come back. Jiangche hesitated, asking, Master, what did you say? This wasn't the Mu Yanli he remembered. If you wish to practice swordplay, then go. I shan't stop you, she said, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Jiangche retreated beneath the covers. As the sun rose high, its rays streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows upon his face. Jiangche turned to gaze at her, his expression vacant as he gently touched the sleeping woman's cheek. It bore no flavor, perhaps emboldened by the lack of detection. He bit down again, yet still found it tasteless. He could not fathom why Mu Yanli so adored biting his face, leaving large marks behind. Didn't tea taste sweet like candy, not appetizing. In a days. Jiangche realized he had inadvertently taken a mouthful of her skin. Capturing half of Mu Yanli's cheek in his mouth, he quickly released her. Too late. One hand had grasped his sleeve, rendering him immobile. Mu Yanli touched her own cheek, her gaze lowered for a long moment. Jiangche looked at her cheek but felt no thrill. He felt like a panicked animal confronted by a predator, unable to flee, merely standing still to be dissected, simply because she was Mu Yanli. Disciple, it seems you truly wish for me to punish you. The rumored ninefold celestial towers had never been witnessed. The young boy caressed his palm, holding a wooden sword. On a tome gifted to him by Mu Yanli, the characters Shanhe Ji and Jing were inscribed. Typically, sword classics merely serve to impart some swordplay techniques, and it would be remarkable to uncover even a modicum of genuine skill. Yet, the predecessors had all traversed this path. Why should he not succeed as well? Perhaps he simply had not grasped the essence of it. Imitating the patterns would eventually lead to comprehension. If all else fails, Mu Yanli would surely offer him guidance. She certainly would. As Jiang Che pondered, a sense of uncertainty enveloped him. Should he neglect his sword practice, it would surely be discovered by his master, and the consequences would be dire. Jiang Che shook his head, following the teachings of the sword classic and attuning to the flow of energy within his body. He gradually entered a state of enlightenment, wherein all rules and difficulties became clear. The once nebulous sword classic now revealed a path, a realization that the youth had never anticipated. With a decisive swing, the boy pointed his sword towards the horizon. He channeled his cultivation, causing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to coalesce into fine threads at the sword's tip. A minuscule vortex erupted, sending forth a shockwave that carved a sword-shaped indentation into a distant tree, splintering wood into the air. He rushed over to inspect the mark he had left, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He mused, is achieving even a slight result meant to be like this? Should it not be thus? Jiang Che sheathed his sword, chuckling to himself. If I do not practice, what swordsmanship can I possibly hone? A gentleman may contemplate. In the midst of practicing, he found himself reminiscing about Mu Yanli, an unexpected occurrence that had never transpired before. The red plum blossoms bloomed unobtrusively, so diminutive yet catching his eye at once. The youth mused that perhaps he was akin to such things, an inconspicuous passerby in this world, unworthy of a name, destined to fade away without being recorded in the annals of time. Yet, there were those who cared for him, and surely, that was a stroke of fortune. Master, should you choose to punish me, I would not hold it against you, not for a lifetime. Jiang Che, akin to a drunken soul, gazed dreamily. Voicing his innermost thoughts, he turned his head, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, is she watching me? It seems her face can blush so vividly. Jiang Che had always believed that Mu Yanli would never flush with color, for she resembled a being who had stepped out of a painting, an ethereal fairy detached from the mundane world. She was both cold and yet perfectly tender. Everything seemed so exquisite, like a dreamlike illusion. The line between reality and fantasy often left Jiang Che bewildered. Yet could he truly discern the truth? How could she be like him, an ordinary cultivator? The youth recalled how, at first, he had merely brushed his fingers against Mu Yanli's cheek. The soft, pale skin tinged with a delicate blush, fine lines quietly tracing into the softness, creating a slight indentation that returned to its pristine state upon release. Yet later, emboldened, he playfully nibbled at her cheek like a sweet treat. Her rosy blush mirroring the delight he felt when his own face was pinched. The wooden sword lay abandoned upon the stone, and he reclined leisurely, a blissful smile spreading across his face as if he had discovered a new continent. Surely, it could not be the bite that caused such a hue. Though there were indeed faint imprints left upon her skin, he had only touched a small area. It should not have turned so crimson. Ultimately, Mu Yanli averted her gaze from him, embarrassed by how out of character her flushed face appeared, hastily turning away to conceal it from his view. This might have been the boldest act he had committed thus far. It is over. Master will surely react to this, and the mere thought fills him with trepidation. Jiang Che furrowed his brow deeply, a heavier gloom settling upon his countenance. Mu Yanli could pinch his face at will, or tease him as she pleased, yet he could not reciprocate. It was because he had to address her as master, and he must heed her every word. She was both domineering and unreasonable. The youth suddenly found himself steeped in sorrow, realizing that it seemed he was forever ensnared, unable to turn the tide. Chapter 13. The celestial canon. Mu Yanli watched Jiang Che depart from the room, refraining from calling him back. At this juncture, a young man should not be idling. He ought to venture outside, basking in the sunlight, meditating and cultivating. He could not afford to be as indolent as she was. Being a youth, he should possess the ambition to strive upward into the light. How could he spend his days hiding within the confines of a room? Once he was gone, the woman silently withdrew into her bed, revealing only half her head to breathe, concealing the fresh bite mark. Though her exposed skin still bore the remnants of a lingering blush, she was not inherently lazy. Yet recently, she had grown increasingly accustomed to a life of relaxation. Perhaps it was because her disciple had matured. In the blink of an eye, she found herself no longer needing to worry about anything, a strange sense of relief washing over her. He should be practicing diligently. Though he might be a bit unruly now, he was quite obedient. The woman nestled in her blankets recalled the youth, her fingers brushing against her cheek as she murmured to herself, if he does not practice earnestly, then I would have a splendid reason to punish him. Upon reflection, that does not seem like a loss at all. Mu Yanli found herself increasingly drawn to the mortal realm. The world of cultivation appeared to grow ever more monotonous. She longed for the simple pleasures of life, admiring flowers, savoring tea, indulging in wine, and holding hands. All that should be experienced, she wished to try. Ultimately, she envisioned finding a secluded place to reside for a time. In truth, if she were to dwell there for a lifetime, it would not be an unfeasible notion. She mused. The vastness of the universe and the brevity of life were the same, no matter the location. The moonlight talismans in the corners of the room ceased to emit their gentle, cool glow, extinguished by the sunlight streaming into the chamber. Yanli did not linger in bed for long. Rising to sit at the writing desk, the ancient surface was cluttered with books, various parchment scrolls, exclusive alchemical formulas, and even a few forbidden texts from the mortal realm. The cold palace possessed a dedicated repository for books. Yet the useful portions had long been hidden away by Mu Yanli within her quarters, piled beside her desk. The disciples under the cold palace were traditionally few, and in recent generations, only a single disciple had been accepted to ensure the survival of the sect. What was unnecessary was simply left unused, gathering dust and becoming a burden to manage. Among the tomes, one with a yellowed cover lay hidden in the most obscure corner, coated in a thick layer of dust. After much effort, she finally retrieved it. A gentle flick sent the dust swirling throughout the room. Mu Yanli formed a hand seal, captured. A cage, large enough to contain a head, materialized, ensnaring the swirling dust and preventing it from causing further chaos. Mu Yanli, fond of cleanliness, would never allow dust to accumulate within her abode. The book, now free of its dust, rested in her palms as she gazed at it quietly for a long while. This was the cold palace's exclusive heart technique, the celestial canon. Recalling the past, being able to cultivate this technique was a source of pride for her fellow disciples, yet now it lay tucked away in a corner. Gathering dust, the celestial canon was deemed unsuitable for cultivation. It should be severed. Mu Yanli held the book for an extended period, gradually sighing. She had resolved to take the celestial canon with her to her grave, never to see the light of day again. She had also practiced the celestial canon. It was something her master had once told her in her youth. This technique, powerful and domineering, could consume the practitioner if overindulged. And a missing portion of this heart method would forever prevent one from reaching greater heights. She had never allowed Jiang Che to practice the celestial canon, nor had she ever disclosed its existence to him. Some things were better left unknown. Human curiosity is a formidable force, akin to an endless abyss, devoid of a visible end. Once known, one would invariably seek to explore. She chose silence, just as her master had forbade her from practicing the celestial canon. Should one cultivate the celestial canon, if their realm ascended too high, enduring the frigid aura of ice day in and day out could render women infertile and strip men of their humanity. Even more terrifying was the possibility of the practitioner gradually severing their emotions, losing most of their spiritual awareness, becoming a mere shell devoid of purpose. They all understood the benefits and pitfalls of this technique. Mu Yanli seemed to recall the woman who had granted her a second chance at life, her master. She had been thinking less and less of her master lately. That person had long since been buried deep within her heart. A taboo scar for others to behold, so beautiful, wise, and kind. A celestial maiden whom she wished to adorn with every compliment in the world. Yet, such a splendid woman had devoted her entire life to the sect, only to depart this world far too early, leaving behind sorrow and regret. Invoking tears and mourning. In pursuit of revenge, she unearthed the celestial canon that her master had hidden away, a technique long deemed a forbidden path to cultivation. For only through this ruthless method could Mu Yanli possess the strength to exact her vengeance, to slay those who sought to harm her. Kneeling before her master's grave, she swore an oath in blood. Her complexion pale and unhealthy. Mu Yanli had defied her master's original intent, yet she held no regrets. The facts bore witness. Everything unfolded as she wished, as if guided by the heavens. She surpassed her master in talent and bore a colder demeanor. With Mu Yanli's innate gifts, she had achieved remarkable progress in just 3 years, fulfilling her blood oath. When she carried the severed head she had claimed, paying homage to the one who had departed too soon. Tears streamed down her face once more. She found herself ensnared in deeper confusion and turmoil, utterly unaware of the destination that lay ahead, devoid of a guiding light to illuminate her path back home. Ultimately, Mu Yanli found a new objective. The legacy of the Cold Palace must not be extinguished. She too needed to take on a disciple, someone to inherit her teachings and continue the waning flame of their lineage reflecting upon the past. It is indeed true that Jiang Che often endured her tempestuous temperament throughout those years, despite her relentless kindness towards him during this time. A fundamental change remained elusive deep within her essence. When one contemplates the notions of right and wrong, The distinction becomes a convoluted affair. The Tianqian Sutra has incessantly influenced her emotions over the years, yet she has managed to exercise remarkable restraint. First, for the sake of those who have departed, and second, for the living. The Tianqian Sutra possesses an inescapable tyranny, manifesting as an icy power that seeps into the body. For cultivators to master their techniques, they must circulate their energy throughout the body. However, the frigid force of such power can inflict injuries upon oneself, resulting in excruciating cold erosion that in recent years, this affliction has intensified, compelling her to rely on medicinal pills for suppression. To entirely eradicate this condition, one must either locate the missing fragment or resort to the drastic measure of self-dismantling her entire cultivation. The missing fragment can only be found among the scattered disciples of the Yin Palace. A path that seems unattainable it appears that the only recourse left to her is the relinquishment of her own cultivation. Hence, her journey to the mortal realm is twofold, for amusement and to seek a place of seclusion. In a fleeting moment, Mu Yanli recalled a conversation from days long past. Beneath the ancient Qingsong tree, two maidens sat closely together, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a harmonious scene. One youthful girl, donned in an elegant celestial gown, smiled charmingly, the hem of her skirt grazing her knees, revealing a pair of straight, delicate calves that shimmered like flowing ice and snow. Beside her, another maiden wore a white palace gown, its flowing sleeves brushing the tips of her toes. Her serene countenance starkly contrasted with Mu Yanli's youthful innocence, yet at that moment, her fair cheeks bore a faint smile. "Master, why not seek a partner?" Mu Yanli asked, shaking her companion's hand in confusion. "Ali, no one would ever love a girl like me," her master replied, gently stroking her head. Mu Yanli protested indignantly, "Humph, how could someone as beautiful as you not be loved? You silly girl, you've read too many frivolous books and now yearn for romance." Her companion teased. Mu Yanli obediently listened as she continued, "I can be exceedingly kind to them, offering everything I have. Yet I cannot provide what is truly essential, all that fervor. Under the influence of my cultivation, I find myself incapable of developing feelings for men. How could someone as cold as I attract their affection? They prefer not to engage with a countenance so devoid of warmth. What can be done?" Mu Yanli inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Now that you are here, the future is uncertain," her master responded, with a determined glint in her eye. Mu Yanli playfully winked and declared, "Then I shall accompany you for a lifetime." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Mu Yanli received a gentle yet heavy pat on the head, but it caused her no pain. In her memories, Mu Yanli noticed her figure gradually merging with that of her master until they became one. The scene transformed into the present version of herself alongside her former self. "Ali, how could someone like me ever win a man's affection?" "Mu Yanli, how could someone like you ever win a man's affection? Has Ali found someone she fancies?" This echoed in her mind during a moment of inner turmoil. Spoken by her master. If that girl were aware of her cultivation of the Tianqian Sutra, she likely would not have posed such a question, for she understood that one does not develop romantic inclinations after mastering the Tianqian Sutra. Mu Yanli's fingers curled tightly, her veins bulging ominously, the stark bones protruding sharply, while her palm exuded an extreme chill, akin to grasping a piece of eternal ice that would never melt. She was not afraid of the cold. Yet, at this moment, it felt as though the frost had penetrated her very heart. Chapter 14. Contemplation. The biting cold enveloped her entirely, freezing the coursing blood within her veins, leaving Mu Yanli feeling as if she were trapped in an ice cavern. She seemed to have lost all her strength, sitting limply in her chair, her hands trembling slightly. Observing the frequency of her breath's vapor, it was evident that her spirits were far from high. Mu Yanli supported her forehead, shaking her head in contemplation. "What has been troubling me lately, that I keep recalling these matters?" "Mu Yanli, confront your innermost self." A voice, cold and tinged with mockery, echoed beside her. Turning, she saw nothing. It was merely a figment of her imagination. "What do you fear? What is it that you cannot face?" "Inner demons," Mu Yanli murmured after a prolonged silence. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her brows arching like a crescent moon. Gaining an air of authority, she extended her long, delicate fingers, furrowing her brow as she pondered. "Have I, like my master, lost the ability to feel?" She was unaware that humans are often oblivious to their own condition. A gust of wind entered the room, causing the window to creak and shudder violently, while the remnants of the breeze brushed against her gown, accentuating her graceful figure. The cold air pierced her skin like a sharpened blade, causing a slight sting at that moment. She recalled the boy who had been sent to practice swordplay, that increasingly unruly disciple, He must be diligently honing his skills. With this thought, she moved swiftly to the window, peering out to see him training on the sword ground. The sword ground was notoriously frigid, yet it significantly sharpened a cultivator's resolve and enhanced their physical capabilities and reflexes that eye in the biting cold. The young man stood tall, and in mere moments, the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth coalesced around his wooden sword as he executed a sword technique. Jiang Che's previously fair complexion had turned a shade of bluish purple. Faintly translucent, there truly no hardship in this. Mu Yanli felt no pity for him. It was only natural. In the distance, a sword-shaped indentation appeared, marking Jiang Che's recent progress. It seems I need not offer guidance today, she remarked with a slight smirk, unable to discern whether she felt joy or disappointment that it should be a source of joy. She mused, for his comprehension had evidently improved, making his learning process less arduous. Yet, it felt as though her role had diminished. She could no longer provide him with direction as she once did. Observing his earnest effort and inquisitive demeanor had become a habit, yet it now felt tedious. Mu Yanli stepped away from the window and settled back into her small chair, gently rocking her body. The Tianqian Sutra lay concealed in a secret chamber known only to her. Jiang Che rarely rummaged through her belongings and remained unaware of such a place. After securing the Tianqian Sutra, Mu Yanli lingered for a while, fully aware of what she feared. Indeed, it seemed she, too, was gradually losing whatever semblance of emotion she had, increasingly mirroring her master, from the moment she ceased wearing beautiful celestial gowns. Even in solitude, and began to hide her figure, she also began to forget how to smile, gradually losing the ability to laugh, and other changes followed. The details became hazy, as memories of the past faded like fleeting shadows, many becoming invisible, an undeniably sorrowful affair. However, her master still retained a fragment of emotion, revealing it only to her. Thus, when that woman departed from this world, her profound sorrow emerged. At that moment, the only person who cared for her had left. Mu Yanli engaged in self-deprecation. Do I still possess any emotions? This girl had always been a selfish one, a fact she did not deny. If one were not a little selfish, how could one expect kindness from others? Upon reflection, all her actions were aimed at confining the young man, binding him to her side, ensuring his constant companionship. Otherwise, he would be free to forge friendships with others and seek a lifetime partner. Yet now, this person, who should have roamed the world like a Kuanping, had transformed into one who merely followed her, obediently calling her master. What were her true feelings for him? Mu Yanli buried her head in her knees, muttering, "Master was right. Emotions truly are the most challenging things to comprehend in this world." Mu Yanli unearthed the forbidden books from the mortal realm that she had cherished in her youth. The lavish tales of noble lords and the poignant stories of the common folk. Yet, as she perused them now, they failed to resonate with her. She reminisced about her unforgettable years, when even in the dimmest moonlight, she would steal glimpses of books, weeping profoundly upon finishing them, only to be scolded afterward. People change, but do books ever truly alter? Mu Yanli ultimately set the book aside with a sigh of resignation. She would no longer read such texts, never again. Within the room, beside a full-length mirror, lay the black nightgown she had worn that morning. It was a fabric that would compel any man who caught sight of it to succumb to its alluring charm. An irresistible allure that permeated the room and spilled outside. Mu Yanli gazed at her hair, cascading down to her waist, flowing freely upon the snow-white stone floor. The most jarring element was the faint yet conspicuous bite mark on a large piece of mutton fat jade, marring the beauty of the entire scene. How dare he? Mu Yanli had yet to comprehend. Had he truly indulged as if savoring candy, biting down so forcefully? Recalling the morning's events, she touched her own face. Sighing in exasperation, the boy's whispered words from that morning echoed in her ears, rising anew. Where is the sweetness in this? A smile threatened to break through her facade. She was acutely aware that her flushed cheeks had been observed. Perhaps the boy felt a sense of triumph now. After all, he had managed to turn the tables after being teased by her for so long. Yet, if she had not permitted him, he could never have dared to act so. Did the boy truly believe she had been asleep, that he could brazenly approach her? The blush on her cheeks had long since faded, leaving no trace to pursue. It was merely a flustered confusion. The first time she had been subjected to such an experience. One could hardly expect a face to remain unblushing when it had been nibbled upon as if it were candy. Mu Yanli lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence as she declared, "I shall not turn red. Should I set him free?" Mu Yanli questioned herself, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented sense of bewilderment. But why is there such confusion? Yes, she is afraid of solitude. Solitude, a frequent visitor in life, is nonetheless deeply detested, to the point where one wishes to sever all ties. He is youthful and inexperienced. Having learned the ways of the world solely from her, much remains a mystery to him, as she has neither taught him nor provided a place for him to learn. She is acutely aware that this is unfair to him. The young are often impetuous and rebellious, akin to eagles soaring freely across the heavens, unbound and at home in the vastness of the earth. He could seek a companion who meets his desires. Those young maidens clad in vibrant skirts, their fabric fluttering, strikingly white, that he may frolic amidst the sea of blossoms, delighting in the sweetest of smiles. He could even pursue multiple partners, indulging in the company of beauties, embarking on adventures together. Yet instead, he finds himself facing her, a woman who favors loose garments and often wears a cold expression. No man would find such a woman appealing. If he were to accompany her, she would not permit it. Her heart is too small to accommodate anyone else. Apprentice, allow me this selfishness just once more. Mu Yanli's fingers spread wide, and she ultimately made a decision. All she knew was, as long as he did not leave, someone would be thinking of him, questioning him. What could be wrong with that? Chapter 15. The Bichuan flower. The languid woman rose and donned her usual white dress. The fitted undergarment was tightened to conceal her notably proud figure. The constricted fabric bulged with excess, causing her chest to feel somewhat suffocated. The porcelain-like shape was now hidden beneath the loose attire. Mu Yanli meticulously tidied her disheveled hair, combing it carefully before stepping out. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, soft as willow tendrils, framing her lovely ears and cascading gracefully in front. A veil of delicate hair adorned her smooth forehead, slightly revealing her crescent-shaped brows. That a cascade of silver hair flowed down like a waterfall from her ears. A gust of wind blew, sending her hair dancing around her moon-like visage. Mu Yanli stood for a long time, gazing at the figure lying on the blue stone in the distance, her slender and animated brows shimmering with a hint of brilliance. Enough, I shall no longer punish you. I in the world. Only a voice lingered, drifting into the air and becoming elusive. A sensation akin to that of a lurking beast enveloped Jiang Che, causing him to spring up suddenly from his resting place. His eyes darting around. He felt guilty. Having come to practice swordplay, he had instead indulged in laziness for far too long, and it would cost him dearly. The youth surveyed his surroundings, seeing no one. Yet his furrowed brow remained taut. He knew that Mu Yanli must have seen him slacking off. Over the years, only the gaze of his master had ever instilled such a powerful sense of pressure upon him. Have you been slacking? A cool female voice pierced his ears, as silent as snow falling upon the training grounds, yet resonating deeply within. Jiang Che was momentarily entranced, like a toothless beast unable to resist. With a subdued voice, he replied, Master, please punish me. Why not return indoors to rest if you are weary? Mu Yanli inquired softly. Is it not cold outside? She continued to question. The woman with azure blue eyes reflected the image of the youth kneeling before her. His head bowed, silent and utterly despondent. Mu Yanli bit her lip tightly, allowing her disheveled hair to dance in the wind. She bent down, grasping Jiang Che's arm, and said, Rise, I shall not punish you. She shook her head and added, Remember, a man should not kneel easily, but master is different from them. The youth protested, his words tinged with confusion. Mu Yanli acknowledged his remark with a soft hum and turned to leave. Jiang Che, somewhat perplexed, lifted his head and grasped her outstretched hand, asking, Master, truly, you will not punish me? The boy's gaze was fervent, his grip on Mu Yanli's delicate fingers growing stronger. Mu Yanli furrowed her brow and replied coldly, If you wish to kneel, then kneel. I shall not stop you. As she walked away, the woman shook her head, pondering whether her apprentice had perhaps developed a fondness for punishment. Yet recently, his audacity had indeed grown boundless. The thought stirred something within her, prompting her to recall a certain matter. Jiang Che quickly rose and followed her closely, unchanged in demeanor. However, how long could this situation persist? No one could say for certain. Master, why do you not punish me? He could not help but ask as he trailed behind her. He found it incomprehensible that Mu Yanli would remain unresponsive to such insubordination. Her nature was not typically so lenient. As his words fell, the figure ahead paused, remaining silent for a long moment before turning to face him, her gaze assessing him as if he were an oddity. I wish for you to smile more. Mu Yanli said gently, pinching Jiang Che's ear. Oh, the youth responded, understanding dawning upon him. Suddenly, Mu Yanli inquired, What do you do while curled up in your blanket at night? At that moment, her familiar eyes gleamed with a glint of danger. Swallowing Jiang Che's courage like an abyss, he had never been one to lie, nor could he escape her penetrating gaze. Now, those pale blue eyes seemed to bear a divine insight, exposing his innermost thoughts without refuge. Perhaps you should just kneel, Mu Yanli remarked, fixing Jiang Che with a deep stare. Oh, he murmured, lowering his head, seemingly regretting his indiscretion. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. He was merely curious as to why their physical forms differed so vastly. During the day, his master was hardly distinguishable from him, but by night, she transformed into something altogether more striking. He was well-mannered, only daring to steal a few glances through the fabric of her clothing. Not daring to venture further, truly just a few glances. Afternoon descended. The sky remained starkly white, a blinding brightness piercing the eyes, while wisps of white mist floated languidly, thick and persistent. She pressed her red lips together, reaching for a flower that fell from the tree. The blossoms swayed gently, emanating a faint yet persistent fragrance. Clusters of white flowers adorned the tree, their color excessively pure yet not jarring, as though these flowers were born to wear such a hue. Perfectly matched, these were the blossoms of the Baixuan flower tree, nurtured from seeds left by her master. Despite her best efforts, the woman had failed to cultivate a single flowering tree. Yet, by fortune, Mu Yanli had succeeded in nurturing one. When the flowers first bloomed, they displayed a whiteness more brilliant than soft clouds, with the branches radiating a vibrant green luminescence. The tender petals were fragile, easily torn, releasing a fragrant sap with the slightest touch. She gazed at the delicate flower resting in her palm, its softness akin to a shattered mirror, now marred with deepening fissures. Merely resting in her hand, it had already begun to crumble, more fragile than a mere illusion. Once detached from the tree, the flower seemed to lose all vitality, gradually wilting, its once pristine whiteness fading to yellow, eventually turning into an unremarkable black, dissolving into dust and carried away by the wind. The fleeting beauty of its bloom was exquisite, yet utterly incapable of being savored for long. These flowers were exceedingly shy, hastily revealing their most splendid faces to the world before swiftly retracting their brilliance. Stingy and miserly, lush clusters hung heavily from the branches, resembling small white clouds tightly interwoven, bowing the branches under their weight, epitomizing the beauty of life. The blossoms seemed to possess life, swaying gently as if inhaling and exhaling. They emitted a distant fragrance, marking the beginning of their inevitable decay. Such was the fate and life journey of the Baixuan flower, brief yet beautiful, leaving behind accolades and admiration from its beholders. Mu Yanli was acutely aware of the transience of this beauty, thus she distilled these fleeting moments into a liquid elixir, to be savored in the years to come. Each year, she carefully collected the freshly bloomed flowers, placing them into jars to be buried beneath the tree, patiently awaiting the chance to savor the hard-won delicacy the following year. Surely, such a rare liquor would intoxicate even the immortals, she mused. Chapter 16. Flower-picking. Mu Yanli set a yellow wooden rocking chair in the hall, reclining leisurely within, indulging in a brief repose, allowing the chair to sway gently. She listened intently to the melodious sounds emanating from the rocking chair's motion. I shall rest for a while, as there are tasks to be done later, she said as she rose from the chair, patting Jiang Che's back. The youth felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Greeting her before departing, Mu Yanli watched her apprentice retreating, unable to resist exclaiming, "You've grown." Reflecting, she mused how swiftly time passed. Unwittingly, this person had nearly reached her height. Yet, she wondered how many more years he would continue to grow. However, there was no need to rush. All things must proceed gradually. Mu Yanli sipped her tea, soothing her throat, savoring its flavor. She shook her head, finding the tea too bitter and unpalatable. She yearned to make Baixuan flower wine. The tree was on the verge of blooming, offering an opportunity to relish the beauty while also gathering ingredients for her brew. Should she encounter any unopened buds, she could harvest and crush them as well. For such flavors were the richest and most fragrant. After the beauty faded and the wine was brewed, the Baixuan flower tree would remain solitary. Yet come the following year, all would return to its original state. A cycle anew. As the day of the Baixuan flower's bloom approached, she decided to take Jiang Che along, teaching her little apprentice to experience the essence of the wine. Today, Chaos Tide's peak was devoid of sunlight. The overcast sky was darkened by leaden gray clouds, the muffled sounds echoing like ancient whispers from the heavens. It seemed this place was soon to welcome a gentle rain, ready to embrace the cleansing downpour. She lay back in her rocking chair, watching the wind urge the clouds to drift, observing rows of celestial birds soaring through the sky, and the trees swaying in the breeze, their shadows intertwined. All things in the world follow a certain order, yet are not entirely constrained. Rising. Mu Yanli awakened Jiang Che, realizing that time could no longer be delayed as rain threatened to descend upon Tide Peak. The slate-gray clouds were swiftly approaching, while in the distance, a blanket of white signaled that heavy rain had already commenced. The sky hinted at a trace of foreboding. The youth, panting slightly, had not fully emerged from slumber. He appeared somewhat haggard, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Jiang Che sat up, exuding a languid weariness. He was perplexed as to why his cheeks flushed. The mere sight of Mu Yanli caused an involuntary blush to bloom upon his face. The proximity between them was such that he felt he could merely tilt his head to bridge the gap. The memory of Mu Yanli's flushed face from that morning, along with the bite marks he had left, flickered through his mind. Jiang Che strained to focus, yet all that remained was her visage, now resembling a flawless piece of jade, devoid of any trace of redness or imprints that it was utterly perfect. Mu Yanli resumed, pinching his cheeks, igniting a fervent blush upon the youth's face, as if a furnace blazed within him, radiating intense heat. His master appeared to harbor no intention of punishing him. Yet she wielded alternative methods to address his transgressions. How well she understood his vulnerabilities. Nothing escaped her scrutiny. She seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Jiang Che's gaze grew increasingly dazed, and Mu Yanli's porcelain-like cheeks expanded in his vision, eclipsing all else. Even her voice, which drifted beyond his hearing, that a sudden urge to bite again surged within him, despite the realization that her skin was not as sweet as candy, lacking any discernible flavor. He found himself particularly fond of the sight of her flushed cheeks and yearned to see that color deepen once more. Indeed, his master had tacitly permitted such behavior this morning, and she had refrained from punishment afterward. Surely, indulging once more would pose no issue. At worst, he would simply endure her reprimand. There was nothing unreasonable about his desire. She often bit his cheeks, so it seemed only fair for him to reciprocate. Jiang Che's dazed expression cleared in an instant, and he became acutely aware of his surroundings. He lunged forward but grasped at nothing, nearly tumbling from the bed until Mu Yanli caught him. "Not for you," she declared, shaking her head in discontent. Her heart raced, and she swiftly pushed him away. At this rate, he might inadvertently bite into her skin, his eyes glimmering with the hunger of one who had long been deprived. He truly wished to nibble at her cheeks as if they were confections. Had she known this would become such a hassle, she would have never allowed Jiang Che to behave in such a manner that morning. The youth stood, flustered, feeling as though he might truly ruin everything, rooted in place by uncertainty. "Follow me," Mu Yanli instructed, leading the way, her voice only audible at the door. Jiang Che hurried after her, his head lowered, lips trembling as he murmured, "Master, have I fallen ill recently?" Mu Yanli replied, somewhat irritated, "You're simply craving it. I shall go to Medicine Peak to gather some herbs," Jiang Che suggested, seemingly struck by inspiration. "No need. I can't assist you," Mu Yanli retorted coldly. Such an ailment was not something to be shared with others, and Mu Yanli sighed. "Then please help me. I feel quite uncomfortable." The youth followed closely, joy illuminating his features as if he had found a remedy. The figure ahead paused, regarding him with an odd expression before shaking her head in resignation. "Very well. You will blame me later." Jiang Che shook his head resolutely. "I want tea. I will blame myself." The woman remained silent for a long while before speaking again. To Jiang Che's surprise, Mu Yanli uttered a phrase he could not comprehend. Perhaps he would understand it in the future. Perhaps. The youth fell silent, acutely aware that he should not trouble her further. Clearly, Mu Yanli had more pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, she would have ignored him entirely. Choosing to leave rather than assist him with chores, that he trailed behind Mu Yanli until they reached the flowering tree, halting his advance. Jiang Che recognized this place. It was where Mu Yanli often came during her years of indulgence. Lying amidst the branches as if conversing with old acquaintances, the ground was adorned with fallen blossoms, their colors shifting from white to yellow, losing their once pristine hue. He had witnessed the blooming of flowers on several occasions, and now these memories were cherished treasures in his mind. This being the third instance, the fragrance of the blossoms danced in the breeze. Mu Yanli handed him a small ceramic jar, intricately adorned with a myriad of patterns. "Help me gather the flowers. Be gentle and place them inside." She instructed Jiang Che. He looked up, observing the ominous clouds encroaching upon Tide's Peak, thunder rumbling ominously, and the sky's hues trembling violently. This weather was notoriously unpredictable, with sudden outbursts a distinct possibility. Falling petals continued to drift down like a gentle rain. The pure white blossoms became the prevailing theme of the moment, filling his vision to the brim. spilling over, leaving him at a loss for where to place his gaze. Chapter 17. Heritage. The sky was shrouded in a gray veil, thick clouds obstructing the winter sun, casting a somber pallor that gradually deepened into a stifling gloom. Saturating the expanse of the heavens in inky darkness, blotting out the light, a monumental downpour was poised to strike Tide's Peak, promising an unprecedented cleansing. Beneath the Baixian flower tree, Mu Yanli and Jiang Che continued their task of harvesting the Baixian flowers. Mu Yanli's fingertips emitted strands of spiritual energy, effortlessly plucking the fallen blossoms and snapping the buds from the branches. The strands were numerous and fine, displaying remarkable resilience, twisting into an array of intricate forms. The net woven from these strands graciously welcomed all the pristine white petals that descended. Jiang Che felt somewhat out of place. His presence seemed superfluous compared to that of the woman. The youth's mastery of spiritual energy was vastly inferior to Mu Yanli's. His innate talent paled in comparison, and he lacked her diligence. He could only clumsily wield the spiritual strands, attempting to mimic her technique as he gathered the fluttering flowers. He pinched a delicate, velvety blossom that had fallen into his palm. It felt soft and weightless. The brilliance of its white hue was dazzling, and its subtle fragrance filled his nostrils, eliciting a sensation of pure delight. The white fluff atop the tree diminished, yet there remained an abundance. In contrast, Jiang Che's ceramic jar gradually filled, brimming with the pristine Baixian flowers. Such things were ephemeral. He had no way of knowing how many blossoms it would take to gather a single drop of the pure night. Hand them over, Mu Yanli instructed, waving her hand and offering him a new container. Jiang Che noticed a fine sheen of sweat forming on her smooth forehead, like delicate droplets of water pooling together, soon cascading down her ear before landing heavily on the ground. The invisible strands danced wildly, her moving fingertips leaving behind layers of illusions. The interwoven lines were indistinguishable, their paths impossible to discern. This level of control over the spiritual strands clearly surpassed the youth's current capabilities. The frenetic exertion began to leave Mu Yanli feeling dizzy. Manipulating the strands required a multitasking focus, especially with such a vast number at play. Her mental and spiritual energies were being drained at an uncontrollable rate, like a waterfall in freefall. The gray clouds converged, layering upon one another, and a brilliant silver serpent pierced through the mist. Accompanied by the booming of thunder, the rain that fell from the sky was terrifying, crashing down with a deafening roar, pouring forth like a dam's release. The dense rain formed walls of water, transforming the landscape into a realm enveloped in liquid. Countless silver serpents writhed like the gnarled roots of ancient trees, while bolts of lightning erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating Tide's Peak with a fierce tremor. Mu Yanli looked up, contemplating. Such a terrifying rainstorm should not occur in the realm of cultivation. Is a storm brewing? Jiang Che stood beneath the torrential rain, feeling the droplets pierce his skin like sharp needles, leaving white marks upon his surface, the wounds indistinguishable from ordinary scrapes. Yet the pain emanating from them was unbearable. A fragmented sound escaped Jiang Che's lips as his body convulsed, his tightly shut eyes fluttering. Several severe spots blossomed with crimson flowers amid the splattering droplets, both alluring and unsettling. Jiang Che stared blankly at the blood-red blooms, momentarily frozen. He turned his palm upward, feeling an intense heat radiating from his hand. As if it might combust, a faint symbol, unprecedented in its appearance, materialized on his palm, a tightly intertwined cross arc. He had intended to flee, but in that fleeting moment, he recalled Mu Yanli, and his steps faltered, as if nails had anchored his feet to the ground, rendering him immobile. Jiang Che could not fathom why he remained rooted in place, yet an instinct compelled him to wait for her. Clearly, it was not his place to worry for Mu Yanli. He should have sought shelter from the rain. The thick downpour formed an impermeable barrier between them, muffling their cries. Jiang Che felt a veil of water shroud his vision, the relentless rain obstructing his sight, leaving behind a chaotic blur. The realization struck him that he could no longer see her clearly, nor discern his direction. His throat grew hoarse, rendering him incapable of a shout. Jiang Che's eyelids began to droop, akin to a person on the verge of slumber. As his heavy eyelids waged a battle against one another, his body felt weak and limp, as though it had become clay, collapsing heavily to the ground, sending a spray of droplets into the air. This was not how it should be. How could it come to this? What was this cross arc, and how was it connected to my heritage? On the other side, the thick wall of rain separated the two, obstructing Mu Yanli's senses, leaving her utterly unaware of the events unfolding beyond. It's too late, Mu Yanli murmured, lowering her gaze, halting her movements, breathlessly stating, The timing for the flowers to bloom en masse is ill-fated, coinciding precisely with this storm. In these present times, she is left with no choice but to employ spiritual treasures to gather the materials. Despite the inevitable loss of a significant quantity of resources, should the trees laden with Baishian flowers be swept away, the repercussions would be far more severe. After all, having something is better than having nothing. She has contemplated using the spiritual treasures to erect a protective veil against the rain, shielding the Baishian trees from the deluge. However, these delicate blossoms are simply incapable of withstanding such an environment. Any disturbance in their surroundings would cause the entire tree to shed its flowers in a cascade. Mu Yanli feels a twinge of regret. What a pity it is, if only everything could be utilized. A considerable number of finished products could be produced. She is but an ordinary person, yearning for just a few sips of nectar of the gods. A golden, eye-shaped spiritual treasure materializes in the palm of Mu Yanli's hand. Shimmering brilliantly with a radiant glow, the treasure, no larger than a palm, exudes a terrifying spiritual pressure that causes the branches to tremble violently and countless flowers to tumble from their perches, creating a pure white rain of floral nectar. In but a moment, Mu Yanli retracts the spiritual treasure, leaving the tree bare, its once vibrant colors now replaced by a desolate green. Let us depart. She gestures towards the person beside her, yet receives no response. A sense of unease washes over her. She turns her gaze to discover her disciple lying motionless on the ground, face contorted in agony. She hastily bends down, hoisting the individual over her shoulder. The woman's brow furrows deeply. This is not how it should be. How could a mere ordinary rain render someone in such a state? The good mood this person had cultivated dissipates entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sorrow. She had intended to craft this year's flower wine meticulously and to savor the delicacies of last year's brew, yet this predicament has extinguished all enthusiasm. What on earth has transpired to result in such a swift transformation? Mu Yanli questions him, simultaneously questioning herself. The unconscious individual offers no reply, and the vision seen by the youth will ultimately fade like ephemeral illusions. Chapter 18. After the rain, the sound of rain cascades softly. Reminiscent of a youthful maiden clad in gossamer, her alluring gaze and delicate fingers plucking the strings of a lute, producing intoxicating melodies. Such sounds are addictive, particularly when one is devoid of desire, enveloping the heart in an indescribable comfort. Outside, the rain falls like mist, countless silver threads dancing through the air as the droplets descend like fine silk, intertwining to form a curtain of pearls that a flight of white cranes glides overhead. Steadfastly forging ahead, their bodies parting the connected pearl curtain with determination, while the rain's incessant patter threatens to rend the trees asunder, illuminating the surroundings. The slanted rain enters the abode, tapping against the table by the window, dampening books, while translucent dewdrops roll across the surface, compelling Mu Yanli to close the window. The snow on Tidal Peak is ceaselessly washed away, transforming the ground beneath the trees, the palace tiles, and the eaves into a flowing sea of white. A magnificent spectacle as the snow cascades down the mountainside, vanishing in the process. Everything seems to be imbued with a sense of rebirth, reminiscent of a spring rain's aftermath. Yet, Tidal Peak knows no spring. It is perpetually steeped in the cold of winter. This rain appears intent on washing away the accumulated snow of the cold palace, yet ultimately, such efforts are futile. Soon, another heavy snowfall will blanket the area, ruthlessly transforming the cold palace into a world adorned entirely in white. Years of chill have caused some of the snow to solidify into eternal ice, clinging stubbornly to the landscape. These ice layers have nearly lost their whiteness, their hues approaching transparency, rendering them indistinguishable. Mu Yanli relaxes her brow. Without the snow's cover, the cold palace is undeniably less appealing. She can no longer discern whether it is habit or genuine fondness. How many sights can one behold in a lifetime? What one sees and hears is merely a fragment of the world, scarcely worth mentioning to this moment. The woman has a silver hairpin adorning her head, its tail embellished with flowing tassels that sway with the breeze, her hair seemingly alive in the wind. Gazing upward from her flowing skirt reveals a figure untouched by dust, resembling a blooming white lotus. Solitary and proud. A blue belt adorned with cloud patterns accentuates her slender waist, lending an air of delicate grace, like a pure and ethereal beauty. The torrential rain striking the eternal ice merely etches pale marks upon its surface, quickly losing all vigor, sliding languidly. The collision of the rain against the ice produces a dissonant sound, causing discomfort to the ear. Yet when the rain's strength wanes, pearls fall from the eaves, splattering upon the ground and composing a soft, melodious symphony. The now gentle rain, lacking its former ferocity, resembles a delicate maiden, incapable of lifting even a lively chick. From a distance, the modest palace emanates a faint glow amidst the rain, refracting incomplete rainbows. She feels a chill envelop her, an unprecedented shiver coursing through her body. However, how could someone who has dwelled here all her life feel cold? It is akin to the absurdity of asking her disciple if she fears the cold. Mu Yanli shakes her head. The cold palace's environment, eternally wintry, is not a place favored by mortals. One of the reasons for the dismissal of several maidservants she once employed was their inability to endure the extreme cold. Only Jiang Che remains, having adapted to this harsh existence over time. The rain-soaked landscape reflected in Mu Yanli's eyes transitions from grandeur to decay, revealing that she has lingered outdoors for quite some time. She seems to understand the reason for her chill. The person inside has yet to awaken, remaining oblivious to the cause of their unconsciousness. With each thought of that individual, warmth flows through her heart, awakening her frozen spirit and rousing her bewildered thoughts. It appears that I still retain a trace of emotion, akin to my master. The woman turns back towards the interior. He could not help but doubt whether he had been in a deep slumber for countless years. As if traversing through a cycle of rebirth, experiencing that kind of awe as if stepping out of ancient history, familiar yet foreign, accompanied by an indescribable feeling, the flowering trees, unspoken words, the vibrant crimson blossoms, and the peculiar cross-shaped lightning arc in his palm. Along with the rain that obscured the sky and blotted out the sun, he only remembered falling heavily to the ground, as soft as mud. Utterly powerless, as if he could be swept away at any moment. Jiang Che involuntarily raised his right palm, and that cross-shaped arc flashed by in an instant. But upon focusing again, nothing remained. It was as if a stick stirred the sea of consciousness within the boy, shattering and disrupting everything. And that memory gradually faded away. Logically, the tremor in the sea of consciousness should have been an excruciating sensation, yet it felt rather comfortable, akin to the soothing sensation of a child bursting a bubble into the sky. Finally, the memories effortlessly forgotten. However, all of this transpired in a single moment, flashing by like a film reel. This man could not help but recall that person, yet when he opened his mouth, it was as if the firearm had misfired, and nothing came out. Awakened, a familiar voice echoed in the boy's ears, still as calm as ever, yet laced with a hint of urgency and joy. Jiang Che understood Mu Yanli all too well. He had long since grasped the essence of this woman, perhaps because she had never held anything back from him. Truly considering him a confidant. It was not lamentable that there was no one in the world to whom he could freely express his innermost thoughts. Yet there was a fleeting moment when it felt quite sorrowful. He suddenly realized that the reason for his silence stemmed from an overwhelming sense of abruptness. It was always Mu Yanli who spoke first, and only then would he respond with a degree of awkwardness. The man absent-mindedly replied. He recalled a particular thought. The gravest wounds often come from those closest to us, wielding the sharpest blades. She said. He was unaware that his experiences were ultimately far too few. If they were truly close, how could they turn against one another? In response to his disciple's confusion, Mu Yanli's serene face, like a bright moon, merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. It is the most unexpected wounds that cut the deepest. Mu Yanli sig several years ago. Mu Yanli gazed at her still youthful disciple and recounted how, at that time, he had just recovered from a severe illness, his mind still clouded. She had wrapped him snugly in garments and taken him to various mountain peaks for leisurely outings. In Mu Yanli's view, it was not essential for her disciple to be exceptionally strong or to strive to become the greatest in the world, endlessly competing for superiority. Such individuals often met their demise the quickest, living only briefly. However, it was equally crucial that he did not become like the pampered young masters and ladies of noble houses, who were easily affected by the slightest breeze, complaining of ailments at the slightest exertion, and whimpering at the first sign of illness. 2 large bowls of fiery rice were meticulously arranged on the table, accompanied by a dish of jade-like delicacies. The table had been set with an assortment of vegetables, all washed by Mu Yanli and stir-fried to perfection by the young lad. The once vibrant green had dulled, tinged with shades of black. "Master, where did you procure the spirit-tailed chicken?" the youth inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he presented the steaming wooden bucket of fiery rice. In another pot on the stove, the spirit-tailed chicken was steaming, releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted through the air. He distinctly remembered that such creatures did not inhabit the tidal peak, where the environment was inhospitable to many animals, few of which could survive there. It was typically quite desolate. Naturally, I acquired it. Mu Yanli replied with a glance at her disciple, wondering if he suspected her of theft. The spirit-tailed chicken was a delicacy among practitioners of the cultivation realm, prized for its tender meat, which was often used as a fundamental source of nourishment. Its flesh was edible, its blood and bones medicinal, and its beautiful feathers could be fashioned into garments. Truly a treasure in every respect. Thus, various sects typically designated large areas for the breeding of such creatures. However, Jiang Che was well aware that Tidal Peak harbored none, not only due to its harsh environment, but also because Mu Yanli had no such intentions. To Jiang Che's embarrassment, his stomach growled at that moment, shattering the tranquility, but he could scarcely blame himself. He had not eaten anything substantial all day and was understandably famished. He settled into his seat, silently watching Mu Yanli, allowing his stomach's protests to go unanswered. You should eat when you're hungry. It's pointless to just sit there, Mu Yanli remarked, exasperated. This disciple truly seems unafraid of starving. To go an entire day without food, ultimately requiring me to step in and cook. Jiang Che responded, quickly picking up his chopsticks, disregarding everything else. Just take it, Mu Yanli said softly, pushing the steamed spirit-tailed chicken toward him. Watching her disciple devour his meal with such fervor brought Mu Yanli a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, experience teaches one to learn from others. In her childhood, when she had little appetite, her mentor would slaughter a spirit-tailed chicken to replenish her nutrients and stimulate her lacking hunger. As she buried her head in her rice, she muttered, "It seems this method is not without merit." Chapter 21. The Medicine Valley. Eat some mushrooms, Mu Yanli suggested, adding a few stir-fried dishes to Jiang Che's bowl. Jiang Che increasingly felt that Mu Yanli had become rather domineering. She had not been like this before. The current Mu Yanli felt somewhat unfamiliar yet increasingly intimate, as if this once aloof woman had shed her cold exterior to reveal a passionate heart. After spending so much time together, it was only natural that some feelings would develop. A heart, no matter how icy, was not made of stone. He thought to himself, but what is wrong with this? Surely, Jiang Che, you do not wish to face that cold woman, do you? Now she indulges you so generously and cares for you so deeply. If anything, the boy should have felt more apprehensive. He could not shake the feeling that everything was akin to a dream. How could one person change so drastically, to the point of becoming so unrecognizable? He could not fathom why he was deserving of such treatment from Mu Yanli. She should have cast him down from Tidal Peak long ago. Jiang Che was acutely aware that he lacked extraordinary talent in cultivation, unable to compete for any reputation or benefit on Mu Yanli's behalf. More often than not, he felt like a burden. Practitioners of the cultivation realm were typically quite indifferent, and in Jiang Che's understanding, Mu Yanli was no exception. Yet, in recent years, he had not only been allowed to share a bed with her at night, but had even been permitted to tease her physical form. Though his master often jested about warming the bed, where could one find such warmth? He could lie in Mu Yanli's embrace, acting as a human pillow, feeling her warm breath against his earlobe. Perhaps this could be considered selling one's beauty. Yet, held in her tender embrace, he felt no sense of grievance or humiliation, only a restless heart. He had read a few books about foolish monarchs seduced by beautiful women, and of stunning maidens who sold their beauty, becoming mere playthings in search of shelter, filled with humiliation and burden. In his eyes, what transpired between him and Mu Yanli was already a monumental affair. He understood little of such matters. The increasing care and attention bestowed upon Jiang Che left him flustered and bewildered. His panic stemmed from an inability to grasp these gifts, relying solely on Mu Yanli's generosity. In a world filled with countless people, why was he the one to receive so much concern from her? Remember, I am your master, and treating you well is my duty. You are my disciple, and listening to me is also expected, the woman stated earnestly. Jiang Che understood then that there was no complexity to it. It was that simple and straightforward. He had never been one to refuse any of Mu Yanli's requests. To him, she was akin to a deity, seemingly knowledgeable on every subject and capable of resolving any dilemma with unflappable ease. He knew Mu Yanli enjoyed pinching his cheeks, and thus he allowed her to do so. The young man found no reason to refuse her. Her touch was always gentle. Jiang Che believed he understood her well, her manner of speaking, her temperament, and her various habits. He could predict every movement she made and the words she would utter. Yet, all of it was a misjudgment. How long had he truly known Mu Yanli? How much did he really comprehend about her? He lifted his gaze to Mu Yanli, her familiar visage and expression, cold yet never once eliciting annoyance. Jiang Che emulated Mu Yanli, adding some vegetables to her bowl. She glanced at the boy, displaying no signs of disdain, quietly accepting what he offered. As time passed, the stone table became empty, the remnants of their meal fading into nothingness. Mu Yanli had acquired the spirit-tailed chicken from the Medicine Peak, among the many sub-peaks of the Dao Tian sect. Aside from the sparsely populated tidal peak, all others boasted a plethora of disciples. The sub-peaks were interconnected by numerous celestial spirit mountains, adorned with complex protective formations and abundant in spiritual energy caverns that Mu Yanli had once intended to excavate the already depleted spirit energy caverns of Tidal Peak for Zhangche, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Where could be a better place for cultivation than her own cavern? There was no need to seek out distant alternatives, wasting effort. These sub-peaks raised a substantial number of spirit-tailed chickens to meet the immense demand for supplies. She visited the medicine peak not only for its proximity, but also to save herself the trouble of gathering medicinal herbs, by utilizing ingredients to nourish the body in conjunction with medicinal materials. One could achieve unexpected effects, yielding greater results with less effort. The peak master, Ziheng, maintained a reasonably cordial relationship with Mu Yanli, so retrieving some items was of little consequence. The medicine valley, abundant with various medicinal herbs, served as the true economic lifeblood of the medicine peak. Within its confines, one could find herbs aged hundreds or even thousands of years. The medicine valley, surrounded by several spirit mountains, exuded a rich fragrance and occupied a vast expanse. Upon leaving Tidal Peak, Mu Yanli casually chose a location on the periphery of the medicine valley. The guarding disciples recognized her, aware of her identity and formidable strength. What does the palace master seek? A few of the guardians asked with a hint of infatuation, their smiles laced with flattery. Beautiful women often garnered more tolerance and indulgence from men, and with Mu Yanli's strength far surpassing that of the guarding disciples, ordinary individuals would have long been driven away. The true guardians of the Medicine Valley did not linger on the outskirts, but rather by the ripening medicinal herbs stationed in the core areas. In truth, these disciples were merely small figures riding on the coattails of power. Mu Yanli lifted her gaze to glance at them, offering no response. Without a care in the world, she swiftly seized a spirit-tailed chicken that happened to scurry by, ignoring its futile flapping as she immobilized it with a deft touch, sealing its acupoint. She then bent down to pluck some herbs from the medicinal fields. The disciples stood frozen in shock, none daring to voice a protest. This was akin to being in her own home. Palace Master, the items in the Medicine Valley belong to the Medicine Peak. Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? One bolder disciple stammered. His words tangled. That I know this is the Medicine Valley, Mu Yanli replied, her gaze shifting to him with a hint of indifference. The guardians were taken aback. How could she maintain such a serious demeanor? They suddenly realized that she clearly dismissed their authority, and given Mu Yanli's stature, as long as she did not cause a ruckus, the Peak Master would have no choice but to acquiesce. Please, Palace Master. The guardian said weakly, surrendering. Mu Yanli recalled her mentor, who had never raised spirit-tailed chickens at Tidal Peak and would instead accompany her throughout the sect whenever there was a need. Raising spirit-tailed chickens is an endeavor that demands considerable care and effort, and the scent emanating from Chaoshi Peak is far from pleasant. As her master has remarked, it is said that the spirit-tailed chickens nurtured in the medicinal peaks and valleys are the most cherished, for the environment in which they are raised yields the most exquisite flavors, while conveniently allowing for the collection of herbs from the medicinal fields, an advantageous duality. She has inherited this trait. Leave it to me. From a distance, a woman clad in a cerulean robe approached, addressing her disciple with an air of authority. Heed the Peak Master's command. Several disciples bowed respectfully, their expressions solemn. Mu Yanli, is there truly such a principle? Have you and your disciple taken ownership of the medicinal valley? Ziheng inquired coldly, locking eyes with Mu Yanli. She shrugged and replied, what do you desire? I shall trade with you. What do you intend to take it for? You are not one to indulge in gluttony. Ziheng frowned, unwilling to relent so easily. Is it for your disciple? He pressed further. Mu Yanli remained silent, sensing an unusual glimmer in Ziheng's gaze, a sly smile creeping across his features. What are you observing? Mu Yanli's voice turned icy as she detected the oddity in his expression, the atmosphere seeming to crystallize with tension. Ziheng maintained his calm demeanor, unabashedly stating, I am merely assessing whether your primordial Een still exists. Clang. Mu Yanli's flying sword suddenly unsheathed, emitting a radiant white light akin to the sun, and in an instant, it was poised before Ziheng, its sharp edge slicing a corner of his garment and severing a few strands of hair. Enough. You may leave. Ziheng exchanged a strike with Mu Yanli before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. He gazed at the direction in which Mu Yanli departed, lost in contemplation. She herself was a person who relished in uncovering intriguing tales. Observing the herbs clutched in her hand, it was evident they were all restorative in nature, possessing properties to bolster vitality and enhance male vigor. Clearly, such medicines could only be employed on Mu Yanli's disciple, for Mu Yanli herself was already in good health, enhancing vitality and vigor. Ziheng mused, contemplating that perhaps only excessive dual cultivation would necessitate such fortification. Chapter 22. A conversation beneath the setting sun. After their evening meal, the two stood side by side at the railing of Chaoshi Peak. A well-maintained bluestone path led from the peak to the foot of the mountain. Typically, this path is blanketed in a layer of white snow, but now, washed clean by the rain, it revealed dark stone steps, each leading downwards in succession. The long bluestone steps had long been shrouded in thick white mist, exuding an ethereal aura, rarely allowing a glimpse of their true form. The young man stood beside his master, gazing downwards, where the objects at the base had become somewhat indistinct. To his eyes, the end of the bluestone path appeared as diminutive as a grain of rice, causing a slight tremor in his heart. "Do you wish to explore?" Mu Yanli turned to see the boy peering down, and inquired. Jiang Che withdrew his gaze, yet still felt a flutter of anxiety. No, soon Mu Yanli's gaze wandered, gesturing with her fingers. He understood that she was referring to the day she would take him to the realm of mortals. Having never ventured beyond the realm of cultivation in his life, his heart brimmed with curiosity. He increasingly anticipated the arrival of that day. Now, they awaited the timely completion of the forging of flying swords at the Forge Peak, after which the master and disciple would depart from Chaoshi Peak, heading towards that tantalizingly enigmatic place. The sky above Chaoshi Peak was already dimming, and now only a faint yellow light remained. The horizon gradually darkened, as if someone were incessantly pouring black dye upon the dull yellow sky. The hidden dark light beneath the yellow clouds replacing the original hue. The golden rays of the setting sun warmed their bodies, and as time passed, they began to feel the heat, as if they were igniting like a roaring furnace. The young man's complexion flushed, the weariness that had lingered on his brow completely erased. Cultivators typically possess exceptional physiques. Having consumed numerous restorative herbs and frequently indulged in medicinal baths, his body's recovery abilities were notably superior among peers of the same cultivation level. A succession of clouds was gradually blown away by the wind, leaving behind an increasingly dense inky hue that tainted the heavens. In the far distance, the sun slowly sank until it entirely descended below the horizon. Vanishing from sight, the sun in the sky had not yet completely set. The opposite side of the heavens was already adorned with stars, the vast galaxy spilling forth a cascade of starlight. Jiang Che suddenly recalled a legend that Mu Yanli had once mentioned. The sun in the realm of cultivation was merely a spiritual treasure wielded by celestial beings, leaving him somewhat astonished. He envisioned a colossal hand that could effortlessly pluck the sun from the sky, the golden orb that had lingered in the heavens crashing down in an instant. Master, is the great sun above truly a spiritual treasure controlled by immortals? Jiang Che wondered, feeling as though he had been deluded. What is it? Mu Yanli's voice grew slightly more serious, puzzled by his expression. Jiang Che realized that Mu Yanli had not witnessed the massive shadow of the hand. Was it truly an illusion? A sense of discomfort settled within the young man, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon his heart. The vastness of this world was overwhelming. Dao Tian's sect was but a mere grain of sand in the ocean, let alone the small Chaoshi Peak. With Mu Yanli's strength, she was hardly qualified to delve into these mysteries, which were far beyond her capabilities. There was little she could do, in many respects. Excelling in her own sphere was sufficient. Mu Yanli lacked the energy and leisure to trace the lost past through the annals of time, unlike certain individuals in the sect dedicated to the pursuit of ancient knowledge. After all, even the most resplendent of civilizations eventually fell into decay, unable to withstand the passage of time and the laws of cause and effect. Who could truly fathom the affairs of immortals? Ultimately, Mu Yanli offered only a vague response. Layers of small spaces, ancient ruins of immortal caves, and unexpectedly appearing colossal statues of immortals. Many relics left in the world seemed to narrate the existence of a once glorious era, where each immortal stood tall within a splendid civilization. The statue within the grand hall of Dao Tian's sect was one such remnant of an immortal. Mu Yanli appeared to recall something, pondering for a long while before speaking. Those antiquated relics within the sect have long claimed that Dao Tian's sect possesses a founding ancestor whose spirit has safeguarded future generations. Yet this is merely a fallacy. The true founding ancestor happened upon the statue of an immortal and acquired a mysterious technique, which subsequently became the initial foundational technique of the sect. This technique was then divided by the elders of each peak into various components, becoming the unique skills of each sub-peak. Some sub-peaks have already perished over the course of time, taking their techniques with them, while the statue of the immortal has not manifested since. Jiang Che listened attentively. Committing each word to memory, he asked, Master, do you believe in this? I do not, Mu Yanli replied softly. She had no interest in these ancient histories, nor did she subscribe to the widely circulated tales. What cannot be false? Mu Yanli mused. Remember, do not gaze upon what should not be seen. She turned to grasp her disciple's hand, earnestly advising him. I understand. The young man replied with sincerity. She fervently wished for her disciple to remain untouched by the complexities of the outside world. Living a life of purity, this was ideal. Much suffering stemmed from an excess of knowledge. After all, he had her as a guiding light, and the matters he encountered daily should be manageable. Often, the less one knows, the better, for the costs and consequences are too great to her. Although Chao Shi Peak was small and devoid of people, the two of them could accomplish much. They had long since adapted to this solitude. An abrupt influx of others would only bring discomfort. As the surroundings darkened, only the brilliant starlight from the horizon pierced through the thick, inky night. Are you afraid of the dark? The woman surveyed the area. Drawing the young man to her right side, the boy felt a pang of shyness and leaned slightly closer to Mu Yanli. Not really. Mu Yanli gently patted the top of his head. Indifferent to his response, once again, she deeply realized the magnitude of the shadow that event had cast upon her disciple's heart. After all, how could a young child be unafraid of the dark? In the woman's eyes, Jiang Che was also encompassed within that realm of concern. Everything takes time. It shall be cultivated slowly. Tonight, I shall accompany you to kneel in the great hall. All fears arise from the unknown. There is no better way to dispel fear than to confront it directly. Jiang Che looked up at her words, the image of the woman etched deep within his gaze, and no need for that. It was not your fault, Master. The boy lowered his eyes. How can that be justified? While Mu Yanli's actions at that time were indeed unwise, he could not hold her accountable. In his eyes, this woman was perfect in every regard. You promised to heed my words. Mu Yanli lifted Jiang Che's chin, commanding him with authority. The boy found himself at a loss for words. Mu Yanli cast her gaze down, having long contemplated this decision and resolved to act upon it that night. She felt that since her previous decision had been misguided, it was time to seek an opportunity for correction. Chapter 23, Cold Spring. At this moment, the night had deepened, and the stars in the distant sky were few and far between, creating a sense of desolation. Chao Shi Peak was anything but tranquil. The sound of flowing water was fragmented, resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. The great hall remained unchanged. Are you still afraid? A gentle feminine voice broke the silence, startling the birds from the trees, sending them fluttering away. Jiang Che shook his head. Not anymore. Mu Yanli turned to glance at him a few times, ultimately rising and saying, Then let us go. The boy responded. He followed Mu Yanli, entranced by the flowing strands of her hair, which shimmered like a cluster of white fluff. Jiang Che realized, almost unconsciously, that everything had shifted when he first formed memories. He had to look up to see Mu Yanli, whereas now he merely needed to gaze ahead or even slightly lower his head. This woman seemed unchanged, her visage still pure and elegant. While he had transformed significantly, Jiang Che understood that Mu Yanli's figure was far smaller than the loose robes typically worn by women. Before the age of 10, his impression of Mu Yanli was rather superficial. This woman rarely resided at Tidal Peak, instead dedicating herself to the extermination of great demons in the realm of cultivation. The rare occasions she returned were often spent in secluded meditation. More often than not, he lived alone, possessing all the essentials for survival, with no reason to falter. The chilling glimmer of her accompanying sword, frequently stained with dark blood, was something she could not bear to part with. Always remaining by her side. Mu Yanli was an ardent practitioner, with almost no leisure time to attend to him. No one had taught her how to nurture a disciple. She opted for a laissez-faire approach, allowing nature to take its course. Tidal Peak seldom welcomed outsiders, and Jiang Che's temperament was not one to cause a stir. He remained faithfully at Tidal Peak, never contemplating leaving to seek others. Besides, the steep bluestone steps were too daunting for him to traverse. During those times, the only companions he had were the snow on the mountain, the flowing water, and the scarce wildlife. He had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, cultivating a nature of few words and deep contemplation. The dwelling of Mu Yanli was even more of a forbidden zone, sealed with barriers, leaving him only the option to gaze from afar. It was only upon her return that she occasionally remembered Jiang Che, taking a moment to glance at the boy, offering some sword manuals and techniques, and addressing any uncertainties he harbored. Every time he beheld her neat, luminous robe and well-kept hair, He felt an overwhelming envy. This woman's elegance was striking, rivaling that of any male cultivator, capturing attention effortlessly. At that time, he found solace in the depths of Mu Yanli's eyes. Who wouldn't be enchanted by the gaze of another, especially when that person noticed and returned the glance, reflecting one's own image within their eyes, a delightful sensation. Although Mu Yanli appeared somewhat startled, she bore no aversion. After such a long separation, a few lingering looks were harmless. Their relationship was not that of sworn enemies, but rather a legitimate master-disciple bond. Rather than retreating to her quarters for rest, Mu Yanli approached the cold spring at Tidal Peak. A heavy rain had washed away the accumulated snow, rejuvenating the once nearly dry spring. The water was frigid, its icy breath permeating the air. The ripples in the pool lingering long after their creation, the spring was full once more, the gentle cascade of water resuming its former splendor, crashing down with a force that shattered upon impact. Consequently, Tidal Peak gained a renewed vitality, flourishing abundantly. Mu Yanli crouched down, dipping her hand into the cold spring, lifting a handful of water like cold jade. The moon, which had hung high in the sky, seemed to reappear in her palm, casting a bright and serene light upon them, intertwining their shadows together. She cherished this version of Tidal Peak, yearning for it to remain this way every day. Though she knew such beauty was ephemeral, the water would flow away, hurriedly returning to its original state. Jiang Che, sitting nearby, suddenly recalled a distant memory, one that he had seemingly forgotten long ago. Even when he visited the cold spring subsequently, it was another tranquil night, with the moon high above, its silvery light illuminating Tidal Peak, casting a glow upon the roof tiles. The stars scattered across the sky like ribbons around a woman's waist. Unable to sleep, the young boy had left his room to seek solace. He had wandered to the cold spring, his favorite spot, to admire the moon's reflection in the water, hoping to pass the lengthy night. Unexpectedly, he encountered the returning Mu Yanli. He had no idea when she had come back, nor did he possess the right to inquire. The cool woman, her silver hair cascading down, was submerged in the cold spring. Only her neck and above visible, the water's surface shimmering with ripples. He had intended to step away, but instead froze behind a large tree, his heart racing, his face flushed as if blood would burst forth. And all his strength seemed to drain away in an instant. Mu Yanli's gaze swept toward the tree, her eyes icy, as if she sensed something amiss, her expression profound. Jiang Che leaned weakly against the tree, contemplating how to escape. He understood little, yet he knew that his actions had crossed a line, albeit unintentionally. Clothing served to shield against the cold and to cover one's body from prying eyes. Mu Yanli had once explained this to him, and he remembered it clearly. "Come out," she commanded, her voice suddenly sharp, slicing through the air like a shard of ice. The cold voice of Mu Yanli, emerging from the spring, made Jiang Che tremble involuntarily. With no alternative, he stepped out from behind the tree, standing in silence. To his surprise, this meant he directly beheld Mu Yanli in a state of undress. Her moon-white robe barely concealed her form, as if she were draped in a veil of water, her delicate skin radiant. The atmosphere became tense, the only sound being the incessant dripping of water onto the stones. Drip, drip, drip. Mu Yanli turned her head, her gaze icy as she inquired, "Is it beautiful?" Her tone was flat, devoid of any emotion, as if she were discussing something utterly mundane. In the moment of speaking, she tightened her robe. Without the proper binding, her curves were accentuated, becoming even more prominent. "I don't know." The very lack of emotional inflection in her words only heightened Jiang Che's anxiety, prompting him to helplessly lower his head and murmur. She had returned not long ago and, having sustained injuries, added medicinal liquid to the cold spring for a healing soak. The heavenly profound scripture she practiced was particularly suited for such icy waters. She had taken precautions against outsiders, yet had forgotten that someone else remained on Tidal Peak. She had observed him earlier, finding him fast asleep, his breathing harmonious in slumber. Mu Yanli felt a wave of frustration. Unsure of what to say, she had nearly forgotten about her disciple, having spent so little time at Tidal Peak. During her presence, Jiang Che had rarely sought her out. Reflecting on it, she realized how often she had secluded herself in meditation, naturally leading to their lack of contact. She thought, "It's entirely my fault. There is no justification for this." With a sigh, Mu Yanli relinquished her grievances. She couldn't blame him. All the responsibility lay with her. Observing her bewildered disciple, a peculiar feeling faded from her heart, replaced by a hint of amusement. Indeed, he knew nothing, only that he had erred. "Come down," she instructed him. Her gaze lingered on the boy, her voice softening slightly. "Huh?" Jiang Che's head shot up. Confusion etched across his face that he failed to comprehend her words. Lost in bewilderment, "I said to come down." but Mu Yanli shifted her gaze from his countenance, her tone cold. She had added ample medicinal herbs to the spring. It would be a waste not to utilize it. After all, the benefits of a medicinal bath were significant for cultivators. Moreover, she was not unreasonable. Since she had returned, this matter could be considered settled. Chapter 24. The past. Mu Yanli observed Jiang Che's bewildered expression, feeling a twinge of guilt for being overly harsh. Yet, she was not one to suffer losses lightly. This pure and naive boy stood there like a headless fly, dejected and at a loss. Were it anyone else, having caught a glimpse of Mu Yanli's form, she would have summoned her sword, striking down the intruder without hesitation, allowing them to bleed out in agony. Jiang Che was her disciple, destined to inherit the legacy of the Cold Palace. Such actions were out of the question. She had to swallow her indignation, and Mu Yanli understood that taking on another disciple would be troublesome. And there were few as obedient as him. She recalled how obedient he was, his silence often betraying his attentiveness to her instructions, awaiting her return patiently. Strangely, Mu Yanli felt little embarrassment. Rather, she was surprised by the sight of her blushing disciple, whom she seldom managed and sometimes nearly forgot. Now, he had grown undeniably larger, leaving her a bit dazed. Yet, as she lowered her gaze to her own delicate skin, pale yet flushed, as if veiled in a thin layer of water, she felt a surge of irritation at being seen in such a state. This cool woman found herself both astonished and puzzled. How could she be so unreasonable? But soon, she felt liberated. What if she was unreasonable? Her disciple had no recourse but to endure. Thus, when she instructed Jiang Che to come down for a medicinal bath, her eyes brimmed with anticipation, completely forgetting her earlier embarrassment. Jiang Che stood there, dazed, his deep, dark eyes meeting Mu Yanli's, and they remained locked in gaze for an extended period, losing track of time. Come down. Mu Yanli finally broke the silence, her voice gentle. That I won't look at you. Mu Yanli sighed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Indeed, perhaps it was a natural sense of shame. No one could act so boldly without a second thought. Ultimately, she relented, thinking, I'll be a kind master and let him take a medicinal bath. It's not too much to ask. Thus, Mu Yanli settled onto a rock beside the cold spring while Jiang Che immersed himself in the icy waters. The mist rose, enveloping the scene, the water's surface reflecting the moonlight. As if infused with an unusual aura, suddenly Mu Yanli felt a strange discomfort. Something was amiss. Jiang Che, submerged in the cold spring, did not immediately begin to circulate his energy to absorb the medicinal properties of the water. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the woman seated on the rock, unabashedly unguarded. The woman's robe fluttered in the breeze, her bright eyes glimmering, strands of hair adorned with droplets swaying silently. Mu Yanli tightened her robe, and amidst the faint glow, a few delicate pink hues shimmered, captivating the eye. Her feet were fair and delicate, with slender ankles seemingly wrapped in a veil of gossamer. At that moment, a few droplets of water lingered, unwilling to slide away, inadvertently revealing a small section of her slender, rounded calves. Perhaps mindful of her appearance, she refrained from immersing her body in the cold spring, opting instead to curl up on the rocks. Appearing somewhat disheveled, you need not concern yourself with me. Simply focus on your own practice, Mu Yanli spoke, her voice breaking the boy's daze, startling the figure in the water into a brief commotion. In the distance, the vast, dark green forest enveloped all light, leaving only a faint glimmer. Mu Yanli squinted her eyes slightly before silently entering the chilly spring, where a stunning red flower bloomed upon her shoulder blades, its crimson droplets quietly merging with the spring water until not a trace remained. Do not turn around. Just attend to your own matters, Mu Yanli instructed as she noticed the other person in the spring stirring slightly. Upon hearing her words, he instantly froze, even his breathing becoming more subdued. Mu Yanli felt no sense of wrongdoing. She was acutely aware of her actions and bore no guilt. The man merely needed to turn his head to behold the rare and enchanting scenery of the world, perhaps even to shatter it. Above, the moon hung like a dimming lantern, its light gradually fading. A smile involuntarily graced the woman's lips. Perhaps only the disciple she had overlooked would be so obedient, not daring even to steal a glance. Thus, Mu Yanli and her disciple immersed themselves in the medicinal bath of the cold spring for an extended period, entirely oblivious to the passage of time, each undisturbed by the other. Come with me, Mu Yanli said as Jiang Che opened his eyes once more. Jiang Che rose to gather his garments, following the woman. Ahead, Mu Yanli stood tall and straight, her long hair cascading down. Jiang Che entered the room where barriers had been set, noticing lanterns swaying beneath the eaves, casting flickering shadows through the window. In this moment, Mu Yanli's room contained no talismans, only solitary candles that burned quietly, the dim light casting a thin mist that lingered, accompanied by an unpleasant odor that pervaded the space. Mu Yanli's silhouette was cast upon the screen by the candlelight as she removed her fitted moon-white robe. Revealing expanse of skin, the woman sat silently on the bed, absorbed in her task as if no one were present. Jiang Che stood outside the screen, entranced by the ethereal figure before him. In the hazy light, the silhouette shifted slightly, a faint sound breaking the stillness. Jiang Che found himself stepping inside, a wave of concern rising within him, increasingly difficult to suppress. His gaze fell upon Mu Yanli's face and upper body in their entirety. The woman held a small wooden cork delicately between her teeth, having misapplied the medicinal powder several times, failing to reach the wound. A fine sheen of sweat had formed on her forehead, and her complexion appeared unhealthily pale, particularly accentuated by the warm glow around her. Upon noticing this, Jiang Che quickly turned to leave. "Come and apply the medicine," Mu Yanli said, turning her gaze towards him. Revealing no intent to conceal anything, her tone uninflected, devoid of emotion. Her hand, as delicate as if dusted with snow, cradled a porcelain white vial, its cork a deep brown. Jiang Che took it cautiously, then noticed the wound on her shoulder, which was bleeding profusely. Mu Yanli shed her robe down to her waist, revealing an exquisitely slender figure, her back smooth and flawless, akin to the finest silk. Having just bathed, her skin bore a subtle transformation, hinting at the shape of two wings. Her long hair obscured much of her back, some of it cascading onto the bedding. Perhaps her lengthy tresses were excessively voluminous. Even from behind, Jiang Che could discern a notable curvature, particularly pronounced when Mu Yanli lifted her hair. Once her task was complete, Mu Yanli gathered her robe, enclosing everything within its folds, devoid of any color. "Why are you not sleeping? Why venture to the lakeside at such an hour?" Mu Yanli finally posed the question she had long wished to ask. "I cannot sleep," came the response from the one beside her. Head bowed. Mu Yanli regarded Jiang Che intently for a considerable moment before softly inquiring, "Is this how it has been?" "Yes," Jiang Che replied, meeting her gaze briefly before hastily looking away. At that moment, Mu Yanli realized she had perhaps been too neglectful of him. Yet, it struck her as strange. "Do solitary individuals not feel their loneliness? In the future, I shall take you out," she said earnestly, a flicker of light seemingly passing through her eyes. "You may return now." Mu Yanli dismissed him. From that point onward, she seldom left Tidal Peak, and when she did, Jiang Che accompanied her. Together, they vanquished great demons, journeyed to the far north to behold the sea, and traversed the desolate, uninhabited mountains. When remaining indoors, she would instruct her disciple to prepare an extra portion of food. Savoring leisurely moments to this instant, the two remained by the cold spring, enveloped in silence. Jiang Che fixed his gaze on his master ahead, lost in thought, returned to sleep. Mu Yanli finally rose, leading the way. After taking a few steps, the woman paused, saying, "Do not hide beneath the blankets. You cannot see anything that way." Jiang Che replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he scratched his head. The hour was late, the sky seemingly on the verge of lightning, displacing the darkness. The two returned to the house, silence enveloping them. "Remember to rise early. We shall brew wine tomorrow," Mu Yanli murmured, poking Jiang Che gently. "Understood," he responded, his gaze fixed on the black canopy above, feeling drowsy. Chapter 25. Pillowed on hair, the light flickered gently. The dawn sun rose warmly, casting brilliant rays. Jiang Che stretched lazily and rolled out of bed. Feeling invigorated, he exhaled and reached for the garments hanging on the hook, tidily dressing before stepping outside. Though he could not partake in the legendary celestial fare, prolonged exposure to such an environment would naturally enrich his vitality, affording him immense benefits. He was unaware of Mu Yanli's whereabouts, having found her absent upon waking, the warmth of her resting place already a memory. Jiang Che chose to sit quietly on a stone outside, idly sketching in the dirt with a small stick to pass the time. At this hour, the sunlight was exceptionally pleasant, enveloping him in warmth akin to a gentle embrace. The youth's complexion was fair and refined, his eyes devoid of discernible emotion, resembling a tranquil lake incapable of rippling. The sunlight streamed through layers of obstruction, still shining brightly. The soft breeze rustled the leaves in the distance, causing a fallen leaf to tap against Jiang Che's head, prompting him to straighten up with a muffled sound. In his line of sight, a woman in a long green dress appeared in the distance, her left hand carrying a basket as she stood upon a flying sword. Her garments danced in the wind, and all her hair was tied back securely with a ribbon. "Come, let us prepare something." Mu Yanli approached Jiang Che, her voice low, as was her custom. Jiang Che nodded. Meeting her gaze briefly before heading into the dining room, Mu Yanli watched her departing disciple, biting her lip as she returned to her own tasks. Breakfast. Jiang Che consumed a nourishing rice porridge. Fortifying his body, he glanced at Mu Yanli, who met his gaze before both returned to their respective tasks in silence. The one still drinking porridge called softly, "Master." The woman, who had bowed her head, quickly lifted it, casting a curious glance at her disciple before looking down once more. He suddenly felt that Mu Yanli was somewhat indifferent towards him, a sensation of discomfort settling in his chest. Choosing to remain silent, he finished the contents of his bowl in one go. At times, Mu Yanli found Jiang Che bothersome. Though there was nothing pressing, he would repeatedly call for her attention, as if she might flee. She was well aware of whether her disciple had something to say to him. She acknowledged, placing her bowl down and walking away. In the end, Jiang Che could only see the sash at her waist fluttering in the air. Everything else obscured. Tidal Peak was shrouded in mist, a sea of white. The distant sky was a deep blue, like rippling azure waves. Fluffy white clouds gathered together, veiling the heavens. Beneath the pristine clouds, a wash of pale gold seemed to have been splashed. The light fragmented. The scattered golden rays resembled shattered glass, yet ultimately remained interconnected. Dots of light illuminated the figure of the woman in the green dress seated in the hall, the golden glow enveloping her exquisite features. The sunlight gradually painted her form, casting a shadow beside her. Mu Yanli sensed Jiang Che's gaze upon her and lifted her head. Her cheeks, as tender as an infant's, were adorned with a faint glow. With hints of pink artfully concealed, Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily averted his gaze. An impulse surged within him. He wanted to step forward and embrace this beauty bathed in sunlight. To gently nibble at her cheek. Mu Yanli's eyes flashed with confusion as she scrutinized her disciple's face, ultimately shaking her head slowly, relinquishing the thought. She had no desire to delve into Jiang Che's thoughts. Lacking interest, Jiang Che returned to his room to fetch a rocking chair, surrendering himself to the sun's embrace, his body emitting pleasant creaks. Mu Yanli, focused on selecting the Bai Xian flower that could not be brewed into wine, was engrossed in her task, unable to spare a thought for Jiang Che, nor did she wish to. Unbeknownst to the youth, Mu Yanli's irritation was beginning to simmer, though it had yet to boil over. There exists no rationale for such behavior. How could her disciple engage in frivolous play, utterly disregarding her presence? Jiang Che gazed for an extended period at the cascade of Mu Yanli's hair flowing behind her, then cautiously gathered the ends of her silken strands into his embrace, fearful of causing her discomfort. He tenderly held this cluster of white, his eyes reflecting its hue, while an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. The youth suddenly perceived this delicate treasure as the finest of pillows, incomparable to anything else. The strands bore a refreshing fragrance that captivated him utterly. Mu Yanli's movements halted as her body trembled slightly. The atmosphere grew peculiar, the air seemingly suspended in stillness. The woman in the azure dress tightened her grip, turning her head away in displeasure. Her gaze lingered for a long while, yet the person feigning slumber remained oblivious. Still cradling her hair with utmost care, Jiang Che drew Mu Yanli's hair near to his nose, inhaling gently, causing her to stiffen abruptly. Words caught in her throat. Unable to escape, the youth's eyes fluttered open. Meeting Mu Yanli's increasingly frosty gaze, as if it could freeze the very soul of a person. Is it pleasant? Mu Yanli's chest rose and fell as she asked coldly. Indeed, Jiang Che replied instinctively, at a loss for a more eloquent response, yet the fragrance was undeniably delightful. The azure-clad woman continued to scrutinize Jiang Che, who fumbled to release his grip, nearly letting her hair slip to the ground, but fortunately managed to catch it again. Mu Yanli felt a wave of irritation dissipate. She found herself increasingly perplexed by her own feelings, as everything seemed to surpass her expectations, spiraling further beyond her control. She turned back, and after a moment of silence, instructed, "Go practice your swordplay." "Yes," Jiang Che replied, carefully arranging Mu Yanli's hair before darting away like a fleeting shadow, hearing the sound of his retreating footsteps. The woman sighed softly, uncertain whether her feelings were of joy or discontent. Not practicing swordplay, Mu Yanli frowned upon hearing footsteps return. "Master, water," Jiang Che called, holding a cup of warm water that still emitted steam. Mu Yanli examined him closely, then accepted the cup, saying, "Yes, go practice your swordplay. Let me assist you with this." Biting her lip, she ultimately refrained from uttering a refusal. The youth relished these moments, after a tiring endeavor. He could gaze upon her face, and in an instant, all weariness would vanish, leaving only comfort. "I am weary." However, such bliss was fleeting. As Jiang Che rubbed his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper. Go to sleep. Mu Yanli replied, a flash of white crossing her expression. Yes, Jiangche murmured, tugging gently at the sleeve of her garment. Take this. With no other option, Mu Yanli undid the tie binding her hair, and the liberated strands fell heavily. Cascading around Jiangche's eyes, he tenderly gathered the flowing locks, cradling them in his arms, then closed his eyes. Before long, the youth's breathing became steady, lost in slumber. The woman in the azure dress ceased her actions, savoring the warmth of the sun, glancing at the sleeping figure who clutched her hair as he dozed peacefully. Chapter 26. The peaceful coin. You've hurt me. Mu Yanli's face contorted in discomfort as she shook the still sleeping figure vigorously. Jiangche awoke immediately, understanding the predicament. Her hair had become a tangled mess, visible strands of silver scattered beneath him. His movements were clumsy, frustration mounting as he sought a remedy. Mu Yanli, however, chose to ignore him. Since he had caused her discomfort, she refused to even turn her head. Are you pleased? Mu Yanli asked abruptly. The woman lowered her gaze, feeling wronged yet unable to express her frustration. The youth gently tugged at the sleeve of Mu Yanli's garment, saying, Master, feel free to do as you wish. I won't run away. Jiangche felt inadequate, prone to mishaps. Well, I won't blame you. Mu Yanli turned her head, the anger that had once burned within her extinguished in an instant. She considered herself overly soft-hearted to an almost absurd degree. Remember, there won't be another who indulges you as I do. After a prolonged silence, Mu Yanli sighed. As if recalling something significant, the youth continued to grasp the corner of her garment. Remaining, the woman approached a tree, excavating treasures she had carefully preserved from previous years. After gently wiping away the dirt, she cradled the item in her arms, as if embracing a rare gem. Upon returning, she anticipated the arrival of someone. Mu Yanli handed the object to Jiangche, casting a glance at the sky. Ziheng? The youth inquired. Weighing the jar in his hands, Mu Yanli nodded in affirmation. Jiangche was not the least surprised. He had never witnessed Mu Yanli summon anyone else to Chaoshi Peak. Chapter 27. Celestial Tree Seeds. At this moment, Chaoshi Peak was devoid of sunlight. Shrouded in gloom without the golden rays illuminating the cold palace, Mu Yanli led Jiangche back to their usual resting place, aware that today's visitor must have ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would not have donned a fresh attire. The new purple gown fitting her perfectly. Jiangche was eager to discern Mu Yanli's plans, yet he refrained from inquiring, knowing that if she wished to share, she would do so without prompting. She was ever evolving. The clouded furrow of her brow remained, an unshakable sorrow lingering around her, affecting even her disciple. Jiangche gazed at the woman's frosty visage. Finding it strikingly familiar, he felt a peculiar comfort in Mu Yanli's demeanor. Relishing the contrast between her treatment of him and others, wasn't it evident? He mused quietly to himself. The woman's brows and eyes remained unchanged, concealing her emotions. Gazing out the window, he beheld the layered silhouettes of distant mountains. Yet her heart seemed detached from the scenery. Jiangche could not fathom which bygone acquaintance occupied Mu Yanli's thoughts, but it was undoubtedly a chapter long faded. Following her gaze, he observed the verdant grass outside, adorned with droplets of morning dew, lazily clinging to the blades, deepening their hue. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Perhaps only someone living in her memories could evoke such longing, a source of sorrow that resurfaced periodically. After all, she had perished when Mu Yanli was still a child. If Mu Yanli were to abandon him now, he feared his own heart would suffer even more acutely. Ziheng does not harbor affection for you. You know? Mu Yanli withdrew her gaze, and once the clouds of worry dissipated from her brow, she turned to ask that I know. Jiangche replied softly, nodding. Even when feeling despondent, Mu Yanli would adjust her demeanor before conversing with him. She was well aware of her role, understanding when to display a certain countenance and how to manage others. He had never comprehended why Ziheng, the alchemist, disliked him as far back as he could remember. He could not recall any conflict or discord between them. They were, after all, two individuals who seldom interacted. One cannot expect to be liked by everyone. It is of little consequence, he thought, gazing into Mu Yanli's cold eyes. Indeed, I never intended to call her here. Had I not retrieved numerous items from Ziheng's medicinal peak recently, and lacking any familiar acquaintances, I would not have summoned her, Mu Yanli stated. Her demeanor was indifferent, exhibiting little enthusiasm for matters at hand. Ultimately, she was concerned that her young disciple might feel stifled, and allowing an outsider to converse occasionally seemed beneficial. Some matters are beyond one's control. The woman in the purple gown bent her head to adjust her flowing skirts. Silently pondering, Jiangche, noticing her attire, reached out to tug at her wide sleeves, the fabric accentuating the contours of her arms. He couldn't help but feel that her arms were exceedingly delicate, her hands so small. "Don't be foolish," Mu Yanli admonished, raising her voice slightly, her tone earnest. "Someone is coming. Prepare the tea." She instructed those around her, her eyes already envisioning the image of her gown billowing in the wind. The aged stone kettle was boiling water, the clear mountain spring bubbling within, producing plumes of steam. This kettle, heated by a special warm stone, was designated for brewing tea at Kaoxi Peak. Mu Yanli retrieved verdant tea leaves from a concealed chamber, presenting them to Jiang Che. "This is the renowned Ice Mountain Cold Green. Regardless of the visitor, one must uphold the necessary etiquette." Jiang Che accepted the leaves, commencing the tea brewing process. In the distance, a figure emerged like smoke across the azure waters, gracefully approaching. In an instant, the mist dissipated, revealing a silhouette on the ground. It was a countenance that radiated warmth and smiles, yet upon seeing Jiang Che, her expression briefly froze, the smile fading. Not again, the youth thought, realizing this woman seemed particularly averse to men. For reasons unknown, Ziheng was reluctant to accept male cultivators, leading to an increasing number of female practitioners at the medicinal peak. Jiang Che was not fond of the head of the medicinal peak either, but since she assisted Mu Yanli in alchemy and provided them with the needed herbs, allowing the master and disciple to directly procure from the medicinal valley, she was ultimately tolerable. After all, she had not committed any egregious acts, and a slight temper could be indulged. Ziheng, clad in her familiar water blue dress, entered and promptly took a seat. Her face was as pale as snow, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and soon she engaged in conversation with Mu Yanli. The two women appeared to have much to discuss, conversing as if they had not met in ages. Despite having seen each other that morning, when separated, they exchanged few words, yet when together, their dialogue flourished. They spoke in hushed tones, occasionally sharing soft laughter. The celestial tree seeds from the netherworld, Ziheng revealed, producing a small box from her sleeve. Inside lay a dark-hued core that occasionally flickered with light, trembling with each glimmer. "Very well." Mu Yanli accepted it without hesitation, turning to pass it to the tea-brewing youth. "The space for planting trees at my medicinal peak is limited. If you plant it at Chaoxi Peak, I shall take all the fruits harvested in the next 10 years, after which the tree will belong entirely to you." Ziheng sipped her tea, shaking her head. "I do not plant trees." Mu Yanli took a sip, her tone indifferent, seemingly unmoved. Ziheng raised her gaze, attempting to discern something in Mu Yanli's eyes, but found her attention frequently drifting to the youth preparing tea, even lightly pinching his cheek. "Speak with my disciple," Mu Yanli stated directly, no longer playing coy. Ziheng's expression darkened, a hint of anger surfacing. Mu Yanli was fully aware of her aversion to men yet still sought to put him in an uncomfortable position. "Disciple, Ziheng has matters to discuss with you," Mu Yanli added softly. In truth, as soon as Mu Yanli bent down to pinch his cheek, he had lifted his head, overhearing the conversation between the two women. "All right," Jiang Che nodded in agreement. This time, both women exchanged astonished glances. Speechless, he suddenly felt the atmosphere shift, cautiously observing their expressions with confusion. Upon hearing that the celestial tree seeds would belong to Chaoxi Peak after 10 years, he felt a surge of joy within but did not overthink it, simply accepting the arrangement. Mu Yanli sighed in exasperation, covering her face. She had intended for Jiang Che to challenge Ziheng, but to her surprise, he was entirely uncooperative. Mu Yanli, "You've miscalculated," Ziheng remarked with barely contained amusement. "His word does not count. I shall speak with you." Mu Yanli shook her head, deciding to handle the discussion herself. Mu Yanli, "How can you be so shameless?" Ziheng exclaimed. "Can he not make decisions for Chaoxi Peak?" Mu Yanli took her final sip of tea, a hint of pride evident in her voice. "He can, but he must first heed my counsel." Chapter 28. By Qianyu. Chaoxi Peak ultimately belonged to Mu Yanli. Ziheng sighed in resignation, her head bowed in defeat as she continued sipping her tea, her teeth softly clinking against the cup. Betraying her dissatisfaction. Mu Yanli observed her demeanor, delighting in her reaction, a faint smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. "What exactly do you desire?" Ziheng asked, her fingers clenched into a fist, gently tapping the table. "Each year's elixirs, send a few my way," Mu Yanli stated, counting on her fingers as she spoke. Ziheng's tone turned frosty as she extended her delicate fingers. "Mu Yanli, you have yet to settle the compensation for the herbs you procured from the medicinal valley. You must clear that first before we can negotiate." "Why the urgency?" Mu Yanli retorted, slightly raising her voice. "There are countless herbs in the medicinal valley, and what I took was of little consequence. Helping you plan is no burden. From the outset, Mu Yanli had no intention of genuinely conceding. She merely sought to teach Jiang Che a lesson, ensuring he remembered the importance of restraint, not much. Save some, she added. The Bai Xian flower wine on the table was scant, contained within a jar the size of a human head. Jiang Che recalled that there had originally been more, but Mu Yanli had secretly hidden it away. Even from him, he suddenly felt that Mu Yanli was being rather stingy. After all, he was not one to take advantage of others to know. Mu Yanli had always been rather parsimonious, with far too many schemes. Seated around a small table, Mu Yanli, Jiang Che, and Ziheng found themselves amidst a clutter of items threatening to spill over. The small space was warm and exceedingly quiet, the sound of their breaths barely audible. They exchanged glances, none willing to rise, instead awaiting the others to take action. Mu Yanli, have your disciple pour the wine, Ziheng urged, her nose catching the fragrant aroma, her cheeks tightening with impatience. He is not a servant. Mu Yanli retorted, visibly displeased by Ziheng's words. Upon hearing Ziheng, Jiang Che hastily began to rise. In every conceivable aspect, it seemed his duty to pour the wine, leaving no room for Mu Yanli or Ziheng to do so. Feigning nonchalance, Mu Yanli pressed Jiang Che back down into his seat, adopting an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal. Stay seated. Gazing upon Mu Yanli's somewhat irate visage, he found himself perplexed as to what had gone awry. Provoking displeasure in this woman. In days gone by, she would not have needed to voice her desires. Jiang Che would have eagerly filled her cup. Yet now, with an additional presence, she wished for Jiang Che to refrain from pouring, rendering him seemingly a disciple of another rather than her own Mu Yanli. Particularly, whenever Ziheng spoke, Jiang Che would hastily rise, further aggravating Mu Yanli's discontent. Why do you heed her words so? Are you a disciple of Ziheng or of me, Mu Yanli? Is this how it should be? She hasn't even spoken yet. Ziheng noted Mu Yanli's attempt to suppress Jiang Che. Her expression growing colder as she silently sipped her tea, the youth remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, merely bowing his head, cautiously nibbling on the fruits before him, choosing silence. Surely, at Chaoshi Peak, there was no expectation for guests to serve themselves? Ziheng, feeling somewhat helpless, regarded Mu Yanli and enunciated with deliberate clarity. Your temper has been growing of late, a result of indulgence. Previously, Mu Yanli's master had lavished her with affection, and Jiang Che was in no position to admonish her. He himself harbored a certain trepidation towards her, remaining obedient. My hand hurts. I can't do anything, Mu Yanli remarked. Ziheng, with a hint of defiance, retorted, yet just moments ago, you were able to brew tea. It just hurts, Mu Yanli muttered, adjusting her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. Jiang Che cleared his throat. Ziheng, realizing there was no hope of resolution, recognized the two were merely performing a duet. Silently, he retrieved a wine jug and filled his bowl. As he poured, Mu Yanli refrained from assisting. Instead addressing the youth, Ziheng's expression darkened. She could not direct her ire at Mu Yanli, and instead shot a cold glance at Jiang Che. The youth's hand gripping the wine jug felt chilled, and Ziheng's gaze lingered upon it for a protracted moment, her silent coldness seemingly slicing through his arm, freezing his still motionless hand. What are you afraid of? Mu Yanli's voice echoed in his ears, tinged with dissatisfaction over his hesitance. He inhaled deeply, then filled both his and Mu Yanli's wine bowls before exhaling heavily, finally feeling a sense of relief. He calculated in his mind that Ziheng only occasionally visited Chaoshi Peak. Unlike Mu Yanli, he would be expelled to the winds at night. After all, Ziheng has never favored him and is prone to frowning. Offending her is of little consequence. Is Mu Yanli truly so petty? Ziheng drank heartily, coughing from the draught. Jiang Che glanced at the empty bowl before Ziheng and turned to Mu Yanli for confirmation. Poured. Mu Yanli nodded. Ziheng cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yanli, her dissatisfaction intensifying. She had heard of others being irked, yet never had she encountered someone angered by the commands given to a disciple. Unable to suppress an eye roll, the woman in the azure dress, instead of fuming, smirked and remarked, Mu Yanli, you truly surpass yourself. Your temper is excessively small. Mu Yanli sipped her wine, murmuring, my disciple shall listen only to me. There's no saving you. Jiang Che, listening intently to their exchange, dared not interject. The table lay within Mu Yanli's chamber, the windows and doors flung wide, allowing fresh air and light to enter. Ziheng's feet shifted beneath the table, her expression cooling as she turned towards the youth. Mu Yanli, doesn't he mind? Your disciple is peeking at me. Ziheng suppressed her voice, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a self-satisfied grin. Peeking at what? Mu Yanli set her wine bowl down, defiantly glaring back. Let us see if he dares to speak. Zi Hung Tu grew irked. Mu Yanli sighed heavily, her mood souring once more as her gaze fixed upon the youth, who was feigning ignorance by lowering his head. Jiang Che, lacking in eloquence, hastily explained, I accidentally saw while pouring wine. It wasn't my intention. Saw what? Mu Yanli inquired, controlling her tone. It wasn't my intention, Jiang Che instinctively replied. What did you see? Mu Yanli reiterated, her tone sharpening. Oh, socks, the youth mumbled, his head hanging in embarrassment. Mu Yanli averted her gaze, her expression darkening as she inwardly cursed, pervert. Jiang Che felt a pang of despair. He truly had only noticed while pouring. He had not anticipated being caught. The milk-white stockings clung closely, revealing no wrinkles, appearing like a layer of shimmering jade enveloping her delicate feet. What of a mere glance? I even helped you plant trees. Mu Yanli's displeasure masked beneath her cool demeanor, retorted. It was not the time to converse with Jiang Che. She could endure for now and settle accounts later. Zi Hung, aware of Mu Yanli's stubbornness, leisurely sipped her tea, remarking, I've heard that there are popular drinking games in the outside world. Let us gather three and play a game of rock, paper, scissors, and undress. Mu Yanli abruptly stood, declaring, by Kinyu, do not come to Kaoxi Peak again. You are not welcome here. Observing Mu Yanli's vexation, the woman addressed by her true name could scarcely contain her mirth, her expression triumphant. Jiang Che looked at Zi Heng, softly murmuring her name, by Qianiu.so. This was the true name of the renowned alchemist. It sounded rather peculiar. Chapter 29. Sending someone away. Mu Yanli, your temper is too small. Bai Qinyu quipped, taking small sips of her drink, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Bai Qinyu, if you wish to show off, do so back at Yaofeng. Do not come to Chaoshi Peak to wreak havoc. Mu Yanli replied coldly, her face devoid of warmth. Zi Heng recognized that she had won this round. Jiang Che cautiously observed the two women embroiled in their quarrel, feeling overwhelmed. It was best to pretend he had heard nothing. Yet if the argument escalated beyond control, he would have to side with Mu Yanli. There was no logic in turning against one's own. Why are you silent? Do you truly wish to play? Mu Yanli pulled at Jiang Che's sleeve in irritation, her voice lacking its usual warmth, instead infused with frustration. Her disciple, at a critical moment, did not stand by her side to speak in her defense, which displeased her. Listening to the master, the youth replied cautiously, scrutinizing Mu Yanli's expression. He had intended to listen to their banter, but the words had barely crossed his lips before he hastily changed his mind. He understood Mu Yanli's temperament. She had just been upset over the trivial matter of pouring wine, and he anticipated she would not easily forgive him should he speak out. There are no outsiders here. Zi Heng, clutching her wine bowl, appeared somewhat languid, her demeanor flirtatious. She tugged at her azure robe, revealing a glimpse of her fair, delicate arm, its skin smooth. Mu Yanli, what is there to fear? It's only your little disciple. We've known each other for years. We're hardly strangers. Doesn't he like it? Mu Yanli contemplated for a moment, then took a sip of wine, nodding resolutely. She was selfish, unwilling for him to gaze upon any woman aside from herself. Moreover, in matters of promiscuity, she would never relent. Bai Qinyu observed Mu Yanli's obstinate expression, her brow furrowing thoughtfully at Mu Yanli. Men are all like this, aren't they? Bai Qinyu smirked. And no matter how beautiful a woman may be, eventually, one grows weary and craves connections with others. He won tea. Mu Yanli shot a glance at Zi Hung, averting her gaze. Mu Yanli, you are too petty. Are you afraid he will be taken by me? Your figure cannot compare to mine. Zi Hung sighed dramatically. Bai Qianyu, what madness has possessed you today? You are behaving so strangely. Mu Yanli, her heart already untroubled, inquired with a hint of concern. Mine is not for you to take. Mu Yanli grasped Jiang Che's hand, her words growing weighty, her gaze drifting. Little one, if you wish to play, come find me at Yaofeng. The woman in the azure robe called to Jiang Che. If you go, then do not return to Chaoshi Peak. Mu Yanli replied coolly. I want to go, master. Jiang Che shook his head fervently. Mu Yanli pinched Jiang Che's cheek, unable to conceal her delight. Mu Yanli, I shall help you teach your disciple. Zi Heng, with a swift motion, removed her hairpin, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down, obscuring the evening sun's rays that filtered into the room. She is drunk. I will escort her home. You tidy up. Mu Yanli remarked, lifting Zi Heng, then turning to Jiang Che. Mu Yanli was well aware of her longtime friend's nature. How could she, who so despised men, engage in such actions? Concerned, she opted to take her home first. Jiang Che sat beneath the setting sun, watching the figures of the two women grow distant, Feeling a hollow ache within, he realized he felt a twinge of sympathy for that woman, despite her consistent disdain for him and her cold demeanor. Meanwhile, Mu Yanli and Bai Qinyu stood side by side atop the high peak, the shadows of the mountains appearing somewhat blurred, the setting sun casting a warm glow, as if draping the women in a golden-orange cloak. "What troubles you?" After a moment's hesitation, Mu Yanli inquired. Bai Qinyu remained silent for a long while before slowly speaking. "Jealousy. Can't you tell?" Mu Yanli furrowed her brow deeply, sighing softly. "You are not that kind of person." The woman smoothed her disheveled silver locks, speaking gently. Mu Yanli, do you think you know me well? Bai Qinyu turned away, gazing at the woman beside her for a long time before questioning. "Forget it." Mu Yanli, unaccustomed to engaging in conversation, coldly cast aside her words and departed. She was inherently not one for sweet talk. Zheng observed Mu Yanli soaring away on her sword, a slight smile gracing her lips before she too turned to leave. "Master," the youth, basking in sunlight, called out to the approaching woman riding her flying sword. Raising his voice, Mu Yanli dismounted, gently stroking the young man's shoulder. The woman lowered her gaze, looking at her disciple seated upon the snowflake stone ground, her hands covering his cheeks. "Next time, do not summon her. It has all gone awry," Mu Yanli said with a grimace, her voice laced with anger. "Fine. I too harbor no fondness for her," the youth murmured cautiously, tugging at Mu Yanli's clothing. "If you go to Yaofeng, she will surely wish to see you." The matter weighed heavily on Mu Yanli's heart, like a tenacious thorn embedded in her chest, refusing to dissipate. While speaking, she meticulously scrutinized her disciple's expression. "I have no desire to behold her form. She does not fancy me," Jiang Che replied in a low, muffled tone. Mu Yanli exhaled in relief. Her disciple was not one to be easily deceived. And was that not a good thing? People are not fond of wicked women. They prefer to toy with them. Suddenly, Mu Yanli appeared to recall something, and she spoke up. The youth dared not respond. Who could fathom Mu Yanli's current state? After a moment's thought, Jiang Che replied casually. What do you mean by him?" A dangerous glint flickered in Mu Yanli's eyes, her tone laden with inquiry. Did she suspect he had strayed from the path? The youth, uncertain of where he had misspoken, felt a twinge of frustration. "Master, can you express your anger more openly? I am at a loss as to what went awry." Jiang Che scratched his head as he asked. Mu Yanli cast a glance at her disciple. Her heart softened as she enveloped him in her embrace. "I am not angry," she replied, her voice somewhat muffled, akin to the sound resonating within a bell. Jiang Che hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak. "Master, you are again withholding the truth." "I truly am not angry," Mu Yanli insisted, though her tone grew increasingly feeble. How could she possibly be angry? In the distance, the setting sun darkened, and shadows loomed in the encroaching night, some figures nearly swallowed whole. Jiang Che glanced at the descending sun, gradually leaning back against Mu Yanli's heart, his nose gently twitching. Mu Yanli did not pull away. Rather, she held him tighter, both gazing at the sunset. "Are you feeling sleepy?" Mu Yanli asked softly, observing her disciple's drooping eyelids. The youth murmured, shrinking slightly. Mu Yanli sighed. "There are matters to attend to. Do not sleep just yet. Let us lie here for a while." "All right." Jiang Che did not refuse, slowly closing his eyes. The main hall of Yaofeng. This was a rather ordinary woman's chamber, with curtains drawn year-round. Shrouded in perpetual darkness, at the center of the hall stood a three-legged incense burner, smoke wafting from its top, the cracked ice pattern on its surface glimmering in the light of the setting sun. Bai Qinyu, today, pulled aside the curtains that were usually hung, a faint smile gracing her face, though it gradually took on a more sinister edge. It seemed she had found a worthy target, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. The sound of her jade ring striking the surface resonating loudly. Bai Qinyu was aware of her own domineering nature. Her character had twisted over time, becoming increasingly extreme. The images of Mu Yanli and Jiang Che flickered in her mind, and she silently crushed the jade ring in her hand. The once beautiful stone shattering into disarray. It appeared that a grand performance was about to unfold. Chapter 30. Night Ritual. Bai Qinyu was an exceedingly domineering individual. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for men, stemming from an undisclosed reason. She could not comprehend the thoughts of others. When one likes someone, they ought to seize that person for themselves. Should one merely wait for another to approach their beloved? When that individual suffers, should they hastily rush to offer warmth? Such reasoning was nonsensical to her. To love meant to share a life with the one they cherished, not to allow others to extol one's infatuation. Bai Qinyu had descended into madness. She recognized that she might be gravely ill, with no cure in sight. She suddenly realized that her ire was not directed at Jiang Che, but rather at the Jiangche who unconditionally obeyed Mu Yanli. Why? Indeed, no one could resist the allure of someone who supports them unconditionally. Bai Qianyu smiled faintly, her fingers tightening into a fist, her calm eyes shimmering with fleeting brilliance. Mu Yanli intended to pay homage to the deceased. This plan had been meticulously crafted. She would bring along the prepared floral wine, her own disciple, and they could not travel via sword, but rather walk step by step. Let us go. Mu Yanli gently roused the person in her embrace, rubbing the youth's slightly swollen eyelids. The boy, clearly still in slumber, did not hinder the plan in the least. Him unaware of Mu Yanli's intentions, he felt no need to ask, simply following her lead. Ahead, a woman grasped a dim lantern, carving a path through the pitch-black environment. The solitary light appeared exceedingly faint, the flickering flame swaying precariously, as if it could extinguish at any moment. In Jiangche's eyes, the woman clad in purple seemed diminutive. Yet her figure, holding the lantern, exuded steadfast determination. Master, allow me. The youth boldly stepped forward, seizing the lantern from her delicate grasp, lowering his voice. Very well. Mu Yanli paused for a moment, then nodded. The woman gazed at her disciple, who stood at her height, her heart filled with myriad emotions. After nurturing him for so long, was this not the moment she had awaited? The dim candlelight filtered through the thin lantern cover, casting indistinct shadows on the surroundings. Their limited sight rendered the world a mere blur, the dense forest around them teeming with life, the interlacing shadows resembling serpents entwined. A chilling breeze rustled through the woods, creating an eerie atmosphere. Are you afraid? Mu Yanli recalled the boy's initial fear of the dark and could not help but inquire. Not afraid. Jiangche quickly shook his head, his voice rising slightly. A flicker of light seemed to pass through Mu Yanli's gaze as she earnestly stated, remember, if you have not committed any wrongdoing, there is nothing to fear. Do cultivators truly fear ghosts and deities? It is quite laughable. The youth affirmed softly. As they ventured deeper into the dense woods, the two figures moved in close proximity, subtle sounds weaving a discordant symphony around them. Jiangche's heart raced with trepidation. Yet he dared not voice his fear. He lifted his gaze, catching sight of the few stars scattered across the night sky, twinkling intermittently. Turning to glance at Mu Yanli's indifferent expression, Jiangche suddenly felt a sense of courage. What was there to fear when one was not alone? He reassured himself internally. Their journey did not last long before they arrived at their destination. This place was unlike any other, vibrant with life and brimming with sights unseen elsewhere. With a flick of her sleeve, Mu Yanli dispelled the unseen barrier, revealing the true nature of this place. The deceptive facade peeled away. Before them stood a palace Jiangche had never encountered, nor had Mu Yanli ever mentioned. Kneel. Mu Yanli's voice was gentle yet carried an air of authority that brooked no dissent. As the youth knelt, Mu Yanli had already taken her place, retrieving a jar of wine. This is your ancestral master, Mu Yanli said after a lengthy silence, her voice low. Upon entering this place, Jiangche sensed the woman's melancholy. Her expression betrayed her discontent. Yet there was no time to ponder. As tasks awaited, go light some incense and pay your respects. Mu Yanli instructed Jiangche, the incense resting beneath the burner, candlelight illuminating the table. She had intended to bring the youth here long ago, but had never prioritized it. Jiangche, with limited understanding, followed Mu Yanli's guidance, completing all tasks before returning to kneel beside her. Since this is your first visit, you shall remain here for an hour. The woman stood tall, her tone imbued with a gravity not often present. For Jiangche, it mattered little if Mu Yanli required him to kneel all night. He was naturally obedient to her, harboring no thoughts of rebellion. The youth and Mu Yanli fell into silence, awaiting the passage of time. Master, I have brought you some floral wine, just poured out. The woman in purple uncorked the jar, the sound of liquid flowing filling the air. This somewhat selfish woman generously emptied the entire jar, the rich fragrance permeating the room. Once the jar was empty, Mu Yanli shook it slightly, ensuring not a drop remained before setting it down. I have brought him to see you, Mu Yanli murmured, a smile gracing her lips as if confiding in a secret. Jiangche's heart ached as he beheld Mu Yanli. Her solitary figure, kneeling there, appeared profoundly lonely and so small. She was never a woman of imposing stature, but rather one of slight build. Yet to him, she loomed large, akin to an omnipotent deity. He knelt numbly beside Mu Yanli, listening to her murmurs. Master, I am here with you. Jiangche turned his head to glance at Mu Yanli, speaking softly. Very well. The woman replied gently, her gaze upon him softening considerably. Time dragged on. Let us go. In the end, the place was once again sealed within a barrier, Who could say when it would reopen? In Jiang Che's eyes, Mu Yanli began to fade, her figure shrinking until she appeared no larger than a grain of rice. He stood there, dazed, silently grasping at the retreating shadow. Master, I will not leave you. Jiang Che suddenly rushed forward, seizing Mu Yanli's small hand, murmuring a few words. Mu Yanli smiled, saying, Do you wish to be under my control in this manner? For a lifetime? Can you endure it? Do you not desire it? Master, the youth countered, lowering his head. Surely, no man would wish to be governed by a woman, regardless of her capabilities and strengths. Mu Yanli spoke at length, her expression tranquil. For it is in the nature of men. Upon hearing Mu Yanli's words, Jiang Che promptly declared, I am different. I am not like everyone else. Remember what you have said tonight. Mu Yanli enunciated each word meticulously, pausing for emphasis. I will not forget. The youth, with a hint of stubbornness, replied, Aren't you afraid of the dark? The question from Mu Yanli echoed in Jiang Che's ears, momentarily leaving him stunned. Yet he instinctively murmured an affirmative sound. Good as Mu Yanli extinguished the lantern in her hand. It shattered into pieces. Carry me back. Her gaze was resolute, and her tone conveyed an undeniable command. I can hardly see. Jiang Che's voice lacked the usual confidence as he spoke these words. Really can't see? Mu Yanli, unconvinced, shook her head emphatically. It's all right if you can't see. I will be your eyes. All right. Jiang Che hoisted Mu Yanli onto his back, feeling her surprisingly lightweight, even though she should not be so. He could not afford to tremble. If he did, he might jostle her off his back. Master, will we live like this for a lifetime? The youth observed the twinkling stars at the horizon and could not help but ask. Though he did not attach much significance to the concept of time, he understood that a lifetime spanned both long and short. Mu Yanli's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Jiang Che felt an inexplicable joy, despite it being merely a verbal promise. Perhaps it was because Mu Yanli had never been one to break her word. The two remained intertwined, gradually disappearing into the distance. Becoming unseen. Chapter 31. Reward. The starry river shone brightly, with a few gleaming points of light standing out distinctly against the dark night, the myriad eyes of the night sky illuminating the earth, preventing the world from being engulfed in utter darkness. This moment, the air atop Tide Peak was somewhat chilly, the cold seeping through the seams of clothing and chilling the skin to the bone. Jiang Che could see clearly. Cultivators were different from ordinary people, possessing enhanced physical capabilities. As he carried her, he felt an unusual heaviness in his chest, a sense of discomfort. The person on his back clung to him like a cat. And he tried not to dwell on Mu Yanli, focusing instead on the path ahead. Mu Yanli felt a tinge of confusion. She did not understand why she acted this way. The woman nestled comfortably against her disciple, her arms wrapped tightly around him. She gazed at the disciple whose head hung slightly down, exhaling warm breath that brushed against the soft flesh by his ear, causing it to quiver for a while. It was only when Jiang Che shivered slightly that she ceased her playful antics. Howen the youth curled up in the hot water, cautiously applying soapberry to himself. The soapberry served as an excellent cleansing tool, effectively washing away impurities. Indeed, Mu Yanli insisted they act separately, though he had never expected anything to transpire. It was unreasonable to think that the woman would swim before him only to turn away. Yet, Jiang Che's heart remained heavy with a sense of deceit. He did not need to direct his gaze toward the woman's location. The flickering candlelight within the room allowed him to perceive a hazy silhouette. Sometimes, the allure of the indistinct was far greater than that of the clear. However, Mu Yanli had nearly submerged herself entirely beneath the water, rendering her features invisible even if she turned. Disciple, do you not think I am deceiving you? Mu Yanli suddenly inquired. No, I said I wouldn't. Look. The woman seemed to sigh. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Mu Yanli's tone was calm, clearly having contemplated her arrangements long before, although they had yet to be enacted. We are leaving. Mu Yanli called to the boy, still playing in the water, her demeanor unruffled. This woman dried the droplets clinging to her body and changed into loose sleepwear. Why not turn around? I said I would show you. Mu Yanli's tone was indifferent, leaving Jiang Che unable to discern her meaning. Jiang Che paused, replying, If Master truly intended to do so, she would tell me. Just wait a moment. Mu Yanli proceeded to the main bedroom first. Sitting at the table, Mu Yanli's fingers intertwined, her bare toes touching the snowflake stone floor. The woman's quarters were immaculately tidy, the pristine room untouched by dust, with various items harmoniously arranged. These were sights invisible outdoors. The woman's brows and eyes resembled a crescent moon, gazing into the distant horizon, her hair neatly tied, each strand glistening and translucent. without a trace of disorder. Upon noticing her disciple enter, she rose to close the window and draw the curtain, these measures obstructing all external views. Such things must be concealed, leaving no chance for others to see, not even the slightest opportunity. Mu Yanli's fingers deftly affixed a talisman to the window frame, its surface glowing with indecipherable symbols that flickered with light. An invisible soundproof barrier was simultaneously erected, a layer of intangible ripples enveloping the entire room, ensuring that not a whisper would escape. Jiang Che stared blankly at Mu Yanli's silhouette, a strange sensation swirling within him, an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart. He was uncertain whether Mu Yanli would deceive him again. Yet at that moment, the youth was undeniably filled with anticipation, nearly overflowing. "Come here." Just as the boy lingered in his daze, a woman's voice suddenly rang out like a bubbling spring. The candlelight within the room was dim, and the youth discerned that his master wore a pure white nightgown, two delicate straps resting upon her rounded shoulders, seemingly ready to be whisked away at any moment. The gown hung upon her form, radiating a rebellious charm. Each inch of exposed skin shimmered with an ethereal glow, coalescing into an exquisite painting, both enchanting and surreal. Jiang Che approached and sat beside Mu Yanli, suddenly feeling the atmosphere profoundly strange and difficult to comprehend. Mu Yanli sat on the bed, breathing softly, appearing noticeably tense, unsure whether to halt at this moment. Even if she were to break her promise now, what could Jiang Che do? Mu Yanli paused, then directly tugged down the two straps from her shoulders, burying herself beneath the covers, revealing only her entire back, relishing the caress of the breeze. "That I won't give you anything more," the woman murmured softly, expressing some discontent. She had never been one to possess a thick skin. Her willingness to go this far had far exceeded her own expectations. People were gradually changing, were they not? Mu Yanli felt that her unclothed appearance was unappealing, always feeling strange. She would only be inclined to do so in moments of intimacy. Yet now was not that time. There was still a long way to go. "Disciple, you mustn't be greedy." Mu Yanli cupped her face, her upper body buried beneath the blanket. The boy replied softly. He seemed to grasp the purpose behind Mu Yanli's request for him to light the candle. Under its glow, everything appeared clearer, as if a layer of luminous fabric were tightly draped over it. The skin, post-bath, glowed with a fresh radiance, tender as that of a newborn, beautifully hazy. Her back was graceful, not overly slender, but rather well-proportioned and full. The woman's silver hair cascaded like silk, concealing almost her entire back, revealing only a few edges. Jiang Che found those edges to be the most captivating, as some aspects peeked through, showcasing gentle curves. "Master is obstructing the view," Jiang Che murmured. Mu Yanli's hair was so long and thick that it obscured nearly everything, effectively shrouding her from sight. "Do," the woman responded, somewhat belatedly. Mu Yanli instinctively reached to tie back her hair, but her actions halted halfway, as if she had realized something. Her expression darkened as she remarked, "You are not being honest." Chapter 33. Jade tree dusted with snow. Mu Yanli initially felt nothing. Upon hearing Jiang Che's voice, she made inadvertent adjustments, yet she became aware of something. When a person's hand is drawn back to tie their hair, their form seems to lean forward, inadvertently revealing more. Jiang Che sensed the contradiction within Mu Yanli. Her heart was likely tangled like a ball of yarn, all entangled in confusion. "You cannot see clearly." Mu Yanli straightened her posture, her voice muffled. The youth increasingly struggled to comprehend her. It seemed he observed more. Her heart should be clear, for she was not a foolish person. In Jiang Che's palm lay clusters of silver strands, which he lifted slightly. All was illuminated, no longer obstructed. Lay bare before him. Jade trees dusted with snow. The phrase surfaced in the youth's mind as he beheld the entire scene, eclipsing all else. The trees in the night, though distant and dim, still commanded attention at first glance. The snow upon them resembled cotton, radiating brilliance. The beauty of the woman's skin was akin to jade, delicate and ethereal. The fair complexion bore a hint of blush, and a mere glance rendered him unable to look away. This image quickly became the sole vision in the youth's mind. The woman suddenly spoke. "Disciple, you are permitted to touch once, but remember, only once." Had Jiang Che been able to see the woman's face, he would have been astonished. Her fair visage was already flushed with crimson, her lips slightly pouted, an image far removed from the memory he held. Jiang Che murmured softly. Summoning his courage, he reached out to touch. The sensation was soft, yet distinctly felt the underlying bone, a pronounced bony structure. His fingers sank in slightly before springing back. Jiang Che realized he barely had time to savor the moment when she shifted forward. her movements subtle yet undeniably present. Understanding, the youth released his grip, though his gaze lingered. Jiang Che stepped forward to embrace Mu Yanli's waist, bending down to explore the contours of her back. There was no discernible scent, only a faint aroma of soapberry, not overpowering but exceedingly delicate. He did not know why he acted thus. He merely thought of it and did so. Mu Yanli shivered slightly, sinking deeper into the covers, disregarding Jiang Che entirely. When she reemerged, her nightgown was again draped over her, accompanied by a light outer garment. Now, nothing was visible. Mu Yanli spoke coldly. You have been lazy lately. Remember to practice swordsmanship tomorrow. It is time for sleep. Ensure you rise early. She remained silent for a long while before adding this. Okay. The youth nestled into the blankets, responding. Is master angry? Jiang Che gazed at the dark canopy above, softly inquiring. In the pauses of their conversation, he stole glances at Mu Yanli's face, scrutinizing closely. Why would I be angry? The woman's voice was noticeably softer, filled with confusion. Jiang Che, feeling bashful, replied, I touched you without permission. Mu Yanli turned her head to meet his gaze, saying, and then, how silly. Do you think I would not allow you to touch? Mu Yanli chuckled lightly, a teasing note in her voice. Though, Jiang Che realized, his heart no longer fearful. On the bed, he sought to find the woman's hand, feeling around for some time without success, unable to stifle a soft sound of surprise. He longed to grasp her hand, to hold it gently and knead it softly. What's wrong with you now? Mu Yanli asked, somewhat displeased. It was clearly time for sleep, yet the boy was restless, stirring about. The woman had nearly drifted off to slumber when she was jolted awake again. Master, I wish to hold your hand, the youth answered honestly. Jiang Che had braced himself for his master's reprimand. Who does that? Even in sleep, they cannot remain still. Fine. Here, Mu Yanli extended a hand outward, which had initially been concealed before her heart. The youth could not reach it. He dared not touch that area. Jiang Che cautiously took hold of the woman's hand, his small hand enveloped within her palm, squeezing gently. After a few tentative squeezes, he simply held on, refraining from further movements. Time passed, and Jiang Che remained wide awake, staring at the ceiling. He knew Mu Yanli was still awake. He loosened his grip on her hand. The curtains had been drawn, the candle extinguished, the talisman stones unactivated, plunging the room into complete darkness, devoid of any light. The sound of his heart pounding echoed, and the youth found himself even less able to sleep. His thoughts in disarray. I can't sleep. Mu Yanli's voice broke the silence, tinged with displeasure. Had it not been for his fidgeting, she would have closed her eyes long ago. How could she still be awake now? Mu Yanli's lips moved slightly. Let us converse. In the past, the moonlight would grace the room, and the corners would be illuminated by the soft, cool glow of the talisman stones. Yet tonight, there is nothing. And the sudden change is disorienting. Both individuals are awake and quite alert. Well, I shall heed the words of my master, she remarks. Do you remember? You haven't been listening to me lately. The tone of the woman reveals her dissatisfaction. She is rather indolent, and once nestled in bed, she is loath to move again, nor does she allow the youth to stir, unless absolutely necessary. A mere shift of position could invite the chill air into the snug cocoon of blankets. Though cultivators are not particularly fazed by such cold, the warmth of the bed is exceedingly comforting, lulling one into a state of bliss. It's not that I'm unwilling to grant you other things. The time simply isn't right. Do you understand? Mu Yanli states, recalling how Jiang Che has increasingly taken matters into his own hands, unable to refrain from reminding him. If you continue to act recklessly, I shall genuinely be upset. Master, I understand. Jiang Che acknowledges, recognizing his own lack of restraint upon entering. The woman has indulged him a few times, leading him to forget much. I won't do that again. The youth adds. Mu Yanli glances at her disciple before retracting her gaze. She had been contemplating the prospect of having children in the future. It is peculiar, as this is certainly not the appropriate moment for such thoughts. Entirely unrelated to the current circumstances. Yet, she understands that the time may be nearer than she expects, or perhaps far off. Nevertheless, if it were to occur, she must consider it. She wishes to plan ahead rather than leaving it for later contemplation. If one rushes into things without proper preparation, it becomes easy to forget. Disciple, how many children do you think we should have in the future? Mu Yanli muses aloud, not immediately realizing the implications of her question. Surely, she ought to inquire of him. She cannot ignore the youth's opinion. In the darkness, Jiang Che cannot discern Mu Yanli's expression, and he is also somewhat unclear about these matters. The intricacies of male-female cultivation are rather obscure, and she has never broached the subject with him. The naive youth only understands that a union between men and women can lead to progeny. What did you say, master? The boy asks cautiously. I asked you how many children we should have in the future. Do you comprehend? She reiterates. I understand. The youth replies, a sudden realization dawning upon him. What are your thoughts? Mu Yanli continues her inquiry. Master, I don't know, Jiang Che admits, completely at a loss, his mind devoid of any responses. How can you not know? This is such an important matter, Mu Yanli exclaims, a hint of irritation in her voice. Master, what troubles you? Jiang Che queries, unable to grasp her thoughts. I am inquiring of you. The woman murmurs. What are your thoughts, master? After much contemplation, Jiang Che ultimately decides to redirect the question back to her. Mu Yanli's words carry a palpable sense of frustration as she states, if I were clear on my thoughts, I wouldn't be asking you. Master, I too am perplexed. He finds himself more accustomed to letting Mu Yanli make decisions, especially regarding such ambiguous matters. Forget it, she concedes, realizing that contemplating this now is indeed premature. Mu Yanli thinks to herself that they shall address this after their journey in the mortal realm. Anything too early must wait until then. Despite her uncertainty, she feels compelled to have a few children, though she cannot quite pinpoint the reason. Perhaps it is simply a matter of preference. The title peak was originally intended for that disciple. Yet now it seems it could be reserved for. The thought of male-female cultivation causes her to shake her head in disbelief. Perhaps for every individual who has yet to experience it. Regardless of gender, there exists an insatiable curiosity. It is a notion filled with enchantment. As Mu Yanli wrings her hands. The youth lies quietly beside her. An extended silence envelopes them, with neither speaking a word. Perhaps it is only in moments of stillness that one can better contemplate matters, free from the distractions of the external world. Such matters should never be treated lightly. Mu Yanli forcefully dismisses inappropriate thoughts from her mind. She is averse to her own transgressive musings. She believes it best to discuss such matters only when the youth is truly capable of understanding their weight and bearing certain responsibilities. Otherwise, the intricacies of male-female cultivation are not particularly challenging. Mu Yanli turns her head to gaze at the outline of the youth. Lingering in her observation, he must at least be prepared to take on the roles of both father and husband. He cannot remain like a child, requiring her guidance and support in every aspect. Her heart is small, and she cannot abide the thought of sharing her life with a man of dubious character. Nor can she accept a partner who is akin to a wilted cabbage. Who in this world does not desire such a thing? To share a husband with another is indeed a most disadvantageous arrangement. One she is unwilling to accept. Why should she be drawn to a man who can only occasionally bestow her with care? There is simply no rationale for that. How can the affairs of two people allow for the intrusion of others? Each individual is selfish, is that not true? The woman reflects on how, once she has sorted out these matters, residing on Tidal Peak or within the mortal realm for the remainder of her days would pose no issue. Does Master enjoy children? Jiang Che musters the courage to inquire. Not particularly, Mu Yanli retorts without contemplation. Then why were you pondering those matters just now? The youth responds with a hint of frustration. He had thought he could be of use. Believing he was not entirely inept, I only desire to bear children with someone I truly love. Do you understand? Mu Yanli replies, a touch of dissatisfaction in her tone. She reaches out to grasp the shadow of the youth in the darkness, murmuring, Disciple, why are you so foolish? How could everyone universally adore children? One must differentiate the intended recipient. The youth responds absently. He seems to have overheard something momentous, still pondering whether he might have misheard. Time drags on once more, and the master and disciple find themselves unable to sleep. Disciple, what would you like to hear? I shall tell you, Mu Yanli finally declares, closing her eyes before speaking again. Master, is anything permissible? Jiang Che asks uncertainly. Indeed, I shall speak. Simply express your desire, she replies nonchalantly. Jiang Che hesitantly asks, glancing towards Mu Yanli. Master, may I hear about the Ziheng immortal? What do you intend to do? Do you genuinely wish to seek her out? Mu Yanli inquires, her tone growing impatient. No, I do not. Jiang Che quickly denies. The youth gathers a few strands of Mu Yanli's hair in his hand. The woman typically grants him only a fleeting glance before ignoring him. As long as he does not act up, she pays him no mind. The strands of hair, with their distinct hue, stand out in the dim environment. And the youth easily collects them, gently caressing them in his palm. I am serious when I say this. I do not show you these for nothing. Do not let those wily vixens outside lead you astray. Understand? Mu Yanli warns. Bai Qianyu is also a cunning vixen, she exclaims, recalling the behavior of that individual earlier in the day. her ire rising. How could one behave in such a manner, intruding upon another's domain, letting their hair fly free? Even if that woman had not acted this way in the past, a single instance suffices. Jiang Che recognizes that Mu Yanli is genuinely upset. She holds a strong aversion to such conduct from others. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Yanli's possessiveness over him has steadily increased. The woman, akin to one who has painstakingly cultivated a cabbage, cannot tolerate the thought of others plucking it away. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Does she truly require others to assist her in instructing her disciple? What nonsense! You are also quite restless, Mu Yanli sighs, recalling the youth's earlier actions. Just because someone is attractive, you feel the need to gaze upon them? She questions her disciple thus, oh, if someone else offers you a place to sleep, you would simply follow them? The more she contemplates, the more severe the implication seemed as she poses her question. The youth instinctively shrinks beneath the covers. Mu Yanli seizes Jiang Che's wrist, saying, no hiding. She understands that people are particularly drawn to that which is beautiful. Glancing at it a few times is inconsequential, yet it displeases her. Would that not allow Ziheng to mock her? To laugh at her inability to manage even her own disciple? Am I not providing you with enough attention? Must you seek it from others? Or is Bai Qianyu truly more appealing than I? The youth remains silent for a considerable time, finding it a challenging matter to address. Speak, she urges. No, even if I do not show you, you cannot look at others. Do you understand? Mu Yanli adds, though her tone lacks conviction. Jiang Che murmurs, Master, how can you be so unreasonable? Tonight, I have shown you. If you gaze upon others again, I shall genuinely be upset, Mu Yanli states, recalling the purpose of her actions that night, her expression turning serious. Disciple, you must not be greedy. Understood. Mu Yanli is determined not to let her disciple, whom she has watched for so long, be led astray by those wily vixens. That would be most disadvantageous. Do you truly wish to hear about that cunning vixen Bai Qianyu? Mu Yanli inquires earnestly. Yes, I wish to hear about her, Jiang Che replies, gently grasping Mu Yanli's arm to ensure he does not hurt her. He is well aware of her rising anger. The woman had previously believed that her only concern was guarding against external threats. Who could have anticipated that Bai Qianyu would impart such a lesson? The constraints of resources were not overly severe. Why then did you not go? The young man, listening to the words of the female master, could not help but inquire. He, too, held a fondness for alchemy. Jiang Che possessed the innate curiosity common among his peers, naturally yearning for such pursuits. She does not desire you. Mu Yanli shook her head in response. That Bai Qianyu truly lacks discernment, refusing to extend her a modicum of respect. The thought of it momentarily displeased the woman. I will not accept him. Bai Qianyu's tone was frosty, her displeasure evident as she contemplated Mu Yanli's suggestion. You are aware that I, at Tide Peak, am in need of someone skilled in alchemical arts. Unfazed by Bai Qianyu's demeanor, Mu Yanli asserted with unwavering conviction, why do you refuse to accept him? Is it because he is a male? Mu Yanli pressed, pursing her lips slowly. That is but one reason. More significantly, he is your disciple, and I already have a master to answer to, Bai Qianyu replied. Her voice subdued. Mu Yanli's brows furrowed as she retorted, Bai Qianyu, he need not formally become your disciple. He simply needs to attend lectures like any ordinary student and learn what he can. Bai Qianyu's frown eased slightly, yet she remained resolute, refusing to accept him. Mu Yanli, do you comprehend? There is no benefit for me in this. Bai Qianyu finally sighed, speaking slowly. I can offer you advantages. Mu Yanli, too, felt displeasure at the lack of consideration from someone she had known for quite some time, who continually rejected her. You cannot provide such benefits. Bai Qianyu shook her head without hesitation, turning away. Mu Yanli, the master he calls is you. Any assistance he receives will only be to Tide Peak's advantage. Why should I teach someone who cannot contribute to Yaofeng? To me, no one, within the sect, is willing to educate someone who will ultimately be of no use. Bai Qianyu was not in the business of charity, and even charity sought some semblance of reputation. Ziheng, you are truly foolish. Even if he is unwilling, I will always assist you. Mu Yanli addressed the woman beside her. What if I wish for him to reside in the Master's Hall of Yaofeng, Mu Yanli? Can you grant that? Each word from Bai Qianyu was delivered with utmost seriousness, as she gazed directly at the silver-haired fairy beside her. You are utterly absurd, Mu Yanli scoffed, taking to her sword and departing without a glance back. Thus, their conversation ended on an unhappy note, concluding in a rather unexpected manner. Mu Yanli's aspirations of cultivating an alchemist had dissipated, silently buried within her memories. That time, Mu Yanli believed the woman was jesting, intentionally trying to thwart her, for Bai Qianyu's responses had never indicated any fondness. In hindsight, perhaps that was not the case. She does not accept you. You know? Mu Yanli frowned, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is only natural that Ziheng Xianzuan does not harbor affection for me and is unwilling to teach me. Jiang Che nodded, somewhat understanding. Even if she were to change her mind now, I would not permit you to learn. At worst, Tide Peak shall do without an alchemist. The female master took the young man's hand, drawing circles in his palm as she spoke earnestly. Jiang Che felt a flutter of excitement from her touch. Forcing himself to keep his lips tightly sealed, refraining from further conversation, the learning period for alchemists is exceedingly lengthy. Mastery cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. A fully trained alchemist investing in a disciple demands great effort and energy. With very few apprentices succeeding throughout their lifetime, the knowledge imparted in large lectures is limited. True accomplishments necessitate apprenticing under an alchemist. Bai Qianyu's reluctance to teach him is entirely reasonable. Listening intently to the female master's musings, the young man remained all ears. Jiang Che recalled events from long ago, lowering his head. She was not always like this. She was once quite amiable. Disciple, you have experienced something with her that I am unaware of, have you not? Mu Yanli discerned the implications from the young man's few words, her tone questioning yet tinged with certainty. Jiang Che turned to glance in Mu Yanli's direction, unsure how to respond. You need not speak. I shall not pry. The silver-haired fairy waved her hand dismissively. Who does not harbor secrets? There is no need to concern oneself too much. All will be revealed in time. No need to rush. Mu Yanli mused internally. If one were to consider age, she is but a year my senior. In her youth, she became a disciple of the previous sect master of Yaofeng, a renowned old alchemist, and was cherished as his most beloved student. Indeed, his sole female disciple. Bai Qianyu advanced rapidly in the art of alchemy, astonishing all with her achievements. That time, everyone believed she would inevitably become the next sect master of Yaofeng. And indeed, that was the case. To outsiders, she appeared to be the rightful heir, as no one else was deemed more suitable than she, in every regard. Though that was far from the truth. She had slain her master and ensnared all her fellow disciples with mind-controlling spells to ascend to that position. Ultimately, those brothers and sisters were dispatched under various pretexts, gradually meeting their demise, while Yaofeng became a mere pawn in Bai Qianyu's hands. I am aware of all her deeds, for I was among her accomplices. Mu Yanli spoke these words with an untroubled heart, her demeanor tranquil. Jiang Che found it utterly absurd. How could such actions be justified? His youthful disposition struggled to comprehend it. Furthermore, Bai Qianyu did not seem the type to engage in such conduct. How could her master have assisted her in such matters? I was not initially familiar with her. We became acquainted only after a series of unforeseen events, a tale too lengthy to share with you. You see, those individuals deserve their fates. Her master was no virtuous man, and there was no sympathy to be. Mu Yanli recalled her own actions, hastily warning Jiang Che. She feared her disciple would misconstrue her intentions. She, too, had suffered. The alchemist sought to impose himself upon her, and her fellow disciples had been complicit in this. In the darkness of night, Jiang Che noticed Mu Yanli gazing at him, her eyes shimmering with a faint light. Master, Jiang Che called out, remember, should you treat me thus, I shall never forgive you, not in this lifetime. Mu Yanli's tone was unprecedented, her grip on the young man's hand firm. Sooner or later, it shall be yours. There is no need to rush, do you understand? I will not act against the master's wishes. Mu Yanli's expression softened as she loosened her grip on the young man's hand. Yes, remember not to forget. I will not. Chapter 36. The existence of fairies should not be in this world. Epilogue. That year, the master of Yaofeng, Ling Xianzuan, returned from the outside world with a disciple, possessing an innate alchemical heart and an immaculate fire spiritual root. She was a promising seedling in the art of alchemy, destined to carry the weight of Yaofeng's future. Ling Xianzuan beamed with joy, as though he had unearthed a treasure, renowned for his rare dragon furnace alchemy techniques. He produced elixirs of exceptional quality, highly sought after by various merchant guilds. Bai Qianyu was brought back to Yaofeng from a small tribe in a distant land, pursuing the so-called path of immortality. The girl's father had a connection with this alchemist, ultimately agreeing to the arrangement. The tribe from that place was rather backward, unable to genuinely assist the young in embarking on the path of cultivation, destined only to fade like shooting stars, briefly illuminating the sky before vanishing. Bai Qianyu planned to return to her homeland once she had achieved mastery, a significant reason for her departure. Thus, Bai Qianyu followed Ling Xianzuan through treacherous mountains and vast rivers, until they arrived at Yaofeng. The true name of Yaofeng is Lingxi Peak, spanning a vast region, the mountain itself grand, with pure spiritual energy, a rare paradise in the world. Seasons passed in a cyclical dance. Bai Qianyu spent many years at Yaofeng, growing into a 16-year-old maiden. This enchanting girl cupped her face in her hands, seated in a garden of 100 flowers, attracting butterflies that danced around her. The fragrance of blooms enveloping the air like mist. Clad in a simple white dress, she embodied a breathtaking scene, a rarity in the world. The charming maiden captivated hearts, even amidst the stunning flora of the garden. She became the sole splendor of the realm. That ethereal radiance rendered all surrounding sights dim, leaving onlookers with naught but the image of the girl, quietly seated with her knees drawn up. Eclipsing all else, should one be fortunate enough to witness her gentle smile, it would be an unforgettable spectacle, lingering in the mind for eternity. The beauty rankings established by the Tiangong Palace consistently placed Bai Qianyu among the top 3, attracting countless admirers who flocked to Lingxi Peak to propose to their descendants, even trampling many of the stone steps leading up the mountain. Clad in white, she was a vision of unparalleled grace and beauty. Her enchanting presence drawing many words of praise, yet all seemed inadequate to encapsulate her essence, leaving minds in a state of bewilderment. For a time, the path before the young girl's cave was trampled soft, as though a great multitude had passed. Such a fairy-like figure required no effort to win the affections of cultivators, who willingly toiled and labored, hoping to win even a fragment of her favor. You know, did you hear, that Bai Fairy has a bit of a liking for me? Pfft, who would believe you? Truly, I am not deceiving you. She accepted my gift, and even glanced my way. TSK. Well, that gaze is indescribable, filled with uncontainable emotions. Are you daydreaming again? Such idle chatter at tea time became a source of pride for many, as the mere act of a celestial being accepting one's gift was enough to boast about for ages. Bai Fairy needed only to stand there, and I found myself enamored. Indeed, some individuals are simply adored and favored. She is aware of her allure, attributed not only to her beauty, but also to the desirability of being an alchemist. Securing such a flower would yield benefits from every angle. People often claim that the world is rife with fools who merely scratch the surface of things, neglecting to pursue the unseen essence within. In doing so, they miss out on much, yet no one shows any willingness to delve deeper, nor do they express any interest. In a world where only the finest are chosen, why not seek out those of remarkable countenance? Surely, there are those blessed with inner beauty as well. After all, some sights are so jarring that it is impossible to feel any intrigue. Among her fellow disciples, the young talents of the Zifeng sect, Bai Qianyu had encountered numerous men, and though she found herself momentarily bewildered, her heart remained untouched. She graciously accepted gifts from others, knowing that should she return to her clan, she would undoubtedly require them. Moreover, she was aware of the subtle affections harbored by men, which she deemed a form of compliance. However, everything soon changed, ushering in a momentous upheaval. The Lingxian immortal lord, who had always indulged her, forbade her from leaving and denied her request to visit her family, insisting that she remain at Lingxi Peak until she inherited his position. It had been years since Bai Qianyu had returned home, and she chose to acquiesce. She understood that as long as the Lingxian immortal lord objected, no matter how earnest her desires, she would be powerless to act, left with no choice but to remain captive. From that day forth, Bai Qianyu found herself wishing for the Lingxian immortal lord's demise. Long ago, she had sensed the old man's ulterior motives, and her initial gratitude had been eclipsed by a profound sense of revulsion. The affection had vanished. Who could possibly hold affection for a man on the brink of death? Would one truly compliment his aged spots as charming? The mere thought was unbearable. She knew that the old man had little time left, and no amount of elixirs could restore his failing health. His body ravaged by the scars of time, a crumbling vessel. Some time passed. Bai Qianyu, your clan is no more. It has been utterly annihilated. The blood flows like a river. One day, Mu Yanli stated matter-of-factly as she arrived at Yaofeng. The atmosphere between the two was peculiar, silence stretching between them. The chirping of birds broke through, snapping Bai Qianyu from her thoughts. That I understand, she replied, her body trembling for some time, her lips paling to an unhealthy hue as she struggled to speak. She nearly lost her balance, but thankfully, Mu Yanli steadied her. The two had met while undertaking tasks outside, and after enduring various trials, they had become each other's sole confidants. In contrast, Mu Yanli's tidal peak was devoid of the throngs found at Yaofeng, offering a tranquil refuge from external disturbances. Who is it? Bai Qianyu remained silent for a considerable time, only speaking once her emotions had settled. An answer flickered in her mind, yet she hesitated to confront it. Did you not have several fellow disciples who did not return? Mu Yanli's gaze was piercing, Fixed upon her friend, I have dealt with them, she declared coldly, tossing forth several bloodied, severed heads from her sleeve. Assist me. Bai Qianyu uttered a few words, her tone a command despite being a request. I know you have cultivated the Tianshan Sutra and possess immense strength. Mu Yanli furrowed her brow, evidently displeased with Bai Qianyu's authoritative manner. A flicker of irritation crossing her features. Yet, gazing into the earnestness of Bai Qianyu's eyes softened Mu Yanli's heart. Bai Qianyu, tidal peak lacks alchemy. Remember to help me in the future. Very well. The two forged an agreement. A silent web weaving itself, poised to engulf the entirety of Yaofeng in the Lingxian immortal lord's abode. Bai Qianyu's voice was frigid, as piercing as eternal ice. You raised your hand against me, a disciple nearby exclaimed in anger. This is not the decorum befitting you, and the master, the Lingxian immortal lord, initially silent, took a sip of tea before responding. Why? I had no intention of acting, but those who became your shackles left me no choice. If they cannot serve my purposes, they must be eradicated without mercy. You understand, my dear disciple. Confronted with the Lingxian immortal lord's betrayal, Bai Qianyu's heart ached, her clenched fists revealing the tension within. So, you intend to act against me, she whispered. There is no rush. You cannot escape. The Lingxian immortal lord tossed aside his teacup, the shattering sound echoing throughout the chamber as the steaming tea spilled in all directions. Laughter erupted suddenly in another location. Within the disciples' courtyard, several figures clad in green robes engaged in conversation. Why act against senior sister Bai? A notably smaller boy inquired. By the master's command. Replied one, if they cannot benefit Lingxi Peak, they should be removed. You may go, but I cannot harm senior sister Bai. I have feelings for her, the boy mumbled, his head bowed. There should be no place for celestial maidens in this world. The eldest disciple among them spoke with a steady voice. What good is affection? She will never return your feelings, nor will she spare you a glance, much like a weed by the roadside, only to be dismissed with disdain. Do you understand? Junior brother, if you cannot feast on the meat, at least sip the broth. Even if you cannot have the broth, witnessing her beauty is a privilege. It is said that the master has procured the lustful cultivation technique, which will greatly enhance one's cultivation afterward. The group erupted into laughter, their excitement bordering on madness. There should be no place for celestial maidens in this world. The boy, elegant in demeanor and striking in appearance, felt elation at the prospect of participating in such events, his heart racing with exhilaration. Why should celestial maidens be placed upon a pedestal when they too are mere mortals? Easily brought low, celestial maidens are merely a term of reverence bestowed upon women, yet they could be stripped of that honor at any moment, reduced to something even more despicable than commoners. The fall of a celestial maiden is akin to a shattered porcelain, tainted and broken, an angel with clipped wings weeping in the mire. They would be the architects of such a fate, taking action with their own hands. Yet, all was fated to end in failure. Chapter 37. Unspeakable Secrets, Part 1. With Mu Yanli's assistance, Bai Qianyu effortlessly dealt with those harboring ill intentions. Under the afternoon sun, Bai Qianyu found herself in disarray, seated upon the ground, unable to regain her composure. Master, I have dealt with all the disciples, yet the chill in my heart remains. Pain like a severed gut. Mu Yanli sat beside her in silence, offering her presence without a word. She understood that without a better method, it was best to let Bai Qianyu be, for there would come a day when she would emerge from this darkness. Days later, news spread throughout Yaofeng of the Lingxian immortal lord's demise, and Bai Qianyu ascended as the new peak master. No one could fathom the difficulties she would face in the ensuing power struggle. It was as if the girl had matured overnight, transforming in countless ways, her heart hardened, devoid of any softness, mercy, or undeserved kindness. Henceforth, the woman who once favored white garments no longer donned them in the presence of the world. No one called her Bai Qianyu anymore. She was now known as Zihengxian Zian. In the grand hall of Yaofeng, a small table bore tea-making utensils, steam rising in gentle wisps, sunlight streamed through the open door, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. The one brewing tea appeared at ease, stretching languidly. Do you think all men in this world are the same? Their thoughts so base. Bai Qianyu sipped her tea, gazing at the figure opposite her as she inquired. I do not know, nor do I care, Mu Yanli replied nonchalantly, blowing on her cup. Let us not discuss this. First, let me congratulate you on avenging your grievances. Mu Yanli raised her cup of steaming tea, offering a toast from afar. She had intended to wish Bai Qianyu well on inheriting the position of peak master, but quickly recalled that Bai Qianyu had no desire for such a burden and thus altered her words. Indeed, after a moment, Bai Qianyu finished her tea in one gulp. Do not forget the elixirs from Tidal Peak. There is no rush, just remember to deliver them later. Must you be so dramatic, Mu Yanli? I will not forget. Bai Qianyu grumbled in dissatisfaction. I merely wish to remind you. Do not forget. I will not forget. Mu Yanli grasped the sleeve of the one opposite her, gazing intently before stating, You look far better in the water blue gown than in white. With that, the two women clinked their cups together, the sound resonating like delightful notes in the air, lingering in that small space. The two shared a smile, yet time is relentless, and neither has shown any mercy to it. Bai Qianyu held no affection for men, nor did she appreciate the presence of Jiang Che, whom Mu Yanli had brought back. Despite his youth to her, all men seemed the same, ultimately drawn to the female form. Observing the object in Mu Yanli's arms, Bai Qianyu could not help but inquire, Why did you bring back such a thing? What is it? Mu Yanli asked, puzzled. He is male. Bai Qianyu replied softly, turning her body slightly. Mu Yanli's expression soured as she responded, He and I share a connection, so I brought him back. Tidal Peak needs someone to inherit my position. Does it not? Bai Qianyu regarded the small creature and questioned, But he is so young. Are you prepared to raise him? I worry about the intentions of those from outside. It is better to have someone I have known since childhood. Mu Yanli replied earnestly, her lips slightly pursed. Why not seek a girl instead? Bai Qianyu asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Ziheng, you are meddling too much, and I do not have many opportunities to choose. Mu Yanli retorted, discomfort evident in her heart. Aren't you afraid he might want to sleep with you one day? Ziheng's voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. After uttering this, Ziheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly turned away. Though her voice was soft, Mu Yanli heard her clearly. The fair skin that had always been pristine flushed crimson in an instant, leaving her utterly mortified. Bai Qianyu, what have you been thinking lately to speak so? Mu Yanli stammered, her cheeks flushed. Perhaps I am overthinking, Bai Qianyu mused. How could Mu Yanli possibly be like that? It must be my imagination. Look, Mu Yanli handed over the object in her arms to Bai Qianyu. It's quite interesting, she added. Bai Qianyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted it. Bai Qianyu felt as though the object in her arms was akin to a hot potato, causing her arms to stiffen slightly. The individual beside her extended a finger, mimicking Mu Yanli's playful poke, and, unable to resist the allure of the small, sunken face, engaged in the act a while longer before returning the item to its original place. Observing the bloodstains on Mu Yanli's white attire, Ziheng gleefully inquired, Have you avenged your master? Yes, it has all been resolved, Mu Yanli replied, nodding in delight. Congratulations, you can relax now, Bai Qianyu murmured, her voice imbued with palpable joy. Yet, it seemed that everything was merely at its inception. Mu Yanli shook her head in denial. Surely, you cannot watch over him every day. Bai Qianyu posed a question. There is no need. There are several attendants on Tidal Peak who can keep an eye on him. Mu Yanli stated. Are you not concerned they may play tricks? Given that they are tasked with the oversight, I have my means of protection, Mu Yanli replied, dismissing the concern with a wave of her hand. Suit yourself. It is not my concern, Bai Qianyu said, immersed in her own thoughts as she cradled the small creature. Unable to look away, her curiosity was piqued, particularly by its distinct features, as she gently prodded it with her hand. Do not meddle. He is destined to inherit Tidal Peak. Mu Yanli remarked with a slight smirk. That I shall not, Bai Qianyu replied, only to lose interest moments later and set the creature aside. Time flowed swiftly. Her impression of Jiang Che had never been particularly strong. That it was only when she sought out Mu Yanli that she occasionally caught sight of the young man, as most of the time he remained elusive. She could not fathom how he could shoulder the responsibilities of Tidal Peak, nor could she envision his future, leading her to shake her head at Mu Yanli's apparent calculations. His temperament is not commendable. He is too quiet, not at all like a man, Bai Qianyu commented while sipping tea with Mu Yanli, casting glances at an old acquaintance. Upon hearing Bai Qianyu's words, Mu Yanli turned her gaze in that direction and replied. His disposition mirrors mine. There is nothing wrong with it. Indeed, Bai Qianyu recognized that she could not say much more. Jiang Che was beyond her influence. She cast another glance at the figure seated on a distant stone bench. Retracting her gaze to sip her tea. I shall call him over, Mu Yanli said, following Bai Qianyu's line of sight. He is your disciple. Do as you please, Bai Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Disciple, come here, Mu Yanli beckoned. Jiang Che, hearing the familiar voice, turned his head and, confirming it was indeed directed at him, slowly approached. Mu Yanli positioned Jiang Che beside her. Opposite by Qianyu.it was the first time the young man scrutinized by Qianyu earnestly. His gaze lingering, the woman narrowed her eyes slightly at his scrutiny, yet refrained from speaking. Under Mu Yanli's guidance, they shared a cup of tea, and that was all. Their relationship remained shallow, even after a considerable passage of time. An unexpected event transpired between Jiang Che and Bai Qianyu, altering much between them. It was a secret that could not be spoken of. Chapter 38. The Unspoken Secret. Bai Qianyu did not harbor a favorable impression of Jiang Che, which led her to decline Mu Yanli's suggestion of having Jiang Che learn alchemy at Medicine Peak. What benefits could she derive from teaching him? It was exhausting and unappreciated. It simply was not worth her while. In her eyes, Mu Yanli appeared indifferent towards her disciple, frequently wandering outside while leaving the youth to languish on Tidal Peak, with her proposal to learn alchemy merely a ploy to have someone watch him at Medicine Peak. However, circumstances eventually shifted. Jiang Che recalled the day was exceptionally cold. Unable to sleep, he sat in an outdoor stone pavilion, quietly gazing at the stars, occasionally witnessing shooting stars traverse the darkened sky, which sent shivers through him. Mu Yanli was absent from Tidal Peak, often found elsewhere. The original attendants had long been dismissed, leaving Jiang Che alone atop the vast Tidal Peak, sometimes not laying eyes on Mu Yanli for half a month. The youth found no one to converse with, passing time in solitude. In a moment of dazed reflection, Jiang Che noticed a white figure ascending the stone steps of Tidal Peak, slowly approaching, resembling a specter in that setting. He felt a flicker of fear, but the thought that it could be Mu Yanli's return dispelled his trepidation. When Mu Yanli returned, she typically did so without announcement, merely stealing glances at her disciple to find solace in his activities. Tidal Peak was ensconced with numerous illusions and mists laid by Mu Yanli, and very few could navigate them, especially at this hour. The young woman could afford to leave him unattended at Tidal Peak for this reason. Compounded by the various protective talismans she had left with him, he instinctively moved forward to greet her but soon froze in place, realizing that the figure was not Mu Yanli, extinguishing his desire to proceed. He was only somewhat familiar with Mu Yanli. Everyone else felt like strangers with whom he could not converse. The figure in white was recognizable to him as the esteemed Ziheng of Medicine Peak. Bai Qianyu looked up at the young man, her expression tinged with surprise, and asked, "Where is your master? Why is it not Mu Yanli?" No wonder, aside from Mu Yanli, only Bai Qianyu could traverse various restrictions effortlessly and arrive at the cold palace atop the peak. "She is not here," Jiang Che replied honestly. Bai Qianyu did not respond but turned to leave. However, after taking only a few steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, remaining there for quite some time. Jiang Che panicked, knowing that Mu Yanli and Ziheng shared a decent relationship and that he could not simply ignore her. In a moment of desperation, he contemplated shattering the talisman used to communicate with his master. Yet he hesitated, retracting his hand. Just before doing so, he decided to assist her indoors to rest, not leaving her on the ground outside. Bai Qianyu was not as heavy as he had imagined. Carrying her felt surprisingly light, almost insubstantial. Uncertain of her condition, he placed her on the bed and began to search for injuries beneath her garments. In the young man's understanding, this seemed the only logical course of action. Unsurprisingly, he soon discovered a mark on Bai Qianyu's shoulder, with faint wisps of flames still flickering. He was taken aback, wondering how a powerful cultivator could sustain such injuries and seek out Mu Yanli. Surely, she possessed the ability to tend to herself. He recalled that this type of wound was described in ancient texts as a flame burn, rumored to be a common ailment among alchemists. Great alchemists often harnessed the flames of nature instead of relying on spirit energy, which was far too weak. The flames of nature were formidable, enhancing the potency of the elixirs they crafted. Any capable alchemist would tame at least one type and nurture it within their qi. However, even if a cultivator managed to refine the flames, the overpowering nature of such fire could still scorch their bodies, necessitating various methods to contain it. If not properly stored, such flames could inflict lasting burns, penetrating the skin until reaching the bones, much like Bai Qianyu's current state. Jiang Che suddenly lost interest in alchemy. Shaking his head in displeasure, he was fond of the skill of crafting elixirs, but not of rendering himself a pitiful mess. As he gazed at the wounds on Bai Qianyu's body, flames continued to flicker, and her lips had turned pale, drained of their vibrant color. If even a figure like the esteemed Ziheng suffered, how could a mere novice like Jiang Che hope to endure? "Did you touch me?" Bai Qianyu's eyes fluttered open, staring blankly for a moment before she inquired. This was neither her room nor Mu Yanli's. Even her personal garments were somewhat disheveled, clearly having been disturbed. The thought sent a chill through her voice. "Is this your room?" "Yes," Jiang Che replied, noticing her irritation, his voice softening. The warmth of the room enveloped them, and in one corner, a stone pot simmered with medicinal concoctions. Jiang Che breathed out warm air, rubbing his palms together. "Leave. I do not require your assistance," Bai Qianyu said coldly, urgency lacing her tone. "This is my room," Jiang Che replied after a long silence. "That I know." "You must leave," Bai Qianyu reiterated. Jiang Che found himself at a loss, rising to exit without looking back. He had no desire to linger. The woman clearly did not welcome him, yet here she lay upon his bed. Her tone as haughty as ever. Bai Qianyu's body felt achy and numb, her senses dulled by the flame-scorching touch, rendering her as pliable as a puddle of mud, devoid of strength. She could fight back. Yet it seemed unnecessary. She hastily sent him away, fearing his presence might lead to undesirable outcomes. Her perception of men was tainted, shaped by her interactions with male peers and the Ling Xianxianzun. Even if this person was young and inexperienced, she remained resolutely averse. To her astonishment, Jiang Che truly departed. After he left, Bai Qianyu felt a twinge of regret when he had not returned after a considerable time. Her irritation grew. She had come to Tidal Peak seeking Mu Yanli's care and perhaps a conversation, yet it had all been in vain. How could he simply leave? Did he truly not comprehend a woman's feelings? Bai Qianyu mused. With no other options, she began to call out Jiang Che's name. But even as her throat grew dry, there was no sign of him, only the bubbling of the stone pot nearby. As if in response to her plight, with a creak, the door swung open. Bai Qianyu turned at the sound to see the familiar young man. "Where have you been?" she demanded, her chest heaving with indignation. "I went to Medicine Peak to fetch some ointment," Jiang Che replied candidly. "Why did you leave just now?" Jiang Che turned to glance at the figure on the bed, perplexed. "Did you not tell me to go?" While it could be interpreted that way, she insisted, "You cannot act in such a manner." Bai Qianyu's face flushed with anger as she retorted. Jiang Che felt a kinship with Mu Yanli in her unreasonable behavior. Feeling somewhat frustrated, are all women in the world unreasonable? He pondered. Why go to Medicine Peak? There is ointment in Mu Yanli's room, Bai Qianyu recalled, realizing the youth had gone for the medicine. "That I cannot enter my master's room." Jiang Che's voice dropped out. "I have some on me. If you had only mentioned it, I would have known," he muttered, somewhat sullenly. "You have encountered all of this, have you not?" Bai Qianyu inquired anxiously, a hint of displeasure evident in her tone towards the youth's words. "I cannot possibly experience everything. How could you not know if you have encountered it all? Do not keep it hidden in your sleeves." Bai Qianyu's voice trailed off, becoming softer, akin to the buzzing of a fly. "You must look after me. You cannot leave." Bai Qianyu, no longer entangled in these thoughts, called out to the youth who was about to push the door open. "Why? I am assisting you at Tide Peak with alchemical concoctions. Your master is absent, thus it is only natural that you must step in." Moments later, as Bai Qianyu observed the individual seated beside the stone pot pouring the medicine, she suddenly felt that Jiang Che was not quite as disagreeable as she had initially believed. Certainly more agreeable than those men outside. How peculiar, Bai Qianyu murmured softly. Chapter 39, Unspoken Secrets, Part 2. Bai Qianyu gazed at the youth, her eyes fixed on him for an extended period. He was engrossed in brewing medicine, wholly focused as he waved the small fan in his hand, entirely unaware of Bai Qianyu's scrutiny. The youth possessed an appealing countenance, reminiscent of the pampered favorites from affluent families outside, yet devoid of the effeminacy and charm that often accompanied them, presenting a rather comfortable appearance. Bai Qianyu harbored a disdain for such boys, those who seemed to lack a definitive gender, appearing unremarkable on both ends. Jiang Che did not enjoy his interactions with Bai Qianyu, often feeling a sense of discomfort, though he could not deny the beauty of the woman before him, clad in a flowing white gown. Resembling a celestial maiden who had stepped forth from a painting, particularly captivating was the unintentional smile that graced her lips, breathtaking in its allure. Applying ointment and simmering medicine were tasks Jiang Che undertook. Days passed, yet Mu Yanli remained absent, leaving Bai Qianyu to depart, leaving Jiang Che alone and desolate at Tide Peak. The youth cast a glance at Bai Qianyu, contemplating whether to disclose this matter to Mu Yanli. For the true master of Tide Peak was indeed that woman. He was merely a resident there. "Do not mention this to your master," Bai Qianyu advised after a prolonged moment of contemplation. She felt that this matter should not be concealed from Mu Yanli, yet she did not wish for that friend to be aware of it. He did not respond to Bai Qianyu, simply retreating silently to his own room. From that point onward, Bai Qianyu frequently visited Tide Peak, not solely for Mu Yanli, but also for her disciple. The youth had a sense of guilt enveloped Bai Qianyu. As she believed such actions were inappropriate, Mu Yanli was often absent from Tide Peak, while she took advantage of the opportunity to wander about. Each visit, if Mu Yanli was present, she would seek her out for a cup of tea. If Mu Yanli was away, she would find the youth, who was always there. After meals, when not engaged in alchemy, Bai Qianyu often found herself longing to visit Tide Peak, a habit she had developed. Jiang Che could not fathom Bai Qianyu's intentions. Sometimes, she would come to Tide Peak, doing nothing but stealing glances at him before silently sitting beside the youth, remaining mute for long stretches. Occasionally, Bai Qianyu would not sit beside him, but would instead stand quietly in an inconspicuous spot. Stealing a glance at him inadvertently, Jiang Che paid her no mind, choosing instead to admire the scenery of Tide Peak, occasionally feeling inspired to meditate, practice swordplay, or study martial techniques. Such days stretched on for quite some time. And Jiang Che grew accustomed to Bai Qianyu's presence, feeling no discomfort. Daylight brought flowing clouds and majestic mountains, while the night unveiled a tapestry of stars and a cold moon. She seemed to take a peculiar interest in him. Visiting Tide Peak with increasing frequency, until one day, Bai Qianyu sat beside Jiang Che, grasping the youth's hand within her own. Her eyes, wide and unblinking, gazed ahead, as if nothing had transpired, while the youth's hand found its way into her palm. Permitting her to knead it as she pleased, Jiang Che instinctively struggled but could not break free. He noticed a fleeting glimmer in her eyes, enchanting and mesmerizing. Bai Qianyu's grip tightened significantly. Jiang Che raised his gaze to Bai Qianyu's profile. Observing her for a long while, "Do not move. Remain just as you are," Bai Qianyu said softly, tightening her grasp even further. Jiang Che was perplexed by her actions, ultimately resigning himself to her whims. Bai Qianyu justified her behavior in her mind. After all, Mu Yanli hardly acknowledged her disciple, often leaving him at Tide Peak with no one to converse with. Her visits could be seen as a means of alleviating her own boredom. She found herself taken aback by the sudden shift in her feelings, realizing that her desire to seek companionship had morphed into a need to create an excuse for doing so. Finding the whole situation somewhat hypocritical, she would never seek him out in Mu Yanli's presence, even feigning ignorance while sharing a stone table for tea, her cup shielding her face as she sipped delicately. Her frequent visits led Jiang Che to feel somewhat unsettled if he did not see her for a few days. Bai Qianyu appeared to be experiencing a strange sensation whenever she arrived at Tide Peak. She felt as if she had become its mistress rather than Mu Yanli. Jiang Che, too, seemed to take on the role of her disciple. She was uncertain about the nature of her feelings towards Jiang Che. Humans often remain oblivious to their own sentiments. The youth, despite his tender years, was far from naive. Rather, he exuded an aura of confidence. In a fleeting moment, Bai Qianyu pondered whether, if she were to pin this youth beneath her, holding his wrist, he would still remain so docile. She startled at her own thoughts, quickly shaking her head. How could she, a woman of such maturity, entertain such notions about someone so young? She was certainly not depraved. "Do not mention this to your master. This shall remain our secret," Bai Qianyu declared, grasping the youth's hand. Jiang Che did not reply, remaining silent, his gaze wandering. Bai Qianyu was aware he would not speak. That night, she returned to Tide Peak. The youth was fast asleep, and she sat at the head of his bed, quietly watching him, resembling a specter. If he were awake, she would take him outside to gaze at the stars, holding his hand throughout the night, returning him only when he succumbed to slumber. But on one occasion, Jiang Che inadvertently caught a glimpse of Mu Yanli bathing in the cold spring, unable to sleep and venturing out in hopes of encountering an old friend, only to unexpectedly cross paths with the returning Mu Yanli, igniting a spark of intrigue. During the day, if she had no other matters to attend to, Bai Qianyu would linger at Tide Peak for a meal before departing. The woman gradually grew fond of this sensation, though she did not vocalize her feelings, instead expressing them through her actions. While concocting a batch of medicine, she would set aside a few useful pills for Jiang Che. During his training, she would offer guidance on certain perplexing matters. Consequently, when Mu Yanli returned, she often found her disciple neglecting to seek her counsel, as he had no unresolved issues, which was quite unusual. Mu Yanli was aware of her disciple's talent, and he ought to have had questions. "Your dress is not as beautiful as the white 1.1 day," Jiang Che remarked, staring at the woman clad in a water blue gown. A rare commentary from him. Bai Qianyu paused for a moment, unbothered, offering a nonchalant response. However, from that point onward, whenever she visited Tide Peak, she donned a white gown. She suddenly desired for Jiang Che to study alchemy at Medicine Peak. No longer content with the daily trips to Tide Peak, which were both exhausting and fraught with the risk of Mu Yanli discovering her intentions. She felt as though she was stealing Mu Yanli's disciple, a matter difficult to articulate. Indeed, Mu Yanli did not value her disciple, often leaving him unattended at Tide Peak. What was the implication of abandoning someone in such a manner? Why should she not bring him to Medicine Peak? She resolved to make him accompany her there, even if it meant forcibly taking him to her lord's hall. Yet, on that particular day, Mu Yanli was present at Tide Peak. The woman in the white gown observed Jiang Che carry Mu Yanli into her chamber. Her fingers clenched tightly, veins bulging. Jiang Che, startled by the sight of Bai Qianyu, turned silently, feigning ignorance. She concealed herself well, but could not evade his gaze. The image that reached Bai Qianyu's eyes caused her lips to press tightly together, gradually losing their color. She waited at Tide Peak throughout the night, but did not see the youth emerge again. That door remained firmly shut, never to open. Ultimately, Bai Qianyu's cold gaze slowly closed. Departing as the dawn broke, silent and unobtrusive as she had arrived, she ceased to wear white dresses, even when alone. Those few white gowns were buried deep within her wardrobe, untouched ever since. After that day, Mu Yanli no longer left, taking the youth with her wherever she went, inseparable. When Bai Qianyu overheard Mu Yanli discussing plans for the future involving the youth, she felt a sharp pain in her breath. Were it anyone else, she would undoubtedly seize him without hesitation. But Mu Yanli was different. She did not wish to take him away, nor did she desire to ruin their relationship. Bai Qianyu relinquished her aspirations. She merely hoped that Mu Yanli would recognize the bond she shared with Jiang Che, understanding the so-called paradox of their roles. Bai Qianyu was well aware that Mu Yanli did not concern herself with such matters. Her beliefs were nearly unshakable, driven by her own calculations. Much like Mu Yanli's unwillingness to share a partner, Bai Qianyu too was disinclined. Both women exuding an air of pride, Bai Qianyu began to resent Jiang Che once more, even harboring a hint of animosity towards his submissive nature, as Mu Yanli had effortlessly kept him by her side, luring him into her bed. Was that not akin to selling him to Mu Yanli? Yet Jiang Che owed her nothing, nor had he ever made promises to her. Mu Yanli was surely aware of Bai Qianyu's frequent visits to Tide Peak, which is why she subsequently kept the youth close at hand. After all, she understood both Tide Peak and the dynamics between Jiang Che and Bai Qianyu far too well. Bai Qianyu began to loathe herself for not having brought Jiang Che to Medicine Peak to study alchemy. Had she done so, he would now naturally address her as master, and she would have been able to possess him entirely, rather than merely observing from the sidelines that I shall not return by the stream. Bai Qianyu scooped a handful of water to wash her face, her white figure appearing as a solitary swan in the distance. She gazed at the ripples in the water, which lingered long after. A faint smile gracing her features. Her fair, delicate face shone like fresh snow, yet that smile had long since vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. This matter would only cause discomfort for a brief while. She could both grasp and release it. Bai Qianyu straightened her posture, her jet black hair cascading like flowing silk, her silhouette overshadowing all colors in the world, rendering the surroundings dim and lifeless. Let it all go. It is all hers. End of Chapter 4, Chapter 40. Vulnerable to a blow, Jiang Che listened intently as Mu Yanli recounted the tale of that woman, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. It appeared that he was reminiscing about a certain period when the revered Ziheng Xinzuan, clad in a flowing white gown, sat beside him, firmly grasping the young man's hand as they quietly gazed at the stars throughout the night. Mu Yanli, aware that he was lost in thought, offered a faint smile, her silver hair shimmering with a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. She gently enclosed the young man's hand within her own, gradually tightening her grip before closing her eyes. In the enveloping darkness, where one could hardly see their fingers before them, Mu Yanli sat up and pulled the person lying beside her upright. "Disciple, I cannot sleep. What should I do?" she inquired. Were it not for the young man's desire to hold her hand, Mu Yanli would have already succumbed to slumber. Jiang Che found himself devoid of a solution. Merely uttering, "I should not cause trouble," the woman did not respond affirmatively but rose from the bed, stating, "Get up and accompany me for another drink. Wrap yourself up. Do not catch a chill." She handed the young man a deep purple cloak, freshly removed from a nearby hanger. Jiang Che replied, donning the garment and quietly taking a seat at the table. "Someone is here." Mu Yanli's gaze shifted towards the outside, her eyes narrowing as if she could discern the visitor through the curtain. Jiang Che hurriedly moved beside her, for her striking hair was unmistakable, even in the dimness. Her voice was soft, lightly touching one's heart without causing discomfort. The silver-haired woman approached the window, swiftly pulling back the curtain and opening the window. All occurring in an instant. Jiang Che thought he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting by, unsure of its destination, as if it were merely a fleeting illusion, too elusive to be trusted. Yet, the rustling sounds that reached his ears were undeniably real, confirming that the previous moment was not a figment of imagination. The visitor possessed formidable power, capable of vanishing in an instant. However, Mu Yanli focused her brow in one direction for quite a while before relaxing her furrowed expression with a gentle sigh. The person has left. She turned to Jiang Che and spoke earnestly. Go, he replied, somewhat flustered, his thoughts struggling to align. The brilliance of her eyes sparkled like stars, her lips parting like petals in the wind. Her hair cascading against her skin, exuding an ethereal, frosty whiteness, illuminated by the moonlight as if adorned with the finest snow-white jade, embodying a mesmerizing celestial beauty. Light the talisman stones, Mu Yanli instructed calmly. Descending into a meditative posture upon the snowy stone floor, Jiang Che, taking advantage of the unobstructed moonlight, moved to the corners of the room. Once infused with spiritual energy, the talisman stones radiated a soft, cool glow. Is it her? He paused, inquiring. Who else could it be? Mu Yanli retorted nonchalantly. Jiang Che acknowledged, understanding without the need for further elaboration. Bai Qinyu stood atop the cliffs of Tide Peak, gazing into the distance as white mists surged around her, obscuring her form. Bored, she had come to wander the peak, but found everything had changed. The Lord's palace felt desolate, shrouded in a sense of decay, unsuitable for prolonged residence. That person lay in Mu Yanli's chambers rather than where he was supposed to be. In an instant, she spotted the fleeting figure of Bai Qinyu as she opened the curtain, her brow deeply furrowed. Everything has changed, hasn't it? Bai Qinyu mused. Mu Yanli was wary of her and seemed to possess some knowledge. If Mu Yanli truly intended to inquire, Jiang Che would undoubtedly reveal everything, exposing all secrets. Perhaps this was destiny. Bai Qinyu, who had never believed in fate, found herself wavering in that conviction. That eye in her eyes reflected the vast mountains, the furthest peaks shrouded in thick fog, casting mottled shadows. She was indeed formidable. Nothing escaped her calculations. Mu Yanli observed Jiang Che retrieving a small, intricately decorated wine jar and two high-footed porcelain cups from a hidden corner of the room, her gaze softening considerably. Pour the wine, she instructed, addressing the young man seated across from her. Jiang Che replied, gently placing the filled cup beside Mu Yanli's delicate hand for easy access. In truth, he would have done so without her prompting, as he had long grown accustomed to it. You harbor secrets, don't you? Mu Yanli lifted the small porcelain cup to her lips, savoring a modest sip. That a dangerous glint flickered in her silver eyes, causing Jiang Che's heart to race. If he were innocent, why had he fled? Why had he chosen such a moment to arrive? Jiang Che strained to listen to the distant chimes from other peaks. It was now the hour of the pig, the night still and quiet. Even the bird songs could be heard distinctly. Unsure of how to respond to Mu Yanli, he lowered his head, mimicking her demeanor as he took small sips of wine. Why have you fallen silent? Mu Yanli playfully tugged at Jiang Che's ear. She used to visit you often, did she not? Her voice was calm, akin to a clear spring flowing into the heart. Yet, Jiang Che discerned a dissonant tone underlying her tranquility. After a lengthy pause, Mu Yanli's jade fingers lightly tapped the table, producing a soft sound. Is the master angry? The young man asked, a bit slow on the uptake. Jiang Che's initial thought was whether this woman was indeed vexed. Should he attempt to appease her? Shouldn't I be the one to be angry? Mu Yanli countered. The Tide Peak was her domain, and others frequently came seeking her disciple without so much as informing her. The two conspired together in secrecy. Jiang Che suddenly felt that his actions had indeed crossed a line. If you express it, I will not blame you, Mu Yanli reassured, filling the young man's cup to the brim with wine. She spoke gently, her words unraveling the truths Jiang Che had momentarily forgotten, opening the floodgates of conversation, revealing everything he felt compelled to share. Mu Yanli's silver eyes remained fixed for a long while before she lifted her cup to drink deeply, obscuring her expression from Jiang Che's view. Master, you truly aren't angry? The young man asked cautiously. You spoke no falsehoods, thus I am not angry. Mu Yanli replied with a light laugh, gently shaking the porcelain cup containing the remaining wine, listening to the soft clinking sound. Jiang Che was taken aback. Did you truly think I was unaware? Bai Qinyu has encountered numerous experiences, let alone you. How could you possibly keep secrets from me? In her speech, Mu Yanli momentarily forgot she was younger than Bai Qianyu. When I visited the Medicine Peak, those disciples mentioned that Ziheng frequently came to Tide Peak. Am I not aware if she sought you out? Do you think I am ignorant of your talents? There is no need to consult me. Others have already taken on that task. Jiang Che, listening to Mu Yanli's insights into various creatures' matters, couldn't help but gape. This woman had discreetly uncovered numerous secrets, yet had never once revealed her knowledge, pretending to be oblivious. Master, are you truly not angry? Jiang Che repeated uncertainly, his eyes widening as he regarded her with newfound seriousness. Why should I be angry? I did indeed neglect you then. Naturally, I would not concern myself with others seeking you out, Mu Yanli replied candidly. Unabashed, speaking the truth fosters trust, especially with the disciple before her. She understood. Her visits to Tide Peak were meant to keep him company, preventing him from feeling lost, while also alleviating her own worries about his well-being. Moreover, I doubt Bai Qianyu would harm a child, so you need not worry. Jiang Che had always believed Mu Yanli was oblivious, but it turned out to be a clumsy disguise. If I cannot even manage my own Tide Peak, I might as well give up cultivation, Mu Yanli remarked with a shake of her head and a sigh. I was wrong, Master. Jiang Che quickly interjected, in the future, when feelings arise, it will be different. Do you understand? Mu Yanli spoke earnestly, her furrowed brow relaxing, her tone surprisingly pleasant. Your matters, of course, I shall oversee. The young man noticed that his master appeared quite pleased, for the woman had finally revealed the words buried in her heart and unearthed the fragile secret between Bai Qianyu and himself. Chapter 41. I look quite charming in this as the stars shifted across the sky. Clusters of starlight spilled through the window, seemingly unfurling a delicate moonlit blanket upon the snowy stone floor, sparkling with a crystalline brilliance. The silver-haired woman felt a lack of vigor, having only consumed a few cups of wine. Bai Qianyu had utterly dampened her spirits. Thus, she persistently urged Jiang Che to drink, curious to ascertain how many cups it would take to intoxicate him, so she might gauge his limits in the future. Mu Yanli had lost count of how many cups she had consumed, only aware that her porcelain cup was perpetually refilled, each clink resonating as another cup was raised to her lips. Jiang Che hung his head, feeling increasingly drowsy. It seemed that with the slightest movement, the scene before his eyes would tremble violently. The young man's lips pressed tightly together, unable to withstand the effects of the alcohol. Allow me. Mu Yanli gently restrained Jiang Che's hand, taking the wine jar from him. Oh, he replied, feeling somewhat powerless. It was now Mu Yanli pouring the wine, and Jiang Che sensed he had lost the ability to grip the jar firmly, his hands wavering as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Master, must we continue drinking? Jiang Che asked, shaking his head in protest. The woman's hand, poised in midair, hesitated before she set down the wine jar. Remember, do not engage in what you do not wish to do, Mu Yanli advised, drinking alone before lowering her voice. If you do not express your feelings, no one will advocate for you. Jiang Che nodded, the world around him swaying even more violently, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling before his eyes. Stay with me a little longer and converse. He saw his master speak again. Instinctively nodding in agreement, he truly yearned to recline upon his bed and rest, closing his eyes to drift into a realm of oblivion, only to awaken with the brilliance of day streaming through the window, the morning light kissing his face and rousing him from slumber. The silver-haired fairy gazed intently, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what do you think of her? Jiang Che lifted his gaze to glance at Mu Yanli. Don't feign ignorance with me. The woman's tone was nonchalant, devoid of discernible emotion. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, Jiang Che contemplated for a while, ultimately opting to deflect that a frown of displeasure crossed Mu Yanli's face as she coolly stated, speak your mind. There's no need to stutter like a coward. It hardly befits a man. Jiang Che found interacting with Mu Yanli to be exceedingly exhausting. Her thoughts were inscrutable, her intellect sharp, and no subtlety escaped her keen perception. Are you happy being with her? Mu Yanli, noticing her disciple's reluctance to respond, shifted her approach. It's not uncomfortable. After considerable reflection, the youth offered what he deemed a satisfactory reply. Jiang Che recalled a time when he had no company. Sitting beside someone was quite pleasant, especially when that person was remarkably beautiful, resembling an ethereal figure from a painting. How could one not be fond of her? Furthermore, at that time, Ziheng Xianzuan did not exhibit the same distaste for him as she did now. They could exchange a few words. and even when he stole glances at her delicate, soft hands, she paid him no heed. Do you find her beautiful? Mu Yanli furrowed her brow, pressing further. What do you think? Master, Jiang Che queried Mu Yanli. The silver-haired woman's gaze deepened, and she sighed. You have become quite clever. Do you find her beautiful? Mu Yanli persisted, not relenting. Not unattractive, Jiang Che cautiously replied, casting a glance at Mu Yanli's cheek. He found it perplexing. Despite feeling overwhelmingly drowsy, conversing with Mu Yanli invigorated him, dissipating his fatigue entirely. How can you say she is not unattractive? The proper response should be that she is quite beautiful. Mu Yanli's brows knitted tightly, seemingly unsatisfied with the youth's answer. She had a formidable reputation on the beauty rankings of that time, with suitors lining up from Yaofeng to Chaoyang Peak, making multiple rounds in pursuit of her hand. What about Master? Jiang Che could not resist asking. Slightly better than her. With you, Master, I must prepare 100 cautionary measures. I still feel it's insufficient. Jiang Che sighed deeply and fell into a long silence. What are you afraid of? Mu Yanli countered. She could not comprehend why he consistently hesitated to speak the truth, gauging her expression before responding. Was he concerned she might be displeased? Or perhaps worried she would ignore him? Or maybe it was a combination of both. Disciple, you seem quite spirited. Have another drink. There's plenty left. Mu Yanli poured a cup of wine and brought it to Jiang Che's lips, her eyes glinting with a predatory light. Akin to a hunter fixating on a prized prey, Jiang Che lifted his head to meet her gaze and, without hesitation, drank it down in one go. He felt somewhat rejuvenated, as if the entire world had brightened and all things became clear. However, this was swiftly followed by an intensified sense of dizziness, causing his face to pale slightly. Shadows of Mu Yanli's figure flickered before him, constantly swaying, only to coalesce once more moments later. If you can't handle your drink, then perhaps you should abstain. Mu Yanli remarked coolly. For the first time, Jiang Che experienced such a sensation, feeling utterly languid, as if he were a piece of clay on the verge of disintegration. He mused that he must be drunk, or perhaps he had long been intoxicated, merely enduring until that final cup breached his threshold, leading to his collapse. This sensation was foreign to Jiang Che, leaving him uncomfortable, his face flushed with an unhealthy hue. Remember how much you drank tonight. You can only have so much. Don't forget it in the future. Jiang Che remained silent. Mu Yanli straightened her posture. The woman's soft, delicate hand brushed against Jiang Che's forehead, as cool as jade, dispelling all traces of inebriation, restoring his clarity. Jiang Che lifted his gaze to her, instinctively grasping her hand, preventing her soft touch from retreating. The distinct sensation of her fingers coursed through him, affirming that all was not merely a figment of his imagination. She did not resist, but allowed him to hold on, gently tightening her grip. Jiang Che could not fathom why he acted thus. He simply gazed at her milky white hand, exquisite as the finest jade, unable to suppress the urge, meeting Mu Yanli's gaze, as tranquil as a placid lake. He felt that even the slightest disturbance would create ripples. He gently released her delicate hand, watching as it withdrew into the folds of her sleeve, feeling a sense of sacrilege. Awake now? Mu Yanli inquired. Jiang Che nodded, replying, Awake. Mu Yanli opened the floodgates of conversation. Do you like her? Not disliking her means I like her. Jiang Che responded truthfully, not wishing to conceal anything from Mu Yanli. She is indeed beautiful. Resembling a celestial being from a painting, he added after a moment's reflection. Jiang Che seemed to ramble on for a while, unsure of his own words. There's no need to look at me. I'm not displeased. Mu Yanli spoke before Jiang Che's gaze could turn toward her. He was somewhat taken aback. This was not typical of Mu Yanli that a woman of such beauty would be problematic if she were not liked. What I wish to hear is the truth, not your hesitance to speak. I like white dresses. I can wear one for you. Not inferior to Bai Qianyu. Mu Yanli remarked nonchalantly. I understand. He resumed drinking. All right. The youth drank several more cups, mustering the courage to glance at Mu Yanli, feigning the inability to control himself due to intoxication, with an ethereal presence, graceful demeanor, and soft yet alluring form. The exposed skin of the woman resembled creamy milk, seamlessly connecting in patches. Her collarbones were exquisitely rounded, glistening with a radiant sheen. The bare soles of her feet bore a delicate imprint, adorned with a hint of pale pink. Her slender ankles were not the kind that appeared emaciated, but rather subtly rounded, full and enticing. Is she truly such a beauty? A teasing voice chimed lightly, her tone crisp and bright, reminiscent of the sound of brittle twigs snapping beneath foot in winter. Mu Yanli set her wine cup down, her gaze fixed intently upon the person across from her. Jiang Che realized that the previous Mu Yanli had returned, indeed not displeased. Should he not look at her? Mu Yanli would inquire about his behavior, questioning why he was not looking at her. If he gazed too long, she would comment, "It truly makes no sense." Thus, it was better to look. There was no harm in it. For women seldom cared for reason. Mu Yanli smiled and asked, "Disciple, why are you becoming increasingly audacious?" "Master, you are unreasonable," Jiang Che replied helplessly. Chapter 42. Night, Part 1. The silver-haired woman's eyes were clear, akin to a pool of pristine water, bright and captivating. "Come here, beside me." She beckoned with her delicate hand, as white as tender shoots emerging after rain, long and slender. Jiang Che sat beside Mu Yanli. Turning to gaze at her, his heart racing uncontrollably, Mu Yanli scrutinized him earnestly, then playfully pinched the youth's flushed cheek. Perhaps due to the considerable wine consumed, her skin, fairer than frost and snow, bore a faint blush. While her lips glistened, their hue deepening inadvertently. "Is there a strong scent on me?" Mu Yanli furrowed her brow, leaning down to inhale the fragrance on her own body. After detecting nothing amiss, her hands tugged at Jiang Che, pulling him close, resting her head upon his shoulder in tranquil repose. No, the youth made an effort to sit upright, shaking his head. "If there isn't, then why not lean against me?" Mu Yanli tugged at his cheek, her tone slightly displeased. The youth detected the scent of Bichuan flower wine mingling with the lingering fragrance of soap after a bath, along with a subtle, alluring aroma permeating the space between them. "An oddity. I didn't expect," Jiang Che replied. Just remember for the future. As the conversation drew to a close, her voice softened, as if she were on the verge of slumber. "Don't move. I shall rest for a moment," Mu Yanli murmured, her voice indistinct, as if blending together with the night. "I won't." Jiang Che shook his head. Time passed slowly, marked only by the distant chimes from other peaks, as the faint light of dawn seeped into the horizon. Parting the eternal darkness, Jiang Che kept his eyes wide open in this atmosphere, his deep gaze resembling the starry sky, consuming all light. He listened intently to the faint sound of Mu Yanli's breathing. Realizing that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, he recalled that when he struggled to sleep before, the sound would lull him into slumber, his mind tranquil and unperturbed, with Mu Yanli resting against him. Jiang Che could only tilt his head to observe her, gradually becoming entranced. The silver-haired woman was undeniably leaning against his arm, his hand brushing against her smooth back, feeling the delicate softness of her skin. Her silky hair brushed against Jiang Che's face, filling his senses with her fragrance, the sensation of her hair against his cheek indescribable, akin to the touch of fine satin. Jiang Che gently nuzzled against her. The pure white silk nightgown enveloped her form, barely resistant to the breeze. The fabric was exceedingly thin, as if a mere layer of fine cotton cloud rested upon her body, providing utmost comfort and freedom of movement. The slender straps, however, Jiang Che did not dare to make a sound, fearing he might disturb Mu Yanli, and thus chose to close his eyes and rest. With his eyelids gently lowered, he allowed his head to droop slightly. Emitting steady breaths, Mu Yanli rose and nudged the resting figure, inquiring, "Disciple, why not lie on the bed if you enjoy sleeping so much? I was afraid of waking you," the youth replied after casting a glance at the woman. "You could simply carry me over," he added. Mu Yanli allowed him to lean against her back and softly responded. Leaning close to the youth's ear, Mu Yanli said, "Disciple, do not be so dazed." For a moment, Jiang Che was at a loss for words, opting to remain silent. His gaze fell to the ground, lost in thought for some time. After a moment, he reached out to grasp the delicate foot of his master, where several faint blue veins traced the surface, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Her fair, tender foot was not much larger than his hand, easily engulfed within his palm. The silver-haired fairy's eyes widened in shock. As if confronted with something utterly astonishing, her face flushing crimson, rendering her original color indecipherable. The back of her foot radiated a warm glow, with the sole finely textured, all adorned in a soft pink hue. The entire foot was as white as snow, with the toes resembling plump grapes tightly clustered together, shy like a young girl encountering her crush, unable to lift her head, her cheeks tinged with a delicate pink. Jiang Che merely pinched lightly, yet before he could do anything further, his hand resting upon the woman's foot was swatted away by Mu Yanli with considerable force. "Pervert!" Mu Yanli exclaimed, her voice heavy with an unmistakable blend of embarrassment and anger. "How have you turned into such a lecher?" Her tone was laden with deep confusion and dissatisfaction. Grasping the youth's cheeks with both hands, She pressed firmly until she was satisfied that I asked by Qianyu the one who taught you this. I certainly did not instruct you in such matters. The silver-haired fairy shook her head vigorously, her sharp gaze fixed upon Jiang Che, awaiting his response. Faced with the interrogation from his master, Jiang Che felt a surge of panic. For a fleeting moment, he considered shifting the blame onto Bai Qianyu, but instinctively shook his head. It was impossible to conceal anything from Mu Yanli. She understood him too well. How could someone untouched by the world possibly deceive someone seasoned in it? Why the silence? How dared you act so just now? Jiang Che, unable to meet his master's gaze, stammered. I like it. Perverse. Mu Yanli was taken aback for a long while, biting her lower lip in frustration. Turning her head to mutter in a tone only she could hear. She was extremely upset to witness her grown disciple reduced to this state. Had she known, she would have never indulged him. Have you behaved this way with Bai Qianyu? Or has she allowed you to touch her? Mu Yanli's disbelief in her disciple was palpable, her tone questioning. In matters of the world, there are always oversights. Mu Yanli no longer trusted him. No, Jiang Che quickly denied. Has Bai Qianyu touched you anywhere beyond your hands, master? Truly not. Whether she has or not, I cannot say. If Bai Qianyu were to permit you, would you dare to touch her? Mu Yanli continued, her expression stern. I don't know. Jiang Che felt a sharp smack on his head, the sound of Mu Yanli's anger ringing in his ears. Her tone tinged with urgency. Do you truly wish to indulge in such desires? Even if Bai Qianyu were to offer, you must refuse. Remember, do not touch her, and do not let her touch you. Mu Yanli emphasized. Jiang Che's ears were tugged several times. I cannot control her. I will merely watch over you. Mu Yanli replied indifferently. If you disregard my words, I shall no longer want you. This may have been the most severe statement Mu Yanli had ever uttered, yet it proved effective. Chapter 43, Night, Part 2. Jiang Che gazed at Mu Yanli, finding a certain comfort in the notion of simply following her divine guidance, without the burden of thought. After all, what more could an ordinary youth desire from life? Unbeknownst to him, he had already acquired many things that others dared not dream of. The arrangements made by this woman were sufficient to ensure he lived a stable life. Despite being in the prime of youth, devoid of fervor or ambition, merely adapting to a template existence, he was someone who had no idea what the future held, nor did he wish to ponder it. Whenever boredom struck, he only needed to turn to Mu Yanli for guidance, for she had her plans. This left him with a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Jiang Che recalled the time Mu Yanli took him to the immortal realm to witness the sea, where pristine white grains blanketed the surface, shimmering brilliantly, while darkened skies bore witness to a few raptors circling above, the solitary moon pale and waning. With a single strike, she decimated the soaring birds, their vivid crimson blood splattering across her, leaving a stunned onlooker frozen in awe as he watched the graceful woman sheath her sword. As time passed, he witnessed more and more, yet his heart grew increasingly desensitized. Resembling a stagnant lake, Jiang Che merely gazed at the familiar yet monotonous scenery atop Tide Peak, devoid of anticipation, yet forced to confront the future. For instance, when snow fell from the heavens, Jiang Che would only whisper softly. Never feeling astonished by the myriad changes of Tide Peak, it was merely the way things were. Mu Yanli smiled, though her smile was tinged with bitterness, devoid of any joy. She mused that he ought to have his own life, rather than being confined like a caged bird on Tide Peak for eternity, ultimately left to ponder what worth there was in this existence, only to silently lower his head, speechless. Indeed, their eternally unspoken master-disciple relationship would never be accepted by the world. He treated everything as a transactional condition, an obligation to gain benefits. Whoever treated him well, he would heed. He had no opinions of his own. I will give you opportunities, Mu Yanli said, her slender fingers unfurling as she closed her eyes. Speaking to herself, her intuition warned her that if she truly brought the youth to the mortal realm for leisure, the consequences would be irreparable. The more one knows, the greater the suffering, for the unattainable weighs heavily upon the heart. Growth entails countless collapses of belief, ultimately leading to an acceptance devoid of sorrow or joy. The world is not as splendid as one imagines, nor is it as bleak as it seems. After all, the world does not revolve around oneself alone. Yet Mu Yanli was resolute. She had long ceased to regard this youth merely as a companion, that if he truly wished to leave Tide Peak, to leave her, then she would let him go. Everything was a colossal mistake. Perhaps she had never truly understood how to teach a disciple, or simply had not taken it to heart. In his youth, all it took to bring him joy was a stroll through the streets with her, savoring the simplest hawthorn candy, which would delight him immensely. All that Jiang Che knew was imparted by Mu Yanli. Inherently limited, to plant flowers yields flowers, to plant trees yields trees. Disciple, conversing with me must be tiring, is it not? Mu Yanli inquired softly. The esoteric sword scriptures would eventually be comprehended, and the challenging techniques would find their day of mastery. Yet Jiang Che had to earnestly contemplate every word from the woman, deciphering the meanings contained within, discerning her intentions, and then articulating his responses. Clever individuals are often unaware of their own foolishness. The silver-haired fairy believed she understood her disciple well. For Jiang Che's every word and action could not be concealed from her. No lies could be hidden. Yet in reality, this perception might well be a fallacy. An invisible barrier existed between them, one that they once thought would never arise. Quietly distancing the master from the disciple, she believed she could give everything she possessed to her disciple, even her most cherished purity. To keep him by her side, the beauty of this stunning fairy was akin to a celestial gift to an ordinary youth, an unattainable dream. Mu Yanli smiled, a smile tinged with self-mockery. However, she was oblivious to whether the youth enjoyed such a life. If he did, then all her worries would be for naught. Forget these unpleasant matters, she decided. The silver-haired woman picked up a porcelain cup from the table, pouring a small amount of liquid into it. Just enough to cover the bottom. Before pausing, Mu Yanli gently pressed the youth down, one hand supporting herself against the ground while the other lifted the porcelain cup, pouring the remaining liquid onto the side of his cheek. Jiang Che's eyes widened, entirely unaware of her intentions. As he instinctively struggled against the tilting cup aimed at his face, he soon found it futile. She had him pinned too tightly. The liquid splashed against his cheek. And before it could disperse, Mu Yanli captured his lips with her own, seemingly savoring the moment for quite some time. This is how it becomes sweet. Do you understand? Mu Yanli rose, stating earnestly. Jiang Che stood frozen, astonished as he caught a fleeting glimpse of her flawless skin, adorned with delicate pearls. As she stood, he had not anticipated that Mu Yanli would remember his earlier words and take such unexpected action to convey the answer to him. Do you understand now? Mu Yanli asked, adjusting her tousled hair as she turned to face him. Inspired by the demonstration, Jiang Che eagerly attempted to replicate her actions, laying her flat on the ground, clumsily pouring wine into the porcelain cup. Seeing the cup nearly full, he quickly lifted it to drink some. Stop trying to take advantage of me, you lecher. Mu Yanli scolded, slapping Jiang Che on the shoulder in discontent. The youth found himself pressing the woman beneath him a little too tightly, the silvery moonlight casting a veil over her face, enhancing her beauty with an ethereal quality. Mu Yanli maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at her disciple who was so close, and stated, I will not give it to you. Jiang Che rose, his arms that had encircled her shoulders now limp, devoid of strength. After a while, Mu Yanli let out a soft hum. Jiang Che turned his gaze towards the sound, observing the figure lying on the snowflake stone floor, eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of serene elegance as if in slumber. She could not yet calmly allow her disciple to indulge in such frivolous antics. As the young man's master, how could she permit such behavior? Perhaps it would be best to feign sleep. Jiang Che, noticing Mu Yanli's demeanor, felt a flicker of emotion in his gaze. Ultimately, the young man emulated Mu Yanli's actions. Lifting the small porcelain cup in his hand and slowly tilting it, curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he fixated on the woman's cheek. With a slurp, Jiang Che pressed his lips against the woman's face with a hint of force. Mu Yanli abruptly opened her eyes, gently patting the young man's back, feeling somewhat regretful for her own actions. Chapter 44, Daylight. At Mu Yanli's gesture, Jiang Che rose. After pondering for a moment, she placed the young man back beneath her, retaliating by firmly pinning him down, her lips nibbling at his for an extended period, leaving several distinct marks on his face, akin to flower petals, before finally parting from the boy's cheek. The silver-haired fairy, satisfied with her handiwork, then lifted the reclining figure and patted down her disciple's slightly disheveled robe. All right, back to sleep. Unfulfilled, Mu Yanli playfully pinched Jiang Che's cheek before her gaze lingered for a moment before moving away. Jiang Che's eyes wandered to the outside, where the faint light had already pierced through the inky night, painting a brighter canvas, with a hazy distant view unrelentingly reflected in his sight. Carry me over. Mu Yanli's arms wrapped around the young man's shoulders, resembling a lazy kitten, her upper body resting upon Jiang Che, her cheek pressed against his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che turned his head, observing Mu Yanli's cheek, and complied with her request. The fragrance from her hair wafted delicately into his nostrils, nestled beneath her hair. Her ear peeked out, a tantalizing hint of pink at the earlobe, just enough to be entirely exposed. Uncertain of why she demanded to be carried, given the short distance that could be traversed in mere moments, Mu Yanli dismissed her own thoughts with a shake of her head, smiling at her tendency to overthink. The one being carried tapped the carrier's head lightly, sitting at the edge of the bed, her slender legs dangling down, the skin beneath her white nightgown glistening with a soft sheen. "Lie down." The woman nodded in affirmation. "All right." Jiang Che turned his face toward the wall, his body slightly bent, slowly closing his swollen eyelids, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. The silver-haired fairy was somewhat astonished. Perhaps it was the first time he had drunk to such excess that he fell asleep so soundly. Not uttering a word, the woman pressed her lips together, her eyes wide open, listening to the subtle sound of his breathing, completely devoid of any desire to sleep. Moments later, Mu Yanli's shimmering eyes blinked. She lifted the covers and burrowed inside, creating a bulge shaped like a person, oddly out of place. The one who had been lying sideways was adjusted, revealing bright red marks on his face that clashed with the surrounding hues. Mu Yanli reached out with her delicate hand, pinching and tracing, noticing the color on his skin had not faded but rather intensified. She thought of her disciple as an exquisite toy, entirely unresistant to her actions. And once asleep, he was at her mercy, ripe for her whims. Mu Yanli checked the young man's breath, hesitating for a moment before unfastening Jiang Che's nightgown, stripping it away entirely. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. How could she act in such a manner? Was this how a master should behave? She couldn't help but question herself. Jiang Che's body trembled slightly, his fingers twitching, yet he made every effort to feign sleep. Mu Yanli realized he had awakened but had no intention of halting her actions. Rather, she resolved to intensify them. She had always been a dominant person, not one to easily compromise. However, if the young man were to speak up, she might consider yielding. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. Yet, this did not impede the keen eyesight of a great practitioner who could see as clearly as in daylight, even in such obscurity. Jiang Che kept his eyes open, feeling the weight of a multitude of strands of hair resting upon his abdomen, causing him mild discomfort and a desire to shift. Mu Yanli remained still. The peculiar atmosphere enveloping the young man, leaving him at a loss. He had no inkling of what Mu Yanli intended to do. His nightclothes stripped away, cocooned in the blankets, forming a significant bulge. The silver-haired fairy cradled her face in her hands under the covers, her originally fair cheeks flushed, as abundant strands of hair cascaded down her delicate back, draping over the sleeping figure, creating an indescribably beautiful scene. One that could only be felt rather than articulated. How could she be so lecherous, engaging in such actions? Mu Yanli, a practitioner of exceptional skill, had never entertained the notion of keeping numerous male attendants or consorts. Nor had she ever desired such. The young man possessed an appealing visage, warm and gentle like jade, not unpleasant to behold, garnering the admiration of many female practitioners. However, the inherent allure of such men often proved irksome. Straddling the line between masculine and feminine, captive canaries could not compare to those born of nobility. Discerning eyes could easily identify the qualitative difference, looking down upon them with disdain. Those so-called fairies basked in the adoration of others, believing their offerings to be rare treasures, often viewing themselves as extraordinary. Drifting through life with their attractive appearances, they were the most easily tamed, inherently base, merely adorned with a beautiful facade, hardly worthy of being called fairies. A true fairy was not defined by mere appearance. Both outer beauty and inner essence were indispensable. Mu Yanli had silently observed for a long time. She reached out, pinching and squeezing, only to retract her fingers as if they had touched a red-hot iron. Regardless of gender, perhaps it was human nature to dissect and scrutinize those of the opposite sex. She had initially intended to intoxicate her disciple thoroughly, allowing him to fall into a deep slumber before studying him closely. However, that would be detrimental to his health, and she could not bear to do so. Driven by curiosity, she recalled the time when he was still a child, having seen him numerous times. Yet whenever Jiang Che's gaze met hers, those pure, almost untainted eyes, as if holding the brightest stars and moons of the world, always instilled within her an unspoken sense of guilt. Emerging from beneath the covers, she breathed deeply, pulling Jiang Che's nightclothes back up. Leaving no visible signs of any changes, the fairy enveloped her disciple in all the blankets, wrapping him tightly like a rice dumpling, fearing he might catch a chill. Her delicate feet, seemingly treading upon ethereal light, presented a captivating sight. The woman strolled over to the wardrobe, retrieving a brand new white gown, donning a moon-white undergarment and trousers, and finally slipping on a pair of plain shoes and socks. once she had arranged everything to her satisfaction. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. She had no particular inclination to tie her hair up, as there was no one to impress. She merely wished to be properly dressed. As the fish-belly white dawn seeped through the window, illuminating the young man's face, Mu Yanli found herself devoid of any desire for sleep, opting instead to take a stroll outside. After Mu Yanli exited, Jiang Che glanced at her departing figure, inhaling the cold air deeply before exhaling heavily. He yearned to see the woman changing clothes, yet she did not bother to shield herself behind a screen, seemingly disregarding his presence entirely. The young man was oblivious to Mu Yanli's intentions, feeling an indescribable sensation in his abdomen. Painful, yet not painful. Comfortable, yet not comfortable. Then Mu Yanli sat quietly on a stone bench outside, sipping mountain spring water. She couldn't help but wonder whether Jiang Che possessed any understanding of the differences between genders. She mused, Bai Qianyu wouldn't be so shameless, would she, to expose everything to a child, letting him learn things I have yet to teach? Surely, she could not be so brazen as to pull her disciple before her, truly allowing him to observe. Was there such a thing as a master behaving in such a manner? Mu Yanli quickly shook her head. If Jiang Che were to express such a desire, perhaps it could be considered. After all, it could lead to a gentle incline. But then again, there was no rush. He lacked the courage. The fairy drained the last of the clear mountain spring water from her bowl, gently placing the empty dish upon the table. Chapter 45, Morning Part 1. The morning light broke through. After consuming several large bowls of mountain spring water, Mu Yanli found herself with nothing to do, opting to circle around Tide Peak, taking in her surroundings to pass the time. This figure, traversing the mountain forest, resembled a ghost, leaving no trace of her passage. Surrounding green bamboos towered into the clouds. Peculiar rocks jutted out, and the undulating peaks offered varying views, all adorned with lush vegetation. Among the mountains flowed a small stream, its gentle babbling echoing throughout the peak. Mu Yanli felt that no matter how beautiful the scenery outside, it could not compare to the flora and fauna of Tide Peak, a place akin to a celestial paradise. White mist, much like steam, surged from the foot of the mountain, gradually enveloping every corner of Tide Peak, leaving only the cold palace at the summit detached from the shroud. The unique boundary of clouds and mist delineated the peak's summit, visibility severely limited, obscured by the boundless white light, dressed in a flowing shawl and long gown. Mu Yanli's hair cascaded down her back like a river of stars, reaching her waist. A green silk ribbon cinched her slender waist, fluttering in the wind. The silver-haired fairy lifted her gaze, her expression somewhat frosty, fixated on the distant stone steps. The approaching figure walked lightly, as if treading upon clouds. Then Mu Yanli furrowed her brow and inquired, "What brings you here? Senior sister, am I not allowed to visit Tide Peak?" In the distance stood a woman clad in a water-blue gown, arms behind her back, her waist cinched by a ribbon, holding a feather duster in her left arm, resembling an ethereal Taoist priestess. "It seems I must modify the illusory mist and array of Tide Peak, sealing the mountain paths with spiritual energy, so that certain individuals cannot enter my domain," that Mu Yanli mused to herself. "Such measures cannot deter me." Bai Qianyu shook her head, her tone indifferent. Mu Yanli felt a twinge of annoyance at her words being ruthlessly exposed. Her mood considerably dampened. She turned away, refusing to look at that person. The silver-haired woman wore a displeased expression, her voice frosty. "What is it? If there is nothing, I shall continue my stroll." Bai Qianyu remained silent, sitting on a nearby stone, then reclined entirely, resting her head on her arms. "Yanli, why don't you invite me for a cup of tea?" Bai Qianyu inquired, mirroring her usual demeanor. "The tea maker hasn't tea risen. You'll have to brew it yourself," Mu Yanli replied softly. "I can brew it myself. That's no trouble," Bai Qianyu said, waving her hand dismissively. "Bai Qianyu, there are no tea leaves left on Tidal Peak. We cannot brew any," Mu Yanli stated. Mu Yanli, the spiritual essence of Tidal Peak is pure. "If there are springs, one could simply gather some," Bai Qianyu retorted. "The teapot is shattered, and the porcelain cups are all broken," the silver-haired fairy lamented. "We can use a large bowl," Mu Yanli scoffed. Bai Qianyu, "Who drinks tea from a bowl? I brought my own tea set, along with some Snow Mountain cold jade." Bai Qianyu paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if declaring her triumph. Bai Qianyu, Mu Yanli was left speechless, leading the way to the stone pavilion, unwilling to confront her longtime friend, for she had done nothing out of line. Elsewhere, Mu Yanli stood with her arms crossed, still unwilling to relent as she watched Bai Qianyu prepare the tea. The woman's fingers were graceful, now flickering with flames that danced around the kettle, and in the blink of an eye, Steam began to rise from the spout. Inside the stone pavilion, Bai Qianyu's feather duster lay to her left as she deftly handled the tea set. The leaves soaked in boiling water began to unfurl, changing the color of the infusion. Mu Yanli and Bai Qianyu sat opposite each other, a silence enveloping them. Bai Qianyu's expression remained serene, while Mu Yanli's face mirrored a sky shrouded in leaden clouds, dark and foreboding. Bai Qianyu ignored Mu Yanli, focusing intently on brewing tea. The stone table held the brewed tea, steam rising from the cups in eager spirals, lingering in the air. The silver-haired fairy felt that Bai Qianyu treated Tidal Peak as her home. Devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. Mu Yanli, let us drink tea. The esteemed Ziheng raised her cup, addressing Mu Yanli. Bai Qianyu, Tidal Peak is my domain, Mu Yanli replied, frowning in dissatisfaction. I am aware, Bai Qianyu said. Mu Yanli chose not to argue with Ziheng, silently lifting her cup to sip the scalding tea. What were you up to last night? Bai Qianyu asked, blowing on the steam rising from her cup. Mu Yanli shook her head, responding, I don't know who it was that fled, feeling guilty. Junior sister, I simply couldn't sleep and came to Tidal Peak to take a look, Mu Yanli inquired. Her tone tinged with irritation. Mu Yanli, is it customary to invade my quarters and even extend your consciousness into my room? I was merely concerned for you. Bai Qianyu's complexion remained unblemished and graceful, revealing no hint of shame, utterly calm. Bai Qianyu, how could you speak so shamelessly? Junior sister, there is always a hint of concern, is there not? Ziheng sighed softly. Bai Qianyu, do you truly believe there is anyone like you in this world? Mu Yanli, disinterested in tea, began to ramble. While I was away, did you come to my place to steal my disciple? Mu Yanli asked earnestly. You were not caring for him at that time. What was wrong with me seeking him out? I could at least have a conversation with him, Ziheng replied, a smirk on her lips, lacking any sense of guilt, her demeanor more assertive. Bai Qianyu raised an eyebrow, asking, and when did he become yours? Junior sister, my disciple is indeed mine, Mu Yanli corrected, her dissatisfaction evident. Suit yourself, but he is merely your disciple now. Is there a difference? You know in your heart, Mu Yanli said, admitting that she held little resentment toward Bai Qianyu's actions. But the fact that she had come to Tidal Peak knowing she was present had soured her mood. Was he somewhat dismissive of her? What sense did that make? Bai Qianyu, did you teach him something inappropriate? Mu Yanli could not help but ask, recalling the events of the previous night. Ziheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring slowly. What is it? The silver-haired fairy, exasperated, exclaimed, he has become a lecher. Do you understand? I never taught him that. Bai Qianyu chuckled. Mu Yanli, what concern is that of mine? You are his mentor. I have not instructed him in such matters. The silver-haired fairy insisted. I have told you many times, all men are the same in this world. Mu Yanli sighed, feeling increasingly vexed. You must have taught him something improper. Mu Yanli, I haven't seen him alone in years. For these past years, you have been like a hawk, keeping a close watch on him. Who knows him better than you? Mu Yanli retorted. Didn't you meet him alone last time? Do you think in such an urgent matter, I had the mind to engage in those activities? Bai Qianyu shook her head helplessly. Mu Yanli glanced at Ziheng and said, Bai Qianyu, you should restrain yourself. Otherwise, do not come to Tidal Peak again. Chapter 46. Morning, Part 2. Bai Qianyu bit her lip tightly, lowering her head to glance back and ask, what is it? Mu Yanli was somewhat taken aback, then asked, do you not think that coming to Tidal Peak with such prominent features is tempting my disciple? Making him look at you. Ziheng's face darkened, remaining silent, her brow furrowed for a long while. Junior sister, do you think everyone is as voluptuous as you? Bai Qianyu, you are not small either. Wearing such form-fitting clothing, it's as if you wish to flaunt it. So you choose to bind yourself then. Ziheng glanced pointedly at Mu Yanli's chest, her gaze flickering with curiosity. No need. Just wear looser clothing. Mu Yanli shook her head in denial. If all else fails, cast an illusion spell. That should suffice. Junior sister, have you lost your mind? Mu Yanli, with a mentor like you, it's no surprise you've raised a lecherous disciple. Ziheng nodded as if she had a sudden realization, downing her cup of tea in one go. Mu Yanli wore a stern expression, saying, if you do not listen, you truly will not be welcomed at Tidal Peak in the future. As you wish. As the sun climbed higher, the surrounding mist of Tidal Peak grew thicker, rolling heavily and obscuring distant mountains and nearby scenery. What about him? Ziheng's gaze wandered, inadvertently passing over a certain room. Hesitating before asking. At this hour, you should be practicing swordplay on the sword plateau, Mu Yanli replied softly, glancing at the sky. Indeed, you should practice. His cultivation is feeble, with little skill. Ziheng, I still haven't asked what brings you to my Tidal Peak. Did you genuinely come to drink tea? I recall you mentioning wanting to visit the mortal realm. so I gathered some common currency from that region and thought to bring you some as well." The woman in the azure robe smiled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. Bai Qianyu retrieved some coins, placing them on the stone table and pushing them toward the person across from her before withdrawing her delicate fingers. Mu Yanli did not hesitate, stowing the coins securely in her ample sleeves. Bai Qianyu casually remarked, "I also intend to visit that place. Ziheng, I want to be taking you along." Mu Yanli hesitated before saying. She intended to take her disciple around for exploration. Bringing another along would hinder her plans. "That I never said I wanted to accompany you. Then it's up to you." The silver-haired fairy relaxed her brow. Exhaling softly, Mu Yanli glanced increasingly discontentedly at Ziheng's prominent features, wishing to restrain them herself. She did not wish to act thus, but the woman across from her held impure intentions, wishing to steal her disciple. And still harbored such thoughts. Mu Yanli understood she must be cautious of Bai Qianyu, like guarding a precious treasure. When Jiang Che came to find her later, he would undoubtedly notice Bai Qianyu's prominent features. And if he couldn't help but steal a few glances, it would only lead to her being mocked by this friend. The silver-haired fairy couldn't help but recall how Jiang Che had not always been this way. That person had once been too timid to even meet anyone's gaze. How could he now gaze so boldly, as if seeking to penetrate through all garments to uncover more enchanting vistas? She felt a pang of regret, inwardly cursing the lecherous nature. Ziheng spoke earnestly. "Mu Yanli, you will surely regret this. You should not have taken him outside. It would have been better for him to remain at Tidal Peak." Hearing this, Mu Yanli pondered for a moment and replied, "Ziheng, are you suggesting I truly keep him like a bird in a cage? You ask me what I can do, but you are the one who is his mentor." Bai Qianyu emphasized the word mentor as she spoke. "Bai Qianyu, dare you say you do not wish to replace my position? You previously took it upon yourself to instruct my disciple. Suit yourself." She did not wish to treat that person as a caged bird, as if he were a mere pet on the sword plateau. The ground was covered with snow-like grains, obscuring the original colors. Verdant trees encircled the plateau, and the occasional falling leaves descended silently. It was an exceptionally quiet place, rarely disturbed by birds in flight, with the air fresh as though infused with moisture, even after prolonged cultivation. One would not feel fatigue. Among them stood a youthful figure, clad in a smoky blue robe, like a towering mountain that would not yield. The young man on the sword plateau opened his sword-raising gourd. As the opening flashed, indistinguishable sword shadows surged forth, the dazzling light of the swords so brilliant that the symbols etched upon them scattered, almost obliterating everything in their path. Jiang Che closed his lips. Murmuring to himself, there was still a lack of imagery depicting the severing of colossal boulders and the rending of mountain peaks. The sword-nurturing gourd was perched on the sword sheath, fastened at his waist. For a cultivator, drawing the sword could bring about the collapse of heaven itself. This young man wore a round jade pendant at his waist, pristine and crystalline in hue. Of exceptional quality. Currently, it remained unrefined, only delicately inscribed with the name of his youthful master, devoid of any further embellishments. He did not rise particularly early that morning. Upon sensing that Bai Qianyu had once again arrived at Tidal Peak, he had swiftly climbed through the window to practice his swordsmanship on the sword platform. The young lad could not comprehend his master's temperament. Just yesterday, she had expressed her dissatisfaction towards Ziheng Xianzue. Yet today they were sharing tea together. "Disciple, go to the foot of the mountain to welcome someone. An arrival is imminent." Jiang Che recognized this as Mu Yanli's voice echoing across the distance. Conveyed through a talisman that fluttered to him, the man accepted the talisman that hovered before him, crumpled it into his sleeve, and then plunged into the vast expanse of the mountain forest. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Che gazed at the young girl before him for a moment. He had spent a considerable time on Tidal Peak, rarely encountering peers of his age, let alone someone dressed in such attire. The girl donned a short azure skirt that revealed nearly her entire calf, its radiant sheen reminiscent of finely crafted white jade, complemented by knee-high white stockings that were only a mere whisper of fabric. So thin they seemed almost fragile. The only other females he frequently encountered were his master, Mu Yanli, and Bai Qianyu from Yaofeng, both of whom had never adorned themselves in such a manner, preferring instead to dress modestly, as if to envelop themselves entirely. If following Mu Yanli's words, how could one be so shameless as to dress in such a revealing fashion, leaving nothing to the imagination? "Junior brother," the girl noticed Jiang Che's prolonged silence and waved her delicate hand before him, tentatively calling out. The young man, returning to awareness, promptly turned and said, "Follow me." He was merely responsible for the greeting and had no interest in the girl's purpose for coming. "My name is Qing Gu. You may call me senior sister." The girl introduced herself. "All right, Jiang Che replied politely. Qin Gu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had long heard tales of Tidal Peak's breathtaking scenery. Perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise, the summit. Eternal snow and solid ice crowned a palace. The celestial palace master had only taken one disciple, and the sect was on the brink of decline. However, upon meeting this young man, she felt considerable disappointment. He appeared to be merely an ordinary attendant, despite the rumors that Tidal Peak had no attendants. Qinggu had heard whispers of the silver-haired celestial treating her sole disciple as a cherished possession, forbidding any outsider from encroaching to the extent that few had ever laid eyes on him. The young man's garments bore golden thread embroidered with the celestial's name, and the jade pendant at his waist was inscribed with those same characters. Coupled with the distinct mark of a kiss upon his face, suddenly, Qinggu found the credibility of those rumors to be exceedingly high. Chapter 47. I have a disciple. Qinggu followed Jiang Che, suddenly inquiring, "Junior brother, is Mu Palace Master a wonderful person?" The girl was taken aback by Jiang Che's apparent lack of interest. He merely trudged along the path, not engaging in conversation, despite her not being unattractive. She was the type many young men would find appealing. "Indeed, she is quite pleasant," Jiang Che responded, slightly halting in his steps. Enough of this silence, Qinggu thought, her smile faltering, her fingers clenching quietly. When had she ever been subjected to such disregard and indignity? She felt a twinge of displeasure. The girl was accustomed to the adulation and servility of her contemporaries. After all, as long as one was attractive, there was always a reason to be favored. Qinggu believed that all men should be enamored by her. Jiang Che sensed a gaze lingering behind him. His fingers tightened subtly within his sleeve, his demeanor shifting as if a ferocious beast was poised to pounce. The red cord of the protective amulet around his neck quivered slightly. "Senior sister, do you have something to say?" Jiang Che inquired, his expression cool and serious. However, when he turned to face the girl named Qinggu, he was met with an exceedingly warm smile, her fair complexion glowing as if touched by milk, radiantly pristine. Women were indeed difficult to please, Jiang Che mused. This person, who clearly had no significant connection to him, harbored considerable malice. She concealed it well, believing that no one could perceive the low cultivation level he possessed. Never mind her, Jiang Che even contemplated trapping her in an illusion to teach her a lesson. But he refrained due to Mu Yanli's instructions. He might appear gentle on the surface, yet he was not weak of heart. Neither his master Mu Yanli nor Bai Qianyu, who frequently visited Tidal Peak, would regard him in such a manner. What right did a mere girl, based on her looks, have to belittle him? No matter how lovely Qinggu was, could she compare to Mu Yanli? She was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. Qinggu lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth curling disdainfully. Eye in her eyes, Jiang Che was merely a prized possession kept by a woman, one that could be discarded at any moment. How could he ever rival her? "Senior sister, remember this is Tidal Peak, not your territory." The young man's voice was low, imbued with warning. "I am quite eager to see Mu Palace Master's true form." "Junior brother, do hurry along. You're rather slow," Qinggu replied, lifting her head to smile at the sky. Jiang Che shook his head, responding coolly, "Senior sister, you are unworthy of seeing her atop the peak in the cold palace." The atmosphere was devoid of the tension found at the foot of the mountain. Instead, it radiated tranquility, untouched by any clamor, resembling a transcendent utopia. The silver-haired celestial reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely basking in the sun. Resting her arms behind her head, sunlight danced upon her skin, creating shimmering halos, while the gentle breeze whispered past, occasionally accompanied by the chirping of insects. "Junior sister, do I not have a place in this hospitality?" Bai Qianyu inquired, casting a glance at her seemingly oblivious friend. "None," came the curt reply. Bai Qianyu furrowed her brow, begrudgingly retrieving a rocking chair from the hall and laying down beside her, casting sidelong glances at Mu Yanli. Awaiting her response. Mu Yanli, "Someone is coming, is it not?" Bai Qianyu's luminous eyes opened wide as she asked. "You've taken his chair. Get up." Mu Yanli suddenly opened her eyes, extending her hand to push Bai Qianyu. Her displeasure evident. Mu Yanli exerted more force, declaring, "Bai Qianyu, his belongings are not for your use, they are all mine." Ziheng said nothing more, merely moving the rocking chair a considerable distance away before lying down in silence. "Mu Yanli, surely you cannot control me like this." Bai Qianyu stretched languidly, stating, "You should send your disciple to cultivate rather than idling away time here with you. My disciple requires no teaching from you." The silver-haired celestial sighed. "Junior sister, do you see me as an outsider?" Bai Qianyu paused, her gaze darkening slightly, revealing a hint of sorrow. "Bai Qianyu, You are indeed an outsider. Your intentions are not pure. It is already quite a feat that I allow you to remain here. Mu Yanli remarked, recalling Bai Qianyu's previous actions with a clenched jaw and a voice filled with disdain. Junior brother, you truly have a knack for jest, Qinggu remarked, her voice attempting to sound melodious. You are unworthy of seeing her. Ha Bai Qianyu. You should rise. Mu Yanli's gaze drifted toward a figure in the distance, speaking unhurriedly. Bai Qianyu feigned sleep, ignoring her. Unaccustomed to such behavior, Mu Yanli directly approached and pulled her up. Storing the young man's rocking chair within her storage ring. Mu Yanli, Bai Qianyu found herself momentarily speechless, as the chill in Mu Yanli's gaze was palpable. Bai Qianyu, he has returned. I certainly want to be lending it to you, Mu Yanli stated nonchalantly. Jiang Che's gaze wandered into the distance, his eyelids twitching. He hadn't expected the girl to still be present. Lingering by Mu Yanli's side, the one walking ahead paid no mind to the girl trailing behind. Mu Yanli sat up straight, softly calling out, Disciple, come here. It has been a while since I've seen you. Jiang Che responded promptly, swiftly approaching his master's side. Master, White Fairy, the young man hesitated before adding. Bai Qianyu bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Che had not anticipated Bai Qianyu's reply. He glanced at her briefly before averting his gaze. Qinggu stood there silently, her fist clenched tight. These individuals treated her as if she were inconsequential, akin to mere unworthy of notice. She looked at Jiang Che's silhouette, inwardly lamenting how he could be so arrogant. Realizing it was not just one woman who indulged him, Bai Qianyu suddenly appeared before Qinggu, her expression frigid. Akin to eternal ICE.do not entertain thoughts that do not concern you. Your family bears no weight. Mind your demeanor. Qinggu recognized this figure as the peak master of Yaofeng, a highly lauded alchemist of Daozhou. Did she have some connection to Tidal Peak as well? Qinggu felt her lips split from her biting, the crimson essence swirling within her mouth, silently swallowed down, tinged with resentment rather than mingled with blood. She glanced toward Jiang Che's position, observing how the woman beside him, adorned in pure white garments, radiated an aura that seemed otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial being. The celestial, clad in immaculate simplicity, reached out her delicate hand to adjust the slightly disheveled sleeves of the young man's attire. Then took his hand to examine it before finally pinching his cheek. At that moment, they were engaged in conversation, their closeness palpable, the woman's uncontainable concern threatening to overflow from her eyes. The palace master of the cold palace, Mu Yanli. And Ziheng Xianzuan. They were so radiant that upon seeing them, Qinggu felt her own brilliance dimmed, like ordinary gravel mingling with gold, inherently overshadowed, in the depths of Qinggu's heart. An uncontrollable surge of jealousy and shame enveloped her, as if a demon were raging within. Qinggu found it incomprehensible why Mu Yanli chose to accept that young man as her disciple. Born with a natural affinity for the 5 elements, and with formidable elders in her clan, she was an impeccable prodigy in every regard. Yet Mu Yanli had casually rejected her. Mu Yanli firmly stated to Qinggu's elders, I already have a disciple. Chapter 48. Execution. Mu Yanli had been observing Qinggu from a distance. Her clear eyes paused upon seeing the girl's attire, which appeared entirely unremarkable to outsiders, yet exuded a captivating charm like autumn waters. Deep within her, a sense of discontent brewed, for she was aware that this young girl had just bullied her disciple. She averted her gaze, dismissing the girl and choosing not to acknowledge her presence. Such behavior at Tide Peak seemed to indicate a disregard for her own standing. However, the serene scrutiny of the silver-haired fairy led Qinggu to mistakenly believe that Mu Yanli was pleased with her, causing her to puff out her chest and grip the sword scabbard on her back. Do you wish for more people at Tide Peak? Mu Yanli directed her gaze towards Jiang Che, reaching out to delve into her disciple's robe, extracting a safety talisman to examine it closely, and inquired slowly. The talisman remained intact, merely trembling slightly. The talismans she crafted were indeed potent, imbued with a formidable spell. Mu Yanli, I am still here, Bai Qianyu remarked, unable to suppress her thoughts upon witnessing Mu Yanli's indifference. Even the most intimate gestures should be tempered, Bai Qianyu thought. After all, we are not alone here. I know you haven't left. You would never wish to, Mu Yanli replied, squeezing Jiang Che's hand lightly before continuing. What does the master mean? The young man paused for a moment before cautiously asking. Mu Yanli glanced at Qinggu again and stated, She has come to seek me as a disciple. Jiang Che responded with a soft sound. He was unaware of Mu Yanli's true intentions and lacked clarity regarding the implications involved. When asked by his master, his mind whirled. I do not like it, Jiang Che answered firmly. deep within him, there was a subconscious resistance to the idea of someone else intruding upon their lives, disrupting their established routine. Then let it be so, Mu Yanli nodded, dismissively declaring. She had never entertained any thoughts of accepting the girl, and her feelings were now tinged with disdain. How could such a thing occur? My disciple does not wish for her to join, yet she aspires to reside at Tide Peak. It is best to send her away to avoid future displeasure. You may leave. Mu Yanli raised her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Chinga, her ruby lips parting slightly. Chinga's smile gradually faltered, uncertainty creeping into her voice as she asked, Fairy Mu. Mu Yanli intensified her tone, stating, You may return. I will not accept you. The girl lowered her head, her countenance darkening with discontent as she questioned, Why does the fairy refuse me? My clan has prepared an abundance of gifts as a token of apprenticeship. Why? She could not comprehend how someone with such exceptional talent could be rejected twice. Feeling inferior to that young man 10 years ago, I did not take notice of you, and now, I remain unchanged. You may leave. As Chinga lifted her gaze to behold the breathtakingly beautiful Mu Yanli making such declarations. She felt her strength wane, breath escaping her in a daze. The idol she revered dismissed her with such nonchalance, rendering her aspirations utterly futile. The woman, a divine gift from the heavens, possessed eyes that sparkled like the full moon. Garbed in ethereal white, captivating all who beheld her, delivered an unprecedented blow to Chinga's spirit. He does not like you, Mu Yanli stated with an impassive expression. Neither do I, she added, the sarcasm cutting deeper than Chinga could bear. Having arrived with such confidence, believing Mu Yanli would certainly accept her, Chinga found herself face to face with a disciple who, by all accounts, appeared rather ordinary, with only her beauty deemed commendable, the girl in green originally thought. If that person were radiantly brilliant, she would humble herself before them. Conversely, if they were unimpressive, she would assert her superiority, for she could not fathom that someone of such celestial demeanor would value a disciple of her caliber. If she were to become Mu Yanli's disciple, she imagined that person would be cast aside like a tattered shoe, unworthy of even a glance. This was also the reason behind Chinga's earlier disdain for Jiang Che. He was ordinary and indifferent, yet carried an air of superiority that left her feeling belittled. Suddenly, a wicked thought crossed Chinga's mind. Could such a person also succumb to desires? For that young man possessed one advantage over her: his masculinity. The notion of such a figure being subjected to the whims of others, reduced to a pitiful state, amused her greatly, almost making her burst into laughter. Chinga kept her gaze lowered, fearing that the two formidable practitioners would detect even a hint of her thoughts. But no matter how fleeting, impure intentions were enough to betray her. Heng, see her off. Mu Yanli's voice, reminiscent of frost accumulated over time, suddenly erupted. A glance from her shattered the stone beside Chinga, sending shards flying and grazing the girl's flawless skin, drawing forth crimson blood, leaving her in a state of disarray. I will leave on my own, Chinga cried out in fear, as if losing her sanity. She realized what was about to unfold. She had provoked powerful practitioners, and not just one. Mu Yanli, how dare you command me? I am not your servant. Bai Qianyu said through gritted teeth, clearly displeased. Mu Yanli's expression darkened, her fury palpable as she replied, You should be aware of what she has just contemplated, and that includes you. Chinga drew a talisman from her robe, yet before she could evade, a colossal hand of ethereal force seized her, rendering her immobile. Mu Yanli, I will not hold you accountable. For now, Bai Qianyu cast a spell, capturing the girl and forcing her into a position of utter humiliation. Junior sister, I must return to Medicine Peak for a moment. A brilliant arc of light streaked across the sky as Bai Qianyu took Chinga away, intending to utilize the girl as nourishment for the spirit fruit trees in her medicinal field, leaving no trace behind, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Master? Jiang Che was bewildered by the rapid sequence of events. I possess the ability to read minds. Thus, I can perceive everything. Mu Yanli spoke softly. Mind reading, a rare ancient technique even in scriptures, lacked the terrifying power of spells, but was not inferior. The young man's heart raced at the thought that his innermost thoughts would be laid bare before his master, leaving him feeling vulnerable. At that moment, he could not meet Mu Yanli's gaze, fear creeping into him. What are you afraid of? I do not require mind reading to understand you, for you are incapable of hiding anything from me, Mu Yanli said with a gentle smile, observing Jiang Che's demeanor with a hint of amusement. Jiang Che met Mu Yanli's eyes, realizing she spoke the truth. I was worried about disrupting your plans. Nothing is more important than you. Do you understand? Mu Yanli remarked as she gently pinched Jiang Che's cheek, her expression turning serious as she shifted her gaze away. Chapter 49. The tale of Chinga Chinga was dead. The girl had transformed into sustenance, nourishing the fruit trees in Bai Qianyu's medicinal field, her whereabouts now lost to the void. Before her demise, Bai Qianyu had whispered to Qingge, "Is there any difference between your attire and that of a courtesan outside? My family will come for you. They will not let you escape." Qingge insisted, her voice heavy, yet the warning felt utterly impotent, devoid of persuasive power. She recognized that her fury had clouded her judgment, leaving her without a chance for redemption. "Then feel free to try," Bai Qianyu scoffed. With that, Bai Qianyu placed Qingge beneath the vines, which gradually ensnared her, and in a moment, the girl was entirely consumed. Mu Yanli's cold palace was no den of vice. How could she accept a disciple dressed in such a manner? It was clear that the moment the woman laid eyes on Qingge, she had dismissed her, regardless of her talents. "Is it truly my appearance that is unappealing? Then you should seek others," Ziheng pondered, envisioning Mu Yanli's frosty expression as she questioned the young man. Shaking his head in disbelief, in Mu Yanli's eyes, Jiangche was worthy of her attention, and she was willing to share herself with him, yet he was not to gaze upon other women. Such possessiveness was indeed tyrannical. Suddenly, Bai Qianyu found herself feeling a twinge of sympathy for that girl. Qingge hailed from the Gu family in the northern domain of Daozhou, a family now renowned, with an extensive commercial network that wielded significant influence throughout the northern territories. Yet, 10 years prior, the Gu family had merely been a small clan dwelling in an obscure mountain range, ensnared beneath endless cliffs. Shrouded from the light of day, beneath the endless cliffs resided a beast god, revered as the clan's sacrificial spirit, safeguarding its members. This lineage possessed the blood of a true beast god, albeit with a significantly diluted essence. In such extreme conditions, sustenance was scarce, rendering agriculture nearly impossible, and the beast god required substantial offerings, often demanding the sacrifice of young boys and girls for protection. At Mu Yanli, in her quest for celestial treasures, fortuitously encountered Qingge, a girl destined for sacrifice. Not particularly benevolent, she simply recognized that what the beast god protected happened to be the treasure she sought, and thus, she effortlessly severed the beast god's life. Qingge gazed blankly at Mu Yanli's figure, imprinting the memory upon her heart for eternity. She seemed to understand that what she longed to pursue was the path of a practitioner like Mu Yanli, who could cleave through all obstacles with a mere swing of her sword. The treasure guarded by the beast god is the Xian Jade, which can nurture celestial techniques akin to the nurturing abilities of the sword gourd. Its value in the external world being considered priceless and seldom seen in the present age. Presently, the Xian Jade has been fashioned into a safety pendant and a waist jade ornament closely worn by Jiangche, serving as a significant means of self-defense. The jade quality of Xian Jade is remarkably resilient, difficult to destroy. Upon closer inspection, it appears as though something is coiling within the Xian Jade, through the celestial treasure that absorbs and exhales the essence of heaven and earth. It continuously nurtures celestial techniques, eagerly anticipating the moment when the jade shatters and bursts forth with vibrant colors. Mu Yanli, who severed her ties with the beast god, is revered by those individuals as a celestial being. To the extent that they wished to carve her likeness into statues, she refused, accustomed to such scenes, for she has never been one to seek fame. During that encounter, Mu Yanli met the frail Qingge from his childhood. Recognizing that this delicate individual possessed a natural affinity for the 5 elements, making his path of cultivation smooth, with little chance of encountering bottlenecks, thus attracting the attention of various major sections. However, Mu Yanli held no interest. Faced with the requests for apprenticeship from several elders associated with Qingge, she unhesitatingly declined, leaving no room for negotiation. She was disinclined to bring another person to Chaoshi Peak. Even managing one was more than enough, let alone adding another. Did they wish to exhaust her? True cultivators have encountered countless prodigies and do not lack for one or two. At most, they may dazzle for a moment. As innate talent does not equate to future achievements, serving merely as a stepping stone, she was not aiming to revive Chaoshi Peak. As long as a flicker of its legacy remains, it would not vanish into the river of time. She had no desire to teach disciples, finding it excessively burdensome. "That I already have a disciple," Mu Yanli stated, facing the eager crowd, before departing without a backward glance, leaving behind only her solitary silhouette for others to gaze upon from afar. Upon hearing her words, Qing Ji's eyes dimmed slightly. His head bowed, and no one noticed the flames of hatred igniting within Qing Ji's gaze. He was consumed by jealousy. Qingge had longed for a master to guide him. believing that with his innate talent for cultivation, he would surely soar to great heights, becoming a revered practitioner, rather than being reduced to the status of a mere sacrifice as he was today. Life and death lay firmly in his grasp. At a critical moment, Mu Yanli recalled the young boy who often lingered at Chaoshi Peak and brought him up, although she claimed not to care for Jiang Che. She still regarded that boy as her disciple, especially since a thief accompanied him at Chaoshi Peak. How could such a fortuitous opportunity arise, to save someone and then take them on as a disciple to nurture? Mu Yanli found it unappealing and felt it would be a disadvantage. Time passed swiftly, and Mu Yanli had long forgotten the individual named Qinggu, as well as the place she had inadvertently passed by. That memory had long since shattered like a fleeting illusion. Becoming unseen, later, while rummaging through her storage ring, she retrieved the Xian jade, recalling that she had once saved someone who seemed to possess some aptitude, only to forget again. Her entire focus shifted to carving the Xian jade, infusing it with the celestial techniques to be gifted to Jiang Che for his protection. It was merely during an auction in the northern region that she fortuitously encountered Qing Ji's father. And amidst the man's repeated calls of celestial being, she recalled the individual she had rescued. She did not refuse the precious materials offered by Qing Ji's father, considering them well-deserved, as a long-overdue reward for her past act of saving a life. At that time, she had prepared to forge a flying sword as a rite of passage, to present to her disciple, who only wielded a green wooden sword. Nothing could surpass the gift of a flying sword. Who among the youth does not dream of becoming a master swordsman? An ambitious young man rightly deserves the sharpest sword to cleave through all adversaries. Qinggu still entertained the thought of apprenticing under her. That individual perpetually remembered the celestial maiden who fiercely battled the beast god, her few casual strikes not only slaying the beast god, but also capturing Qing Ji's admiration. Qing Ji's father again proposed an apprenticeship. Yet Mu Yanli still evaded the offer. She had no desire to attract anyone else to Chaoshi Peak. She would rather that no females remained at Chaoshi Peak. She also kept a wary eye on Bai Qianyu. Knowing of that person's ulterior motives, she was unaware of how Qinggu had acquired the information that led him to accidentally find his way to Chaoshi Peak. Out of courtesy, she welcomed him in, only to be sorely disappointed. Chaoshi Peak did not require such individuals, nor did Mu Yanli desire such a disciple. If it were not for the unmistakable aura of his innate spirit and his unchanging appearance, she would have briefly thought that a courtesan from the outside world had come to Chaoshi Peak to mock her. Did Qinggu intend to transform her cold palace into a den of debauchery? Mu Yanli could not help but ponder. She wouldn't dare to wear such short skirts in front of her disciple. She lacked the audacity. At least not now. The time was not ripe yet, lest she lead her disciple astray. Chapter 50. Warmth. If you are bullied, remember to return. If you cannot win, I will help you. Mu Yanli cradled her cheeks, her delicate lips parting and closing several times. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yanli earnestly remarked, "You are the only one I can bully." Jiang Che gazed into Mu Yanli's eyes before slowly averting his gaze, having long since grown accustomed to it. The midday sun hung high, yet Chaoshi Peak remained frigid, devoid of warmth. The illusory mist enveloping Chaoshi Peak was ruthlessly dispersed, spreading far and wide, eroding the entire peak's summit. The palaces submerged in the white mist resembled the legendary jade capital in the sky, with only a few corners protruding. The clouds at the horizon scattered and were densely packed, forming layer upon layer of cloud blankets. The thick cloud cover blocked both sunlight and visibility. Jiang Che felt a discomfort rising in his chest, a heavy sensation as if a giant hammer were relentlessly striking his heart, the rhythmic beats echoing like the tolling of a clock. Mu Yanli grasped Jiang Che's hand, pulling him to sit beside her as they quietly listened to the wind. It asked nothing, merely the roar of the icebound snow region, a natural disaster. Jiang Che was perplexed as to what natural disaster could possess such power, capable of traveling such distances, still maintaining its awe-inspiring might upon reaching Chaoshi Peak. Mu Yanli sensed the boy's thoughts and calmly remarked, "You have seen too little. It is merely commonplace. Such are the natural disasters and calamities in the realm of cultivation." A chilling wind from the icebound snow region howled, causing the windows of the house to rattle violently, as if incessant raindrops were beating against them, creating a rustling sound as though they might shatter. Nearby, the azure branches and leaves fell in a flurry, the trunks nearly bending as they exhibited a grotesque curvature. The falling debris, swept along by the cold wind, rushed backward to an unknown destination. In the distance, the vast mountains began to shift, trembling discordantly. "Go close the windows inside, and then draw the curtains," Mu Yanli instructed, still seated outside, addressing Jiang Che beside her. "This cold wind is but a minor disturbance for cultivators. it poses little threat. Inside, Jiang Che paused momentarily while closing the window, resting his hand on the nearby curtain, peering outside. The fabric was adorned with strings of precious beads that struck discordant notes, vibrating so intensely that they nearly slipped from his grasp. He stared blankly at the solitary figure in the wind, pondering whether that extraordinary woman also appeared like this at present. Did she watch him practice swordplay, meditating to gather energy? What thoughts crossed her mind as she observed him? Unbeknownst to him, a strong gust of cold wind swept into the room, disarranging the interior, causing the high stacks of books to tumble to the ground, along with the folding screen. Jiang Che hastily shut the window but, in his fluster, caught a corner of his sleeve and sighed, revealing his blunder. When Mu Yanli heard the noise, she turned her head, observing the flustered individual, letting out a weary sigh. Really now, Bai Qianyu, why have you returned? Mu Yanli regarded the figure reappearing at Chaoshi Peak with a stern expression. Bai Qianyu smiled slightly, responding, Mu Yanli, naturally, I missed you. Ziheng, how many sincere words can you muster? Mu Yanli averted her gaze, retorting with a hint of disdain. Jiang Che stood beneath the eaves, his eyes fixed on Mu Yanli's direction. Hesitating to act, he understood that the two were conversing, and it was best not to listen, wavering for a moment before preparing to retreat indoors. Come here. However, Mu Yanli did not let him off so easily. Calling out from a distance, Mu Yanli, you truly wish for everyone to know he is your disciple. Ziheng's eyes deepened, his fingers subtly tightening. This woman's actions seemed to suggest she might as well inscribe her name upon Jiang Che. He is mine by right. No one else shall claim him. Mu Yanli straightened her posture, correcting the assumption. Bai Qianyu paused, gazing blankly at the broken snow pine, stating, no one would compete with you for him. Bai Qianyu lingered for a moment before continuing, recently, I followed a spirit dragon and discovered a new spirit stone mine. Construction has just commenced. What do you intend to do? Mu Yanli listened intently, though she was somewhat reluctant to believe it. Surely, she couldn't be expected to share with her. Mu Yanli mused internally. I can allocate some areas to you, designating them as private mines. Mu Yanli shook her head, replying, consider it carefully, I have nothing to offer you. Moreover, when did you become so generous? It doesn't suit you. Bai Qianyu closed her eyes, reciting, consider it compensation for my previous stealthy visits to Chaoshi Peak. Mu Yanli scrutinized Bai Qianyu seriously, not declining the offer. The formations atop Chaoshi Peak not only autonomously absorbed the essence of heaven and earth but also required spirit stones to maintain their operation, resulting in considerable consumption. After speaking, the individual took her leave without farewells, directly taking to the skies on her sword, disappearing into the layers of white mist. Mu Yanli suddenly felt a twinge of reluctance as Bai Qianyu departed. That woman's appearance seemed to have improved significantly compared to before. Gone? Jiang Che approached Mu Yanli's side, scanning the surroundings but finding no trace of her. Rest for a while, Mu Yanli suggested, leading the way ahead. Mu Yanli realized that her fondness for him seemed to grow increasingly. Just the thought of it made an indescribable pleasure linger in her heart, akin to savoring exquisite honey, lingering on the palate. Each time she reached out to pinch his hand, his face, or any other part, she marveled at the transformations of that young man. Mu Yanli regarded Jiang Che as her own possession, scrutinizing him with meticulous attention, almost wishing to memorize every inch of him. At night, when they lay together on the bed, she always positioned herself on the outer edge, allowing the young man to lean against the wall. The amount of space he had to sleep depended entirely on her whims. She recalled how she would slowly shift her body, only to see the boy inching closer to her, until he was pressed against the wall with nowhere else to retreat, yet still squeezing further in. Master, there's no room left, he timidly voiced. As long as you stay close to me, I want to encroach upon your space, she replied in a tone devoid of discernible emotion. After speaking, she shifted outward slightly. After a while, she felt something brush against her arm. Mu Yanli could not fathom why Jiang Che disliked sleeping near her. Surely, being closer would allow him to savor the faint, delightful fragrance that lingered on her, a most comforting sensation. Nevertheless, she resolved to compel him to comply. She took great pleasure in using Jiang Che as a makeshift pillow. By day, she wrapped herself tightly in layers, but by night, she donned snug, comfortable nightwear, exposing large swathes of her porcelain skin as she embraced him without reservation. Mu Yanli had never delineated the distinction between them, nor had she provided him with any relevant literature. Yet, he was no fool. Even if he was somewhat slow to grasp, he would gradually sense that their embraces bore a different significance. Occasionally, she would rub against him, feeling him shift uneasily while feigning deep slumber. Both their cheeks flushed slightly, neither truly asleep, simply holding each other in silence, until, with great caution, the young man turned to gaze at her, and upon seeing his flushed face, Mu Yanli could not resist the urge to lean in and redden it further. She pressed her rounded finger against his cheek, leaving a perfect indent. When he awakened, her actions became even more fervent, more unreasonable. Don't move, she insisted, pinning down his instinctive attempt to turn away, pouting in indignation. He resembled a sheep caught in the gaze of a lion, destined to be thoroughly devoured before being released. Beneath the night sky, even the most brilliant moonlight paled in comparison to the sapphire-like gleam of her eyes. Such behavior was entirely at odds with her usual demeanor. As if a celestial being had descended from the heavens to playfully tease mortals, she needed little sleep, often listening to the gentle rhythm of his breathing at night. During moments of leisure, she would sit up to observe the young man, checking for any changes. Or she would wander to the desk, quietly basking in the moonlight, savoring the splendor of the starry sky. Previously, Mu Yanli had devoted her thoughts to cultivation, but later, her focus shifted to mentoring her disciple, deriving joy from it without fatigue. She had successfully molded the young man into a devoted servant. If Jiang Che's gaze did not land on Mu Yanli, he would instinctively seek her out, forgetting all other tasks. He harbored both reverence and trepidation towards her, and Mu Yanli believed this was as it should be. She was his master, and he must not forget the proper decorum. She would send Jiang Che off to practice swordplay while she leaned against the window, quietly observing his figure if she grew weary of watching. She would seek out books to prepare for his future use. When there was truly nothing else to do, the celestial maiden would rummage through her storage ring for suitable items to craft into gifts. Inscribing names upon them before bestowing them upon him, Mu Yanli was not particularly fond of children, which is why she had kept young Jiang Che on Tide Peak. Yet, she yearned to bear a few children. Entrusting them to her disciple, while she silently observed, she envisioned the charming scene of watching her disciple fumble and struggle to soothe a child, anxiously coming to her for guidance. They would exchange smiles, together coaxing their shared offspring. She could not fathom a more heartwarming scenario. That night, as the thought of this image crossed her mind, she could not help but inquire about it with the young man. When she received no response, her mood soured. How could he not know? Chapter 51. The gift of a sword. A white crane descended upon Tide Peak, its cries resounding through the stillness, startling the slumbering occupants. Jiang Che stood by the window, gazing outward at the crane, its feathers as white as snow, spreading its wings and calling out, its long legs and large toes resembling a graceful maiden. Mu Yanli donned her shoes and stepped outside, retrieving a scroll from the crane's toes, crafted entirely of hemp. She stared at it for a moment. Then, with a flick of her fingertip, the scroll silently transformed into wisps of smoke. Vanishing into thin air, Jiang Che approached Mu Yanli from behind, gently tugging at the pristine sleeve of her garment. "What is it?" he asked curiously. Mu Yanli turned around, pinching the young man's hand with her other hand. Before dismissing him, news from the forging peak indicates that the immortal sword I commissioned has been forged. Her stature was tall and upright, akin to a solitary pine standing on a cliff. Her garments billowing gracefully. Mu Yanli gazed at the golden sun on the horizon, her eyes narrowing slightly, while her slender fingers quietly folded within her sleeves. She turned her head to inquire, "Will you accompany me?" Jiang Che sensed an unusual warmth in her tone, as though her mood were exceptionally good. Is it because of this matter? He pondered silently. "I'll accompany you, since I have nothing else to do," he replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers for a brief moment before stating, "All right." Jiang Che noticed a swirl of spiritual energy coiling around Mu Yanli's palm, indicating she was forming a spiritual seal. Her presence rendered the surrounding scenery somewhat dim in comparison, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. "Let me catch a white crane for you to play with," Mu Yanli murmured as her gaze drifted towards the vast clouds. Jiang Che had never witnessed such a method. It was as if invisible hands were pulling a mass of clouds from afar, rapidly enlarging in his view until it descended to the ground, shattering stones upon impact. From this distance, Jiang Che observed that the crane's crown bore a color reminiscent of blood, devoid of feathers, and its physique appeared robust, promising exquisite flesh. He reached out to touch the crane's feathers, but nearly got pecked. Mu Yanli, displeased, patted the crane's body, and the once restless creature became docile, kneeling down to await her command. "Did you employ a beast-taming technique?" Jiang Che asked, reaching out again to stroke the white crane's feathers without any hindrance. The crane, instead, curled its body, pressing its wings tightly against itself as if startled. The young man glanced at Mu Yanli, whose bright eyes were fixed upon him, seemingly ready to speak. "You go first," she said. Averting her gaze, the crane's broad body could easily accommodate a reclining figure, allowing one to rest comfortably, with a slight arch of her delicate brows and a gentle parting of her lips. She instructed, "Don't lie down. It's dirty." Ultimately, Jiangche was pulled up by Mu Yanli and seated quietly. Once she mounted the crane, she patted its feathers once more, and in an instant, they shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The white crane soared with astonishing speed, gliding through clouds and mist as though unimpeded, its velocity increasing, the scenery blurring past him, resembling a film that played and paused in rapid succession, thankfully, with Mu Yanli holding on to him. He feared he might lose control. He glanced down, observing the cold palace shrink to the size of a palm. "Master, this isn't as enjoyable as I imagined." The young man frowned, clearly displeased. "You set your expectations too high. Which is why you feel disappointed," Mu Yanli replied softly, listening to Jiangche's words. "The forging peak has underground lava, and by harnessing the celestial stone that draws down the 9 Shin heavenly thunder, and through the tempering of the sun and moon's essence, one can forge exceptionally high-quality immortal artifacts. The cultivators nurtured from a young age are known as Tiangong, a rare breed, each of whom tends to a terrestrial fire furnace as their signature skill. Passed down through generations, Tiangong need not practice other methods. Nurturing the furnace they carry is already remarkable, as they constantly forge to enhance their compatibility with it. The divine hammer nurtured within the furnace serves as the best weapon for a Tiangong. Their greatest reliance. Mu Yanli understood that there was no gift more fitting than bestowing a sword. A sword often embodies a master's earnest hopes for their disciple. Jiangche watched as a Tiangong cradled a sword in both hands, treating it as a revered treasure, murmuring incantations incessantly. For these cultivators, whose existence was difficult for outsiders to comprehend, the birth of each artifact represented the utmost honor of a Tiangong and a source of pride. "Hold it with both hands," Mu Yanli instructed Jiangche earnestly. "This is a sign of respect and the proper etiquette." Heeding his master's words, the young man carefully cradled the sword, eventually gripping it tightly with both hands as he returned to the crane. Jiangche felt the sword hum with excitement, as if yearning to be unsheathed and to vanquish all adversaries on behalf of its master. "You must have expended considerable effort, master," he mused, lowering his head to gently caress the sword within his embrace. Mu Yanli smiled faintly, saying, "Having accepted you as my disciple, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a sword. Otherwise, it would seem rather stingy of me. The sword I gift you is not intended for you to become the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world, nor to become a legendary immortal. Rather, you must remember that regardless of right or wrong, the sword in your hand will never betray you, always fighting alongside you, even if you are truly in the wrong. Others may only declare your fault, but they cannot harm you. Mortals yearn for immortals, and that is all there is to it. In the future, I will focus on my own cultivation and not be lazy." Jiangche declared earnestly. "As long as you understand," she replied. The young man realized that what his master said contained profound wisdom. The matters of right and wrong in this world were inherently complex. What is right? What is wrong? If one transcends these notions, they need not be bound by any rules. He simply raised his head in confusion and asked, "What about you, master?" Jiangche had not heard Mu Yanli mention herself. Only the sword. Suddenly, he felt a premonition that the gift of the sword signified parting. Could it be that the time to leave the mountain had come? His heart tightened, gripped by an inexplicable fear. He could hardly fathom what he would do after leaving Tide Peak, as if an endless darkness awaited him outside, ready to consume all his courage. Mu Yanli extended her delicate, fair hand, allowing the young man to grasp it. She murmured, "If you do not leave, I will not urge you to go. Go seek Ziheng. Mu Yanli guided the white crane to land upon Medicine Peak, speaking softly. "Bai Qianyu's orchard has ripened, and if you seek her out, she will graciously bestow upon you some treasures. Undoubtedly, she will also provide you with a few elixirs that have yet to be sold." Jiangche listened attentively to the woman's counsel and machinations. Nodding in agreement, Mu Yanli retrieved a token from her sleeve, a jade pendant adorned with a green ribbon tinged with purple. She said, "Take my jade token. No one shall impede your passage, nor would anyone dare to." "What does the master intend to do?" the youth inquired upon noticing that the woman did not plan to accompany him. "That white crane nearly harmed you. I shall slay it and prepare a soup for you this evening," Mu Yanli stated, patting the crane's body with an expression of displeasure. "Very well." Jiangche, gripping the jade token in his hand, prepared to ascend to the mountain gate of the Medicine Peak. Chapter 52. a dream amidst the sea of flowers as he approached the mountain gate of Medicine Peak. He paused and glanced back, noticing that Mu Yanli remained in place, silently observing his retreating figure. Upon catching his gaze, the woman in white nodded and mounted the white crane, swiftly vanishing from sight. Jiang Che turned toward the direction of the tidal peak, his gaze flickering with a hint of longing to return. He pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on the jade token, his eyes reflecting newfound resolve. Perhaps I should expedite the completion of my task, he thought, to the mountain gate. Several ordinary disciples regarded Jiang Che, their lips pursed, uncertain of how to proceed. After exchanging glances, they sighed in resignation. Should they obstruct him? Or should they allow him to pass? Their lowly status and meager cultivation had led them to take on the arduous task of guarding the mountain gate, the most likely to offend others. They exchanged their meager points for various resources needed for cultivation, seeking a refuge for themselves. The Immortal Master had once stated that any visitors should be reported first, particularly those from that specific place. A figure clad in gray robes advised the others nearby, "It is strange. The Immortal Master typically does not obstruct those from that region, as there are scarcely any visitors. Let them pass. Perhaps the Immortal Master has had a falling out with someone from there and is momentarily vexed." Jiang Che stood for a brief moment before being permitted entry. They dared not impede him, as doing so would lead to repercussions regardless. It was better to leave this troublesome affair to their seniors, allowing them to make the final decision. Since Immortal Master Ziheng took charge of Medicine Peak, the disciples here had experienced a decline in male practitioners, most engaged in laborious tasks such as herb gathering, furnace cleaning, or tending the medicine garden. Only a few male disciples under the tutelage of the esteemed elders enjoyed better treatment, avoiding a state of disarray. After walking for a while, he sensed many eyes upon him. Following their gazes, he noticed various figures, their chests puffed out, and an involuntary fear gripped his heart. One Mu Yanli could consume him entirely. What of so many others? He instinctively regarded them all as akin to Mu Yanli. He had never encountered such a multitude of distinct beings, all uniformly focused on him, as if he were a bewildered bird that had strayed into the wrong nest. Moments later, a woman clad in formal attire stepped forward. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her features strikingly beautiful. Among those present, none were ill-favored. All bore commendable appearances. "The Immortal Master has decreed that you should not be here," the woman stated coldly. With her appearance, a growing number of individuals formed a human barrier, curiously observing. Is this the price of being an outlier? He pondered. It is the command of my master, Jiang Che replied unfazed. With that, he spread his fingers, revealing the jade token that shimmered with a radiant glow, its inner light swirling with celestial energy. In an instant, the token's brilliance knocked the woman to the ground, rendering her unable to rise for a time. He seemed to grasp that Mu Yanli had no intention of engaging in discourse, but rather preferred to take direct action. Let it be, he thought. Such antics were beyond the scope of individuals like him. The crowd hastily dispersed, pretending as if nothing had occurred, all exhaling in unison. Jiang Che, with keen eyes, seized a senior disciple, inquiring, "Where might Bai Qian you be?" His voice rang out, drawing the attention of those nearby who turned to look. "How dare you call her by name?" The young man, momentarily taken aback, quickly shook off Jiang Che's hand, retorting, "I have no dealings with you. Do not disturb me. Sister, where can I find the Immortal Master?" Jiang Che grasped another woman's sleeve, asking earnestly, "Why do you act so frivolously?" She admonished, shaking off his hand once more, leaving him standing there. "Come with me." A woman approached from a distance, her high ponytail and statuesque figure, her skin radiant as if nourished by cream. "Ruo Su, can you wield a flying sword?" she inquired, looking at Jiang Che. "No," he replied honestly. "Then take my flying sword." Ruo Su unsheathed her sword and stepped ahead, leading the way. "Very well." Upon the flying sword, Jiang Che stood behind the woman, refraining from grasping her sleeve. Perhaps sensing his awkwardness, she piloted the sword steadily, maintaining a moderate speed. In days past, the Immortal Master would be found refining elixirs in the hidden dust pavilion. Yet recently, the pavilion had not been lit, suggesting the Master was resting atop Crane Morning Mountain and not venturing elsewhere. The Immortal Master resides in a profound place, and it would be challenging to reach before nightfall if one does not use a flying sword. Ruo Su explained. "I do this without fear of retribution." Understanding Jiang Che's thoughts, she smiled. In her hand appeared a circular token, which she waved lightly. She was the designated host of Medicine Peak, and for irregular visitors, such measures sufficed. There was no need for ostentation or celebration. "Junior brother, I imagine Tidal Peak is quite desolate. With so many areas uninhabited and the caves empty, Ruo Su queried. Not quite so. One becomes accustomed to it. Jiang Che shook his head, disagreeing with her assessment. How could that be? With that person accompanying me, it is exceedingly comfortable, devoid of any noise. At the foot of Crane Morning Mountain, not a sound could be heard. The stream flowed gently, accompanied by the occasional rustling of trees, akin to the most exquisite melody of nature. As the flying sword halted, Ruo Su turned her head to signal Jiang Che to dismount. This is as far as I can take you. The immortal master's dwelling requires silence, and flying swords are prohibited. Jiang Che expressed his gratitude. Ruo Su smiled slightly, her figure soaring away on the flying sword like a celestial being. Vanishing into the distance. He raised his eyes to examine Crane Morning Mountain closely, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Aside from its remote location, it bore no significant difference from other peaks, perhaps even appearing smaller. The stone steps leading upward were constructed by unknown hands, winding in several large circles. Along the way, there were no traps, nor were there any insects buzzing about, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere. He ascended the mountain top with relative speed. And before he could seek anyone out, he was drawn to a distant sea of flowers, unable to divert his gaze. The flower sea was boundless, a dense tapestry of blooms, the symphony of fragrances wafted through the air. As Jiang Che casually swept his eyes across the scene, his attention was captured by three figures silhouetted against the horizon. One figure swung gently on a swing, by Qinyu seated gracefully upon it. The two figures beside the swing overshadowed the brilliance of the flower sea, rendering it dim. The figure on the swing was a dream woven amidst the flowers, untouchable. Her skirt billowed, and her snow-white ankles shone brightly. Chapter 53. Twin Souls. Such an abundance of diverse blossoms unfolded, forming a unique landscape upon Crane Morning Mountain. The human eye could scarcely encompass them all, many extending beyond sight, eager to surge forth. Among the flower sea, ancient trees stood tall, their dark forms resembling colossal giants reaching for the skies. The trees soared high, their branches heavy with radiant fruits that shimmered in various hues under the sun's embrace. Scattering a kaleidoscope of colors, the fruits, burdened by their weight, threatened to snap the branches. The sudden gust swept through the flower sea, carrying with it a cacophony of trembling sounds that harmonized into peculiar notes, reminiscent of celestial music, each distinct yet resonating loudly. The entire flower sea quivered as downy petals, withered leaves, and fine dust danced in unison. The billowing mists within the flower sea were also tossed about, swirling chaotically. In Jiang Che's view, the three figures in the distance appeared as still statues, yet their flowing hair betrayed them, cascading like a waterfall in the wind, refusing to be contained. The fragrance of the flowers mingled, creating a bouquet that was not overly pungent but rather calming, soothing the mind, banishing worries, unrest, and anxiety from his thoughts. Though Crane Morning Mountain was not particularly high, gazing toward the end of the flower sea seemed to connect to the vast sky beyond, where the clouds floated pure white, devoid of any other color, resembling a torn quilt spilling forth fluffy cotton. The clouds enveloped the sprawling flower sea, obscuring the three distant figures in a hazy veil, their forms appearing as if they were celestial beings preparing to ascend to the immortal realm. As the sun dipped lower, its golden light was fragmented by various obstructions, casting delicate beams upon the ground. A sudden flash of brilliance pierced Jiang Che's eyes, causing him to squint slightly. He focused intently, catching a glimpse of a figure shifting among the drifting clouds. Their gaze met his, sending a jolt through him, as if a needle had pierced his skin, sinking deeper, as though it aimed to shatter his very heart. The mere glance from that person froze the blood coursing through the youth's veins, his body gradually succumbing to an icy chill. At the end of the sea of flowers, a swing hung from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze. A woman sat leisurely upon it, her eyes closed, as if reminiscing about a time long past. Two maidens, one on the left and one on the right, pushed the swing, maintaining its gentle motion. Had Jiang Che been able to behold the visages of the maidens on either side, he would have undoubtedly been astonished. With beauty that could sink fish and cause wild geese to fall, they appeared as if molded from the same form, twin blossoms blooming together. "Master, someone is watching," said the maiden on the left, bending forward to report urgently. "Understood." Bai Qinyu opened her eyes and commanded, "Qinyu, fetch the person and do not delay." In Jiang Che's eyes, it seemed as though a cloud of mist was rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a young girl adorned with a beauty mark on her forehead. Qinyu, her expression icy, initially intended to seize Jiang Che forcefully but recalled by Qinyu's admonition. thus halting her actions abruptly and adopting a stiff welcoming posture as she walked ahead. Thankfully, Jiang Che breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qianyu had not been angered, or else he would have been dismissed. Chunyu and Luo Yan were indeed twin sisters. Thus Luo Yan attempted to force the youth to kneel. Bai Qianyu's hand gestures halted her. You are acting rashly. I cannot protect you if you proceed like this, Bai Qianyu spoke solemnly. Upon hearing her words, Luo Yan scrutinized the visitor's attire, realizing it did not belong to the uniform of Yao Feng, but was instead from Chaoshi Peak. The individual from Chaoshi Peak was. Luo Yan's expression slightly stiffened, and she hastily apologized. It is best to avoid trouble and seek tranquility. Zi Heng smiled nonchalantly. With Mu Yanli's temperament, if Jiang Che truly faced any grievance, she would surely cause a scene at some point. She had leaped from the swing, her gaze lowered slightly. Master, Jiang Che, upon seeing Bai Qianyu, offered a token acknowledgement. He had never addressed her as Shirbo before. I recall you last referred to me as Bai Xianzi, Bai Qianyu remarked, her gaze lingering on Jiang Che's face, speaking with unhurried grace. Jiang Che was taken aback but eventually nodded. Bai Qianyu ceased her conversation, turning away to resume her seat on the swing. Qianyu, Luo Yan, she called, her legs hanging down straight as she gently swayed. Understood. The two maidens resumed their prior task, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Jiang Che felt no resentment towards their deliberate disregard. After all, who had not experienced moments of petulance? He patiently awaited, directing his attention entirely to the two maidens. They possessed exquisite features, lithe figures, fair skin, and sparkling eyes, adorned with beauty marks that resembled delicate ink spots. More importantly, the two were strikingly similar. Even their forward-leaning curves while pushing the swing mirrored each other perfectly. Perhaps the only distinction lay in the colors of their dresses. Noticing his gaze, the two maidens pursed their lips and tilted their heads slightly. Lecher, Chunyu exclaimed. Lustful scoundrel. Luo Yan chimed in. Bai Qianyu interjected. You both may remain at the side. She then turned to Jiang Che, saying, Come, push the swing. I shall assist you shortly. After a while, Jiang Che remained motionless. Boring, Bai Qianyu shook her head and dismounted the swing. In the past, it would have been an accomplishment for her to accept gifts from others. Yet now, with such a splendid opportunity for close interaction, Jiang Che appeared indifferent. Very well. Bai Qianyu approached the youth, noticing him subtly shift back a bit, causing her to squint, though she quickly regained her composure. All transpiring in a fleeting moment. Bai Qianyu frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Meeting Jiang Che's gaze, she asked earnestly, Does Mu Yanli not fear that I may devour you, allowing you to come alone? Bai Qianyu did not expect a response from the youth but continued, glancing at the sword in Jiang Che's arms for a moment. Indeed, it is a fine sword. Mu Yanli is your master. It is only natural for her to gift you something. As for me, being nameless and without status, it is unreasonable. Thus, how could she have the audacity to send you to retrieve it from me? Bai Qianyu's tone grew considerably more serious, hinting at her dissatisfaction. Shirbo, Jiang Che recalled their relationship and murmured. Bai Qianyu's expression shifted abruptly. She plucked a pristine crane feather from Jiang Che's sleeve. Qianyu, go check how many white cranes remain in the crane garden, and if any are missing. A flicker of flame danced in Bai Qianyu's eyes, and her aura turned slightly colder. Jiang Che's heart raced. Could it be that the white cranes belonging to Mu Yanli were summoned here? Let us have a meal together, Bai Qianyu stated, diverting from the previous topic and expressing her thoughts. Master, I wish to return, Jiang Che quickly replied. Look around. Is there anyone who can escort you? If you wish to leave, I shall not hinder you. The location of Hechen Mountain was remote, making it difficult to find anyone, and even if there were, how many would dare disregard orders when flying on swords? Even if he could not return, should he choose to rest here, he could summon Xinyu and Luo Yin to attend to him. They may not compare to your master, yet they can alleviate your troubles. I know you are not accustomed to sleeping alone, Bai Qianyu remarked, her teeth lightly clenched. Xinyu and Luo Yin were Bai Qianyu's personal maids and direct disciples. Upon hearing Bai Qianyu's words, Jiang Che felt his mind muddled. Had they just met and were all ready to share a bed? Wasn't it common for men to indulge in such pursuits, preferring sisters to serve them? And if possible, even mother and daughter? Bai Qianyu scoffed. She surveyed her surroundings, offering a faint smile. Mu Yanli, I shall keep your disciple. Let us see whether you will come. Chapter 54. The Dining Tree in the Distance. Chunyu, dispatched to the crane garden, returned riding her sword, her figure as light as a flying swallow, her feet barely touching the ground, leaving no trace of dust behind. dressed in a misty blue gown. She delineated her alluring curves. Jiang Che noted from afar that Chun Yu's expression was far from pleasant, resembling a sky shrouded in a thin layer of gray clouds. The closer he got, the more apparent it became. Instinctively, he lowered his head, attempting to grasp a cup of tea to shield his face. However, Bai Qianyu remained silent. Watching him with keen interest, he grasped at air, raising his head. He found Chun Yu glaring at him fiercely, her countenance unfriendly. Chun Yu cast a single glance at the youth before turning to Bai Qianyu, respectfully stating, "Master, there is indeed a white crane missing from the crane garden. Likely taken by human hands." Bai Qianyu's expression was inscrutable, her voice slightly lowered. "Understood. Do not glare at him like that. I shall need you and Luo Yin to attend to him tonight." Bai Qianyu smiled, though her demeanor was far from pleasant. "Yes." Qianyu and Luo Yin responded promptly, their expressions changing as they recognized Bai Qianyu's displeasure. After years of companionship, they had long understood her temperament. She was not one to express emotions openly, preferring to sulk in silence, which was rather fearsome. "Qianyu, prepare more items tonight to graciously entertain our guest," Bai Qianyu instructed, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her rosy lips parting to give orders. Jiang Che looked up, unable to discern whether Bai Qianyu was still angry. Her expression remained as calm as ever. "Master?" Luo Yin interjected, filled with confusion. "The one who stole the crane should be tied up. Not treated as a guest. There will be others arriving shortly. You need only follow my orders," Bai Qianyu said as she walked towards the sea of flowers, her voice fading into the distance. "Let all who can ascend do so. And remember to serve tea, offering only the finest, beautiful drunk." "Jiang Che, come here. I have something to discuss with you," Bai Qianyu called, stopping in her tracks. The woman slightly bent forward, delicately picking a cluster of flowers to her nose, closing her eyes in rapture, savoring the fragrance. "Bai Xianzi," Jiang Che called out, hurrying to stand beside her. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Qianyu turned, her gaze meticulously sweeping across the youth's face before retracting. The sea of flowers was indeed beautiful, yet it paled in comparison to this woman, whose every smile and frown exuded grace, captivating attention without uttering a word. Bai Qianyu's lips curled slightly as she remarked, "It has been a long time since anyone dared to call me that. You are quite different. How does the fragrance of the flower sea strike you?" She inquired further that it is soothing and delightful. "Stepping into it feels as though all worries dissipate," Jiang Che replied affirmatively. Bai Qianyu opened her palm, the flowers resting quietly within, their gentle swaying resembling a breath of nature's spirit. She pinched the flowers, crushing them with force, and asked, "And how about this?" Jiang Che found himself perplexed by Bai Qianyu's actions. Her pristine hands became soiled, remnants of the flowers adhering to her fingers, aside from an intensified floral fragrance. There was no benefit, detracting from the scene's beauty. Only by crushing them can the richest fragrance be extracted, such as the nature of the world. Bai Qianyu flicked her fingertips, summoning a stream of pure mountain water that washed away the remnants, leaving only the lingering scent. Having arrived for the first time at Bai Qianyu's domain, Jiang Che was filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. The most puzzling aspect was that despite the woman cultivating a vast sea of flowers, her dwelling was devoid of sunlight. Even the windows draped with curtains as the sun set. The primary hall grew dark and foreboding, as if haunted by spirits. "Mu Yanli is too kind to you. Such kindness may not be a good thing," Bai Qianyu remarked cryptically, as if lamenting. "Does the master usually reside only with the two senior sisters?" Jiang Che asked, glancing at the distant Chun Yu and Luo Yin, who were busy. "What? Have you truly taken a liking to those twin flowers?" Bai Qianyu turned her gaze, as if attempting to peer through Jiang Che's cheek and into his heart. His heart skipped a beat, only returning to normal once her gaze shifted away. He raised his head to wipe away the sweat on his brow. "If you truly desire them, it would not be impossible for me to gift them to you." Bai Qianyu teased with a smile that I imagine Mu Yanli would be quite pleased, for these two have learned much from me. She often mentions that Chaoshi Peak lacks alchemists. Although Chun Yu and Luo Yin may not be unrivaled in beauty, they surpass many women in this world, blossoming in their youth, at the peak of their charm, and thus most capable of winning a man's heart. Bai Qianyu appeared to be deep in contemplation, meticulously analyzing every detail. Suddenly shifting her tone, she remarked, "However, it is imperative that Mu Yanli speaks with me. You must heed her words. Immortal sovereign, I harbor no such intentions." Jiang Che nearly believed Bai Qianyu was genuinely inclined to act thus. His heart a whirl of anticipation and trepidation indistinguishable between the two. Indeed, few are those in this world willing to suffer losses. Bai Qianyu sighed, stating, to be frank, it is not as if I am asking them to serve some ugly aged man. That hardly constitutes ruthless cruelty, and it can be deemed a reasonable fate. Qianyu and Luoyin simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging glances as if aware they were the subject of discussion, and could not help but tap their foreheads. The coolness of their touch was reminiscent of the delicate, satin-like texture of silk. Qianyu, if the immortal sovereign truly requires your companionship, would you comply? Luoyin inquired first. I am not as foolish as you. Sister, the immortal sovereign is not so naive either, Qianyu retorted indignantly upon hearing Lin's question. But what if it were so? Luoyin disregarded her sister's pinch on her ear and earnestly asked, lifting her gaze. Luoyin, you truly are dim-witted. Qianyu straightened her posture, exclaiming, I was merely hypothesizing. If you were not unattractive and possessed a certain charm. Luoyin nestled closer in Qianyu's embrace, stealthily glancing at the two figures amidst the sea of blossoms. Mumbling softly, you silly girl, are you truly infatuated? Qianyu cupped Liyin's face, gazing intently before curiously inquiring. Jiang Che listened to Bai Qianyu's nonchalant remarks, rendered speechless for a considerable time, that he recalled that Bai Qianyu was the master of Yaofeng, a place far more challenging to govern than the loose structure of Chaos Peak. Coupled with her identity as a rare and formidable alchemist, her authority was both subtle and imposing. To manage the vast expanse of Yaofeng with precision. Earning the collective veneration of others required not only strength but also cunning strategy. Her nature was decidedly more venomous, profound, and aloof compared to Mu Yanli. Acting upon emotions would inevitably lead to failure. At that moment, the ground trembled slightly, the colossal tree supporting the swing visibly expanding, its roots and vines surging forth, piercing the flower-laden ground beneath them. The swing crumbled into silence, crashing to the earth. These are merely sustenance, Bai Qianyu murmured. The transformation tree, capable of rendering both beings and objects into formlessness, can consume the morning mist, a rarity even in ancient times. Only one such tree exists atop Yaofeng. Vines wove past the two without making contact, while flowers brushed inadvertently, withering rapidly, releasing dark vapors, their remnants vanishing within mere breaths. Bai Qianyu lifted her chin and proclaimed, should there be those who would dare provoke, let them be buried without a trace, sparing us the agony of lamentation and the sight of defiled remains. He recalled a prior remark, you look more exquisite in white. At that time, he had assumed Bai Qianyu to be a harmless celestial maiden, never suspecting her to be one who could leisurely swing beneath the transformation tree. Bai Qianyu turned her gaze toward Jiang Che's cheek, inquiring lightly, are you afraid? Chapter 55. Sprouting nothing much, merely a moment of reflection, Jiang Che retorted stubbornly. Bai Qianyu's lips curved slightly, neither confirming nor denying. This woman silently ventured deeper into the sea of blossoms, her departing silhouette lingering in the memory. Jiang Che stood rooted, watching her retreating figure, his gaze trembling slightly. He could not fathom why he pursued her, trailing alongside Bai Qianyu for an extended time. In that instant, they bathed in the golden afterglow of the setting sun, the scene enveloped in silence yet seemingly communicating something profound. Bai Qianyu turned, perplexed, and asked, why do you continue to follow me? This is not your nature. The youth muttered softly, did you not say to follow you? Bai Qianyu nodded in sudden realization, stating, I must have overlooked that. It is of no concern to you. Strolling here indeed lightens the heart. As if there is nothing left to ponder, Bai Qianyu selected a pristine spot, her jade hands elegantly brushing away the fallen leaves, gently lowering herself to sit. Beneath a tree, the woman curled her knees, embracing them tightly. Bai Qianyu's cheek nearly grazed her knees, her lips pressed together slightly. Though her gown flowed long, it could not conceal her delicate, alabaster ankles, resembling exquisite white jade, with slender veins subtly tracing her slender limbs. The contrast striking, Bai Qianyu sensed his gaze and defiantly raised her head, revealing a neck as graceful as a swan's. Even seated, her proud demeanor could not be concealed, her essence seemingly etched into her very bones. Unbreakable, the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a radiant glow upon them, adorned with a gentle halo. Bai Qianyu's cheeks flushed softly, tinged with a rosy hue. Her dark tresses, secured with a hairpin, cascaded like a waterfall. The intricately designed moonlit gown fitting her form impeccably, failing to mask her impressive stature. He quickly turned away, refraining from gazing at Bai Qianyu any longer. He was acutely aware that such behavior was impolite. To claim it was admiration felt insincere, while to assert it was lust was wholly inaccurate. It was best not to look, for then there would be no feelings at all. As Jiang Che observed by Qian Yu. His mind wandered to Mu Yanli, morning light, evening glow, moonlit brilliance. He had witnessed Mu Yanli amidst various natural spectacles, each instance breathtakingly stunning. He could not help but ponder. Were these exquisitely beautiful women always captivating? Or did nature merely serve as their embellishment? They were indeed bestowed with divine beauty, a masterpiece of creation. Jiang Che lowered his head, uncertain how to position his hands, ultimately opting to lean against the tree. Tilting his chin slightly upward. If he did not look, there would be no feelings involved. Everything would be just fine. Wasn't it true that white was not particularly appealing? Bai Qianyu's words left the youth unable to discern if they were jest or truth. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Let us return. Qianyu and Luoyan must have prepared refreshments, Bai Qianyu stated. Very well, she continued, leading the way. Jiang Che gazed at Bai Qianyu's silhouette, suddenly feeling peculiar, as long as the woman was beautiful and treated him with kindness. He found himself drawn to her, albeit slightly. Yet, perhaps this was the nature of humans. The slight fondness should be considered affection, he mused, recalling annotations from ancient texts. Mu Yanli was indeed a complete fool. If she wished to prevent a man from straying, she ought to provide a variety of options, so he would be unable to consume them all and, consequently, have no worries. Bai Qianyu slowed her pace. Her voice cool as she remarked, "Is that piece of meat still beyond your control?" His heart raced, somewhat intimidated by her words. Jiang Che understood she was addressing him, and it could not possibly be Mu Yanli. He thought, surely his master was not present here. The youth cautiously scanned his surroundings, finding no sign of that figure. Exhaling softly. He feared Bai Qianyu's words might reach Mu Yanli's ears. "This is for you." Bai Qianyu produced a jade talisman from her sleeve and handed it to the youth behind her. Jiang Che accepted the jade talisman resting in Bai Qianyu's palm without a word. "In the future, when you come to Yafeng, simply present this token, and none shall obstruct you. You may ride the sword through the skies, or command others to carry you upon it," Bai Qianyu elucidated. "Your master possesses a generous spirit. It is likely there will be enduring exchanges in the future. My command is absolute. None may defy it, and should anyone attempt to do so, let it be dealt with accordingly." Jiang Che tucked the jade talisman into his sleeve, concealing it carefully. "Qianyu, do you think the immortal sovereign has a certain interest in him?" Luoyan, still nestled in Qianyu's embrace, inquired with a twinkle in her peach blossom eyes. A hint of delight in her tone, Qianyu furrowed her brow in displeasure, pursing her lips tightly, and yanked at her sister's ear with some force. "Call me sister, you impudent child." This time, Qianyu's grip was rather firm, causing Luoyan to stifle a sound of protest. "Sister, how could you treat me thus?" Luoyan, her head still resting in Qianyu's embrace, asked with a hint of grievance. Qianyu recognized her sister's discontent. She gently caressed Luoyan's face, crouching down to meet her gaze, and asked, "How can you speak so recklessly? Are you not afraid of the immortal sovereign's punishment? I would then have to endure your suffering alongside you. In truth, you need not accompany me," Luoyan replied bashfully, lowering her head. "You are my sister. If you face punishment, I must accompany you, lest you be left alone and appear pitiful." Qianyu murmured softly. "But the immortal sovereign just stated he wants us for himself," Luoyan said, shaking her head gently against Qianyu's shoulder, speaking shyly. "Luoyan, do you truly believe that?" Qianyu felt a sudden wave of exasperation at her sister's apparent foolishness, as if she had lost her usual wit. The elder sister turned her face away, refusing to glance at the bothersome sibling. "Do not overthink it. That is the disciple of the master of the Mu Palace, completely unrelated to the immortal sovereign. It is likely that she has come to discuss matters on behalf of the master," Qianyu stated, though her heart raced with unease. If Qianyu were to turn her face, Luoyan would undoubtedly exclaim in surprise, her eyes widening. "Qianyu, why is your face so flushed?" Qianyu vigorously shook her head, a subtle blush creeping up her delicate features. Luoyan occasionally glanced toward that direction, secretly observing. She used Qianyu as a shield, prompting Qianyu to grumble in dissatisfaction. "Luoyan, focus on your own matters before indulging in this. If there's no saving you," Qianyu lamented, observing her sister's antics as they conversed. Qianyu found herself subtly drawn to glance in by Qianyu's direction. The budding feelings of infatuation had begun to sprout, though she could not pinpoint when it had commenced or when it would culminate. Qianyu understood that the seeds of emotion had taken root within her heart. The young woman pressed her lips together, her head bowing lower. "Luoyan," Qianyu softly called her sister's name. Chapter 56, Sisters. "Qianyu, Luoyan, upon hearing this, peered out from her sister's embrace, gazing up with wide eyes. Softly murmuring, "Luo Yin, do you wish to marry?" Qinyu's lips twitched slightly, and after turning her head aside, she replied, Luo Yin was taken aback, then rose to her feet. She circled around Qinyu, who evaded her gaze. Not allowing her to see, with a determined grip, Luo Yin turned Qinyu's body towards her. Qinyu struggled momentarily before conceding, revealing her flushed cheeks, her tightly pressed lips resembling two glazed porcelain pieces pressed together. "Qinyu, why is your face so red?" Luo Yin exclaimed in surprise, her expressive eyes almost touching Qinyu's cheeks. Embarrassed, Qinyu turned her head again, biting her lower lip in shyness, unwilling for Luo Yin to witness her awkwardness. Curiously, Luo Yin poked Qinyu's fair cheek with her finger, tracing lightly before retracting her hand, crossing it over her chest. "Qinyu, how can you criticize me when you are the same?" Luo Yin's expression was one of triumph. Glancing at their sister beside them as she spoke, Qinyu lowered her voice and asked earnestly, "Luo Yin, do you remember what mother said?" "I do," Luo Yin replied, lowering her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Abandoning her playful demeanor, Qinyu felt a pang of regret for bringing up that sorrowful past, a scar buried deep within her heart. Ultimately, women are destined to marry. The thought of this made Qinyu frown in displeasure. Young girls in love and young boys in admiration. Such has been the way of the world since time immemorial. Like their peers, Qinyu and Luo Yin were filled with longing for the future of marriage. They envisioned the sounds of gongs and drums, the grand palanquins, and the bustling crowds out on the joyous day. Clad in festive red garments, they would exchange vows and share the ceremonial cup of unity in their bridal chamber. Unencumbered by the troubles that plague married couples, they were blissfully enchanted by the idea. The sisters had even debated the scale of their future weddings, eager to outdo one another. At first, one's heart is filled with hope. Yet life gradually wears down one's spirit, leaving behind a smooth stone, devoid of edges. It is both tragic and realistic. Qinyu recalled their father and mother. He was the legitimate son of the royal family, and she, the legitimate daughter of a minister's house, childhood friends who shared an innocent bond. That man was the emperor of the realm, ruling over a prosperous land. Yet, he took no concubines, nor established side chambers. And no matter how busy or weary he would seek them out day and night. Sometimes, just a distant glance would suffice to fill him with contentment. He paid no heed to his own status, often running through the palace with his childhood wife, laughter echoing around them. But now, that place had changed. The dynasty had been renamed, and emperors had risen and fallen. The past was no more, nor were there noble ladies of the royal court. Only the two sisters, Qinyu and Luo Yin, remained by Qinyu's side. A nation shattered, a family obliterated, leaving behind only pain, a past too painful to recall. At night, after several nightmares jolted her awake, Qinyu lost all desire for sleep. Luo Yin pondered deeply about this, and truthfully, she found Qinyu's behavior not laughable, but rather astonishing. She was not as composed as her elder sister, her temperament more exuberant. Neither did she carry the invisible burden of responsibility that came with being an elder sister. The notion of older siblings caring for younger ones seemed to have become an unspoken rule, a responsibility that must be borne. Qinyu understood that since the day their parents had departed, she had lost all right to be willful. Only children were allowed such indulgences, for there were others to bear the risks. As time passed, the frail wings of aging eagles could no longer protect their fledglings. "Qinyu, I am not a child anymore." Whenever she heard her sister Luo Yin's discontented murmurs, Qinyu's eyes dimmed a little. Everyone yearns for the privilege to act with impunity, even if only in front of a few. It brings lasting joy in the past. They had followed by Qinyu, serving as her personal maid and direct disciple, basking in the limelight. With many admirers. Do you think the immortal will let us leave? Luo Yin questioned, tugging at Qinyu's sleeve. Qinyu was disinclined to answer her sister, deeming the inquiry dull and pointless. Luo Yin leaned against Qinyu's shoulder with a frown, saying, "Sister, why do you always act this way?" Asking such meaningless questions, Qinyu found herself unable to resist Luo Yin's playful antics, and with a cool tone, she replied. Qinyu recognized her tendency to maintain a facade, reminiscent of most parents who prefer to dictate rather than engage in heartfelt conversations with their children. She felt a twinge of discomfort, wishing it were not so. Luo Yin was her closest sister, her only kin in the world. The immortal will not let us leave. If we do, she will have no one to accompany her. Luo Yin stated, shaking her head. Do you wish to remain here forever? Qin Yu's tone softened as she blinked and quietly asked. Luo Yin eagerly leaned closer, exclaiming, Qin Yu, you finally wish to talk to me. Gazing at her sister, who held her delicate hand, Qin Yu smiled, the heaviness in her heart dissipating. She gently stroked Luo Yan's hair, reciting, when have I ever wished to neglect you? It is just that some matters are truly beyond our consideration. Indeed. Qin Yu, let me lean on you for a moment, just a moment, please. Luo Yin pressed down slightly on Qin Yu's back, her upper body resting gently upon her. You are still the same. Qin Yu sighed deeply. Yielding to her sister's request. At times, caring for others can be a profoundly comforting endeavor, for being needed is a form of recognition. Sister. Qin Yu turned her cheek to look at Luo Yin, who had closed her eyes in repose, watching her for a long while. Her eyes quivered softly, lips moving. Sister, Luo Yin murmured as if in a dream, or perhaps awakening. You need not fear the chill. Qin Yu playfully remarked as she hoisted Luo Yin onto her back. She carried her sister back to their room, carefully placing her on the bed before covering her with a quilt before stepping out. Qin Yu. Luo Yin whispered after Qin Yu had exited, gazing at her departing figure. Are you lovesick? By Qin Yu observed the sisters, who were gazing up at the sky, and sighed. Master, Jiang Che called to Bai Qin Yu, who had paused in her steps. My affairs with your master should not concern you, nor is it appropriate. This is your first time visiting my abode. One must not neglect propriety. Bai Qin Yu waved her sleeve. Speaking to Jiang Che, the immortal, Luo Yin is weary. I shall let her rest. Qin Yu approached Bai Qin Yu and bowed respectfully. It is of no consequence. You have simply spoiled her too much. Which is somewhat unseemly, Bai Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Qin Yu, my eldest disciple, you may address her as senior sister. Bai Qin Yu introduced Qin Yu to Jiang Che. Chapter 57. Qin Yu's senior sister Qin Yu. Jiang Che bowed slightly, acknowledging her. Qin Yu, flustered, extended her hands to support Jiang Che's slightly bent back, halting his movements. Junior brother, my earlier behavior was thoughtless, Qin Yu began, recalling her earlier glare at Jiang Che. Speaking with an apologetic tone. Later, when you arrive at my chamber, Luo Yin, and I shall gift you some elixirs, Qin Yu said earnestly, her eyes brimming with sincerity. She was no fool. In fact, she was quite astute. Compared to Luo Yin, she garnered more affection from others. Jiang Che glanced at Bai Qin Yu, as if seeking assistance. What is there to fear? Simply accept it. Bai Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, her tone disapproving. If it were Mu Yin Li, there would be no hesitation. You still do not resemble her enough. Bai Qin Yu's lips curled into a smile. Qin Yu, serve the tea. Bai Qin Yu led the young man to her usual dwelling and gestured for him to take a seat. Perhaps, this place holds more feminine charm than where Mu Yin Li dwells, resembling a lady's boudoir with its delicate atmosphere. Soft couches and jade pillows adorned the space, while a dressing table by the window was filled with trinkets and cosmetics. A round copper mirror, intricately engraved with golden patterns, leaned against the wall. On the rack, bottles and jars of elixirs were neatly arranged, sealed within millennia-old ice. He even spotted several plush toys, lifelike in their softness. Within Bai Qin Yu's room, noticing where Jiang Che's gaze lingered, Bai Qin Yu smirked slightly, saying, they are quite dirty and love to scatter about. This is much more pleasant. Qin Yu moved gracefully, busily arranging various items on a small table between them, causing beads of perspiration to form on her forehead, glistening like tiny crystals. Sensing Bai Qin Yu's gaze, Qin Yu pressed her lips tighter. The charming young lady approached the windows, drawing back the silk curtains to invite the daylight in, filling the room with vibrant energy. Jiang Che mused, Qin Yu and Luo Yin, such lovely names. They fit them perfectly, not at all misplaced. Qin Yu's delicate brows arched gracefully, her lashes long and fluttering. There was something extraordinary about them. As if they concealed a tale, he found it somewhat peculiar. When Qin Yu caught his gaze, she momentarily froze before shyly averting her eyes. Bai Qin Yu spoke calmly. You need not concern yourself with anything else. You need not address them as senior sister, merely call them by their names. Everything shall be arranged by the immortal. Qin Yu replied respectfully. Even your master, Mu Yin Li, has never been served tea in such a manner. There are servants at her side. Bai Qin Yu shook her head, her jade fingers delicately picking up some exquisite tea leaves to brew. Bai Qin Yu adjusted her slightly disheveled robes, explaining, although Qin Yu and Luo Yin are my personal maids, I regard them as my own children. How could I allow others to command them or disrespect me? The two acquaintances exchanged no words, comfortable in their silence, for having others present would detract from the beauty of the moment. She rarely speaks of my matters with you. Bai Qin Yu arranged the fruits on the dining table, plucking a purple grape and gently sucking on it. I have known Mu Yanli for over a decade. And there is no one in this world who understands her better than I do, nor is there anyone who comprehends me as she does. Jiang Che nodded in agreement. You are still quite young. And Mu Yanli often brought you here to play, leading others to mistakenly believe you were mother and son. During that time, you were set aside while the likes of Qin Yu and Luo Yin fluttered around you. Providing some distraction from the tedium, Bai Qin remarked with a smile, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the sandalwood table that I don't remember. Jiang Che pondered seriously for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Afterward, Mu Yanli seldom visited, and you rarely came as well. Now even Chun Yu and Luo Yin no longer recognize you. Bai Qin poured the freshly brewed tea, filtering out the leaves before pouring it into a bright porcelain cup. She shifted her gaze to the young lady in a floral dress standing at the doorway and said, Qin Yu, come and join us. Do not stand there idly. As a guest, it would be quite improper. Chun Yu obediently sat down cross-legged, her back slightly curved. Bai Qin poured another cup of tea, placing it gently before Chun Yu before retracting her fingers a tea that moment. Jiang Che turned his attention to Chun Yu. Scrutinizing her closely, a few strands of hair obscured her ears, while her dark tresses cascaded down like a silk ribbon. Perhaps still in her youth, Chun Yu did not shy away from adorning herself with jewelry. Her fitted dress was of a rather opulent style, quite eye-catching. Jiang Che wondered if she had applied any lip color, for her gently pressed lips were strikingly crimson. Why do you keep staring at me? Chun Yu shot a few discontented glances in Jiang Che's direction. Bai Qin, her eyes twinkling with mirth, inquired, Chun Yu, do you truly not remember him? Chun Yu averted her face and lowered her voice, saying, Xian Zun, how long has it been since I've seen anyone from the outside? Mu Yanli had previously been contemplating a bond between you and Luo Yin, wishing to arrange a childhood engagement for you both, thereby establishing a connection between her and me. Bai Qin sipped her tea leisurely. Upon hearing her words, both Jiang Che and Qin Yu turned their gazes toward her, seemingly seeking some revelation. However, her eyes remained calm, betraying no hint of emotion, akin to a serene lake concealing its depths. Neither Jiang Che nor Qin Yu had heard of this matter before, their tension palpable. Bai Qin chuckled softly. Mu Yanli certainly has her schemes. Why should my Qin Yu and Luo Yin become someone else's Qin Yu and Luo Yin? To wish to marry two at once is quite the unfair bargain. Contemplating this, Bai Qin could not help but murmur. She found the notion rather delightful. Jiang Che remained silent. Given Mu Yanli's disposition, such a scenario seemed indeed plausible. Yet, there was a striking resemblance between the woman before him and Mu Yanli, both possessing a penchant for mutual sarcasm. For she was undeniably astute. What benefit do I gain from this? Bai Qin words effectively silenced Mu Yanli. After tirelessly imparting various alchemical techniques, how could she simply relinquish the twin blossoms she had nurtured? Did Mu Yanli think she could snatch without recompense? Surely, she could not just gift her two alchemists. It was hardly worth it. The thought of Chun Yu and Luo Yin residing atop Tide Peak, dutifully listening to Mu Yanli's commands while concocting various elixirs, caused Bai Qin great distress. She glanced at Jiang Che, lightly snorting. Putting aside other matters, she is particularly concerned about your marriage. Sten Zun. I shall go fetch Luo Yin. Qin Yu exclaimed, promptly rising, her ruby lips parting. Bai Qin brow furrowed slightly before quickly easing. Very well, Mu Yanli will also be coming shortly. Summon Luo Yin to prepare some dishes for us to enjoy together during dinner. Sure, Bua, I shall accompany you, Jiang Che declared, rising to follow Chen Yu. Mu Yanli, O Mu Yanli, is this how you instruct your disciples? How foolishly you trail after the girls into their chambers. Bai Qin shook her head, watching the youth's retreating figure with a sigh. Chapter 58. Luo Yin. Tide peaked, a tea this moment. The setting sun melded with gold, and the clouds blazed as if aflame, while the dimming sky consumed all light. Tide Peak appeared as if dipped in dye, of vivid crimson. The night was approaching, and the golden sun sank slowly into the starry expanse, heralding the time for the heavens to don a dark shroud. Embellished by the stars and moon. Mu Yanli raised her head, fingers interlaced, lips slightly pursed, her hair dancing in the wind. The ethereal beauty sat beneath the setting sun, her skirt fluttering, revealing her delicate calves, which swayed gently, exuding an air of solitude. Her snow-white feet, adorned with embroidered shoes, revealed the creamy stockings encasing her pristine ankles, untouched by dust. Disciple, Mu Yanli murmured, reaching to the side but finding nothing but a hint of displeasure flushed her cheeks, soon replaced by an expression of disappointment. That youth had gone to find Bai Qin and had yet to return. Forget it, I shall seek Bai Qin, Mu Yanli resolved. straightening her posture and rising from her seated position on the rock. She thought to herself how Bai Qianyu could detain him, preventing Jiang Che from seeking her out. This was simply unwarranted. Unable to contain her frustration, she summoned her innate flying sword and soared through the air. The girl upon her sword melded with the clouds and mist, appearing to outsiders as a fleeting glimpse of celestial light. Mu Gongzu. Several young servants at the mountain gate timidly called out upon seeing Mu Yanli. Initially, they had intended to stand in the middle of the path, attempting to assert some authority. However, Mu Yanli's frosty gaze rendered them spineless, and they instinctively stepped aside. They muttered hesitantly. She seemed quite irate. A young man scanned the area, ensuring the woman had departed before speaking. The servants, drenched and shivering as if emerging from a watery ordeal, questioned, "Has he come out?" It seems not, came the reply. Oh, that is to be expected. The chatter continued at the mountain gate, akin to restless birds chirping incessantly. "Xinyu," Jiang Che called out, following closely behind the young girl. Xinyu, dressed in a flowing black fairy gown, had a skirt so wide that its folds nearly brushed the ground. Upon hearing Jiang Che's voice, she halted, turning to gaze at him with curiosity. Her eyes lingered on his face, as if silently questioning what he wished to convey. A pink ribbon was tied around her waist, accentuating her slender form, which appeared delicate and graceful. The world adored women whose beauty resembled that of jade, grand and imposing. Xinyu bore a beauty mark on her forehead, disrupting her overall allure. Yet she remained striking. Facing Chunyu's puzzled expression, Jiang Che inquired, "Xinyu, have you ever been outside?" He was aware that he would soon accompany Mu Yanli into the outside world, filled with curiosity, yet more confusion. In their youth, Mu Yanli would occasionally take him to nearby streets for a stroll, perhaps to savor candied hawthorn or indulge in freshly made pastries, before returning home. The places they visited were always close to Tide Peak. And he had not encountered many people or things. I just came from outside, Xinyu replied, clenching her fists and tugging at the corners of her mouth. Outside is better than here, yet not quite. Xinyu glanced at Jiang Che, nodding before shaking her head. She turned away, resuming her pace, seemingly lacking patience. "Let us find Luo Yin first." The young girl strode forward, her voice as swift as an arrow released from its bowstring. Jiang Che smiled silently. The two traversed the long hall and corridor, finally arriving at Qinyu's abode. It was a quaint cottage nestled within a bamboo grove, remote and scarcely trodden. The construction of the cottage was commendable, evidently crafted with great care. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed continuously, slowly seeping into the interior. A few faint glimmers flickered at the corners of the cottage, revealing a formation to gather spiritual energy. After much hesitation, Jiang Che chose not to follow Xinyu into her chamber, but instead sat alone on the steps outside, resting his chin in his hands. Faint sounds, reminiscent of a fly's buzz, emanated from the window, creating a melodious ambience that prompted Jiang Che to glance towards it, observing the situation within. Inside, Xinyu queried, "What are you doing?" "I haven't had enough sleep." Luo Yin opened her eyes, expressing her discontent with a small huff. After a moment, she forcefully pulled the quilt over her body until it enveloped her entirely before releasing her grip. She was not pleased that Xinyu had roused her. Luo Yin depended heavily on Xinyu, frequently using her status as the younger sister to enlist Qinyu's help, while she herself would sneak away to laze about. She could hardly fathom why she felt so at ease. Perhaps it was simply because Xinyu was the elder sister and she the younger. Luo Yin thought this was how it should be. Were she to heed by Qinyu's words, it might be said that Xinyu had indulged Luo Yin too much, which might not bode well. "I cannot manage alone," Xinyu quietly replied from her corner of the bed, eyes shut. She did not wish to scold Luo Yin, as it would only exhaust her further and might provoke Luo Yan's ire. "Come on." Xinyu. A small hand emerged from beneath the covers, grasping Qinyu's arm, and soon, Luo Yin emerged, pulling Xinyu along as if to hurry in. Do not run. "Shitty, I will give you something later." Unable to resist Luo Yan's enthusiasm, Xinyu had no choice but to keep pace with her. In her haste, she called back an apology. Jiang Che was left behind, gazing in astonishment at the retreating figures of the two girls, their colorful skirts fluttering as they moved like butterflies in flight, as if walking upon clouds. They were truly a sight to behold. At this age, everything seemed to hold promise for these young women. He sighed deeply, almost tempted to lie down right there and forget everything. If it were any other time at Tide Peak, he would surely have enjoyed dinner and rested beside Mu Yanli. Peacefully closing his eyes, Bai Qianyu furrowed her brow and asked Xinyu, "Why do I not see him?" "Luo Yin is impatient and insists on running. I cannot refuse her." You ought not to indulge her any longer. Truly, it is hard to be resolute. Allow me to assist you in guiding her, Bai Qianyu remarked with a hint of detachment. Upon hearing this, Qianyu turned her gaze towards Luoyin, who had just emerged from the ice cellar with ingredients for their meal, and closed her eyes. The celestial lord cherished tranquility, which is why we have established a bamboo dwelling in the forest, rather than cohabiting within this palace, Qianyu explained to Jiang Che upon hearing Qianyu's words. Jiang Che acknowledged their previous encounters. Unbeknownst to him, Luoyin had taken a seat beside him and began to engage in conversation. Were it not for the noticeable difference in tone, he might have mistaken her for Qianyu. I suppose so, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. The trio Qianyu, Luoyin, and Jiang Che sat in close proximity, exchanging words. Do you not think they're the most suitable match, in terms of both age and disposition? Bai Qianyu seemed to speak to herself. Though it sounded like a question, as she sensed someone approaching, she recognized that Mu Yanli had arrived. Chapter 59. Killing the Moon. Standing beside Bai Qianyu at Yaofeng, Mu Yanli quietly observed the three young individuals conversing in the distance. Momentarily taken aback, their expressions, levels of focus, and gestures all conveyed the joy of their interaction. If we adhere to your perspective, it is indeed a fitting match, Mu Yanli responded with a calm tone. Jiang Che seemed to sense a familiar gaze sweeping across him. Upon surveying the surroundings, he spotted Mu Yanli and could not resist standing to wave. Noticing her exuberant disciple, Mu Yanli nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips as the earlier chill surrounding her dissipated. Her gaze softened like a gentle stream flowing through the mountains. Seeing this, Bai Qianyu furrowed her brow, her fingers gradually tightening within the confines of her sleeves, revealing her discontent. Let us two go for a drink. Paying no mind to these youngsters, Bai Qianyu suggested as she turned to leave, with Mu Yanli trailing closely behind her after casting a few lingering glances. Mu Yanli grasped Bai Qianyu's sleeve and remarked, In your realm, naturally, it is you who will decide. It ought to be so, Bai Qianyu replied with a light huff. The two women appeared to share an unspoken bond, akin to eager friends reuniting. After the two ladies had walked away, the conversation among the trio abruptly ceased, and they exchanged silent glances towards the departing figures. Qianyu, more vivacious than Luoyin, was less prone to speaking without restraint. The emerald-hued elegant garments draped on Luoyin bore a hint of rebellion. Jiang Che perceived that Luoyin was not as straightforward as she seemed. There lay a certain cunning beneath her facade, cleverly concealed. She was clearly a youthful maiden with a tendency to blush, yet she was far from simple. Junior brother, did Mu Gongzu borrow the white crane from the Celestial Lord's crane garden? Qianyu inquired softly, tracing circles in the dirt with a twig as she turned to look at the young man. It is likely that the master took it from the crane garden. Jiang Che affirmed with a nod. Borrow? It is clearly. Luoyin pouted. Qianyu playfully tapped her sister's forehead, producing a crisp sound that was somewhat jarring. Sister, why did you hit me? Luoyin asked in confusion, rubbing her head. Do not speak recklessly, do you understand? Qianyu's gaze bore into Luoyin's, swiftly dispelling all her sister's grievances, prompting her to lower her head in compliance. Oh, that was a celestial crane captured by the Celestial Lord. Accomplished through considerable effort. It is said to have tender meat, highly palatable, and the Celestial Lord intends to use its feathers for a coat in the future. She will return it, Qianyu continued. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che's heart raced, and he silently mused about whether Mu Yanli would truly resort to killing. He relished conversing with Qianyu and Luoyin, as it allowed him to remain oblivious to any discomfort. In contrast, being in the presence of Mu Yanli and Bai Qianyu always instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure within him, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. What tea is this? The flavor is rather peculiar. Mu Yanli inquired, narrowing her eyes in confusion after taking a sip. It's called Beautiful Drunk, Bai Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Refilling Mu Yanli's cup this. Mu Yanli's face flushed crimson, her snow-white complexion glowing with a rosy hue. She tapped her fingers on the table, clearly displeased. You are being absurd. Mu Yanli's lips moved as she chastised, her irritation palpable. That it is nothing of consequence. I had no intention of trying it before, but today I thought I might as well, Bai Qianyu replied dismissively. Beautiful Drunk. The tea, derived from the exquisite white jade and agate of young maidens, required the tea leaves to form a delicate mist on the surface before it could be deemed a preliminary success. When will you return my crane? Bai Qianyu asked, offering Mu Yanli a peeled navel orange, its plump, lustrous segments glistening like freshly polished amber, hiding a hint of brilliance. I just picked this from the orchard. You should have some. Bai Qianyu waited until Mu Yanli accepted it, though her gaze wandered restlessly. Sour and unpalatable, Mu Yanli grimaced, promptly placing the fruit aside in displeasure. I know, which is why I saved half for you. Specifically waiting for your arrival, Bai Qianyu replied, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Mu Yanli grumbled discontentedly. Bai Qianyu, do you possess no benevolence at all? Always with these convoluted schemes. So when will you return the crane? Bai Qianyu inquired, her expression inscrutable, serene as a tranquil well. I will, Mu Yanli assured. You are far too stingy, keeping it locked away from view. I merely borrowed it for a glance. Remember what you said today. Bai Qianyu nodded in affirmation. As night fell, the stars descended, and shooting stars occasionally streaked across the sky. Jiang Che accompanied Chunyu and Luo Yin as they circled the kitchen, watching the two remarkably similar young women prepare dinner. Lost in thought for a long while, the walls of this place were adorned with moonlight stones, housed within glass vessels. He pondered how such similar beings could exist in the world. Their every smile and frown so closely aligned that distinguishing between them proved challenging. When Chunyu and Luo Yin stood together, he had to rely on their garments to tell them apart, which was no easy feat. They resembled two dolls who fortuitously met on isolated islands. Both inherently curious about one another. Encounters among peers of the same age were rare, making unexpected meetings feel precious. I wished to take Chunyu and Luo Yin out for a stroll, perhaps to find them suitable husbands. Bai Qianyu remarked lazily from her chair, speaking earnestly. I have watched them grow, and they possess no flaws, truly remarkable. Mu Yanli sighed as she gazed at the solitary moon in the sky. She recalled that at this time in previous years, she would have already settled down and, turning to embrace the young man as though he were a cherished toy, she would have pressed her white jade and agate against his arm, opening her eyes wide to listen to his gentle breaths. Yet now, she remained at Yaofeng, while her disciple lingered outside, occupying the kitchen with Bai Qianyu's twin flowers, unaware of their activities. Had you not opposed it back then, the twin flowers would have belonged to my tidal peak, Mu Yanli thought, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Qianyu. Do you still desire it now? Bai Qianyu scoffed. What of you? Mu Yanli countered without providing an answer. Not at all, they both stated in unison, turning away with silent laughter. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qianyu quietly remarked, the scenery tonight is quite beautiful. Would you not agree? Ziheng, you have been quite talkative lately. I scarcely recognize you now, Mu Yanli retorted with a snort, biting her red lip while continuously popping juicy purple grapes into her mouth. Mu Yanli, do you not think a cultivator's life is rather mundane? It brings forth an indescribable discomfort when pondered upon. Mu Yanli chuckled softly, murmuring, what you speak of is hardly novel. Can you truly extract amusement from it? It is inherently dull, merely seeking ways to find joy. She concluded. I shall not converse with you further. I am off to find him. With that, Mu Yanli rose, tightened the sash around her waist, adjusted her disheveled hair, and strode purposefully out the door, though the stars twinkled brightly. They paled in comparison to the moon's gentle glow. The fleeting stars, akin to hasty glances, may leave an indelible mark on one's heart, often merely due to an appealing visage. If one wishes to draw attention to the stars, one must first extinguish the moon. Bai Qianyu silently mused. Chapter 60. Luo Yin's conversation. Chunyu and Luo Yin, the stunning twin sisters, stood side by side, each engaged in their tasks, undisturbed by the other. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the small dwelling was illuminated only by a faint glow. As the diligent individuals worked in silence, the sounds of various clinks and clatters resembled the gentle patter of rain, while the aroma wafting from the cooked food tantalized the young man's senses, causing his stomach to audibly protest. Jiang Che sat quietly in a chair at the back, his head bowed as he discreetly munched on snacks hidden within his sleeves. These treats had been pilfered moments earlier, and he was acutely aware of Bai Qianyu's unwavering gaze upon him, devoid of any pretense. His heart raced, recognizing that he no longer belonged in this space. He understood that Bai Qianyu possessed a domineering nature, akin to that of Mu Yanli. After all, who would not be domineering if they possessed even a modicum of power? Luo Yin had a penchant for laziness, often coming over to pilfer the treats Jiang Che had placed on the table. Even when she sensed his gaze lingering upon her, she showed no inclination to restrain herself. I'm just having a few of yours. It's no big deal. You can always get more, Luo Yin declared with nonchalance. After finishing her task, Luo Yin cupped her cheeks with her hands, positioning her figure within Jiang Che's line of sight. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled, seemingly harboring the brilliance of spring, her fair skin nearly translucent. Luo Yin's lips moved incessantly as she asked in a somewhat jumbled manner, how can you keep eating? You could at least engage in some conversation. Qinyu, and I haven't seen anyone in ages. It's quite dull. Aren't you the same? Jiang Che thought to himself. He turned away, quietly dismissing the notion of conversing with Luo Yin. He always felt as though Luo Yin sought to dissect him for scrutiny rather than simply engaging in light-hearted banter. Her intentions seemed less than pure. He was no match for such cunning individuals, especially not a woman, who typically exhibited greater capriciousness and unruliness. The falling geese are relentless and unyielding. After numerous attempts, the young girl, brimming with patience and energy, has taken an interest. However, this is not the case for Qinyu. Jiang Che did not shift his gaze but spoke softly, after a brief moment of eye contact with Luo Yin. She shyly turned her head away and quietly walked off. Upon hearing the youth's words, Luo Yin furrowed her brow in discontent and asked with a heightened tone, "Why are you so concerned about Qinyu?" "I am no less than her. Qinyu would not behave as you do," Jiang Che replied. "Do not disturb him. Otherwise, you will be punished by the immortal lord again. You cannot constantly be lazy." Qinyu approached and took Luo Yin away, whispering into her ear, "Qinyu, I just want to speak with him." Before long, Luo Yin walked directly in front of Jiang Che, her head bowed as she hesitantly murmured, "Jiang Che, would you step outside with me?" "No, but Qinyu asked you to go. Will you not?" A competitive glimmer flashed in Luo Yan's eyes as she curiously inquired. Jiang Che sensed the appearance of the greenish sleeves again and instinctively felt uneasy. Holding his breath in concentration, "She did not call for me," he replied truthfully. Lifting his gaze, "I am going to find my master." He recalled Mu Yanli and wished to leave this place, finding Luo Yin quite bothersome. "I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Do not always think about running away. It will not be difficult for you," Luo Yin urged anxiously. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Che finally agreed. He did not believe that Luo Yin could stir up any significant troubles, and besides, there was no better way to deal with someone of her temperament. He could not simply turn against her. From a distance, Mu Yanli observed quietly, noticing Luo Yin leading her disciple into the sea of flowers, her lips tightening in discontent as obscure emotions flickered in her clear eyes. She could not comprehend why Qinyu and her disciple were so keen on Jiang Che. As if other men did not exist in the world, perpetually vying for their share of his attention and care. Was it because they perceived him as easy to bully, or did they find her overly magnanimous? She felt he should not be permitted to come. Mu Yanli, dissatisfied, sought a place to hide and muttered softly. Mu Yanli, what is this place like compared to your Tide Peak? Qinyu appeared beside Mu Yanli, her expression serious as she inquired. Qinyu, with a clear understanding of her situation, remained unperturbed by Mu Yanli's criticisms. It seems Luo Yin is indeed infatuated. You should hurry and find her a husband, lest she becomes preoccupied with such matters, Mu Yanli advised her companion. Naturally, it is not your concern. Instead, you should focus on him. Qinyu retorted dismissively. Am I not as good as you? Mu Yanli turned her head, scrutinizing Qinyu closely before asking. Mu Yanli, why do you still behave like a child, indulging in such frivolities? Jiang Che shrank back. The wind outside was rather strong and extremely cold. The moon hung high in the sky, breaking the brilliance of all light, casting only a chill without a hint of warmth. Glowing insects congregated in the flower sea, tiny as scattered sesame seeds, filling the entire space and adorning it beautifully. The scene before him resembled a magnificent landscape painting. Occasionally, the sound of fluttering wings reached his ears, not unpleasant, but rather a source of delightful pleasure. Perhaps it was his own unease, he thought. Regardless, conversing with a girl in a secluded corner was inappropriate. He did not believe Luo Yin genuinely had any urgent matters to discuss. There was no reason to come to such a place. He was only now regretting the decision he had made earlier, yet there was no way to rectify his mistake. He could only endure it. Jiang Che, have you ever thought about when you might marry? Luo Yin blinked, her question striking like thunder from a clear sky. Why do you ask that? Jiang Che instinctively shifted to the side, perplexed. I heard from Qinyu that the immortal lord intends to take me and Qinyu to the outside world to choose husbands. Luo Yin murmured, shaking her head as she bit her red lips softly. That has nothing to do with me. I have no right to interfere in your and Qinyu's affairs, Jiang Che replied coolly. There is no need to go out. You can find someone right here, and there are plenty of candidates. If there were truly someone worthy, the immortal lord would not take me and Qinyu outside to seek them. It is quite uncomfortable to run around out there. Luo Yin huffed, displeased. Luo Yin, is it mandatory for one to marry? Jiang Che asked, meeting her gaze. Luo Yin turned her head away, refusing to let him see her face. Oh, but everyone else does it, she explained reluctantly. She had not thought too deeply about it. She merely felt that reaching the age of marriage necessitated such actions. Not following the crowd seemed odd. Almost like being an outcast. Marriage could also serve as a declaration to the world, a sign of heavenly approval. Luo Yan's delicate fingers twisted her hair, fidgeting restlessly that I believe there may be no opportunity for that. The youth murmured, lowering his head. Mu Yanli had never discussed such matters with him, and was unwilling to let him leave Tide Peak. There were only 2 people on Tide Peak, and from ancient texts, he knew that marriage between master and disciple was a forbidden topic. Furthermore, how could Mu Yanli ever consider marrying him? She was far too radiant. Chapter 61. The ignorant young girl, what are you afraid of? Luo Yin noticed Jiang Che's demeanor, her cheeks flushing slightly. It seemed she wanted to say something but struggled to voice it, hesitating on whether to speak. If I go out with the immortal lord and do not encounter someone I like, wouldn't you then have a chance? Luo Yin proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest happily. Jiang Che remained silent, momentarily bewildered. This girl's temperament was incredibly strange, utterly inscrutable. He preferred spending time with Qinyu, as it required less mental effort. You should make me like you. What else could be so difficult? Luo Yin observed the youth beside her and muttered through gritted teeth. Why should I like you? Jiang Che replied, meeting her obsidian-like eyes with confusion. You foolish, if I like you, I could ask the immortal lord to bless our union, and Mu Gongzhu would surely be overjoyed, Luo Yin declared, her fingers clenched tightly. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on her delicate palm, giving it a milky sheen, her small hands soft and white, resembling exquisite jade carvings. Jiang Che merely shook his head, stating, I do not like you. He was not inclined to pursue such matters. It felt exhausting. Is it because I am not good-looking enough? Luo Yin asked in surprise, tugging at her own cheek until it flushed a rosy hue. That logic does not hold. One does not like someone merely for their beauty. If that were the case, I would have to like every beautiful woman in the world. Jiang Che plucked a flower, observing its stillness as it lay in his palm. Luo Yin turned to look at the youth clad in a smoky blue robe and said, If I were to like you, Qinyu would also marry you. It would not be a loss. Jiang Che was taken aback and quickly asked, How could that be? I have never heard of such a thing. Isn't marriage meant to be a union? You spend all your time on Tide Peak and have not ventured outside. So naturally, you know little, Luo Yin said, pursing her lips as she fiddled with her fingers. You have never been outside. Some people have married multiple times, so it is not uncommon. Just think, even if I were to marry, I cannot stray too far from the immortal lord. I would miss her. If I were to marry, Qinyu would inevitably follow me. She could not bear to part with me. Luo Yin mumbled. Luo Yin, you are being a bit selfish, Jiang Che replied after a moment of silence. Turning his head away, forget it. I shall return now. Jiang Che chose to ignore Luo Yin, finding conversing with her quite distressing. His mood thoroughly soured, leaving him devoid of any desire to continue the dialogue. He hoped for Luo Yin to truly mature rather than perpetually relying on her sister's status to extract favors from Qinyu, akin to a leech draining blood. He could not fathom the true meaning behind Luo Yan's words that evening. Was she merely toying with him? Jiang Che was self-aware. He understood that his demeanor could attract some, yet there were many who found him off-putting. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself increasingly disliking Luo Yin. In the distance, silence reigned. Qinyu stood quietly, observing the 2 figures amidst the flower sea, lifting her skirt, the hem resembling blooming petals as it cascaded and formed numerous creases, the garment appearing somewhat bulky compared to her petite frame. Bai Qinyu's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Do you not think your disciple is a bit peculiar? This is quite troubling, Mu Yanli remarked, glancing at Bai Qinyu. That it's perfectly normal. That is simply her nature. Bai Qinyu replied softly, clearly displeased. The thoughts of an infatuated young girl are inscrutable to anyone. Reflecting on their own youth, they had not possessed such frivolous concerns and had taken on various responsibilities early on. There was no room for such. Luo Yan's behavior was truly absurd. Dinner. Everyone sat at a single table, exchanging no words, the atmosphere unusually awkward. Jiang Che looked towards Mu Yanli, as if seeking her opinion. Bai Qianyu, this is unreasonable. We cannot just wait idly, Mu Yanli mused quietly. Your temperament requires no additional commentary from me. You do not even announce when you take something. Bai Qianyu scoffed lightly. Mu Yanli nodded, saying, Indeed, you are correct. Come here, sit beside me. In a domineering manner, Mu Yanli pulled Jiang Che into her embrace, settling him beside her. Qinyu appeared bewildered, but instinctively lowered her head, quietly consuming her meal. She understood that this was not the time for idle chatter. It was best to feign ignorance. Qinyu was too absorbed in her own thoughts to notice her surroundings, her mind preoccupied with the rumors that had circulated. Contemplating whether Jiang Che and the others truly shared the relationship spoken of, Qinyu, what are you thinking about? Bai Qinyu asked coldly. Immortal Lord, I understand, Qinyu replied, her shoulders tensing slightly, startled. Bai Qinyu devoted herself to introducing an array of culinary delights. Her words flowing forth in abundance, evidently infused with genuine sincerity. Numerous delicacies, previously tucked away in the icy confines of the storage, were presented to entertain the guests. Next time, I shall invite you to Chaoshi Peak. Bai Qinyu remarked, and do remember to bring your twin flower. Just once. Mu Yanli spoke up, urging everyone to relish the exquisite fare. Do indulge a bit more. Such rare opportunities are hard to come by. She filled Jiang Che's bowl with food, her conversation flowing uninterrupted. A faint smile graced Bai Qinyu's lips, her eyes, resembling dark abysses, narrowed slightly, concealing her thoughts in a silence more potent than words. Eventually, Bai Qinyu produced a treasured fine wine. As the evening progressed, Jiang Che noticed the presence of several ethereal figures surrounding the women, their conversations becoming indistinct. Take a sobriety pill, Bai Qinyu instructed Qinyu, while Mu Yanli gently allowed the youth to lean against her shoulder. The dragon eye-sized pill was pushed into Jiang Che's mouth, followed by a sip of pure water to aid in swallowing. All done, Bai Qinyu declared, her expression stoic. Ziheng, prepare a soft couch. We shall stay here tonight to avoid unnecessary travel. Mu Yanli continued to embrace the youth, softly sighing. Bai Qinyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, Mu Yanli, are you unaware of the need for decorum? Must you crowd together in public? No, I wish to take care of him. Mu Yanli retorted stubbornly. Jiang Che's eyes flew open as he realized he was standing on a flying sword, his arms tightly wrapped around Mu Yanli's delicate waist, his cheek pressed against her pristine garment. Unable to suppress the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped him. How did we return? Jiang Che inquired, tilting his head. Master, do I have a strong scent? He asked, slightly shifting his head. I don't mind it, Mu Yanli replied nonchalantly. Hold on tighter, don't fall. She added, why didn't you call for me earlier? You were drunk, Jiang Che asked, perplexed. To teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you would not remember, Mu Yanli stated seriously. Suddenly, she proposed. After we visit the mortal realm, let us return and get married. Jiang Che was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a colossal hammer, causing a wave of dizziness. He intended to agree, but it felt strange. Such matters should typically be initiated by the man. You can decide on the date. After all, you have come of age, Mu Yanli spoke softly, as if sensing his thoughts. But I am only 16, Jiang Che murmured, contemplating his age. That's sufficient, Mu Yanli remarked dismissively. No need to summon others, just bring Bai Qinyu and her twin flower. She added. All right, Jiang Che replied. This affirmation was not only a response to Mu Yanli's marriage proposal but also an acknowledgement of her thoughts. Every character crafted with bold strokes holds significance that the narrative extends beyond just Jiang Che and Mu Yanli. Chapter 62. My gift to you. The night was tranquil, the sky adorned with a multitude of stars, silently illuminating the vast earth. In a modest room at Chaoshi Peak, the curtains hung quietly by the window, shrouding the interior's enchantment. Mu Yanli sat upright, her back resting against the headboard, her eyes firmly shut. She bowed her head, grasping the hand of the person beside her, gently squeezing. With her other hand, she rummaged through her spatial ring, ensuring nothing was amiss. It was her first time bringing someone away from Chaoshi Peak, and caution was paramount. Perhaps due to the youth's inebriation, he showed no signs of awareness. His head nestled low as he drifted into slumber. Very well. I shall step outside for a moment, Mu Yanli decided. Adjusting Jiang Che's poor sleeping posture with a slight furrow of her brow, clad in her attire, she quietly opened the door and gently secured it, shielding herself from the creeping chill. Standing outside, Mu Yanli let out a soft sigh as a sense of discomfort settled in her heart. It felt as though she would be departing Chaoshi Peak for an extended period. She yearned to take in more of this place, fearing she might not have another chance in the future. How dull, echoed her voice, as her figure melded into the shadows, disappearing amidst layers of objects. The following morning, the dawn broke resplendently, the sky ablaze with hues of crimson. Clouds clustered like fish scales, their white transformed into vivid red. Master, a sleepy voice broke the silence. Lacking strength, have you learned your lesson? Mu Yanli asked, her tone slightly irritable. That I remember. Jiang Che nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at grain. Why indulge in pride? You stand no chance against them, Mu Yanli murmured. Together, they planted celestial tree seeds in the adjacent thicket. In due time, once the tree donned its verdant attire, it would soar skyward, piercing the clouds, She envisioned a swing hanging from its branches, where she could sit, gently swaying her delicate feet, her skirt fluttering, radiating a captivating luster. The seeds were said to be from the spirit abyss. Gifted by Bai Qianyu, though their authenticity remained uncertain, Mu Yanli dug a hole, while Jiang Che buried the seeds, filling the pit afterward. The muscles in Jiang Che's hands were evident as he gripped the tools. Supporting his outer robe, Mu Yanli drew water from a nearby stream to moisten the soil. Is this sufficient? Jiang Che asked, pressing his foot against the earth. Leave it be. The rest is up to fate. Mu Yanli replied with a soft hum. If she could have planted it herself, she wouldn't have gifted it to us. That particular specimen depleted all the nutrients from Bai Qianyu's flower sea, making it exceedingly rare. I understand. Jiang Che responded. If you desire a flower sea, feel free to plant some at Chaoshi Peak. It's of no concern to me, Mu Yanli stated as she walked ahead. With Jiang Che trailing behind, tools in hand, Jiang Che lifted his gaze, his eyes resting on her back, enveloped in silence. He had always known she held little affection for such things. You have a share in Chaoshi Peak. There is nothing more to discuss, Mu Yanli added. Will you assist me, master? Jiang Che hesitated before asking. If you tell me, I shall help. If not, you're on your own, Mu Yanli replied with a smile. All right, he acquiesced. Let us depart. Mu Yanli took one last glance at the surroundings, then spoke. Are you reluctant? She inquired, noticing Jiang Che's gaze linger longingly, his lips parting several times. Jiang Che met Mu Yanli's eyes, casually waving his hand. It's just strange, hard to articulate. It's nothing. We shall return, Mu Yanli reassured him, aware of the sentiment. Perhaps a feeling everyone experiences to varying degrees. It will become a habit, she murmured. Master, let us go. I wish to return swiftly, Jiang Che urged, tugging at her sleeve, his nose twitching. He realized he did not wish to leave but rather to remain and marry Mu Yanli. Staying at Chaoshi Peak was where his heart lay, and he had no desire to pursue anything else. Without hesitation, Mu Yanli whisked the youth away. She cast several talismans, activating the protective array of the mountain. Gradually, Chaoshi Peak faded from view, becoming invisible. Jiang Che stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing upward. The ethereal mountain was enveloped in dense mist, obscuring his line of sight, rendering the path that once led upward lost. Straining his eyes, he could not discern the peak's end, as it seemed to vanish into the white clouds of the heavens. The mountain itself appearing hazy and surreal. Master, I never realized our dwelling was so elevated. Jiang Che sighed. It is indeed so, she replied. If you wish to learn talismans, I can teach you. Her voice was gentle, like a babbling brook, soothing the soul. Jiang Che picked up the talisman paper from her palm, lowering his head to examine it closely, curious as he tore it slightly, yet it remained undamaged. All right, he nodded, his expression unchanged. You may find it unappealing, Mu Yanli thought to herself. Crafting talismans required immense effort and concentration, the investment rarely matched by the returns, making it a rather arduous task. She found little joy in drawing talismans, as it was merely a means to focus her mind in moments of boredom, free from distractions. We will return soon. If you dislike it, we can come back immediately, Mu Yanli said cheerfully. I hope everything goes smoothly. Without hindrance, she silently wished herself. The bustling streets were alive with throngs of people, their voices resonating loudly. Jiang Che and Mu Yanli seemed like anomalies within the crowd, unable to blend in, standing aside to observe. Master, why has your appearance changed? Jiang Che asked, astonished, leaning closer to her ear to whisper. I cast an illusion spell, Mu Yanli replied, her ruby lips forming the words. Oh. Jiang Che noticed a young woman resting her head against a nearby man's shoulder, her hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned with an elegant hairpin. Her skin was as pristine as frost, her eyes sparkling with clarity. The girl was petite, delicate, easily swayed by the breeze. She gently placed her hand into the man's, smiling joyfully, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Mu Yanli tapped Jiang Che, her expression slightly displeased. How could you so openly gawk at others? I am right here, she thought, feeling a pang of annoyance at his behavior. Do you want mine? Mu Yanli asked, her lips curling into a slight smirk. Jiang Che noticed a hint of blush on Mu Yanli's cheeks, a departure from her usual demeanor, yet it added an intriguing allure. What did you say, master? Jiang Che asked, puzzled, unable to hear clearly. Mine, for you, Mu Yanli commanded, extending her hand. Jiang Che hesitated briefly before grasping her hand within his palm, gently squeezing it, as if holding a warm jade. If you behave, I will always hold your hand, as long as you like, Mu Yanli said softly, looking up at Jiang Che. He nodded in agreement, saying, I want to mind. Mu Yanli smiled faintly, pondering the unpredictability of the future. At that moment, their figures seemed to linger like a painting, eternally captured in time. Wishing the readers a joyous new year. A gentle nudge for updates, perhaps a small gift to encourage. Chapter 63. Arrogance. This place is but half a day's journey by flying sword from Tide Peak. The master and disciple have yet to step into the realm of mortals, remaining within the vast expanse of the cultivation world. The realm of cultivators is immense. Once immersed within, it is akin to a fish plunging into the depths of the ocean. Utterly lost without a trace dot on the street, Jiang Che walks hand in hand with Mu Yanli, marking his first public display of such intimacy, despite the enchantment she has cast to render herself less appealing in the eyes of others. Diminishing her beauty to a degree of mediocrity, he holds her hand firmly. The youth is clad in a deep purple robe, his feet adorned with black boots sporting white soles. Beside him, the woman is draped in a simple yet ethereal white dress, reminiscent of mist, trailing close to the ground as she walks with a grace that seems to defy gravity. Mu Yanli does not resist. She allows the young man to guide her silently from one place to another. Her gaze solely focused on Jiang Che, content to observe his every action without concern for anything else. This arrangement pleases her as such thoughts occupy her mind. She lowers her head slightly and murmurs softly. Jiang Che, hearing her voice, turns to meet her gaze, as if inquiring what his master has said. Don't look at me. Focus on your path, Mu Yanli replies, shaking her head as she gently turns his head back, straightening his posture to ensure he walks upright. Mu Yanli purses her lips, pondering that she cannot prevent him from gazing at her. I want to look at you, Jiang Che states resolutely without turning away. He is bewildered by Mu Yanli's seemingly cold demeanor, feeling as though she has become distant, even forbidding him from simply watching her. Understood, Mu Yanli replies, her eyes widening as she pulls him closer. Resting her hands on his shoulders, she takes a deep breath before exhaling heavily, her resolve evident. With a flick of her wrist, she dispels the illusion she had cast upon herself, weaving a barrier around them that shields their actions from prying eyes. Moments later, Jiang Che instinctively attempts to turn away, only to find his legs seemingly anchored in place, immobile and unresponsive to his will. After several futile attempts, he realizes that Mu Yanli's grip is too tight, effectively restraining him. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she chastises herself for losing her composure in public. For a fleeting moment, she questions whether she has become someone entirely different. She's still the same Mu Yanli. Or has she transformed into a version of herself that others perceive? Master, you're holding too tightly. I can't move, Jiang Che timidly remarks, feeling as though her gaze is akin to that of a nightmarish wolf, consuming his very will to resist. Indeed, Mu Yanli responds. Yet she remains unmoving, her grip unyielding. Silence envelopes them, a profound stillness where their breaths mingle in the their eyes lock. Curiosity ignites between them. With a sudden motion, Mu Yanli draws Jiang Che into her embrace with surprising force. His face flushes crimson, unsure if it is due to the difficulty in breathing or the discomfort of being pressed against her. In his gaze, Mu Yanli's figure looms larger, her delicate features inching closer to his cheek, so near that he can discern the fine hairs fluttering on her skin. Lowering her head, she leans in without mercy, capturing his lips as if savoring the finest confection. Time seems to stretch infinitely until Jiang Che's consciousness gradually returns, clarity flooding back to him. Their collision is clumsy and unrefined. Mu Yanli strives to soften her approach, yet fears that Jiang Che might break free, shattering the atmosphere they have created. Eventually, she finds herself pressing her spiritual root against his teeth. Only after the encounter does Mu Yanli release her embrace, stepping aside, her cheeks flushed as if touched by frost. Appearing exceedingly vexed, Jiang Che feels drained, an overwhelming discomfort coursing through him. Stunned by his master's audacious actions, he remains silent. Uncertain of how to respond, he struggles to comprehend why Mu Yanli has never behaved this way before. Her demeanor more often gentle and nurturing. What has caused this stark transformation? In a moment of impulsive inspiration, Mu Yanli resolves that this person is undeniably hers, inescapable. It is time to collect her dues. After all, it was he who first captivated her. Her cheeks remain cold, feigning anger to make Jiang Che believe he has erred, drawing attention away from her own actions. After a pause, Jiang Che tentatively reaches for the sleeve of Mu Yanli's robe. Proceeding cautiously, Mu Yanli feigns a dismissive shake of her sleeve, only to lift her head and quietly place her hand in his palm. Turning her face back, she says, "Let us go. I no longer hold it against you." "All right," Jiang Che replies, Lowering his gaze to where their fingers entwined, he remains perplexed, unable to ascertain what misstep he has taken. Logically, it should be her at fault. Surely it cannot be his desire to gaze upon her that is the issue. He muses inwardly. You wish to look. Let us first find a place to rest. It is quite pleasant to linger outside. Mu Yanli seems still somewhat perturbed, grumbling under her breath. As you wish, master, Jiangche responds. Knowing he has no choice but to acquiesce, the flow of passers-by is relentless, each unaware of their destination. The streets are teeming with vendors. Do you wish to eat candied hawthorn? I recall you once adored it. Mu Yanli muses, her gaze drifting toward a figure in the distance. Noticing her attention, Jiangche shifts slightly. Though he contemplates the notion, he hesitates to voice it, even to himself. I used to like it. But not anymore. Jiangche responds carefully, observing Mu Yanli's expression intently. Really? Mu Yanli inquires, her brows knitting together. I still enjoy it, she whispers, a hint of mischief in her tone. Noted, Jiangche acknowledges. A realization dawning upon him as he prepares to move. Yet, Mu Yanli halts him with a firm grasp on his hand, questioning, stop. How do you intend to buy anything without silver? Do you expect to receive it for free? With that, she produces coins from her sleeve and places them in his palm. Jiangche dashes off, quickly joining the queue. Mu Yanli turns away, murmuring, you want to eat but refuse to admit it, hiding your desires like a child. Her indifference towards such sweet treats stems solely from his fondness for them. She merely indulges him. Should he remain oblivious, she would purchase it for him without hesitation. Chapter 64. The sky is tinged with a gentle intoxication. Casting a soft white hue, one hand of Mu Yanli clutches a skewer of candied hawthorn, while the other rests in Jiangche's palm, allowing him to lead her away, uncertain of their destination. She feels a twinge of annoyance at her disciple's thoughtlessness, having only procured one skewer for her when he clearly had the means to buy more. I'll share some with you later. You truly are foolish for not treating yourself, Mu Yanli remarks, her cheeks puffed as she speaks with a slight lisp. Jiangche finds this version of Mu Yanli rather charming. Reminiscent of a youthful girl, he is at a loss for where to go, feeling utterly directionless, merely wandering aimlessly. Perhaps he has grown accustomed to her domineering nature, now faced with a woman so gentle and yielding. He finds himself entirely captivated, unable to resist her allure. Observing his discomfort, Mu Yanli cannot help but chuckled. Is this truly how you appear? In her eyes, there is room for no one else, as if all else has faded into nothingness. Time flows like the rushing river, and soon it is sunset, casting an unusual crimson glow over the people as they move together beneath the light. Where else do you wish to go? Haven't you walked enough? After accompanying him for quite some time, Mu Yanli finally speaks, her lips forming the words reluctantly. Though she had not intended to break the silence, Jiangche shows no sign of stopping. Seemingly content to wander without purpose, which soon grows tedious. The youth replies, hesitating before finally stopping to gaze at Mu Yanli. He slowly releases her hand, allowing it to slip from his grasp, inadvertently brushing against her clothing. The sound echoing slightly. He had anticipated that Mu Yanli would halt him. It was merely a matter of when. It is no simple feat for someone as domineering as Mu Yanli to suddenly adopt such a submissive demeanor. Patience. One cannot grow fat in a single bite. There will be more opportunities, she muses, her gaze softening as she looks at him. Let us go, Mu Yanli indicates with a nod, extending her hand once more. Jiangche meets her eyes, momentarily puzzled by her intentions. No, I want to give you anything in the future, she states calmly, a hint of irritation lacing her words. Jiangche senses her sincerity. She is not one to deceive him. Her starry eyes are both cold and radiant, holding within them the purest essence of flowing water, yet also the strength of the strongest wine. He finds himself entranced, losing sight of his original thoughts. What are you staring at? Mu Yanli teases, a smile gracing her lips as she gently nudges him. We can find a place to show you later. For now, let us continue walking, with a frown. She speaks softly. All right, Jiangche responds. This is the true Mu Yanli. Jiangche reflects inwardly. Though he now holds her hand, he follows her lead, venturing to various destinations. I wish to go there, Jiangche states. Stopping to point toward a shop. Mu Yanli follows the direction of his finger, momentarily taken aback before turning her gaze back to him, as if there were countless words she wished to express but could not articulate. Bai Shui He, she finally announces, recognizing it as a jewelry store for women, bustling with customers and filled with a cacophony of voices. The scene before her eyes was a dazzling array of colors, lights shimmering in a kaleidoscope, and it seemed that the doors would soon close. How she longed to enter. Mu Yanli parted her crimson lips, her gaze serene, her voice akin to elusive clouds, drifting above the heart of the young man. His heartbeat quickened, and a flush crept upon his cheeks, in the youth's eyes. Mu Yanli's snow-white skin was adorned with a subtle blush, dotted with hints of red. If you wish to go, then let us. Mu Yanli murmured softly, having turned her head slightly. What had sparked this sudden impulse in him? She pondered, watching the figures navigating through the Baishui. In that fleeting moment, her heart became a whirlwind of emotions. Difficult to contain, she entwined her fingers and pressed her lips together. What her disciple intended to do remained a mystery to her. Igniting her curiosity, it was only when Mu Yanli saw Jiang Che emerging from the Baishui, he with something in hand, that her heart tightened, rising to her throat. She found herself wondering whom the young man intended to present this item to. Was it for her, or for someone else? Yet, Mu Yanli quickly reassured herself. Even if it were not meant for her, she would claim it for her own, regardless of the intended recipient. With her presence, there was no reason for Jiang Che to bestow it upon another, a notion she firmly refused to entertain. What are you doing? Mu Yanli inquired, her tone frigid. Buying something, Jiang Che replied truthfully, aware that Mu Yanli's gaze had not shifted from him. Even as he left the Baishui, a hint of unusual emotion lingering in the air. He lowered his eyes, avoiding her gaze. Let us go. Mu Yanli maintained her cold demeanor, as if she were deeply displeased. Jiang Che and Mu Yanli departed, leaving the incident behind them as if it were merely an inconsequential interlude. As they walked, Mu Yanli strolled aimlessly, seeking a way to draw out Jiang Che's thoughts without directly inquiring. As she wished to maintain an air of modesty, her voice softened as she turned to him, asking, "Who is it for?" "For Master," the youth answered. "Why for me?" Mu Yanli's expression brightened considerably, and after a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Because I wish to give it," Jiang Che replied. Mu Yanli nodded, a pleased response escaping her lips. Jiang Che could distinctly sense that the woman beside him had grown increasingly joyful. He understood that upon their return to Chaoshi Peak, Mu Yanli intended for them to in his flustered state. He recalled the ancient text that spoke of gifts as betrothal tokens, though he found it difficult to articulate his intentions clearly. After a while, he heard Mu Yanli's voice, tinged with mild annoyance. "What have you been holding on to?" She expressed her dissatisfaction with her disciple for continuously gripping the hairpin, having clearly stated her desire for it to be a gift. Jiang Che instinctively tightened his grip on the hairpin as he met her gaze. "Do you not wish to try it?" Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as she earnestly proposed. "All right." He grasped Mu Yanli's intention. Jiang Che leaned closer, grasping her sleeve and drawing nearer. One hand brushed her forehead, while the other gently inserted the hairpin into her flowing hair, arranging it into an elegant style. Is it beautiful? Mu Yanli bit her lip, inquiring of the young man behind her. As long as you like it, Mu Yanli replied, nodding with delight. She had never lacked for adornments but preferred not to wear them, as many jewels bore an opulence too heavy for her taste. Yet this particular item pleased her, holding a unique significance. "From now on, I shall wear it for you. Whatever you wish to see, I will don it for you," she said softly, lifting her head to gaze at the sky. Her features softening with a hint of a smile. Chapter 65. Speak. "All right." Jiang Che nodded in response. Anything acceptable? He asked after a moment's contemplation. Do not entertain improper thoughts. Mu Yanli's expression darkened as she addressed her disciple's inquiry. She harbored suspicions that Jiang Che had been exposed to unsuitable ideas, fearing his mind had been tainted. However, to the young man, it merely felt like an undeserved accusation, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. "You said it," Jiang Che murmured under his breath, averting his gaze from Mu Yanli. The celestial being lowered her head, seemingly recognizing that her behavior was inappropriate. She extended her hand to gently pat her disciple's head. Speaking softly, "Remember, when I am in a good mood, being a bit excessive is permissible, but do not go too far." "Understood," Jiang Che replied softly. Mu Yanli appeared quite fond of the hairpin adorning her head. Despite its slightly askew position, she made no attempt to adjust it, instead choosing to walk quietly, creating a rather awkward sight from afar. "Master, your hairpin is crooked," Jiang Che said, taking hold of her hand. Waiting until their eyes met before speaking, Mu Yanli glanced at him before turning away, remaining silent and still, merely standing there. Jiang Che found himself momentarily bewildered by her behavior. Was this truly how one should act? "Fix it," Mu Yanli urged, noticing Jiang Che's prolonged inaction, her tone growing impatient. "It ought to be your responsibility." She murmured her dissatisfaction. How can this be right, he thought, feeling frustrated that he would have to rectify something he had not done properly. Jiang Che understood that no one could sway Mu Yanli when she was resolute. Her stubbornness was unyielding, and she would not waver. Quietly, he removed the hairpin from her hair, arranging the style before placing it back. Her silky locks flowed through his fingers, reminiscent of drifting cotton, dancing gracefully in the breeze. The clusters of hair gleamed with a radiance that was pleasing to the eye, the colors soothing rather than overwhelming. And he found himself enamored with this sight. Jiang Che also recalled Bai Qian, who was as beautiful as a fish emerging from water. Their hair was as dark as ink, equally enchanting. He was uncertain whether he cherished the color or if it was simply because it belonged to Mu Yanli. He lingered a moment longer before ceasing his movements that a fleeting thought crossed his mind. He wondered how they were faring. He felt a twinge of longing. Mu Yanli seemed to recall something. Turning to Jiang Che with a curious gaze, "I remember you were quite fond of it." Her intense gaze made the young man hesitant to meet her eyes, as though a phantom stirred within him. What did Master say?" Jiang Che feigned ignorance, although he had a sense of the answer. "Your hair," Mu Yanli breathed softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. She too felt a pang of shyness. Yet quickly dismissed it. As long as you do not act recklessly, you may proceed as you wish. Her gaze drifted elsewhere as she spoke slowly. "After all, it's just hair," she mused. "If you wish to play, do as you please. It is no great matter, as long as you do not pull too hard." Mu Yanli's expression was filled with caution as she cautioned, "Be mindful. We are outside, so do not rush into anything." She led Jiang Che into a celestial dwelling, a place accessible only to cultivators bearing the appropriate tokens. He had never left Chaoshi Peak and was entirely unfamiliar with such places. In truth, it was merely a more upscale inn, a common venue where one could exchange spirit stones for ordinary items. Noticing his confusion, Mu Yanli spoke gently, "Let us rest here for today." She squeezed Jiang Che's hand, as if seeking his approval. "All right." The youth nodded, and Mu Yanli decided to indulge her disciple somewhat. Otherwise, she would have chosen to continue their journey, merely glancing at the outside world before returning to Chaoshi Peak to attend to pressing matters. Yet, now that she considered it, she felt a sense of anticipation. She was aware of his curiosity and chose to suppress her impatience, allowing them to spend a little more time outdoors as a means of fortifying his experience. After presenting the celestial token, Mu Yanli led her young disciple to her room, the token seamlessly embedding itself within the door. Jiang Che surveyed the interior, finding nothing amiss. It had all the necessary amenities. With octagonal glass lanterns and a grand wooden bed, the decor of the celestial dwelling was undoubtedly exquisite, a standard throughout the cultivation world. Alleviating her worries. Mu Yanli sighed softly. "Ultimately, it is not the same as that place." Jiang Che hung his head, feeling disheartened. He thought of the small room they had once shared. If it were earlier that very day, they would have already settled in, gazing out at the moonlight spilling through the window. He could not fathom why he yearned for Chaoshi Peak, even with Mu Yanli by his side, never having strayed far from him. Mu Yanli furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing that feelings were often the most perplexing of matters. "I have brought you out. There is no need to feel discomfort. You will grow accustomed to it," Mu Yanli reassured him, opening her storage ring and addressing the young man. "The bedding and blankets from Chaoshi Peak are here. Just missing that particular setting. Are you hungry?" she asked, pulling Jiang Che from beneath the covers with gentle insistence. "I have something for you. Consider it a late-night snack." Mu Yanli retrieved some treats from her storage ring. "You feed me," she commanded, watching him chew the food, doing nothing herself, but after a moment, she spoke up. She desired him to take some initiative. After all, he ought to prove his worth in some manner. Did he not? Jiang Che stood frozen, ultimately relenting to her request, tearing open the item in his hand and feeding it to her as she carefully chewed, her red lips and pearly teeth. The delicate contours of her nose and her flawless, porcelain skin rendered her appearance almost ethereal, as if her fair complexion were painted from exquisite jade. As Mu Yanli's face subtly twitched, her expression remained neutral. She cast a glance at him before averting her gaze. The octagonal glass lanterns on the wall glowed warmly, the flickering candlelight creating a gentle haze, the soft light enveloping the room. "Go take a bath. We shall rest afterward," Mu Yanli instructed Jiang Che. She would not permit him to simply recline on the bed unless there was a pressing need. If it truly came to that, she would assist him. Time flowed like a relentless wheel, swift and hurried. Jiang Che nestled beneath the covers, awaiting Mu Yanli's arrival to extinguish the candle and sleep. Dressed in a flowing black nightgown, Mu Yanli approached, her bare feet delicate and unblemished. Moving as though a celestial being gliding through the clouds, untouched by the dust of the earth. "Sleep," Mu Yanli declared softly, The flickering flame of the lantern was extinguished by Mu Yanli's casual gesture, plunging the room into an impenetrable darkness where no other presence could escape. She placed a moonstone on the bedside, allowing it to emit a familiar, soft, cold glow. Unconsciously, Mu Yanli pressed herself against Jiang Che's form, her breath brushing against the youth's face, warm yet tinged with coolness. Jiang Che questioned the reliability of his own senses. This was not how it should feel. Something was amiss. Mu Yanli's lips enveloped Jiang Che's, gently sucking. "Open your mouth," her voice startled him, reminiscent of the buzzing of insects. He noticed that her face was flushed crimson. Chapter 66. Doomed Night. Mu Yanli delicately licked and nibbled at Jiang Che's cheek, her posture resembling a brown bear tightly embracing a docile tiger, an absurdly dissonant sight. Her arms constricted around him, rendering him utterly immobile. Jiang Che gritted his teeth, staring blankly at her fair skin. The weight of her presence, akin to a warm, fragrant jade nestled against him, was overwhelming, quickening his breath. Strands of her hair cascaded down, some brushing against his cheek, particularly when she shifted her head, producing a slight itch. "Master, it tickles," Jiang Che remarked expressionlessly, gazing into Mu Yanli's eyes, which seemed to flow with a crystalline clarity. "Exceedingly beautiful. She replied, rising to tie her hair up. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, she halted her actions, pressing down onto him once more without a hint of change. "You do it yourself. I won't." Mu Yanli's tone was cold. Jiang Che slightly opened his eyes to see her pouting lips, a whisper escaping them, revealing glimpses of porcelain white teeth. Mu Yanli blinked, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her gaze fixed on him. It appeared she was quite pleased, causing Jiang Che to feel an inexplicable fear of her intentions. He felt he might be consumed whole. As his hands brushed against Mu Yanli's cheek to part her hair, time seemed to freeze, and she too paused in her actions, enveloped in silence. The tender sensation was indescribable, her skin, smooth and soft, akin to congealed fat. Under Mu Yanli's silent scrutiny, Jiang Che suddenly felt drained of strength. His arms fell limply to his sides. He recalled earlier events, fearing her potential retaliation. "You can touch. Don't be afraid," Mu Yanli said, her cheeks flushed, speaking hesitantly. Jiang Che pulled her head down, gently biting her reddened cheek, savoring the moment. That instant, Mu Yanli was remarkably compliant, offering no resistance, merely allowing his actions. Her gaze soft and inviting. He halted, yet Mu Yanli remained glued to him, showing no inclination to withdraw. He was uncertain whether to be flustered by her unwavering gaze or embarrassed by his own directness. Jiang Che leaned forward slightly, shifting. "Not itchy anymore," she teased lightly. "Not itchy," he murmured, averting his gaze. "Look at me. You mustn't glance elsewhere." She grasped his wrist firmly, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Oh," he replied softly. "What are you afraid of?" "I won't bite you," Mu Yanli said, tilting her head to touch the red mark on his face with her delicate fingers, gently tracing it. Jiang Che caught a glimpse of delight flickering in her eyes, akin to someone encountering a cherished TO. "Why do you like this?" Mu Yanli asked, holding his hand and whispering in his ear. "I don't know," Jiang Che replied, lost in thought. Just as his words fell, he perceived a glimmer of ferocity in Mu Yanli's gaze, reminiscent of a starving wolf on a snowy night, poised to unleash its wrath. "Not knowing equates to disliking," she mused. "How can you not like it?" "I certainly do." Mu Yanli's demeanor shifted, her displeasure evident as she muttered indignantly. Jiang Che found himself at a loss for how to placate her, wishing only for a moment's respite. Yet, if he did nothing, he feared Mu Yanli would ignore him come morning. He did not desire that, as it would leave him feeling quite unsettled. "I like it," he declared, reaching for her hand, attempting to coax her to turn and face him. Mu Yanli remained silent, her expressions unreadable. "Really?" After a moment, she said coolly, her voice chilling as if laced with frost, pushing him away. Jiang Che grasped her small hand gently, rubbing it softly. "You said so." When Mu Yanli finally turned around, her tone bore no trace of displeasure, but rather a barely contained joy. "It was indeed my words," Jiang Che replied, feeling somewhat vexed. Upon noticing her expression, his heart raced. He thought, there could be no creature more cunning than Mu Yanli. She was truly formidable. "Don't move. Let's remain as we were," Mu Yanli whispered close to Jiang Che's ear. "Master, I feel a bit sleepy," he confessed, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. "It's fine. You won't feel sleepy soon," she insisted stubbornly. "You can't seem to sleep." She thought, earlier, "I was not satisfied. All your fault." Despite having executed her plan, Mu Yanli still expressed her discontent. Jiang Che found himself speechless, aware that any rebuttal in front of her would be futile. It's my fault, he conceded, nodding in acknowledgement of his error. Mu Yanli's joy was palpable. As long as Jiang Che was pleased, she could indulge freely in her whims, unrestrained. After all, he had admitted it. She had not coerced him. Disciple, since you like it, I shall reward you more in the future, Mu Yanli murmured, cradling Jiang Che's face. Is this unreasonable? The youth stared blankly at her lips, lost in thought. It isn't unreasonable. She hasn't forced me. She's just ignoring me. He reasoned. But why did he feel a sense of grievance? Jiang Che's mind was muddled, unable to comprehend or articulate his feelings. Regret washed over him, yet he had no opportunity for repentance. Mu Yanli would not grant it. Remember, I am never wrong, she softly commanded. It is indeed my fault. He gradually closed his eyes. Suddenly, Jiang Che's eyes flew open. He felt a gentle prodding against his teeth, firm yet not painful. How could she do this? Open your mouth, Mu Yanli ordered, resembling a fierce beast. She bit down on his lip. That moment, Jiang Che was consumed by terror, his eyes widening in disbelief, ultimately succumbing to her pressure and complying. He slowly parted his lips, yet felt a wave of grievance wash over him. This was all too unfamiliar. Without time for further contemplation, Jiang Che sensed something intruding, directly reaching his spiritual core, making contact. He found himself unable to restrain his instincts, instinctively closing his lips, leaving him utterly bewildered. It felt as though he had bitten into something. In that instant, a soft moan escaped Mu Yanli's lips. Sounding as if she were in great discomfort, that a faint metallic taste lingered in Jiang Che's mouth, refusing to dissipate. He glanced at Mu Yanli's cold, exquisite face, as if he understood that something had gone awry. Doomed. Chapter 67. Extend your hand. Jiang Che remained acutely aware of the faint sensation on his tongue. The metallic taste mingled with something else that he seemed to grasp what Mu Yanli had just done to him. He turned his head, but initially could not spot her. Upon closer inspection, he saw her retreating to the other side, curled up like a forlorn kitten, seemingly preoccupied with something. In his instinctive reaction to the situation, Jiang Che had first shut his mouth, tasting the aftermath, never anticipating it would come to this. He could not fathom her actions. No wonder he was bewildered. Mu Yanli, huddled on the other side, gingerly prodded her bitten tongue with her fingers, softly blowing on it. Had I known, I wouldn't have done that, she thought, feeling quite regretful. The bite had indeed been a tad too forceful, drawing forth a trace of blood. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she felt aggrieved, her heart swelling with unexpressed frustration, leaving her to stew in solitude. How could he do that, knowing nothing at all? Jiang Che cautiously approached, halting at a respectful distance to observe her quietly. Upon sensing his presence, Mu Yanli straightened her posture. What are you doing? Jiang Che heard the displeasure in her voice, the intensity of her irritation palpable. Master, how could you act like this? The youth struggled to articulate anything else, choosing instead to defend himself first, not wishing for Mu Yanli's ire to fall upon him. I wish to do this, Mu Yanli replied softly. Isn't it just tasting your tongue? Why such a reaction? She muttered internally. Jiang Che reached out his finger, poking her back, asking, Are you feeling better, master? This has nothing to do with me. I didn't want to do it. I couldn't control myself. He continued to plead his case. Yet, his attempts to explain only served to further frustrate her, her brows knitting together in a frown. It's all your fault. It has nothing to do with me, she retorted, shaking her head, raising her voice slightly. How could it be my fault? Mu Yanli thought. Jiang Che paused for a moment, then quietly asked, Master, how is it that this is my fault? It is indeed your fault, Mu Yanli insisted seriously, because you were injured. It naturally falls upon you. Furthermore, there is no rationale for placing the blame on me. Do you understand? She covered her face with her hand, clearly displeased. If it weren't for your liking, I wouldn't have even done it. She grumbled. Yes, I am aware. Jiang Che replied feebly. It was evident that he was the one who harbored affection, he thought to himself as he gazed at Mu Yanli's profile. Have you forgotten what you just said? Despite the words, the woman's delicate face was tinged with a blush that was increasingly noticeable upon closer inspection. How could I possibly like this? Mu Yanli sighed. Do you dare to claim that you have no feelings at all? She pressed further. He is not unlikable. Come closer to me and do not run away, the woman cheerfully urged, her lips vibrating with excitement. Mu Yanli realized that as long as she could shift the blame onto others, her inner fury dissipated in an instant, leaving no trace of discontent. If she were to blame herself, there would be no outlet for her frustrations, only a deepening of her own suffering. By attributing the fault to her disciple, everything felt different, and her negative emotions vanished. Understood, Jiang Che complied, quickly closing the distance to the warm, fragrant softness beside him. Yet a burning sensation seemed to ignite within his heart, causing a slight ache in his chest. "It is all your fault," Mu Yanli exclaimed, immediately grasping Jiang Che's hand with delight, "that I know my master is never wrong." Jiang Che opened his eyes wide, slightly turning his head away, letting out a resigned sigh. "Just remember that," he replied. Even if his mood darkened, once he was close to Mu Yanli, he felt as though all his troubles melted away, her faint fragrance permeating his senses and clouding his mind. Mu Yanli tightened her grip on Jiang Che's hand, rousing him from his near slumber. "What is wrong, master?" he asked, turning to her without a hint of dissatisfaction that he appeared to have no temper at all. His demeanor perpetually gentle. "I cannot sleep. Your bite still aches," Mu Yanli replied calmly, shaking her head. Jiang Che nodded in response, saying, "Then I shall not sleep either, but I cannot sleep, so you must keep me company." "I will not treat you poorly." Mu Yanli embraced her disciple as one would a cherished doll, her warm breath brushing against the young man's earlobe, gradually warming it to a rosy hue. The fairy murmured softly, one hand traversing the length of the boy's back, while the other crossed over his chest to meet it, one leg resting upon his knees, her head nestled against his left arm. Her nose twitching slightly. "I understand," Jiang Che nodded. Suddenly, Mu Yanli felt a sense of loss. Her tongue had been bitten and she had tasted nothing, a truly regrettable transaction. Jiang Che lay quietly, realizing he would not be sleeping any time soon. His gaze wandered aimlessly, lacking a fixed point of interest, feeling quite dull. "Do not poke your head around. The quilt will let in the cold. Just look at me." Mu Yanli gently tugged at Jiang Che's cheek, whispering softly. How could he not look at her and instead fix his gaze elsewhere? The woman cherished finding her own reflection in her disciple's eyes, yet he dared not meet her gaze, which was indeed exasperating. Jiang Che opened his mouth and said, "Understood." Thus, he lost all desire for sleep and began to meticulously admire the contours of his master's skin, her eyes, her lips. At one point, Mu Yanli suddenly sat up, her cascading hair falling over Jiang Che's face, obscuring his view. "Disciple, have you thought about it?" Mu Yanli's lips were tender, akin to two petals, as she languidly uttered those words. Her melodious voice washed away his worries, banishing fatigue, awakening him once more from his drowsy state, leaving him feeling frustrated and uncomfortable. "I will heed my master's words," the dazed young man replied. "Yes, as long as I like it." "That will suffice," Mu Yanli murmured, gently drawing him into her embrace, their hands intertwining at his back. He widened his eyes, silently gazing at the woman before him, failing to utter a single word. How could he be so oblivious? He ought to express his fondness. How could he allow her to take the initiative? She was not unwilling to reciprocate, Mu Yanli thought to herself, feeling displeased. "Open up," she said, symbolically brushing her lips against Jiang Che's cheek before instructing. "Extend your hand." She recalled what her disciple had done moments ago and proceeded to command him. Jiang Che was stunned for a long while, as if his soul had left his body. Before awakening to the sound of her teasing, under her intense gaze, which seemed to spark with fire, he ultimately complied. Chapter 68. Come up. Jiang Che complied, yet felt deeply aggrieved. This act felt somewhat degrading. He attempted to lower his gaze, his eyelids nearly closed. "What are you feeling aggrieved about?" Mu Yanli frowned at his demeanor, her discontent evident in her tone. She reached out to pat Jiang Che's back, prompting him to straighten up and meet her gaze. "It should be her who felt wronged," she mused. The young man's cheeks were grasped firmly by her hands, and she bit down hard. The sudden assault caused him to open his eyes wide. The young man's chest was tightly embraced by his master, their faces nearly touching. "Disciple, can you feel my heartbeat?" Mu Yanli inquired, her gaze clear as she fixated on Jiang Che's cheek, asking with a dazed expression. "Yes, I can feel it," Jiang Che responded with difficulty, his words barely escaping his lips. His heart felt as though it would leap from his throat, making it hard to speak. He wished to divert his gaze, but in such a confined space, he had nowhere else to look. So he remained in place. He observed Mu Yanli's snow-white skin and saw her lips part slightly, a glimmer of light flashing between them. The stillness shattered when Mu Yanli extended her tongue and licked him. Was this Mu Yanli's way of teasing him? The thought darkened his eyes, his gaze falling. "Why have you shrunk back again?" Mu Yanli gently supported Jiang Che's shoulders, her voice softening in confusion. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. "Master, can you please refrain from teasing me?" Jiang Che raised his eyes to quietly question Mu Yanli. At that moment, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere thickening as if time had frozen, with no trace of movement remaining. Mu Yanli pressed her lips together, slowly releasing her grip, allowing the person in her embrace to slide away. rolling to the side in passive resignation. She was angry and did not wish to acknowledge Jiang Che. How could the young man disregard her? The thought of him perceiving her affection as mere teasing was truly disheartening. Her fingers clenched tightly, her expression dark and clouded by a veil of despair. She was also aware that he had not been asleep, that he had been secretly watching her all along. Jiang Che found himself unable to sleep any longer, lifting his head to gaze blankly at the canopy above, occasionally turning to steal glances at Mu Yanli, uncertain of what words might soothe her. He was unsure whether he was at fault, but sometimes the distinction between right and wrong was inconsequential, for life itself rarely adhered to such binaries. He wanted to take Mu Yanli's hand, but her fingers were clenched into a fist, preventing him from grasping them, causing his own hand to slip away. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly pulled the fragrant warmth of her body into his embrace, his movements gentle. Mu Yanli offered no resistance. Allowing him to act as he wished, Jiang Che's cheek pressed against her hair, his arms encircling her waist, becoming ensnared in the comfort of the moment. In previous instances, Mu Yanli would have spoken up at this hour rather than remain silent. "Master, are you still angry?" Jiang Che asked cautiously, nudging the hem of her nightgown with his head, feeling her warmth. The nightgown was exceedingly thin, offering only a delicate barrier, as if he were directly brushing against her smooth back. Feeling the exquisite texture of her spine. After a while, Mu Yanli finally spoke up. "When have I ever been angry?" Her tone was flat, yet laced with a hint of barely perceptible irritation. "That I understand," Jiang Che replied, nodding in realization. Suddenly, Mu Yanli flipped over in Jiang Che's embrace, their cheeks brushing against one another, gently rubbing together. "Master?" Jiang Che asked, momentarily taken aback by her actions. He could not fathom how Mu Yanli could change her demeanor so rapidly. Completely beyond his expectations. "I wish to see you. Is that not permissible?" Mu Yanli's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any impurities, as she spoke softly. "Oh," Jiang Che replied, taken aback. "Do not move. Just look at me," Mu Yanli instructed, steadying his shoulders. She was unafraid of the situation, for Mu Yanli would never be the first to falter. She would always emerge victorious. The two became increasingly entranced, lost in each other. Oblivious to their surroundings, Jiang Che, feeling a surge of fear, wished to escape. Twisting his head as a sensation of being consumed enveloped him. "Do not move." The gentle voice of the woman reached his ears, dispelling his strange feelings. "Extend your hand. I wish to taste." Mu Yanli bit her lower lip and commanded him. Jiang Che scrutinized her expression, ultimately nodding in compliance, closing his eyes to surrender to her desires. Relinquishing control over everything else. "Do not close your eyes. Keep them open." Mu Yanli gently tapped his hand, speaking earnestly. She did not wish for him to shut his eyes, as it would imply that she was coercing him. Even though it was indeed a form of coercion, Jiang Che opened his eyes a fraction, stealthily observing Mu Yanli. In an instant, he widened his gaze in shock, a sound of disbelief escaping his throat. How could she act in such a manner? The astonished youth pondered inwardly. He had expected her to merely brush against him a few times, yet she had taken the plunge. In his flustered state, Jiang Che could only reach out to pat Mu Yanli's back, his mind too preoccupied to appreciate the softness of her skin. Once it concluded, Mu Yanli released him, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Had he been able to see, he would have noticed her fair skin had flushed a deep crimson, her silence akin to that of someone who had committed a misdeed and dared not return home. "Is it over?" Jiang Che exhaled a long breath, the tension in his chest easing, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Do you desire it? I can provide it for you." Just as Jiang Che's thoughts began to scatter, Mu Yanli's voice rang out, jolting him back to reality. The delicate fingers of the woman grasped Jiang Che's hand, gently shaking it. In that moment, Mu Yanli appeared genuinely delighted, embracing Jiang Che as one would a cherished pillow. He turned to glance at her profile before quickly averting his gaze. He feared those enchanting eyes. They were far too intimidating. "Are you afraid to look at me?" Mu Yanli furrowed her brows slightly, asking with evident displeasure. "No, why must you lie? You cannot conceal anything from me." She sighed. Mu Yanli believed that Jiang Che should not fear her. Though her methods of affection were somewhat extreme, a man ought to appreciate them even more. "You should come closer and act as I do," Mu Yanli emphasized, her voice cold. He gazed at her face, realizing she was not deceiving him but was instead utterly serious, unwilling to be easily dismissed. "If you don't like it, why not do it?" she asked, her intense gaze burning with fervor. "All right," Jiang Che replied. He had no choice but to mimic Mu Yanli, carefully pinning the ethereal beauty beneath him. Pressing closely, her eyes were clear, devoid of fear, Exuding calmness, he released his grip, initiating intimate contact. He noticed her cheeks flushed and heard a sound escape her throat. "You scoundrel, do you wish to suffocate me?" After a prolonged silence, Muyanli patted the boy's back and inquired, "Do not move recklessly. Why do you always seek to take advantage of me?" She huffed softly. Chapter 69. The Night Awakes. Jiangche held Muyanli tightly. An unusual tumult of emotion swelling within him, making him increasingly bewildered. He thought, how could she be so soft, akin to a cotton ball easily torn apart? Her cheeks tasted sweeter than any candy he had ever savored. Delectable. He lay over Muyanli, gazing at her in a daze. It felt as though he were pressing upon a body of water, the weight causing ripples to spread. His chest instinctively brushed against Muyanli's, seeking a position that felt more comfortable, inadvertently eliciting peculiar sounds from her throat. The enchanting maiden bit her lower lip tightly, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue. He had never seen such a sight. His heart brimming with curiosity, relishing the different reactions she displayed. Since the boy had pinned her down, Muyanli's face had not regained its composure. Instead, it was perpetually rosy, detracting from her otherwise jade-like complexion. She did not wish to employ the heart-calming technique to suppress her blush, although it could restore her skin to a snow-white radiance, making her even more beautiful. Many female cultivators in the world practiced similar techniques to remain detached from emotions and cultivate an ethereal aura. Muyanli, however, disliked such methods. She felt no need to conceal herself before her disciple. What did it matter to show him everything? Few would enjoy donning intricate masks before those they were truly close to. And Muyanli was no exception. "I show you everything. I do not hide anything from you," she murmured, her porcelain-white teeth biting her lip as she whispered near his ear. She often felt troubled by her recent bold actions. Even slightly vexed, the desires of a cultivator had long been cleansed from her, and she could never return to the frigid, heartless figure she once was. After all, cultivators are human, never truly transcending to the realm of immortals. Devoid of emotions, even immortals occasionally find themselves entangled in desires. Muyanli was also distressed by Jiangche's lack of understanding, requiring her to teach him hands-on, demonstrating through her own actions. Yet, she found joy in this boy. Despite being a novice herself, relying on a few tattered forbidden texts to acquire knowledge, which sufficed to deal with Jiangche, who was even more ignorant than she. When the need arose, she stood out among the short to choose the taller. She enjoyed guiding him in all matters. Having someone who would heed her in everything, regardless of gender, was immensely gratifying. Muyanli was not an overbearing person in all respects, more often than not. She considered Jiangche before making decisions. She did not see him as a mere toy, but as a companion deserving of careful nurturing. After all that, she had already decided to marry Jiangche upon their return to Chaoshi Peak. She could not allow him to remain too unfamiliar, as they would share their lives together without separation. "You scoundrel, do you wish to suffocate me?" Muyanli expressed her dissatisfaction by gently patting Jiangche's back, her voice barely audible. Jiangche froze momentarily at her words, then propped himself up slightly, hovering in the air. Is it appropriate to lie directly atop someone else? He pondered. Noticing him rise, she shifted slightly. Displeased, "Do not move. Why are you always trying to take advantage of me? You will receive everything in due time," Muyanli assured, cradling Jiangche's face and examining him intently, seemingly speaking to herself. However, Jiangche heard her clearly, suspecting she was addressing him while feeling slightly embarrassed. Such matters could not be openly stated. "What are you dawdling for?" Muyanli waved her hand in front of Jiangche's eyes, asking earnestly, "If you don't want to, then get down. I need to rest." Feeling a hint of fatigue, she did not wish to force him. Jiangche looked into her eyes, holding his position for a while before asking, "Is Master serious? When have I ever deceived you?" Muyanli replied, turning her head away, slightly irritable. "I would never want to deceive you," she added. "I understand," Jiangche said, releasing his grip from the bed and directly pressing down upon Muyanli. Entirely forgetting her previous admonishments, Muyanli did not blame Jiangche but chose to quietly close her beautiful eyes, allowing no trace of her gaze to escape. Truly, he never seemed to remember her words. She decided to indulge him tonight, not concerning herself with the details. Jiangche imitated Muyanli's actions, akin to a student applying what he had learned from his teacher, the best way to repay her kindness. However, compared to Muyanli, he was merely skimming the surface, preferring to savor the novelty before moving on to the next stage, which tested her patience. If Muyanli embracing Jiangche resembled a brown bear holding a gentle tiger, it appeared comical. Yet, at this moment, the scene was even more amusing. a timid tiger embracing a composed lion. His cautious demeanor quite entertaining. Mu Yanli also found his behavior intriguing, occasionally opening her eyes to sneak glances at him. During this time, he had gained the most from Mu Yanli in terms of courage when facing her. Jiang Che could hardly fathom that Mu Yanli would truly allow him to toy with her without any trace of disdain. As if nothing had transpired, his boldness grew increasingly, yet he instinctively kept it within a certain threshold, avoiding angering her while seeking more novel experiences. The nearly perfect beauty, akin to a delicate work of art, was a blessing from the heavens, a masterpiece that could not be artificially crafted, lacking that essence and grace. With an icy physique and exquisite features, she was a beauty capable of captivating nations. He emulated Mu Yanli's actions, tracing the marks he left with his fingers, then gently licking them, his eyes filled with curiosity and delight. Her lips, delicate and unadorned, resembled the fresh petals of a flower bathed in morning dew. Upon savoring them, he detected a faint flavor that was utterly addictive. He meticulously mimicked each of Mu Yanli's actions, even symbolically nudging her tightly sealed lips. With his no student could be more earnest than he. He mused at last. With newfound daring, he asked Mu Yanli, his palm resting on her rounded snow-white shoulder, lightly pressing against a collarbone. "Master, could you extend your arm?" he murmured, gazing at Mu Yanli with wide eyes. "You come here," Mu Yanli replied, shaking her head and stating firmly, "I cannot give you this." Deep down, she recognized that her actions were beyond restraint. Yet, she still wished to retain some semblance of dignity. "I fear your bite." Jiang Che thought of doing so but hesitated, recalling that he had bitten Mu Yanli earlier. "I should bite you," Mu Yanli said fiercely, though her expression quickly shifted. The fairy fidgeted, nervously patting Jiang Che's back. "You die you. You are awake," Jiang Che observed, as Mu Yanli turned her face away, refusing to meet his gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a fly's buzz, as if uttering a single phrase had exhausted all her strength and courage. Chapter 70. I will bite you. Mu Yanli, who had initially appeared composed, now wore an expression of awkward shyness, causing her to turn her head away from Jiang Che, unable to look him in the eye. How could he not know? He should know, Mu Yanli realized. The thoughts in her mind tangled together like a ball of yarn, indistinguishable at the ends. She had been feeling that sensation, momentarily too frightened to speak, her consciousness drifting far away. Jiang Che, however, continued to scrutinize her, gently grasping Mu Yanli's small hand, his nose hovering over her collarbone. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, stirring excitement that was impossible to quell. That he knew that Mu Yanli bathed daily, infusing the water with various fresh and vibrant flower petals, and applying her meticulously crafted soap. Her skin was as tender as a freshly shelled egg, glistening with a translucent glow. After a lengthy contemplation, the fairy finally murmured, "You are awake." Jiang Che attempted to capture Mu Yanli's elusive gaze, cautiously caressing her cheek. Reluctant to part, he realized that his body felt uncomfortable, all due to Mu Yanli. With this thought, his courage surged a bit more, his arms tightening around the fragrant, soft figure in his embrace, uncertain of what else to do. "You rise first." Mu Yanli cleared her throat, patting the boy's back with a serious tone. After Jiang Che slightly lifted himself, he clung to Mu Yanli, refusing to let go, choosing to tightly shut his eyes. "If you don't get up, I will feel uncomfortable," he declared, shaking his head, his grip on her intensifying as he spoke as though intoxicated. "Are you disregarding my words?" Mu Yanli furrowed her brow, seriously countering. "Master, I feel uncomfortable." Jiang Che, upon hearing this, instinctively wished to release his grip but ultimately relinquished the thought. At that moment, the youth clung to his sole lifeline as if he were a drowning man, unwilling to let go. Mu Yanli responded softly, allowing Jiang Che to indulge in his antics. She mused that perhaps she had become a tad too exhilarated this evening. "Master, your eyes are truly enchanting," Jiang Che murmured, gazing blankly into the girl's glistening, watery orbs, unable to restrain himself from vocalizing his thoughts. "Have you shared such sentiments with anyone else?" Mu Yanli inquired after a moment's contemplation, a flicker of danger flashing in her eyes. "No, others are not close to me. I dare not speak such words," Jiang Che whispered near her ear, captivated by the delicate curve of her ear and the alabaster of her neck, the girl exuding an air of proud grace akin to that of a swan. "Do not act recklessly," Mu Yanli admonished swiftly, having noticed the uncharacteristic gleam in Jiang Che's eyes as his lips moved. "How can you consume everything?" she murmured, feeling an unusual sensation on her earlobe. Closing her eyes and quietly muttering to herself, she contemplated reciting the cleansing heart mantra. lest he see too much. Little did she expect that Jiang Che would audaciously nibble at the wisps of hair by her ear. Truly outrageous behavior. You must rise. Otherwise, it will become increasingly unbearable, Mu Yanli said, pushing Jiang Che away in irritation. I shan't, for I simply wish to hold my master, the youth retorted, drawing closer, their cheeks brushing together. Sharing warmth. I have indeed been too indulgent with you of late, Mu Yanli finally spoke, her tone icy after a moment of silence. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Jiang Che was instantly jolted awake by her words. As if struck by a heavy blow, the chilling quality of her voice resonating in his mind alongside her desolate expression. Struggling to rise, he realized his hand was firmly grasped, unable to move even an inch. In astonishment, Jiang Che turned to find Mu Yanli holding him tightly, preventing his departure. Remember this. It shall not happen again, Mu Yanli said with a faint smile, her eyes tightly shut as she turned her head away. Denying him a glimpse, Jiang Che understood immediately. Had she acted otherwise, she would not be Mu Yanli. She always maintained a facade of decorum befitting a woman. It was not she who wished to give, but rather he who yearned. He extended his tongue to prod at the tightly closed gates of her teeth, persistently attempting multiple times, unwilling to concede. Master, can you open up? I cannot enter, Jiang Che asked softly. Not a chance, Mu Yanli resolutely refused, turning away. If you enter, I shall bite you. Mu Yanli warned Jiang Che, intent on thwarting his intentions. The menace in her gaze was no idle threat. It could inflict deep wounds. If I bite you, you may as well bite me back. You would not be at a loss, Jiang Che proposed, grasping Mu Yanli's hand, voicing his thoughts in a low tone. Truly perverse. Mu Yanli finally spoke after a moment of silence, her eyes evading his, flitting about in disarray. If you enter, I shall truly bite you, she reiterated, her tone irritable. I shall allow you to bite me. Jiang Che nodded earnestly. Mu Yanli remained silent, merely relaxing her hold. I shall indeed bite you, she declared fiercely upon feeling the tongue pressing against her teeth. I am aware. This is merely to vent your frustration, Jiang Che replied. During their exchange, Jiang Che's tongue slipped past all obstacles, colliding directly with Mu Yanli's. Initially taken aback, she quickly clamped her teeth shut, biting down hard on Jiang Che's tongue. Though she exerted force, it was not painful. It served merely as a perfect restraint. Jiang Che, in turn, remained still, staring at her as if embracing a rare treasure of the world, unable to gaze enough. Suddenly, Mu Yanli felt an unsettling dissonance. Logically, it should not have unfolded this way. She released her grip as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the mischief continued, causing her pupils to contract in shock. Without thinking, Mu Yanli used her tongue to forcefully expel the boy's tongue, clamping her mouth shut once more. Not a chance, she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide. Shaking her head vehemently, Jiang Che was even pushed away by Mu Yanli, and though it was merely a gentle, feeble shove, it sent him tumbling off the bed, leaving him motionless in silence. Mu Yanli curled up under the covers, palming her flushed cheeks, waiting for Jiang Che to return, yet the anticipated sound never came. What is wrong? Mu Yanli emerged, peering around curiously. She could not fathom why that gentle push had rendered him unable to rise. Standing, she spotted the youth leaning silently against the side of the bed. If you do not pull me up, I dare not approach, Jiang Che remarked, gazing at Mu Yanli. What is there to fear? Mu Yanli asserted, pulling him up beside her. She contemplated that the night was still long, and it could not end here. Data is so poor it makes me want to cry. Chapter 71. Disrobed. Why do you always think of doing wicked things? Mu Yanli turned to look at Jiang Che's flushed face, whispering softly. His hand was clasped in hers, yet he did nothing but hold it. The youth unabashedly gazed at the delicate intersection of her collarbone and snowy shoulders. Glistening as if dusted with snow, radiating a clarity akin to water, were a skylight to be opened, allowing the moonlight to pour in and dance freely. Her collarbone would be aglow with the most captivating luminescence. He pondered whether he could shape the icy snow of Tidal Peak to such a form, smoothing its surface. Would it possess such enchanting allure? Or would it merely be a shape devoid of charm? Jiang Che shook his head, casting aside the thoughts in his mind, staring blankly at the dark gauze overhead, his breath barely escaping his nostrils. He had done nothing wrong. It was Mu Yanli who had provoked him, and she bore the initial fault. He remained troubled, his heart racing as though a great drum were being struck, his blood coursing like a mountain stream, unsure of its destination. When Mu Yanli posed a question, he found no desire to respond. He had committed no error, yet Mu Yanli was intent on placing an undeserved blame upon him. The gentle pat of her hand on his shoulder was unmistakably hers. He needn't look to know. It could not possibly be some mysterious spirit. I do not wish to, Jiang Che suddenly declared. Mu Yanli paused, her gaze dimming as she turned away from him. He faintly recalled the icy-faced woman bathed in moonlight, her ethereal beauty captivating, her skin almost pallid under the glow, clad solely in a plain white garment, exuding an unparalleled elegance, the fabric fluttering gracefully. Beside this stunning woman, the fabled sword of destiny hung, her demeanor serene, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. She needed not to do anything to capture Jiang Che's attention. In comparison, even the ethereal moonlight of the horizon paled beside her, reduced to mere embellishment for the celestial maiden's figure. Now, Mu Yanli wore a flowing black nightgown, her silver hair cascading over the bed, revealing expanse of luminous skin, tightly pressed against his left side. How had she transformed from that exquisite vision to her current state? The youth pondered, utterly perplexed. Reflecting on this, Jiang Che recalled that fateful night by the cold spring, where he had inadvertently glimpsed an alluring scene. It was the most perilous temptation he had ever encountered. When that ethereal maiden shed her garments, her figure was enchanting, droplets of water glistening on her skin as they cascaded down her curves. Her delicate ankles were alabaster, her bare feet gently treading on the stones, her waist-length hair cascading like a waterfall. Even when exposed, her momentary embarrassment was fleeting. Her expression conveyed that she remained the proud swan among celestial beings. In such a state, her allure was deadly, capable of stripping away all reason. Jiang Che suddenly questioned whether Mu Yanli had acted intentionally. After all, her cultivation was profound. How could she not have sensed his approach? She could not be someone without vigilance, capable of effortlessly dispatching even the tiniest of insects flitting through the air, let alone an unmasked figure walking nearby. The thought chilled Jiang Che's heart, and he gazed at Mu Yanli's profile in silence. Yet, what benefit would Mu Yanli derive from such behavior, he mused. Over this span of time, Jiang Che had contemplated countless possibilities, yet he could not decipher her motives. Surely, she did not wish to display herself to him. Perhaps she genuinely remained oblivious as these tantalizing images flooded his mind. Jiang Che felt increasingly uncomfortable, unable to suppress a shiver that he recalled Bai Qianyu. Realizing now that she could not have fainted before him so easily, it felt more like a calculated act, perhaps an investigation of some sort. Could the scorching flames truly render a person thus? Having practiced alchemy for so long, how could she sustain such injuries? Or was her heart as deep as the ocean, concealing unspeakable secrets? He remembered that Bai Qianyu had sought Mu Yanli several times prior. Lingering each time without departing. On those occasions, he had caught glimpses of a shadow flitting past the window, akin to a ghostly specter. The wind rustled, stirring the gauzy curtains, and it was no mere figment of imagination. Someone had indeed visited. Those eyes, Bai Qianyu's gaze, as profound as a black hole, concealed all unspoken words, eternally unfathomable. Jiang Che pressed his hands to his head, engulfed in overwhelming terror and shock, his pupils rapidly constricting and expanding in a relentless cycle. He recalled the time Mu Yanli had punished him by making him kneel in the hall. He recalled that his fear was not of the darkness, nor of the serene sounds of insects and birds echoing through the silent expanse, but of the intangible pair of eyes that flitted by, leading him to believe that a ghostly presence had manifested. Under the bright, yet tranquil moonlight, everything felt so palpably real, alone in the heart of darkness. A child's spirit was already on the brink of collapse. How much more terrified he was upon witnessing such a scene, rendered speechless and trembling uncontrollably. Why was it her? Why her eyes? He seemed to be in such distress that he could hardly breathe. Unexpectedly recalling the familiar yet foreign gaze of Bai Qianyu, he felt an instinctive aversion to meeting the woman's eyes, as if his subconscious resisted her presence, that he could not comprehend whether it was merely a disarray of memories. After all, in his prior recollections, those eyes had not existed. Only the chilling sound of the whispering winds lingered in his ears. Bai Qianyu. If upon first hearing this name, Jiang Che had felt a mixture of astonishment and peculiarity, now it was enveloped in dread and fear, just as Bai Qianyu had attempted to grasp his hand. He would instinctively recoil, a reaction he did not experience with others, as if a shudder emanated from the depths of his soul. He found himself in a fog of confusion, unwilling to delve further into his thoughts. For it was too horrifying. What's wrong with you? Mu Yanli, lying nearby, turned her head, drawing him into her embrace, her voice soft with concern. She sensed Jiang Che's unusual demeanor. Clumsily, Mu Yanli stroked Jiang Che's head, silently casting a calming spell to soothe the agitated boy. Jiang Che's anxious heart began to settle, yet Mu Yanli's heart felt as if it was weighed down by a stone, heavy and stifling. The now tranquil youth gazed at Mu Yanli, his eyes reflecting colors so perplexing that even she could not decipher them, transcending the boundaries of previous experiences. I fear her, Jiang Che murmured, peering at Mu Yanli before nestling his head back into her embrace. Mu Yanli was bewildered. She could not fathom who Jiang Che could be afraid of, as he had never exhibited such fear before. Have you lost your mind? Mu Yanli's face flushed slightly, her tone laced with uncertainty. Are you in pain? She inquired with genuine concern. Yes, Jiang Che responded, his face etched with horror upon hearing Mu Yanli say, then take it off. If you loosen it, you won't feel discomfort. Chapter 72. The lecherous Jiang Che stared blankly at the concerned Mu Yanli. Rendered speechless. Had he been misunderstood? He pondered. The woman's expression was clearly devoid of jest. Utterly serious, he turned his head away, choosing silence, hoping that with time, he would feel better. Why aren't you speaking? Mu Yanli asked, perplexed, as she pinched Jiang Che's cheek. How could he ignore her? She thought to herself. After much contemplation, Jiang Che turned back. His curiosity piqued as he traced the delicate curve of Mu Yanli's collarbone with his fingers. Nuzzling against her cheek, he looked and looked, even contemplating pulling down the strap of her dress, finding it quite bothersome. This impulse was abruptly quelled by a sharp pinch from Mu Yanli, causing him to emit a soft yelp of pain. Why are you always trying to take advantage of me? Haven't you had enough? Mu Yanli retorted, her face turning an even deeper shade of crimson, particularly striking against her complexion, from initially observing to mischievous nudges. And now to pressing against her with his arm. Fortunately, her mood was amiable, or else she would have kicked him away long ago. She could not fathom why he was so enamored with this. Whether it was innate or a learned behavior, surely, Bai Qianyu hadn't taught him such things. That woman was always up to no good, her actions inscrutable, and Mu Yanli could not discern all of them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she found herself muttering ill of that woman at this moment. Bai Qianyu had already departed from Yaofeng with Xinyu, journeying into the unknown, with no notion of when she would return. Whichever man you fancy, I will help you bring him back, Bai Qianyu proclaimed, arms crossed, surveying the world around her with a sigh. What if the other party does not fancy us? Xinyu asked earnestly, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. That I have my ways. It is merely a matter of intent, Bai Qianyu replied with a composed smile, a flicker of cold light flashing in her depths as she narrowed her eyes. You know, one must seize what they desire to ensure lasting happiness. Bai Qianyu continued her instruction. This world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Bai Qianyu mused internally. Understood, Xinyu nodded in response. What about the immortal lord? Luo Yin, who had been clinging to Xinyu's arm, reached out to tug at Bai Qianyu's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued. I have no interest in men. They are quite bothersome. Bai Qianyu said, frowning slightly. What about the disciple of the Lady of the Moon? Luo Yin persisted. No sooner had she spoken than Xinyu's expression changed drastically, tightly grasping Luo Yin's hand. Her grip so firm that it caused Luo Yin a twinge of pain. Her fair face flushing crimson, Bai Qianyu turned her head, her eyes narrowing, as if a celestial sword were about to emerge from them, poised to strip away one's consciousness. She withdrew her gaze, leaving only the twin flowers trembling in place. Too afraid to speak. Could it be that she doesn't hold as much affection? The woman's casual reply left the matter ambiguous. Xinyu gazed at Bai Qianyu's profile in silence, unable to penetrate the complexity of her expression, which seemed to wear a myriad of masks. Master, could you extend your hand? Jiang Che softly asked, eyeing Mu Yanli's lips. Didn't you say you disliked such things? Why come to me now? Mu Yanli ignored Jiang Che, choosing instead to turn away, her tone displeased. What does he take me for? A mere toy to summon at will. I'll bite you, the boy said, clutching at Mu Yanli's nightgown, shaking it playfully. Not enough, Mu Yanli replied, still not turning around, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Jiang Che felt her cool leg brush against his, sending a shiver through him, stirring a sense of excitement. What would suffice then? Jiang Che pressed on, unwilling to relent. Mu Yanli turned to glance at him, her clear gaze betraying no hint of jest. Her lips moved as she stated, if you take it off, I shall give it to you. Jiang Che was momentarily struck dumb by Mu Yanli's exceedingly bold proposition, anxiously rolling away. Whenever Mu Yanli set her mind to something, there was nothing beyond her reach. For that person, it was merely a matter of desire, devoid of capability. You shall not escape. Mu Yanli firmly grasped Jiang Che's clothing, shaking her head. Master, could you let me off? Jiang Che hesitated, a hint of reluctance in his question. What are you being coy about in my presence? Besides, didn't you say you were uncomfortable? Allow me to assist you. Mu Yanli insistently pulled Jiang Che closer, speaking with utmost seriousness. Master, how can you be so lecherous? Jiang Che stammered, his lips twitching before he recoiled, fearing Mu Yanli's reprimand. What did you say? I am merely rewarding you, Mu Yanli retorted, her patience wearing thin as she straightened his posture, compelling him to face her. Is Bai Qianyu responsible for teaching you this? Observing Jiang Che shrink away like a turtle, Mu Yanli found the sight amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Che recalled the lecherous, foolish emperors in the books he read, who indulged in such antics. Had Mu Yanli transformed into one as well? The only difference was the switch of gender. No, she didn't teach me. The boy replied, it's so difficult to discipline you now that you've grown. Mu Yanli grumbled to herself, displeased. She reminisced about Jiang Che's childhood, when he could do as he pleased, for he would not remember. Instead, when those innocent big eyes gazed at her, an irrepressible urge to tease him would arise. Back then, she and Bai Qianyu would lounge together in the bathing pool, playfully capturing this small creature, watching as his innocent eyes darted around, his limbs yearning to retract but finding no permission. Bai Qianyu, look, he is just this little, Mu Yanli joyfully remarked, holding the boy in her embrace. Bai Qianyu merely smiled softly, saying, Mu Yanli, is it truly that amusing? You should try it. It is quite entertaining, Mu Yanli replied, handing the boy over to Bai Qianyu. Jiang Che had initially been oblivious to the concept of marriage between men and women. The books Mu Yanli provided him contained no such knowledge, not even veiled content. Yet, during one outdoor stargazing session with Bai Qianyu, he noticed her engrossed in a small booklet, murmuring softly to herself. He observed her closely, but she remained focused on her reading, never casting a glance in his direction. However, before departing, Bai Qianyu had looked at him with a strange expression, before leaving in silence. Subsequently, on another occasion, that booklet had inadvertently slipped from her sleeve. Jiang Che was uncertain whether Bai Qianyu had intentionally left it for him or if it had been a mere accident. But it mattered little. After a long wait, with Bai Qianyu still absent, he finally opened the booklet. The most vivid memory he retained was the line, after a man and woman marry, they engage in intimate practices, exploring the mysteries of the body. Thus, when he learned of Mu Yanli's intention to marry him, he was so eager to return to chaotic Tide Peak, wishing to avoid lingering elsewhere for even a moment. As Jiang Che was lost in thought, Mu Yanli's icy voice interrupted his reverie. I do not wish to undress you. Chapter 73. Crafty Jiang Che felt a chill as he sensed the tie around his waist being loosened. A soft little hand exploring freely. He quickly turned to face Mu Yanli, who wore a serious expression as she said, Let me see. It's nothing. Master, how have you transformed into this? Jiang Che murmured. His head bowed. The once aloof celestial being had now become his playful companion at night, refusing to let him sleep. He found himself torn between liking this side of Mu Yanli and disliking it. While the ethereal image of her had once evoked admiration and reverence, this new demeanor introduced an indescribable allure, a sense of improper desire. Deep down, he yearned for Mu Yanli to treat him as she once did. Eternally elevated like a celestial maiden, untouched by the mundane world, rather than becoming tainted by earthly trivialities. Disciple, do not speak. Mu Yanli's voice was tinged with urgency. Her face flushed as words escaped her lips. Intoxicating and soul-stirring. To prevent the young man from disrupting the atmosphere with further speech, she silenced him with her crimson lips, leaving Jiang Che's wide-eyed astonishment and a few muffled whimpers escaping his throat. Jiang Che stared, transfixed, at the wild, beast-like Mu Yanli, feeling like a lost traveler adrift in a tempestuous sea, while she, the boatman, stirred the chaos, intent on dragging him down with her into the depths. He had long since abandoned any hope of escape. And Mu Yanli not only ceased her resistance but also endeavored to pull him under, to drown him alongside her. In the ocean of desire, Jiang Che glimpsed an unstoppable tide approaching, threatening to capsize their fragile vessel, leaving no one unscathed. What kind of boatman was this? Was this not sheer folly? Jiang Che pondered. He opened his drowsy eyes wide, fixated on Mu Yanli, as he noticed her slightly parted red lips. Something surged into his mouth unbidden. Leave. At that moment, the singular thought echoed in Jiang Che's mind. He could easily clench his teeth and bite Mu Yanli once more, yet he hesitated. He did not wish to resist her, nor did he recoil from this intimacy. In fact, he relished it. Mu Yanli, her eyes slightly dazed, regarded her disciple with a hint of surprise. Had they both gone mad? She reached out her slender arm and gently patted Jiang Che's back, whispering, Don't push against me like that. It hurts. The moment Mu Yanli's voice reached his ears, it seemed to intoxicate the boy, More potent than the rarest of wines, he recalled the sting of her tongue when he had bitten it. The pressure significant enough to draw blood. No more movement. Jiang Che nodded. He did nothing, surrendering entirely to Mu Yanli's whims, unaware of how much time passed before he was freed from her grasp. Holding her delicate form, he noticed her nightgown had become slightly disheveled, her silver hair now appearing rather unruly. He felt drained, his energy waning, his mind clouded. "Do you like it?" Mu Yanli asked softly. "Yes," Jiang Che replied without hesitation. His affirmation unwavering. "Once we are married, we can do this every day. I will give you all of me." Mu Yanli curled up in Jiang Che's embrace like a lazy cat, whispering directly into his ear. "Master, then let us return quickly." Jiang Che bit her earlobe, his words slightly muffled. "Are you in such a hurry?" Mu Yanli pinched Jiang Che's cheek, her tone feigning irritation. "You're clearly more impatient than I am." Jiang Che observed cautiously, gazing into her eyes. "That won't be the case afterward," she murmured. Mu Yanli smiled silently. Jiang Che looked up, contemplating why the night felt so interminable, the dawn still eluding them. The gauzy curtains hung low, enveloping their space, concealing any view of the outside world. "What are you afraid of? This will all seem trivial in time. You should show me," Mu Yanli insisted, pulling Jiang Che's garment aside while continuing her teachings. Jiang Che regarded her in rare silence. Despite saying nothing, her unspoken words conveyed everything that he wished to retreat beneath the covers, but Mu Yanli would not allow it. Ultimately, she chose to drape the quilt over Jiang Che, joining him beneath it in a final compromise. "After we return to Chaoshi Peak, I will show you everything." Mu Yanli, sensing Jiang Che's thoughts, gently grasped his hand. She had been subtly reminding him of their return to Chaoshi Peak. Yet she was reluctant to rush back, eager to explore the world outside, her motives unclear. What could possibly be more important than returning to Chaoshi Peak? He understood Mu Yanli's intentions, choosing to remain silent. Accustomed to such moments, he surrendered to her, aware that he belonged to her as much as she to him. Jiang Che gazed at her profile, contemplating how she seemed even more enchanting than before, every movement captivating, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. He gently gathered her disheveled hair, meticulously untangling it until it regained its softness and grace. "Finished, master. Could you extend your arm?" Jiang Che recalled her previous promises and hastily inquired. Mu Yanli fell into a long silence, evidently feeling shy. "If you do not take the initiative, it does not count," she said, casting a quick glance at Jiang Che. Realization dawned upon him, and he nodded, falling silent. Under the circumstances, she was indeed correct. It was not unreasonable. "Forget it. I'll give it to you." After several changes in expression, Mu Yanli finally relented. "Come." The silver-haired woman closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, a hint of nervousness evident. Then, Jiang Che lost all awareness, only stopping when he heard her muffled sounds. He seemed to have bitten for an eternity. Now, the area he had bitten was not only wounded but swollen. He yearned to continue, yet Mu Yanli was unwilling to allow it, her expression stern. As she observed Jiang Che, who stubbornly persisted in pulling down the strap from her shoulder with his teeth. Her eyes narrowed, her demeanor unfriendly. "Can't you use your hands?" Mu Yanli turned her head away, speaking haughtily. "Is it necessary to leave your bite marks on my shoulder?" Jiang Che looked up, incredulous, as if seeking her approval. "If I show it to you, then..." Mu Yanli gritted her teeth. Jiang Che trembled as he let the strap of her nightgown slip down to her waist, his gaze firmly fixed on the bed. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just a little larger than yours," she murmured, lowering her head, a hint of displeasure creeping into her voice, her cheeks flushing. When Jiang Che looked again, she had pulled the strap back up. "Not for you," she declared with a sly smile, clearly pleased. It's the new year, one must smile more. Chapter 74. Openly. Jiang Che, seeing Mu Yanli's demeanor, felt a surge of urgency and quickly reached to grasp the strap on her shoulder, hoping for a glimpse. "What are you looking for if you lack the courage?" Mu Yanli replied, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. Strangely, Mu Yanli showed no resistance as the nightgown slipped silently from her shoulder once more. Cascading down to her waist, a fleeting glimpse of beauty flashed before him, quickly obscured by her cascading silver hair, yet it retained an irresistible allure. After a few seconds, Mu Yanli reached to pull her nightgown back up. Saying nothing, curling up like a cat. "Last time I showed you the back. This time it's the front," Mu Yanli remarked nonchalantly. The boy, however, dared not advance further, expressing his curiosity and admiration solely through his gaze. It seemed he truly lacked the courage. He should have stopped her when she lifted the nightgown, perhaps even attempted to voice some outrageous requests to test the waters. With this thought, Jiang Che turned to Mu Yanli, only to hear her say, "There is nothing for tonight. Don't overthink it." "Understood," Jiang Che replied hesitantly after a moment's pause. The silent figure dressed herself and then embraced him from the side. Mimicking Mu Yanli's previous stance, Mu Yanli felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Where do you get the audacity to place your arms in front of my chest? You're holding on too tightly. Let go. Hug me around the waist," Mu Yanli murmured softly. "All right." He adjusted his arms. To his surprise, he found that holding her around the waist felt quite pleasant. Jiang Che soon succumbed to sleep amidst the delicate fragrance emanating from her. Mu Yanli felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. She believed it should be her who held Jiang Che to sleep. Yet, seeing him in such a state, she chose to indulge him. She knew the sun had already risen outside, casting its golden rays upon the earth. Mu Yanli did nothing, nor did she sleep. She allowed the boy beside her to slumber deeply, time flowing by as she reflected on how long it had been since she had felt such tranquility. When Jiang Che awoke, he found Mu Yanli's cheek resting against his ear, suggesting she had fallen into a deep sleep. "Don't forget your sword," he heard her voice as he leaped from the bed. Turning back, he saw Mu Yanli's eyes flutter open, shimmering with light. Jiang Che responded with a soft moving to the nearby table to retrieve his sword, gripping it tightly, in the stillness of the room. He understood that his master was changing, presumably unclad at that moment. If he were only a bit braver, he could see everything. Surely, Mu Yanli would not obstruct him. She would merely cast a glance his way. "Let us go," Mu Yanli urged him shortly thereafter. The woman, a vision of beauty, moved gracefully, her white garments billowing in the wind, accentuating her exquisite form. He followed closely behind, absorbing her every movement and word. Etching them into his memory, Mu Yanli led him to the bustling streets, guiding him towards various sites within the realm of cultivation. She intended to impart as much knowledge as possible, encouraging Jiang Che to try everything, to learn a little of everything. If he were to leave her one day, he could not be entirely unprepared. That would not do. As she contemplated this, her delicate brows trembled lightly, as if dusted with a layer of fine snow. The light in her clear eyes dimming, her lips unconsciously stiffening. Why had she been dwelling on such thoughts lately? It was troubling that Mu Yanli gazed up at the sky but found no answers. She took him to a bookstall, purchasing numerous tomes, particularly an array of cookbooks. "Make sure to remember and learn all of these when you return," she instructed, handing the armful of books to Jiang Che for safekeeping. The boy possessed his own storage ring, albeit of limited capacity. "Once we return to Chaoshi Peak, learn them and cook for me," Mu Yanli added, her gaze brightening as she spoke. "All right." Jiang Che nodded affirmatively. He is aware of her affections, naturally becoming attentive to her. Is this not the essence of life? Mu Yanli chuckled softly, leading him away from the bookstall, after feeling that she had taught him quite a bit. Mu Yanli took him from this small town to the borders of the realms. The surrounding stone walls were adorned with climbing vines, and on the path, the woman's embroidered shoes tread silently upon the bluestone slabs. As if she were leisurely strolling on clouds, Jiang Che lowered his gaze, observing the soft jade resting quietly in his hand, gently pinching it. He then glanced at the profile of the woman. Her exquisite and ethereal beauty as serene as an ancient well, each smile and frown captivating him. Mu Yanli halted, turning to glance at him, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly inquiring about the boy's thoughts. He thought to himself that no woman in the world could surpass her beauty. How could she be so enchanting? "Master, I wish to embrace you," Jiang Che said, somewhat shyly looking away, his voice barely above a whisper. He merely desired to hold her, to do nothing but quietly embrace Mu Yanli. Jiang Che himself was unsure why this thought arose. It simply came to him suddenly, perhaps because he found her too alluring and wished to be closer. Upon hearing this, Mu Yanli turned her head back, withdrawing the small hand resting in Jiang Che's palm, ignoring him. Appearing somewhat sulky, Jiang Che felt a twinge of disappointment. He believed Mu Yanli would not be so dismissive of him, especially after they had shared more intimate moments. How could she possibly be upset over such a trivial matter? Had he truly angered her or offended her sentiments? "Master, let us continue walking. I shall not embrace you any longer," Jiang Che suggested softly after a moment's thought. "Not that I wouldn't." Mu Yanli's voice took on an unusual tone, reminiscent of one intoxicated, leaving him feeling as though his very bones had turned to mush. He gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily stunned, unsure of what thoughts had crossed her mind during this time. "But I was contemplating how you might hold me to look appealing." Mu Yanli turned her charming face towards him. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke these words. She had taken his comment to heart, pondering how best to approach it without being too abrupt. "Never mind. You may proceed as you wish," Mu Yanli said, closing her eyes and slightly opening her arms. After all, this was a first for her, and she regarded it with considerable importance. Jiang Che gently enveloped Mu Yanli in his embrace, yet no matter how he held her, he could not find satisfaction. He tried various positions, but still struggled to achieve contentment. "There's no rush. We can do this later," Mu Yanli softly remarked, her eyes curving into a smile, her bright gaze sparkling. Aware of Mu Yanli's seriousness, Jiang Che was reluctant to simply settle for anything less. He spent a great deal of time deliberating, and Mu Yanli did not rush him, silently accompanying him. "Master, you embrace me. I cannot find a way to hold you well," the young man said in a state of mild panic. "But I cannot think of how either," Mu Yanli replied with an air of helplessness. After pondering for a while, he reached out to encircle Mu Yanli's waist, drawing her head closer to him, and gently kissed her cheek. He thought to himself that her fair, delicate face would soon bear a small mark. "Let us move on." Mu Yanli gently pushed him away with her palm, resuming her lead. "Do not take advantage of me secretly. Speak openly, and I shall generously oblige. If you continue this way, I shall be displeased." Chapter 75. Reflection. Jiang Che raised his head, a cascade of stars unfurling above him, their brilliant glow nearly eclipsing the cold radiance of the moon on the horizon. At this moment, he recalled Mu Yanli, who once danced with a sword under the moonlight, her solitary, ethereal figure captivating him for ages, an indelible impression etched deeply in his mind. In his youth, he relished the quiet observation of Mu Yanli's graceful form. He would secretly watch as she sat with Bai Qianyu, sharing tea, witnessing the whispered exchanges between the two women as they turned to glance at him, until Mu Yanli called him over to join them. He would sit there, silently observing them, contrasting their expressions and appearances. Now, events around him had transformed repeatedly, leading to the recent series of enchanting moments with Mu Yanli, perhaps due to the limited company he kept. He vividly remembered Bai Qianyu and the exquisite beauty of the two women, each possessing distinct charms that captivated him. In recent days, he had encountered numerous individuals, experiencing a myriad of events, akin to a sudden enlightenment illuminating his mind. In certain respects, Jiang Che found himself more drawn to the beauty of the two women. Their attire was exceedingly elegant, and unlike Mu Yanli and Bai Qianyu, whose demeanor was more mature and aloof, they were relatively amiable, engaging in conversation without a hint of distance, able to speak freely and openly. Unlike Mu Yanli, Bai Qianyu could never adorn herself in the same delightful dresses that revealed a hint of her slender, graceful legs. The legs of the two women were fair, flawless like exquisite jade, radiating a snowy luster that could be deemed a sight to behold. Though he had grown somewhat weary of Mu Yanli and Bai Qianyu's attire, the alluring curves accentuated beneath the familiar garments stirred a tremor in Jiang Che's heart, compelling him to avoid their cold gazes. Suddenly, he recalled Mu Yanli's words about being willing to wear something for him, and thus, he felt emboldened to propose certain requests to the woman before him. Such as attire he found appealing. The youth's gaze sharpened, lingering upon Mu Yanli's silhouette, unwilling to look away. "What ill thoughts are you pondering?" Mu Yanli inquired, patting Jiang Che, her expression clearly tinged with displeasure. Was he contemplating how to tease her, or perhaps hoping she would don something that might embarrass her to please him? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Yanli felt a wave of discomfort, her expression cooling. No. Jiang Che shook his head. He was mindful, content to be in Mu Yanli's presence without desiring anything further. Mu Yanli nearly withdrew her hand, but upon hearing his response, she felt reassured and chose to disregard it. With this, he was reminded of Bai Qianyu and the two beautiful women. While recalling Bai Qianyu felt normal, he pondered why he thought of the other two. Having only seen them once before, Jiang Che silently reflected, would they find their ideal partners after leaving Yaofeng? If they did, would he have the opportunity to partake in the wedding feast of the two beauties? He envied the fortunate man who might win the hearts of the twin blossoms. With the status of the two women, marrying them could only bring him fortune. He clearly remembered the playful banter from that day. With the affection between them, it seemed only natural for the two women to share a husband. He did not understand much, yet the playful words from that day were clearly meant to tease him. Who would speak such frivolous words upon first meeting? Would Bai Qianyu also marry? This thought flickered in Jiang Che's mind, akin to a shooting star gliding silently across the tranquil night sky, devoid of any sense of incongruity. He recalled Bai Qianyu's cold demeanor and the unparalleled beauty she possessed. Jiang Che's feelings towards her were complex and indistinct, especially when he remembered her eyes in the darkness and the signs that had surfaced in the past. His subconscious told him he had not erred in his perceptions. The heartache he felt upon recalling her was inescapable. Jiang Che sighed softly, the sound resonating in the stillness. What troubles you? What thoughts have you wandered off with? Mu Yanli turned to Jiang Che, her indifferent expression betraying a hint of concern. Jiang Che's lips parted several times, clearly hesitating internally for quite a while before saying, Master, do you think Bai Qian you will marry? He scarcely dared to meet Mu Yanli's gaze. Nervously glancing around. Bai Qian Yu is not someone you can call as such. You must address her as Shirbois, lest you lose your manners. Why do you inquire about this? Mu Yanli's tone was perplexed. Yet it seemed she was gradually coming to a realization, turning her head to avoid looking at him. Oh, you wish to marry her? Mu Yanli stated flatly, lifting the boy's chin to meet her gaze. Jiang Che sensed Mu Yanli's hand growing cold, as if grasping a piece of ice. That's not the case, Jiang Che replied, looking into Mu Yanli's eyes. Then why ask such a question? Mu Yanli inquired further. I do not know. It merely crossed my mind. Jiang Che replied honestly. If you do not wish to marry her, then do not ask these things. If you do wish to marry her, then go speak with her directly. What purpose does it serve to ask me? Mu Yanli chuckled softly, gradually turning her head away. Master would never. Jiang Che suddenly lifted his head, his eyes quivering, his voice filled with disbelief. Disciple, do you think Bai Qian Yu would willingly marry you? Mu Yanli asked earnestly. Some matters are inherently difficult to articulate. Mu Yanli instructed him. He nodded in sudden understanding. Did Bai Qian Yu once harbor even a slight affection for him? The youth suddenly found himself laughing at his own thoughts, questioning how he could dare to entertain such notions. Jiang Che was at a loss, merely gazing upward at the twinkling stars. Ultimately, every individual is an island unto themselves. Jiang Che is, Mu Yanli is. And Bai Qian Yu is as well. Bai Qian Yu enjoyed seeking out Mu Yanli, yet as Mu Yanli often found herself away from Tidal Peak, Bai Qian Yu developed a habit of visiting, even in Mu Yanli's absence. She found pleasure in wandering through Tidal Peak. Perhaps it was the allure of the unknown that drew Bai Qian Yu to him, and he did not reject her approach, for he too felt the pangs of solitude. A woman of beauty who caused no turmoil would not be a source of disdain but rather evoke affection within a man. He could perceive the weariness Bai Qian Yu bore when she sought him out. The chill concealed beneath her brow. This aspect of her bore some resemblance to Mu Yanli, yet there were differences. Had Mu Yanli been present, they would have brewed a pot of tea and sat for an extended period. The burdens they carried were invisible to Jiang Che, and thus he could not comprehend nor voice his comfort, choosing instead to accompany them in silence. Those of mature disposition do not expect a child to understand them. Hence they are not inclined to share. Only when the two women conversed with him could he manage to respond with a few words. Until later, the isolated island where Mu Yanli resided audaciously encompassed the realm where Jiang Che was located. He was acutely aware of Bai Qian's subsequent intangible disdain towards him. In that woman's eyes, he had sold himself to Mu Yanli, albeit without the wretchedness of the outside world. On the contrary, there were numerous advantages. The three of them shared a mutual understanding yet remained profoundly uncomprehending of one another, each harboring unspoken words within their hearts. A silent lament. Chapter 76. Timeline. Extra. Mu Yanli never reproached Jiang Che, nor did she boast of others to spur him on. She understood that such actions bore no fruit. She recognized Jiang Che's laziness and his lack of ambition in the path of cultivation. Thus she refrained from pushing him, regarding cultivation merely as a leisure activity to alleviate Jiang Che's boredom. Jiang Che had liked Mu Yanli since childhood. During those times, he had no opportunity to engage with others, and could only secretly observe her figure, akin to someone trapped in an ancient well, silently admiring the moon. Mu Yanli was aware of this. Whenever the youth's gaze lingered on her, she feigned ignorance, allowing her little disciple on Tidal Peak to gaze at her freely, even pretending to be asleep to let Jiang Che draw closer, to break the tension in his heart. This woman wished for Jiang Che to find his own friends, a partner, a future. She wanted Bai Qian to take Jiang Che to Medicinal Peak, so he could gradually cultivate friendships. Yet Bai Qian had disagreed at that time. Mu Yanli was reluctant to cast him into another's care, unable to oversee Jiang Che constantly, ultimately choosing to relinquish her concerns. She knew Jiang Che had no access to others, and her frequent forays into the outside world to slay demons and seek treasures were not out of unwillingness to take her disciple along, but rather due to the inconvenience. Each time she ventured out, she would return as swiftly as possible, fearing he might become too stifled alone. Upon her return, she would summon Jiang Che to her room, engaging in lively conversation and presenting him with gifts. She preferred not to waste words unnecessarily, often opting for silence in Jiang Che's presence, and he reciprocated in kind. Their encounters were often peculiar, with Mu Yanli having to break the ensuing deadlock. Sitting together, she would routinely inquire about his progress in cultivation and recent happenings, only to find herself at a loss for words thereafter, leading to their eventual parting. This represented Mu Yanli's sense of indebtedness and guilt towards him. Perhaps she felt that with Jiang Che's temperament, he would struggle to find a partner in the future. Destined to live a lonely and miserable life, she wished to help Jiang Che secure a companion for his future existence. These matters weighed heavily on Mu Yanli's heart, and she did not desire Jiang Che to spend his remaining years in solitude. Deep within, Mu Yanli mused, he cannot be like her. At the time, she had resolved to remain alone, no longer contemplating the pursuit of a partner. Gathering her courage, she proposed to Bai Qian, hoping Jiang Che could marry Shenyu and Luo Yan, bringing them to Tidal Peak together. This absurd notion was unsurprisingly rejected by Bai Qian. The woman held a certain fondness for her disciple, despite Jiang Che's inadequacies in comparison to the twin flowers Shenyu and Luo Yan. She still wished for them to wed her disciple, simply because she was Mu Yanli. Should this proposal succeed, she would be genuinely delighted for her disciple. Mu Yanli was also apprehensive about seeking a partner for Jiang Che from elsewhere. Shenyu and Luo Yan had grown under her watchful eye, and her feelings were naturally different. Not just anyone could reside on Tidal Peak. With Shenyu and Luo Yan's plans thwarted, she could only contemplate other methods. Shenyu and Luo Yan's ambitions dashed, she shifted her focus to Bai Qian. Mu Yanli consistently believed that Medicinal Peak was far more suitable for Jiang Che than Tidal Peak. Who would wish to spend a lifetime on the desolate and uninhabited Tidal Peak? It was an impossibility. Mu Yanli was aware that during that period, Bai Qian would come to find her, which prompted her to leave Tidal Peak for a time. Thus, when Bai Qian came looking for her in vain, she was left astonished and perplexed. During Bai Qian's frequent visits to Tidal Peak in search of Jiang Che, Mu Yanli had often been away for extended periods, allowing the two of them time and space alone together. Mu Yanli's decision had been impulsive, devoid of any genuine hope, more for the sake of amusement. Later on, Mu Yanli would also find herself secretly speaking ill of Bai Qian, unable to fathom why Bai Qian held any genuine feelings for Jiang Che. Such a small person, how could Bai Qian possibly entertain such notions? Did she not feel a sense of guilt in her heart at that time? Mu Yanli pondered that if Bai Qian were willing to marry Jiang Che, she could permit her disciple to be with Bai Qian without objection. Their union need not be proclaimed to the world. It merely required Bai Qian to attend the wedding ceremony she orchestrated on Tidal Peak, promising to marry Jiang Che and never abandon him. Mu Yanli placed great importance on rituals. Without such formalities, considering the capabilities of both parties, her disciple would merely be regarded as Bai Qian's consort, which was utterly unacceptable. Her disciple should not endure such indignities. Nor should her own dignity be tarnished. These matters she would not voice, leaving it to Bai Qian to propose. Yet, that day never arrived. Even now, she could not comprehend why Bai Qian had been so eager to seek out Jiang Che, as it made no sense to harbor affection for someone so young. Bai Qian could not possibly be so twisted. At that time, Mu Yanli also feared that Bai Qian might not harbor any genuine intentions, viewing Jiang Che merely as a source of entertainment, leaving her less than entirely reassured. As time passed, hearts evolved. Mu Yanli's feelings towards her disciple gradually shifted, observing Jiang Che becoming increasingly obedient and understanding. Witnessing his youthful visage shed its childishness and naivety, maturing before her eyes, the once tiny silkworm had grown, no longer merely the size of a fingertip. In a moment, she was struck by the realization that no one knew Jiang Che better than she, nor did any man know her better than he. Jiang Che had been raised under Mu Yanli's watchful gaze, obedient to her every word, devoid of resentment. If the two of them were to come together, it would not be out of reach. Rather, it would be astonishingly harmonious. With this thought, Mu Yanli's heart suddenly raced, like the relentless beating of a drum. If that were the case, why then should she go to such lengths to draw others to Tidal Peak? The mere thought of outsiders residing on Tidal Peak ignited a burning sensation within her. Tidal Peak was her domain. She abhorred the idea of others intruding. She was not one to hesitate. And coupled with the unexpected turn of events, Mu Yanli ultimately chose to take action. Deep down, Mu Yanli harbored an inexplicable anticipation for the dual cultivation of men and women. Neither would be at a disadvantage. Mu Yanli remained unaware of whether Bai Qian imparted any dubious teachings to Jiang Che during the time she allowed their interactions. The best way to gauge this was to let Jiang Che see her body and observe his reaction. That would reveal everything. She shared a heart connection with him. His innermost thoughts could not elude Mu Yanli's perception as long as she wished to know. However, Mu Yanli could not simply bring Jiang Che before her and openly display herself. That would be excessively shameful. In a serendipitous moment, she seized the perfect opportunity, allowing Jiang Che to gaze upon her while attributing any resulting transgressions to him, a truly flawless plan. This celestial being understood the allure of a woman emerging from her bath. A deadly temptation capable of easily ensnaring one's mind, and the most likely to reveal vulnerabilities amidst panic. Chapter 77. Affection. Jiang Che and Mu Yanli ventured into an unknown forest. The peaks formed by jagged rocks were suffused with moonlight. The entire mountain seemed to emanate a mist, filling the view as far as the eye could see. Jiang Che stood at the edge of the cliff, motionless for an extended period, his gaze deepening, as if immersed in a few eternally revolving stars. Peering down, he beheld an abyss of darkness akin to an eternal night, a single glance drawing away all his thoughts, causing his heart to tremble. Mu Yanli turned under the moonlight, gazing at the youth's cheek, inquiring, "What thoughts weigh upon your mind?" Jiang Che, upon hearing her voice, directed his gaze towards Mu Yanli, her clear eyes holding a glimmering depth. Sparkling like water, beneath her simple white garments, every curve was akin to the most exquisite gift from the heavens, capable of consuming all of the youth's attentions. He straightened himself, responding, "Master, I was pondering when we might return to Tidal Peak." There is no hurry regarding this matter. Mu Yanli nodded, gathering her hair before her and placing it behind her. "Are you truly this anxious?" Mu Yanli could not help but marvel inwardly. "Come assist me," Mu Yanli requested. Jiang Che understood, using his fingers to comb through her strands, each fine hair flowing like leisurely aquatic plants, gathering together like supple, lustrous silk. The starlight draped over her shoulders, the moonlight adorned her hair, and the encroaching mist gradually enveloped the figures of the master and disciple, rendering them invisible. Jiang Che gazed at Mu Yanli for an extended time, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor, burning hotly. Jiang Che gently rested his hand upon the snow-white shoulder of the woman before him, cautiously taking her delicate earlobe into his mouth, sucking softly in silence. In his view, the figure within his embrace became increasingly soft, radiating warmth, as the silver-haired woman's eyes fluttered before gradually closing. Jiang Che sensed Mu Yanli's breath quickening, her body responding to the wind. "You truly are becoming ever more audacious." Mu Yanli smiled lightly. Despite this, the cool aura surrounding her remained unchanged, her reprimanding tone tinged with a hint of sighing. Jiang Che remained noncommittal, releasing the warmth from his mouth. Mu Yanli's heat in his embrace was the finest, most intoxicating warmth in the world. He suddenly felt that he could never embrace Mu Yanli enough, wishing to hold her like this for a lifetime. Jiang Che's courage was particularly small in the presence of Mu Yanli. Yet he could also become exceedingly bold, as long as she permitted it. Mu Yanli inhaled deeply, and Jiang Che distinctly perceived the tremors of the person in his arms, alongside the encroaching chill. She seemed to be growing angry. Slowly, Mu Yanli turned around, her delicate white face tinted with a blush, unable to suppress her irritation. "Oh, you truly think I would not punish you for such actions?" At this moment, Mu Yanli's celestial visage was adorned with a frost that repelled all who approached, her brows and eyes radiating an air of indifference, her voice chilling, akin to an unmelting blanket of snow. Mu Yanli pondered that perhaps she had been overly indulgent towards him lately, extending her kindness to such an extent that it had emboldened him to act with reckless abandon, disregarding her feelings entirely. Jiang Che stared blankly at the woman's countenance and remarked, "Master, your face is truly beautiful, yet it burns with an intense heat." Mu Yanli, feeling a flicker of annoyance, turned her head away in disappointment. In the shroud of night, her sigh was soft yet lingered, betraying an unmistakable sense of loss. "I am not inquiring about that. Do not divert the conversation. Master, I like you." Jiang Che, inexplicably filled with courage, blurted out these words in a moment of fervor. Mu Yanli was taken aback, her response a light scoff. "Tell me, do you even understand what it means to like? How dare you utter such words?" The mist surrounding them thickened, punctuated by the faint chirping of birds, hinting at an underlying peril. Jiang Che lowered his gaze and replied, "You have taught me." Mu Yanli offered no retort. The sword at Mu Yanli's side trembled, and as it was drawn, a flash of pure white light sliced through the darkness, resembling delicate snowflakes refracting in the air. The sword's radiance was slender and nearly transparent, the chilling glow parting the fog with a thunderous crack. Jiang Che looked up, his thoughts having already drifted away, no longer inclined to converse with Mu Yanli, as all his intentions were shattered by her blade's brilliance. "I cannot see your affections. All I perceive is the lustful desires of a lecherous heart." Mu Yanli felt a deep disappointment towards Jiang Che, her words losing their previous gentleness. as she kept her back turned to the youth, concealing her visage from him. Jiang Che gazed at her sharp silhouette, realizing that a chasm had formed between them, making it difficult to bridge the distance. Indeed, she is angered. The woman, clad in white, was cinched at the waist with a blue ribbon, accentuating her slender figure. The slightest curve of her waist enough to ensnare one's heart. Your notion of liking merely a pretext to indulge in my body at your whim, gratifying your desires. Mu Yanli's voice softened as she lowered her head, revealing a delicate expanse of neck akin to pink jade. Or is your affection solely for my physical form and the enchanting allure it possesses? Turning to meet Jiang Che's gaze, she slightly curled her lips. The youth yearned to articulate his feelings, not merely out of affection, but because his heart had long been claimed by Mu Yanli, leaving no room for others. Master, I have liked you for a long time. With newfound boldness, Jiang Che attempted to grasp Mu Yanli's hand, only to find it empty. She withheld it from him. He inhaled the cold air deeply, exhaling heavily to quell the turmoil within him. Just as Mu Yanli had asserted her claim over him, Jiang Che wished for her to be entirely his, a manifestation of the possessiveness blooming within his heart. Jiang Che understood that Mu Yanli was well aware of these feelings. How could she not know of his affections? She was perceptive in all matters. He obeyed her every command without a hint of resistance, motivated primarily by his fondness for her in the past. When Mu Yanli had not permitted, he gazed at her, and she returned his gaze, their unadorned presence in juxtaposition. Jiang Che even contemplated returning to Chaoshi Peak at that very moment, yearning for a life with Mu Yanli, a life where they would share everything, speak without reservations, and sleep side by side. He could joyfully embrace Mu Yanli, carefully touching her, engaging in those activities that would flush their cheeks with warmth as their eyes met, seemingly thickening the air between them with an almost palpable steam. He longed to hasten back to Chaoshi Peak to wed her, even though a fleeting thought crossed his mind that perhaps Mu Yanli's earlier words were mere jest and should not be taken seriously. Lost in his reverie, all that remained was Mu Yanli beside him, shaking her head incessantly. She was astute in all matters. Mu Yanli was well aware that the boy beside her was lost in a multitude of thoughts, so much so that he failed to notice her turning to look at him. She was not in a hurry to completely possess Jiang Che. She preferred a gradual approach, hoping he would regard her feelings as more profound than mere desire. Only when emotions could no longer be restrained could the finest desires be forged, leading to the most passionate of collisions. Mu Yanli typically cloaked herself with great care, allowing Jiang Che only fleeting glimpses, thereby igniting the curiosity of the awakening youth. Otherwise, their years of companionship would dissolve into mere frosty indifference. Jiang Che. 135 Mu Yanli. 174 by Qinyu. 195 The Beauty of a Fallen Fish. Let's chat together. Chapter 79. The unreasonable Mu Yanli's long hair cascaded unbound, strands of it being tugged by the gentle breeze, some floating gracefully before her poised chest, adorned with a sheen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the depths of her eyes held a hint of mist, and in her slight squint, she bore an air of delicate fragility, reminiscent of a sickly beauty. Jiang Che's heart quivered. This was not the Mu Yanli he knew, or perhaps there was something she had not confided to him. She had never been this way. Just as Jiang Che was lost in his thoughts, Mu Yanli quietly turned away and walked into the distance, unaware that he was watching her retreating figure. Jiang Che recalled Mu Yanli's usual demeanor, aloof and self-assured, transcending the mundane, and it was this very aspect of her that he cherished the most. No, upon further reflection, it was the playful moments they shared on the bed that he cherished most. Observing her now, quietly, felt like a distant second. Could any woman, clad in a flowing white gown under the moonlight, truly become an ethereal beauty, untouched by earthly troubles? The youth pondered silently. The vastness of the starry sky and the moon's chilly light enveloped him. Jiang Che reclined upon a rock, a sense of drowsiness creeping over him. The moon outside could not rival the beauty of that from Chaoshi Peak. The moon's most enchanting visage was when its cool light spilled through the window, bathing Mu Yanli's cheeks, as if a delicate veil had been cast over her face, easily torn away. In those moments, Jiang Che often felt that Mu Yanli was beyond his reach, yet she lay right beside him, evoking a strange sense of distortion. She ought to be a celestial being, cold and proud, disdainful of humanity, and yet she was not. Mu Yanli turned around, catching sight of the boy lost in a daze. Her expression tinged with mild annoyance. She tucked her hand into her sleeve, standing with arms crossed. "Why aren't you following?" came her cool voice. "Or else, I shall leave you behind." A gentle smile graced Mu Yanli's lips, her laughter reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in the breeze, resonating for quite some time. Unable to contain himself any longer, He hurried after her vanishing silhouette. It suddenly dawned on him how much he missed her. Longing to be by Mu Yanli's side at all times, that in Jiang Che's eyes, Mu Yanli transformed from a mere speck to filling his entire vision. She appeared as if draped in snow, untouched by the slightest speck of dust, even in her movements. Just as he reached out, Jiang Che grasped Mu Yanli's hand, holding tightly before she could pull away. Her fingers, delicate as green onions, were pale and slender, cool to the touch, akin to genuine cold jade. As he held her hand, it nearly slipped from his grip. Mu Yanli's expression remained unperturbed, her indifference intact, though after a momentary struggle, she ceased her resistance. She had relinquished her efforts. Mu Yanli could not feign ignorance forever. If she indulged Jiang Che in everything, he would lose his sense of moderation, which would be detrimental to both. Suddenly, Mu Yanli turned back, her graceful silhouette ethereal, the white jade hairpin atop her head glinting in the moonlight, resembling a shard of broken mirror that pierced Jiang Che's heart. In his mind's eye, that flash of light recurred, embodying a beauty that shattered upon contact. Leaving him entranced, Mu Yanli continued her walk, and he followed, uncertain of their destination. These past few days, Jiang Che's legs ached from the frequent walking, feeling as though they might give way. Mu Yanli, disinclined to ride, preferred to walk with him, savoring the time spent together. After all, she had no intention of bringing him out in this manner again. Upon their return to Chaoshi Peak, such a life might endure until their days were numbered. Mu Yanli gazed at the barren woods in the distance, lost in thought. In a desolate place, every sight became conspicuous. Looking up, the bright moon above shone with such clarity, casting specks of moonlight that fragmented into shards. The night was misty, weaving an ethereal tapestry of shadows. "Where is your sword? Show it to me." Mu Yanli halted her steps, turning gracefully. She extended her left palm towards Jiang Che, as if requesting something. Instinctively, he assumed that Mu Yanli wished for him to touch her hand, and he reached out, grazing his finger across her palm, leaving a fleeting mark that quickly faded. Mu Yanli's cheeks flushed slightly, and she withdrew her hand, ignoring the boy's antics. She had not anticipated that Jiang Che's gesture would be so frivolous. Mu Yanli's palm was soft and tender, gliding under his touch like silk, as if she had anointed it with oils, her skin possessing an exquisite sheen, delicate veins pulsing beneath the surface. Realizing his misunderstanding, Jiang Che found himself in a stalemate with Mu Yanli for a while. When she turned back once more, he retrieved his sword. Presenting it with both hands, he lifted his gaze to meet hers in silence. The same moment, the dark blue scabbard was taken by Mu Yanli. Emitting a series of soft chimes, the sharp blade exuding an aura that seemed to slice through the air, threatening to leave unsightly scars upon his skin. Mu Yanli caressed the blade, calming it from its tumultuous state. Jiang Che noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, which was quickly suppressed. She clearly wished to smile. "Disciple, do you understand why I strive so diligently in my cultivation?" Mu Yanli extended her hand, gently casting a spell to tame the fluttering hem of her gown. Her tone was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. A gust of wind lifted the edge of her snowy attire, allowing Jiang Che a glimpse of her slender calves, pale and radiant, breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Che observed the delicate ankle encased in moon-white stockings, small enough to be grasped by a single hand. Was she truly that delicate? He wondered, unaware that Mu Yanli beside him was already blushing, barely containing her anger. With her heart racing, she curled her index and middle fingers, delivering a playful flick to the boy's forehead. Her touch was gentle, yet it elicited a soft grunt from Jiang Che. That he mused that if Mu Yanli were to act this way, her grace would exude a charm that intertwined both coolness and allure. "You're always daydreaming. I must penalize you." Mu Yanli shook her head, displeased. She could not fathom why the boy was so infatuated, taking advantage of every little opportunity, as if he had been starved of affection. "I, of course, am unaware," Jiang Che replied earnestly, cradling his head. "Because one can afford not to reason." Mu Yanli's voice was gentle, akin to fish frolicking in a pond, nibbling at the lotus flowers, and with less reasoning, "the troubles of the world diminish," she added after a slight pause. Jiang Che nodded in fervent agreement. Mu Yanli was unreasonable with him, which made her presence comfortable. While he felt troubled, she turned her face, smiling at the boy who was still nodding in approval. Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat, sensing something amiss. The next moment, he received another light flick on his forehead, though it was merely a brush. Jiang Che saw her fingers still bent, not yet relaxed. "Do you understand now? Just like this." Mu Yanli's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, her eyes narrowing. "Do you have a solution?" she countered. Chapter 80. The edge of sharpness. Mu Yanli sighed softly. Jiang Che's sword had yet to be sharpened. Its edge seemed on the verge of breaking free from its scabbard's constraints, ready to unleash a brilliant light that could cleave the heavens. This sword had birthed a spirit, growing increasingly rebellious. The celestial blade had not yet attuned to its master, remaining in a state of wild fury upon leaving its sheath, akin to a creature without a master. Mu Yanli formed a hand gesture, sealing the sword's wild energy. Once subdued, it resembled a piece of scrap metal, albeit one without rust, the blade reflecting a dazzling cold light that illuminated his face with clarity. As the cold light flickered, it seemed as if there was a tranquil pool within her eyes, disturbed only by a pebble cast into its depths, sending ripples across the surface. "Why are you so lazy?" Mu Yanli's palm glided over the scabbard, her delicate hands growing ever more luminous, as if a hidden light coursed through them. Rather than reproach, her expression conveyed more of self-reproach and regret. Jiang Che's aversion to cultivation was a failure on her part, a bitter brew she could only swallow herself. The girl's brow furrowed slightly, resembling a painted crescent moon that trembled, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, leaving only a narrow slit visible. She did not wish to meddle in Jiang Che's cultivation journey, yet it did not mean she would allow the boy to languish in idleness. Some things could be scarce, but not entirely absent. Mu Yanli hoped he could make progress on his path, unable to remain sheltered beneath her wings for a lifetime. Jiang Che gazed at Mu Yanli, parting his lips yet remaining silent, ultimately opting for a mutual silence. He merely witnessed the tender stream within Mu Yanli's eyes shatter abruptly, fracturing like fragile glass, her pupils seemingly stained by the darkness of night, revealing an increasingly profound shade of black ink. Jiang Che suddenly found this version of Mu Yanli to be quite terrifying, devoid of even a hint of her former gentleness, intimacy, and coolness. What would he do in the future if he continued to remain passive? Cook, manage the affairs of Tide Peak, and then spend his days entwined with her on Tide Peak. Mu Yanli's heart was in disarray, her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn, even with her sword's heart. Contemplating such matters left her flustered, her heart's tremors causing her white robes to flutter slightly. With this thought, Mu Yanli let out a heavy sigh, lowering her head. "That I cannot learn this." Jiang Che lifted his gaze, his lips twitching slightly. A cultivator engaging in actions that cause discomfort inevitably harbors resistance within, though the strong suppress it. She understood this as well. Mu Yanli glanced at Jiang Che, non-committal. She gracefully moved away, her figure gradually fading like an unfeeling wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Che could no longer discern her whereabouts. The young man understood that Mu Yanli's swift departure left him no chance to pursue her. A tightness gripped Jiang Che's heart as his gaze remained fixated on the direction in which the woman had vanished. Beneath the night sky, the two harmonious silhouettes dissipated, growing ever more distant. It was akin to a fleeting illusion, finally reaching the moment of dissolution, reverting to its original form. He looked up. The moon at the horizon had quietly vanished, leaving no trace behind, only a few stars emitting faint light. The passing wind brushed against Jiang Che, causing him to shrink slightly. He felt the chill of the wind intensifying, as if it were freezing him to the bone. Mu Yanli had left. Mu Yanli knew that Jiang Che was like a dull sword, or rather, one that had yet to be unsheathed. The brilliance he could unleash was confined by his own heart, finding no opportunity for release. Now shrouded in dust, his current state was, in part, related to her. For Jiang Che's laziness was tacitly permitted by Mu Yanli. He was merely a languid apprentice, without anyone to temper or guide him, destined to be gradually abandoned. Therefore, today, Mu Yanli must take action. She went to a certain place and retrieved a falcon, a mystical hawk in the realm of cultivation. This was a common malevolent creature, feeding on the flesh and blood of cultivators, its blood-red eyes menacing, as if it were about to spill forth ancient blood-stained coffins. Cleaving a person in two. When Jiang Che next beheld Mu Yanli, she appeared to be grasping a writhing creature in her left hand. The pale white of her face was tinged with an air of malice under the moonlight, her swift figure on the sword resembling an ethereal spirit detached from the mortal realm. She happened to spot Jiang Che, who was sitting with his knees drawn up in the shadowy night. His silhouette stood out distinctly. The young man buried his face in his knees, seemingly lost in thought, shaking his head repeatedly. Mu Yanli leapt down from the sword, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing, her white garments remaining untouched by even a speck. "Come here," she beckoned. Though she intended to disregard him, she found herself unable to do so. She cherished him too much. Mu Yanli recalled that the young man was the one she had promised to accompany for a lifetime. Never to part. She ought not to take actions that would cause discomfort to either of them, as it would only increase the distance between them, yielding no benefit. When Jiang Che lifted his gaze and caught sight of Mu Yanli, his eyes brimmed with uncontainable joy. He hurried to her side, yet they maintained a respectful distance. He did not dare to touch her, merely observing silently from nearby. Noticing the boy's proximity, Mu Yanli turned her head to meet Jiang Che's gaze. Asking softly, "Are you not afraid I might abandon you?" Was she teasing him again? Jiang Che pondered. Not afraid. He shook his head in response. Why not afraid? Mu Yanli's eyes locked onto Jiang Che's, seemingly puzzled. Do you think I couldn't bear to part with you? Mu Yanli continued to inquire. Master, I couldn't bear to part with you. Jiang Che arrived at this conclusion and voiced it aloud. He wondered how Mu Yanli could possibly leave him. She had never turned a blind eye to him during his weakest moments. Instead, she had brought him back to Tide Peak. The woman in white turned her head away, her skirt fluttering as if in a joyful dance. Did the wind also sense the happiness of the master and disciple? It seemed to gather strength. The young man stared dazedly at Mu Yanli's profile. Her snow-white cheeks appeared to have gained a hint of rosy color, and the smile gracing her lips was gentle. The moon in the sky seemed to have re-emerged, and her smile resembled that of a delicate crescent moon, enchanting and beautiful. Yet, when Jiang Che looked up, the moon was absent, leaving only a handful of twinkling stars. They in illusion, eye in the young man's eyes. Mu Yanli returned to her familiar self, much like the moonlight he could easily touch, now all shattered in his palm. Just moments ago, the woman had withdrawn all her warmth, akin to the moon's disappearance, leaving the cold night sky filled with only a few flickering stars, a vision of desolation. Jiang Che couldn't help but wonder if Mu Yanli truly left him. Would it be akin to this moment's night sky? Would he still have a few stars to light his way? Or would he find himself in a moonless, starless void, engulfed in silence? If you cannot bear to part with me, then come closer. Mu Yanli's voice softened, like a gentle rain descending from the heavens. She pulled Jiang Che to her side, leaning against her arm. Jiang Che's nostrils flared as a faint fragrance wafted towards him. Chapter 81. An unavoidable growth. How could she change her demeanor so swiftly? Jiang Che stole a glance at Mu Yanli's profile before turning away to ponder. Mu Yanli's temperament was indeed peculiar. So much so that Jiang Che found it utterly unfathomable, devoid of any discernible pattern that it seemed she could act as she pleased. After all, Jiang Che harbored no thoughts or strength to resist. Just as he attempted to grasp Mu Yanli's small hand, she merely squirmed a bit before relinquishing it to him, showing no inclination to play along, merely moving a few times in place. Then eagerly offering it to the young man. The woman in the flowing white dress did nothing, closing her eyes. Had Mu Yanli forgotten what she intended to do? Jiang Che gazed at the falcon in Mu Yanli's left hand, which had become limp from exhaustion, pondering silently. Mu Yanli's cheeks remained slightly flushed, her lips pursed like flower petals, her nose elegantly poised, and even her gaze softened considerably, though there was no moon above. Mu Yanli continued to gaze at the night sky, as if the clean black canvas above held a rare beauty of the world. Was Mu Yanli concealing her shyness? Or did she wish to prevent Jiang Che from seeing her face? Never mind, Jiang Che decided not to shatter this moment. Everything felt just fine. Mu Yanli's eyes shifted, resting upon the young man's face, her sapphire-like pupils briefly flickering with a dangerous light, as if shattered fragments of a celestial sword pierced Jiang Che's eyes. It felt like the string of pearls had snapped, causing the beads to scatter and bounce chaotically on the ground. In that instant, Jiang Che's heart skipped a beat, his fingers instinctively tightening into a fist. Slowly turning his head away, he dared not look at Mu Yanli. He had encountered this look in her eyes before. Such a Mu Yanli could make him feel utterly uncomfortable, and the young man found himself unable to vent the frustration building within. Forced to endure silently, the last time she bore such a demeanor, she appeared as the most fearsome beast in existence, gradually consuming him until nothing remained, leaving him utterly bare. Jiang Che couldn't help but wonder when he could make Mu Yanli exhibit such a transformation. Otherwise, it felt exceedingly unfair. Mu Yanli observed his flustered expression, appearing far more amused than before. Yet upon closer reflection, the young man realized that such a scene would likely depend on Mu Yanli's initiative. Never mind, Jiang Che dared only to think this in his heart, not uttering a word. It was akin to the gaze of an animal leader soothing its young, filled with affection, fondness, and a glimmer of possessive ferocity. Jiang Che recalled that moment, instinctively shrinking away, casting his gaze toward the heavens. However, the young man's attempt failed, as was to be expected. He hastily turned back, only to find Mu Yanli's gaze had cooled slightly. Her eyes resembling a serene lake now encased in frost, emanating a piercing chill. Her once gentle hand, akin to warm jade, had transformed into an iron grip, firmly clutching Jiang Che's hand, inflicting no pain. "What are you doing?" Mu Yanli's words were laced with confusion, her clear gaze seemingly searching for an answer on Jiang Che's face. The next moment, Mu Yanli realized, followed by a flicker of irritation. This person was resisting her closeness and affection, having previously professed his fondness, yet now seemed to have forgotten entirely. With this thought, the fierceness in Mu Yanli's eyes intensified, as if igniting an unquenchable flame. Eternally burning bright. "Master, it feels a bit warm." Jiang Che hesitated for several breaths before squeezing out a few words, as an explanation. "What are you afraid of? I'll just have a taste." Upon seeing Jiang Che pause, Mu Yanli's voice softened once more, like a gentle spring breeze approaching. Jiang Che was taken aback. He did not mind Mu Yanli's actions, merely finding himself unaccustomed to them. That it seemed she required no foreplay. Once the thought arose, she acted upon it. Mu Yanli desired to wrap her slender arms around Jiang Che's form, but in the moment she released him, she finally became aware of the falcon's feeble flapping. However, the creature had already crashed to the ground. The falcon let out a few weak grunts, remaining motionless, having been swiftly sealed by Mu Yanli's spell, its body entwined with crimson golden runes, unable to utter a sound. She furrowed her brow slightly, coldly kicking the powerless creature aside, disregarding it altogether. Mu Yanli carefully pressed her entire body against the young man's, then grasped his cheek, their lips meeting. Afterward, Jiang Che and Mu Yanli stood up, still leaning against each other, not having moved even a fraction apart. The young man sighed inwardly, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Indeed, Mu Yanli had merely taken a taste, doing nothing further. When she finally released her embrace, he felt a pang of reluctance and nostalgia. The young man finally understood that he was, in fact, not pleased that in the past. "Wield your sword and strike it down," Mu Yanli gently urged the youth aside. The change of expression truly occurs in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. Mu Yanli, with a solemn demeanor, inscribed a boundary in the air using talismans, specifically designated for the duel between Jiang Che and the Xianing. Mu Yanli was acutely aware that Jiang Che needed to draw his sword, to open the blade with blood, thereby severing all lethargy within his heart, ensuring that his Tao embryo remained untainted by worldly dust, ultimately leading to a transformation of his nature. Observing the youth with the sword at his side, Mu Yanli felt a measure of comfort. He had indeed reached this pivotal juncture. There is nothing that cannot be altered. Only the price varies. Just as gain and loss coexist, suffering is also a form of acquisition. It is merely the joy that is lost, an acknowledgement most are reluctant to admit. What he is about to slay is not solely the Xianing, but also his past self. In the face of a foe stronger than himself, Jiang Che must amalgamate all his abilities. This crucible of self-forging through combat will undoubtedly yield extraordinary progress, mending the youth's decayed cultivation heart. Mu Yanli had already foreseen the myriad challenges her disciple would encounter. Concepts of good and evil, right and wrong, cause and effect would crumble before the reality of life. Dissolving into dust, he would experience cowardice, fear, trepidation, his weapon slipping from his grasp, perhaps even casting a pleading glance towards her, hoping for her intervention. Mu Yanli was not in haste to achieve instant results. She intended to patiently refine him, ultimately instilling within the youth the courage to venture into the world alone. Much like his sword, imbued with a fierce momentum, the tribulations he must endure are inevitable and inescapable. Mu Yanli smiled wryly. Had Jiang Che not entered the world with her, she would have indulged all his whims, allowing him to forsake cultivation and instead languish in her company. For everything on the tidal peak was known. While the outside world remained shrouded in uncertainty, within the confines of Tidal Peak, Mu Yanli provided unwavering support. Yet beyond its borders, all were adversaries. Even some friends were merely foes cloaked in the guise of camaraderie. A fledgling that has witnessed the storms of the outside world will inevitably strive to soar through the skies, and Jiang Che is no exception. That a painful, yet necessary growth awaits him. Chapter 82. Seeking someone within the domain formed by talismans, Jiang Che stood resolutely, facing the Xianing alone. The sealed celestial sword in his grasp trembled incessantly, as if yearning to break free. Resonating with an ethereal sound that in the distance, a flicker of bioluminescence emerged, obscuring the sky, transforming the scene into a cascade of night spilling from a torn bag. The ethereal notes summoned various fireflies, intertwining to resemble a celestial river descending from the heavens, as the fireflies spiraled and burst forth, creating a misty spectacle akin to divine vapor, with faint palace structures looming in the background. Although Jiang Che's expression remained calm, a hint of pallor tainted his rosy cheeks, which quivered slightly under the cover of night. He was not as composed as he appeared. Rather, he was overwhelmed with fear. Beads of sweat forming in his palms, silently slipping away. Mu Yanli quietly observed the figure within the domain, her rounded fingers concealed within her sleeves tightening imperceptibly, azure veins surfacing against her alabaster skin. Stirring a deeper contemplation within her, her water-like eyes gently closed, the feather-like lashes remaining still, rendering her a flawless sculpture, exuding beauty from every angle. Jiang Che's hands were frigid, so cold that he could scarcely wield the sword. Nearly casting the celestial blade aside, his breath quickened, hesitant to meet the gaze of the Xianing, which flickered unpredictably. The creature's blood-red eyes, mottled and imbued with an innate ferocity honed through experience, were far beyond what Jiang Che, a naive novice, could withstand. In Mu Yanli's eyes, the youth's current state was already commendable. Focused. Mu Yanli opened her previously shut eyes, her voice cold and commanding. He cannot do it. She could teach him, and he could learn. Jiang Che turned his gaze towards her, her eyes resembling shattered glass, imbued with an unprecedented authority. The mingling of black and white mirrored the union of yin and yang, a chill emanating like a gentle spring rain, weaving together into a tapestry of intertwined energies. The exquisite features of the woman, paired with her fair skin, evoked a sense of cold detachment rather than the familiarity of prior days. Swing the sword, shape the sword technique. Mu Yanli continued to instruct Jiang Che, her tone softening. Jiang Che nodded in a flurry, resembling the bashful awkwardness of young lovers exchanging affections. There is always something to learn. Isn't there? Mu Yanli mused within. He raised the sword in his hand, determination glinting in his eyes, facing the foe poised to strike. In an unknown realm, Bai Qianyu strolled gracefully with Shunyu and Luo Yan, lacking a definitive destination, unhurried in their meandering. This proud woman was always accompanied by the two maidens, who followed her obediently. When the three women walked together, they exuded an astonishing charm. This moment, Bai Qianyu's feather duster fluttered on her shoulder, her celestial beauty radiant, the hues of the sunset seamlessly merging with her snow-like complexion, the crescent moon in her cold gaze appearing hazy, as if painted with the softest brush, radiating an otherworldly elegance. Xinyu and Luo Yin each possessed their unique allure, their exceptional demeanor marking them as exquisite beauties, adorned in form-fitting ethereal gowns that accentuated their graceful figures. Their hair accessories embellished with pearls added a touch of opulence. Bai Qianyu contemplated keeping Xinyu and Luo Yin atop Yaofeng, desiring their constant companionship, yet ultimately found herself unable to bear such a thought. Sighing, she resolved to play the benevolent figure, hoping to guide Xinyu and Luo Yin in finding suitable husbands. If they could not find partners, she would no longer concern herself with their matrimonial affairs. They had ventured through bustling markets and traversed desolate wastelands, now arriving at an unnamed small town. But a clear river flowed through the town, where households coexisted harmoniously, devoid of deceit, offering a tranquility absent from the outside world. Bai Qianyu cherished such places, choosing to linger longer with Shunyu and Luo Yin. She could no longer recall how long these days had been, nor could she articulate it. Bai Qianyu simply felt that the time spent here was delightful, and no words were necessary. She remembered such moments from her childhood, when she was still with her clan, cherished by her father, mother, and brother, pursued by kin, surrounded by an endless sea of flowers, spending entire days swinging her legs from a swing. After arriving at Yaofeng with her so-called master, she never returned home, and ironically, she had not laid eyes on her family since. The thoughts of a cultivator are not easily severed, even in absence. They leave haunting scars in memory. Sadly, the images within Bai Qianyu's recollections had become increasingly blurred, mere fragments of a beautiful illusion stitched together. Even though she later planted a vast sea of flowers on her residence at Hechen Mountain and tied a swing that swayed in the wind. In these years, only Shunyu and Luo Yin remained by her side. Bai Qianyu acknowledged that she did not wish to let go of the twin flowers, yet in the affairs of the world, nothing is truly irreplaceable, as every bond faces the day of loss. Shinyu's beauty was striking, and Bai Qianyu found herself momentarily lost, seeing reflections of her former self in the two maidens. Their charming smiles drawing butterflies to linger. The twin flowers, true to their names, were both enchanting. Yet, lamentably, countless ethereal beauties existed, akin to the stars scattered across the sky. Those lacking self-protective abilities could only become playthings for the powerful, satisfying various nefarious desires. Bai Qianyu pondered. Xinyu, with her steady temperament, would undoubtedly become a revered sword saint in the outside world, capable of captivating all in a simple elegant gown. If Xinyu embodied the fragrant essence of blooming flowers, then Luo Yin resembled the tender buds on a branch, poised to blossom. In both appearance and disposition, Luo Yin was more innocent than Xinyu, exuding a childlike purity. Bai Qianyu led Xinyu and Luo Yin to casually settle in an ethereal abode, preparing for a shared slumber. Accustomed to solitude yet detesting it, she opted for their cohabitation at the bathing area. Thick steam enveloped the air, warmth rising. Bai Qianyu stood gracefully, while Xinyu and Luo Yin bowed their heads, awaiting commands. Bai Qianyu hesitated for a moment, extending her delicate fingers to untie the sash at her waist. In an instant, the gown fell to the ground, illuminating the surroundings. Xinyu and Luo Yin paused, their gazes momentarily frozen, the latter lowering her head further, her breath subtly quickening. As women, they felt a tinge of shyness at Bai Qianyu's ethereal beauty. Soon, I will take you to find Master Mu. Bai Qianyu spoke softly. With a light step, she entered the water, the ripples echoing around her. The enchanting scenery of this small realm was veiled in mist, fully immersed in the warmth of the water. Xinyu hesitated briefly before shedding her garments and joining her. After a moment of contemplation, Xinyu inquired, "Are we seeking Jiang Shidi?" Bai Qianyu nodded in response. She continued, "What if he decides to leave? What if Mu Yanli does not stop him?" Chapter 83. Enchantment. In contrast to Bai Qianyu's composure, Xinyu exhibited a degree of restraint, somewhat constrained in her demeanor. In the past, Bai Qianyu had commanded them to assist her during bathing. Yet never had she permitted them to join her in the water, instead having them kneel barefoot on the white mat beside her. The young maidens, with a hint of shyness, revealed their delicate toes, their pinkish nails resembling flawless shells. Xinyu frequently stole glances at Bai Qianyu's indifferent brows, captivated by her snow-like visage, the picturesque eyes hinting at a smile, the light of the world casting an exquisite glow upon her, as if divinity had bestowed her with ethereal grace. Luo Yin watched in a daze, her lips parting yet unable to voice a word, only silently turning her head away. Ultimately, Luo Yin's eyes curved, her lashes fluttering, her gaze brightening, her fair face so tender it seemed one could pinch water from it. Falling Goose delicately nibbled at the soft pink petals of her lips, her fingers lifting the inky tresses of Bai Qianyu. Examining her with a curious gaze, this slender woman traced the exquisite butterfly bones and the gently contoured jade back of Bai Qianyu, her curiosity insatiable. "Xianzuan, you are truly becoming more beautiful," Falling Goose murmured softly, shaking her head in disbelief, her lips slightly pouting. Xinyu, witnessing this scene, pondered silently for a long time. She recalled that Bai Qianyu was renowned throughout the land for her beauty, captivating countless suitors since her youth. Now, she exuded an even greater allure, her ethereal grace seemingly elevated. "Xianzuan truly deserves the accolades of the world," Xinyu remarked after a moment of hesitation, her voice filled with admiration. Bai Qianyu's icy gaze hardened, and she scoffed. "Do I really need to please those who rank beauties?" She held disdain for such things, feeling as though she would be reduced to an object for display. Falling Goose gently supported Bai Qianyu's delicate shoulder, meticulously applying soap to her skin, blending it with care. When Falling Goose playfully grasped one of Bai Qianyu's slender collarbones, her mischievous hand was swiftly brushed away with a firm gesture. Bai Qianyu seized Falling Goose's delicate wrist, leaving a few striking red marks in her wake. In the next moment, Falling Goose's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head with a soft whimper. "Must I pinch you to know when to behave?" Bai Qianyu's voice held an unspoken authority as she withdrew her hand. Falling Goose, sensing Bai Qianyu's indifferent demeanor, dared not act out again and quickly nestled close to Xinyu, clutching her arm. "If you wish to play, find Xinyu to accompany you." Bai Qianyu's tone softened as she squeezed Falling Goose's hand. Falling Goose nodded eagerly. Xinyu found the scene rather peculiar. 3 Bare women immersed in a bath, their fair skin taking on a delicate pink hue under the warmth of the water, reminiscent of blossoms awaiting plucking. Bai Qianyu cast a glance at Xinyu, her brow furrowing. What a dream. she said with a hint of disdain. As Bai Qianyu slowly rose, the mist of spring that had enveloped her could no longer conceal her form, illuminating the entire room. Qianyu and Falling Goose's eyes shimmered with newfound brightness. Simultaneously, the water garment covering Bai Qianyu slipped away, droplets cascading along her sinuous curves, falling into the pool with a crystalline sound. Qianyu lifted her gaze, witnessing the revered figure now adorned with but a few damp remnants upon her body. The rest rendered utterly bare. Were it another woman who appeared unclad before others, she might blush, pursing her lips and casting shy glances. Yet, in Bai Qianyu saw only pride and indifference. Her neck, as slender and graceful as a swan's, her exquisite silhouette, and the flowing tresses that danced behind her, all exuding an air of haughty aloofness. Qianyu's gaze fell further. Bai Qianyu's long, shapely legs boasted an almost flawless form. As tender as spring bamboo shoots, devoid of any blemish, this woman walked barefoot, seemingly traversing dust without a trace. Her porcelain-like feet, delicate as a shy maiden, tucked their toes closely together, unable to lift their heads. The arches of her feet glimmered with a subtle pink sheen, her exquisite ankles sculpted like jade, soft and rosy. Bai Qianyu glanced back at Qianyu and Falling Goose, her expression suddenly frosty, conveying a hint of displeasure. Qianyu, one is born naked. There is no shame in it. Qianyu's face turned crimson. She could not agree, shaking her head vehemently. In her heart, she thought, how could the Xianzuan, with her ethereal beauty, possess such a beguiling form? If she so wished, no woman could resist. Qianyu mused further. If only the Xianzuan would smile more, her beauty would surely be unparalleled. That a smile from such a woman could outshine even the most magnificent landscapes. Yet, Bai Qianyu's tightly closed petals seemed reluctant to reveal even a hint of spring's light, as if she were deeply shy. Falling Goose tugged at Qianyu's hand, reminding her of her distracted state. Her expression flustered. This time, it was Falling Goose who grew anxious. Bai Qianyu could not possibly be unaware of Qianyu's thoughts. In a few years, you may not be any less than I. There is no need to overthink, Bai Qianyu stated unexpectedly, her tone neither scolding nor angry, simply matter of fact. Clad in a form-fitting garment, Bai Qianyu donned a delicate robe and tied a satin ribbon around her waist, accentuating her exquisite figure. After a moment's contemplation, she slipped on sheer white stockings, encasing her flawless feet in embroidered shoes. Qianyu quickly led Falling Goose away from the water, their youthful faces flushed with embarrassment. Wishing to find a place to hide, they remained shy, feeling out of place. Bai Qianyu's lips curled slightly as she gazed directly at Qianyu, thinking, you are no different, little girl. Upon sensing Bai Qianyu's gaze, Qianyu lowered her head even further. Night fell, and the three women soared through the skies on their swords, resembling three flickering stars against the dark backdrop. Does the Xianzuan truly have a plan? Falling Goose inquired with wide, curious eyes. I have my ways, Bai Qianyu replied nonchalantly. Qianyu and Falling Goose were oblivious to Bai Qianyu's intentions and cared not to delve deeper. If you have no plans for this journey, it would be wise to refrain from venturing out in the future, Bai Qianyu advised earnestly, turning to look at them. In other words, if Qianyu and Falling Goose found their heart's desire, she would not hesitate to let them leave. It was preferable than witnessing them entwined with others in her presence. Understood. Qianyu and Falling Goose nodded in agreement. But what if we cannot find anyone? Qianyu pondered aloud. Will you not become like Mu Yanli? Bai Qianyu scoffed lightly, her spirit seemingly uplifted. In recent years, she had become more inclined to laughter. Bai Qianyu's voice grew softer, as if she were reflecting or perhaps mocking herself. Qianyu, drawn by the sound, gazed at Bai Qianyu's flowing hair, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind. It seemed to Qianyu that Bai Qianyu's pace had slowed, her graceful figure slightly bowed, revealing a glimpse of her porcelain neck. In that moment, Qianyu recalled the youth she had once spoken with, their exchange limited to mere conversation. The three figures glided through the vast expanse of the cosmos, silent as the heavens. How could Mu Yanli not smile? Bai Qianyu mused aloud, shaking her head. After all, he was someone who would never mock her, who complied with her every whim, his gaze solely upon her. Bai Qianyu's expression sharpened, as if she beheld a vision. On the night of Chaoshi Peak, Mu Yanli lay nestled against Jiang Che, her arms wrapped around him, her cheeks adorned with a gentle smile as she repeatedly brushed her lips against his face. Take it off. We are going to sleep, she coaxed, her face flushed. Falling Goose pursed her lips, turning her gaze away, observing Bai Qianyu's delicate features, which bore a hint of melancholy. Xianzuan, I am no different from Qianyu. Falling Goose argued, her tone defiant. Qianyu looked toward Bai Qianyu, nodding in agreement. Bai Qianyu paused, her demeanor momentarily faltering. I am weary. Let us descend and rest, she murmured softly, slowing her flight. Very well. Chinyu and Falling Goose replied in unison. Chinyu tugged at her disheveled skirt, casting her eyes downward. She sighed inwardly, contemplating how Bai Qianyu could possibly feel fatigued. In an unfamiliar realm, Bai Qianyu sat quietly with Chinyu and Falling Goose, listening to the rustling winds through the trees. Falling Goose, lacking any playful spirit, clung to Chinyu's arm, resting her head on her sister's shoulder, her lips pressed together like petals. Chinyu found this scene soothing. Devoid of any clamor, a true escape from the mundane. Perhaps favored by the heavens, the celestial beauty remained as radiant as ever, her fair complexion glowing, almost ethereal in the night's embrace. Bai Qianyu turned to regard her twin flowers. Gently squeezing their hands, she reflected on how these two lovely maidens would surely surpass her in the future, blossoming into breathtaking beauties. A smile graced Bai Qianyu's lips at the thought. What are you smiling about? Xinzuan? Falling Goose inquired, leaning closer to Bai Qianyu's cheek, her eyes blinking innocently. She hesitated to tease Bai Qianyu, mindful of the reprimand she had recently received. Bai Qianyu glanced at Falling Goose, teasingly remarking, I ponder which man could capture the heart of a fairy. Falling Goose blushed at the implication, quickly retreating to Chinyu's side. Rendered speechless, Xinzuan should refrain from jesting with Falling Goose, Chinyu gently suggested. Bai Qianyu replied coolly, her temperament must be tempered, she will learn in due time. You are Falling Goose's elder sister, you should guide her more. Bai Qianyu then inquired, Chinyu, what do you think of Mu Yanli's disciple? Bai Qianyu, unhurried, casually combed her own tresses, posing the question to her most trusted disciple. Chinyu hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering. She understood that discussing others in such a manner was inappropriate. Bai Qianyu, recognizing Chinyu's inner turmoil, encouraged her, speak freely. There is no need for guilt. Dear sister, Xinzuan is asking you. Just speak your mind, Falling Goose urged, tugging at Chinyu's skirt. She lifted the hem of Chinyu's garment, revealing her slender, graceful calves, curves that were indeed enchanting. Chinyu recalled Mu Yanli, then Jiang Che, and the myriad moments they shared together. Their bond seemed excessively intimate. Chinyu turned her head away, murmuring softly, it's not just intimacy. Bai Qianyu scoffed, Mu Yanli would rather bite him with both her mouths. Bai Qianyu spoke with a calm demeanor. Chinyu and Luo Yin momentarily froze, their eyes filled with confusion, as the two young girls exchanged incredulous glances. However, Luo Yin seemed to have an epiphany, leaning closer to Chinyu's ear to share a whispered secret. Her face adorned with a hint of embarrassment. Chinyu and Luo Yin lowered their heads, their porcelain-like cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed from the intensity of their blush. Xinzuan, how could you? Chinyu murmured. It's merely the truth, Bai Qianyu replied, shaking her head. Observing the bashful twin flowers, Bai Qianyu found the scene rather uninteresting and let out a soft sigh. The world seemed to spin for Chinyu. How could her revered Xinzuan act in such a manner, so different from the aloof celestial maiden she had always envisioned? Or perhaps Bai Qianyu had always been this way, only never revealing it before. Follow me, Bai Qianyu commanded as she soared into the sky on her sword, like a radiant rainbow streaking across the heavens, her tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Chinyu and Luo Yin's fair cheeks remained flushed. Yet they hastily drew their swords to pursue the fleeting light ahead. Luo Yin, hurry up, Chinyu called out anxiously, glancing back at her sister who remained frozen in place. Chinyu, you lead. I'm feeling a bit tired. Luo Yin replied, shaking her head and biting her lip. Furrowing her brow, Chinyu complied with Luo Yin's suggestion and turned back to take her sister along. Upon focusing her gaze, she found no trace of Bai Qianyu. Luo Yin, you always love to throw tantrums, Chinyu pouted, refusing to look at her sister. Displeased, they could only stand there together, waiting for Bai Qianyu to turn back. Sister, when you leave, I will have no one to be willful with. Luo Yin said, lowering her head in guilt, her fingers entwined as she spoke softly. Catch up. A voice echoed from afar. On the flying sword. Luo Yin clung tightly to Chinyu, her cheek brushing against Chinyu's back, inhaling the faint fragrance in her hair. Chinyu, 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 please don't ignore me. Call me sister, Luo Yin implored. Chinyu huffed in dissatisfaction. A smile crept onto Luo Yin's delicate features, her youthful brows slightly furrowed. All right, sister. Luo Yin understood that Chinyu had forgiven her. Indeed, when had Chinyu ever been angry with her? If only they could remain like this forever. Luo Yin silently wished. In the next moment, her heart raced, pounding like a drum. Luo Yin let out a soft hum. What is it? Chinyu, who had been holding her composure, could no longer contain herself and quickly turned to inquire. Chinyu, will you abandon me? Luo Yin asked earnestly, meeting Chinyu's gaze. You are my only sister, Qinyu responded indirectly, yet it was an answer nonetheless. Unbeknownst to her, Qinyu's heart also began to race, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Was it merely an illusion? Qinyu could not tell. Soon, Qinyu and Luo Yin caught up with Bai Qianyu, who had deliberately paused, waiting for them. Upon seeing the two, Bai Qianyu did not express anger but instead turned to continue her flight on the sword. Naturally, Bai Qianyu was not one to speak much, and her silence now felt even more pronounced. Xinzuan, why are we seeking Shishu? Luo Yin summoned her courage to break the tension. It's so wrong for me to wish to see him. Bai Qianyu raised an eyebrow, her tone clearly displeased. She was evidently still miffed about the earlier incident, which had delayed their journey. Chapter 85, Just watch. Meanwhile, Mu Yanli gazed towards her disciple's direction, remaining silent. With a graceful wave of her slender hand, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. The snow-white strands slicing through Jiang Che's adversaries like a gentle rain. Mu Yanli had anticipated this failure. Jiang Che was no match for the Xianing and was swiftly vanquished by her strike. Otherwise, his life would have been forfeit. The young man's pallid face was slick with cold sweat, his eyes tightly shut, having surrendered all resistance. His sword had long slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground nearby. The mirror-like blade stained with droplets of blood that trickled down, rendering the crimson hue even more vivid. Mu Yanli let out a soft sigh, her delicate brows furrowed in concern. She observed Jiang Che's moment of shock upon encountering the blood, as well as the gruesome wounds marring his body, still oozing bright red blood. Come here, Mu Yanli beckoned, her voice softened as she withdrew the talisman. The boy kept his head bowed, his fingers clenched tightly, veins protruding on the back of his hand. He seemed to feel embarrassed. Jiang Che thought to himself. Do not blame yourself. You have done well, Mu Yanli reassured him. Just practice more. Your courage is still lacking. Jiang Che looked up, seeing Mu Yanli's ethereal beauty, her hair cascading down like a painting. Her flawless complexion and long, slender neck resembled that of a moonlit night. The cool demeanor in her eyes was akin to the chill of the moonlight. She gently wiped the blood from Jiang Che's skin and applied some ointment to his wounds before finally resting her hand on the boy. The three maidens remained upon their flying sword. Yet they effortlessly caught sight of Jiang Che and Mu Yanli, as well as their current actions. Xinzuan, Shishu, what are they doing? The words of Chunyu were laden with astonishment, as she struggled to articulate all that she wished to convey. Luo Yin, blushing, shook her head repeatedly. It is merely for our viewing. Bai Qianyu spoke with a serene demeanor, adding, we shall merely observe. Chapter 86, It will not come to fruition. Qinyu and Luo Yin were both too flustered to express themselves. The two maidens in splendid gowns were filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, hand in hand as they concealed themselves to watch secretly. How could they not engage in such activities in a place like this? Qinyu stammered, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. Qinyu, it is indeed for our viewing, Luo Yin remarked, her face flushed yet lacking in fear, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Jiang Che and Mu Yanli. Her gaze imbued with a new-found resolve, reluctant to waver. Suddenly, Jiang Che opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, sensing that the atmosphere was amiss. The Mu Yanli was indeed assertive, she would never act so indiscreetly. Focusing intently, he spotted Bai Qianyu standing at a distance upon the flying sword, her celestial beauty cold and indifferent, her lashes casting shadows that obscured the expression on her delicate face. Bai Qianyu had no intention of retreating. She observed the entwined figures before her, standing poised with her hands behind her back, her attire accentuating her alluring curves, a true embodiment of an ice-cold beauty, despite the seemingly indecent nature of the scene. She exuded no allure but rather heightened the aura of pride surrounding her. What was there for Bai Qianyu to fear? She could watch openly. Jiang Che perceived a hint of displeasure in Bai Qianyu. Her fingers clenched tightly. When their gazes met, he felt as though he had been pricked, nearly leaping from his spot. Shizhuan, there is someone, Jiang Che attempted to voice, his lips muffled yet striving to communicate. Yet, this only granted Mu Yanli more space, allowing her advances to encroach further. I understand. Mu Yanli would rather emit a few distorted notes than relinquish her hold on Jiang Che's head. She opened her eyes, casting a glance at Bai Qianyu before sweeping her gaze over the hidden Qinyu and Luo Yan. Mu Yanli, no one is competing with you, Bai Qianyu remarked, narrowing her eyes with a slight scoff. Let us continue. Do not mind them, Mu Yanli whispered, tightening her embrace around the youth. Jiang Che began to realize he might have become a target for the two maidens' frustrations. Bai Qianyu ground her teeth softly. The boy closing his eyes, relinquishing all care, too weary to concern himself. Mu Yanli released her hold on the boy's head, yet she still clung to him as if he were a precious treasure. not permitting him to escape her embrace. She gazed dreamily at his cheek, deriving joy from capturing the fleeting glances of Jiang Che. Aware that multiple gazes were fixed upon him, Jiang Che felt a chill run through him. "I shall not hold you any longer," Mu Yanli declared after a nod. "Seems we must return soon. I wish to secure him before anyone else does." Furrowing her brow slightly, Mu Yanli spoke to herself. She could not fathom why such an ordinary disciple would capture anyone's interest. She did not wish to share Jiang Che with others. Eye in the sky, upon the flying sword, a Taoist maiden wielding a whisk stood side by side with a white-clad sword fairy, their ethereal elegance rendering the cosmos behind them mere embellishment. Qinyu, guided by Luo Yin, sought out Jiang Che, and the three reconvened for conversation. "By Qianyu, what brings you here?" Mu Yanli inquired, turning to the woman beside her. "I missed you. Is that not permissible?" Bai Qianyu replied with a slight lift of her lips, her tone mild yet tinged with challenge. After a moment's consideration, Mu Yanli questioned, "What do you wish for me to do?" "Then may I say that I miss him?" Bai Qianyu shot back with a sidelong glance, her tone unhurried. Now it was Mu Yanli's turn to find her voice faltering. The white-clad maiden was somewhat vexed yet struggled to formulate a retort, growing increasingly certain that it was better to avoid reasoning. Given her inability to outsmart others, Mu Yanli cautioned her companion. "By Qinyu, do not stray too far with Chunyu and Luo Yan. Remember to bring those two young maidens along to my wedding. Otherwise, it shall be exceedingly lonely without guests." Upon finishing her words, Mu Yanli lowered her head slightly, a hint of shyness gracing her features, her countenance blooming with a delicate blush, her eyes shimmering softly like flowing waters. Bai Qianyu remained silent, her gaze directed toward the heavens, lost in thought. This Taoist maiden's visage remained as pale as snow, her beauty capable of captivating hearts with every smile. Mu Yanli recalled how Bai Qianyu had once embodied an elegant grace in her youth, the very type favored by men. Yet, through the trials of life, she had transformed into the aloof ice queen she was now, her charm undiminished. Surely, many were drawn to the allure of an ice queen, longing for the moment her icy demeanor might melt away for them. "Mu Yanli, do you not feel any embarrassment?" Bai Qianyu queried coolly, locking eyes with Mu Yanli. "That I desire a ceremony with him. Otherwise, would he not become my concubine?" Mu Yanli paused, taken aback by her own candidness. Bai Qianyu nodded, falling into silence for a moment. The Taoist maiden had contemplated such matters before, yet she had not anticipated them arising so swiftly, utterly beyond her expectations. "Well, I wish you well. I shall present you with a gift when the time comes." Bai Qianyu replied, nodding in acknowledgement. "That as long as you arrive, that is sufficient," Mu Yanli said nonchalantly. She held no expectations beyond Bai Qianyu's attendance. Bai Qianyu remained composed upon learning of this development, much like a small stone cast into a lake, rippling momentarily before returning to tranquility. She need not inquire Jiang Che's opinion, for she knew the youth would harbor no objections. After all, Bai Qianyu would have made the same choice. "He gifted this to you?" Bai Qianyu gently touched the hairpin nestled in Mu Yanli's silver locks. "Indeed," Mu Yanli replied softly. Bai Qianyu smiled lightly. "You would adorn yourself with such a trinket. It could only have come from him." "I shall wear it for a while longer," Mu Yanli murmured. Immersed in the ambience, Mu Yanli sighed. "Bai Qianyu, why does time pass so swiftly? In the blink of an eye, he has grown up. Indeed, I saw you eagerly biting into him with both mouths." Bai Qianyu remarked without reservation, speaking her mind freely. "I have been rather uneasy lately. It would be best to hasten things." Mu Yanli shook her head. Bai Qianyu observed the joy radiating from Mu Yanli. She thought, "This will not come to fruition." Bai Qianyu hesitated to voice her thoughts, fearing it might offend Mu Yanli, which was precisely why she sought her out. Occasionally, she glimpsed fragments of the future. Though hazy, they were sufficient. Chapter 87. Timeline, Extra. By Shallow as the Deep, Eternal Joy. Encountering mutual pity, silence spans the ages. Book of Songs. This serves as a metaphor for the name Bai Qianyu, intertwining her actions with its meaning, referring to the subtle and often unnoticed sacrifices made. Bai Qianyu was raised within a small clan, cherished as the sole daughter, and at a tender age, she followed Ling Xianzuan, embarking on a journey far and wide in pursuit of immortality. Yet, after countless years, she never beheld her family again, bearing that regret eternally. In her youthful days, she became renowned in Daozhou for her exquisite beauty, celebrated as a poetic and picturesque dream, captivating all, especially in a simple white gown. Her radiant smile could enchant all who beheld her. Later, with Mu Yanli's assistance, Bai Qianyu firmly established herself as the leader of Yaofeng, albeit staining her hands with the blood of her peers, which left a psychological shadow, prompting her to forsake white garments. Ziheng, a symbol of auspiciousness and resolute spirit. That year, Bai Qianyu learned that Mu Yanli had returned with a small being. Her initial shock quickly giving way to profound confusion. Her first instinct was to worry for Mu Yanli rather than express joy, even if Bai Qianyu harbored unkind thoughts towards Jiang Che. They gradually dissipated upon their meeting. After all, Mu Yanli would never bring back an unappealing infant. It had to be someone seemingly endearing. What surprised Bai Qianyu was that Jiang Che was unafraid of her, even daring to meet her gaze, his eyes deep and seemingly harboring an otherworldly spirit. The pent-up emotions within Bai Qianyu melted away in that exchange of glances. At the very least, the first impression was not unfavorable. Mu Yanli's lively nature led her to bring Jiang Che into their bathing space, startling Bai Qianyu. She leaned in closely, scrutinizing him, and had it not been for the boy's white silkworm, Bai Qianyu might have mistaken him for a girl. Simultaneously, Bai Qianyu found it difficult to comprehend Mu Yanli's fondness for such a little creature. Unable to resist, Bai Qianyu gently touched the infant when Mu Yanli handed him over, noticing him tremble slightly. A faint smile crossed her lips, revealing a playful side. During the most arduous years, Bai Qianyu bore the weight of managing the vast Yaofeng while concocting various elixirs alone, with no one trustworthy to delegate tasks to. The burden was immense. Her character gradually transformed under the pressure. In search of solace, Bai Qianyu found great comfort in visiting Chaoshi Peak, where she could quietly sip tea with Mu Yanli, finding solace in the stillness of their shared moments. The tranquility of Chaoshi Peak starkly contrasted with Bai Qianyu's usual surroundings, and the change brought her immense relief, prompting her to return more frequently. Bai Qianyu was well aware of Jiang Che's gentle disposition. He never threw tantrums, making it easy for Mu Yanli to care for him without ever expressing discontent. During a tea session with Mu Yanli, she felt Jiang Che's gaze linger on her, causing her to furrow her brows slightly. No one enjoys the sensation of being scrutinized, and a wave of displeasure washed over her. Let him look, Mu Yanli remarked nonchalantly after taking a sip of tea. He rarely sees outsiders. Following that, Mu Yanli invited Jiang Che to join them at the stone table for tea, allowing the young man more opportunity to observe. When Bai Qianyu found herself sleepless, she would wander to Tidal Peak for a nocturnal stroll, leaving only when fatigue set in. She seldom spent the night there, as it was not her own place, and sleep was often uncomfortable. One such night, while indulging in her customary wanderings, she sensed a youthful presence in the hall. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Che had been punished by Mu Yanli and was kneeling in remorse. Out of curiosity, Bai Qianyu stealthily approached for a glimpse. Those with superior cultivation could traverse the air, and when their gazes met, it was evident that the boy was significantly startled, a moment that would etch Bai Qianyu's piercing eyes into his memory. Bai Qianyu opted to seal that particular memory from him using a secret technique. In a subsequent conversation, Mu Yanli casually mentioned, Bai Qianyu, did you know? He is actually afraid of the dark. It was then that Bai Qianyu recognized the harm her earlier actions had caused. A tinge of guilt would occasionally lead her to linger outside Jiang Che's room. Her preconceived notions about him began to shift gradually, albeit at a slow pace. When Mu Yanli proposed two suggestions, Bai Qianyu felt a fleeting stir of interest but ultimately refrained from acquiescing. Firstly, she did not know Jiang Che well enough. Secondly, any decision must be weighed against its consequences. There is no remedy for regret in this world. Bai Qianyu understood that agreeing to something impulsively would inevitably lead to future headaches. At that time, Bai Qianyu was practicing a formidable technique from beyond the mortal realm, one that could induce instability in her heart when glimpsing fragments of the future. Causing tumultuous fluctuations, she found herself increasingly drawn to Tidal Peak to seek solace from Mu Yanli. Surprisingly, Mu Yanli seemed to have set her sights on Bai Qianyu. Initially taken aback, Bai Qianyu soon began to play along. Intrigued to uncover the true nature of Jiang Che, having harbored her own curiosity about the boy, with Mu Yanli's indulgence, Bai Qianyu frequently interacted with Jiang Che, and their relationship gradually deepened. She relished her visits to Tidal Peak, as the youth exuded a purity untouched by the world's burdens, a pristine pool of water capable of washing away her weariness. Bai Qianyu felt a kinship with Jiang Che. They were both trapped on isolated islands. The absence of Mu Yanli did not diminish the charm of Tidal Peak. Rather, it seemed to elevate Bai Qianyu to a position of authority there, birthing an odd sense of exhilaration within her. During her time at Tidal Peak to dine, Jiang Che, though never verbally acknowledging it, ensured that Bai Qianyu was always included. He preferred silence, as did she. Gradually, their interactions blossomed. Bai Qianyu occasionally found the courage to speak, and Jiang Che would sometimes respond. It became evident that their connection was evolving positively. Bai Qianyu recognized that Mu Yanli had nurtured Jiang Che's overly compliant nature, even when she held his hand. He would relinquish any struggle the moment her gaze fell upon him. With no gifts to offer, Bai Qianyu ensured she never arrived empty-handed at Tidal Peak, bringing along various elixirs to convey her sentiments. When Jiang Che initiated conversation with her for the first time, Bai Qianyu felt no suspicion towards his intentions, nor did she experience embarrassment. She instinctively replied, "Sometimes, boundaries can be transcended." From that moment on, their exchanges multiplied. Bai Qianyu learned of the secret Jiang Che harbored within his palm before Mu Yanli did. She instructed him not to disclose these matters to Mu Yanli, fully aware that Mu Yanli was likely already privy to them. After all, her intelligence was unparalleled, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Upon discovering the intricacies of Mu Yanli's techniques, Bai Qianyu chose silence, making her own decisions in quietude. Her temperament bore a resemblance to her name. Her feelings towards Jiang Che oscillated between displeasure and resignation. Individuals adrift like floating weeds lack the privilege to choose. Had she been in Bai Qianyu's position, she would have readily agreed. Once Bai Qianyu achieved a sense of detachment, she felt neither joy nor sorrow. Proud by nature, Mu Yanli was no match for Bai Qianyu, who was not one to cling or let go. Bai Qianyu sensed that this narrative was far from over. An enigmatic cloud loomed overhead, heralding the dawn. For someone would intervene. She had glimpsed herself plummeting into an abyss with closed eyes. And witnessed her bloodied sword drifting along the waters. Even perceiving unseen hands entwining the three of them in an inextricable bond. Unbeknownst to Mu Yanli, she had an elder brother, a fact that Bai Qianyu was aware of. Indeed, the relationships among these three individuals are exceedingly intricate. If anyone wishes to explore the untold daily interactions between Bai Qianyu and Jiang Che, I may consider pinning a few chapters as an aside. However, I doubt there is much of interest for the younger audience. I yearn to give little by a taste of hardship. Chapter 88. On that day, Jiang Che silently observed the two women, his eyes gradually narrowing. Qinyu hugged her knees, pressing her lips together, allowing Luo Yin to lean against her shoulder. Qinyu found herself at a loss for words and opted for silence. It was all Luo Yan's fault for leading her astray. What does that even feel like? Luo Yin inquired, inching closer to Jiang Che and tugging at his sleeve. Upon meeting Luo Yan's gaze, Jiang Che turned his head away, unwilling to look at her or speak. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che finally replied. Luo Yin was visibly taken aback. She had never anticipated the boy would respond thus. "Qinyu," she called softly. "Don't disturb him." Qinyu grasped Luo Yan's hand, whispering, "Junior brother, does the master have any plans?" The atmosphere felt peculiar, prompting Qinyu to voice her thoughts. "We should be heading back to Tidal Peak soon." The boy mused, looking up after a moment of contemplation. From Jiang Che's words, Qinyu detected an unmistakable hint of suppressed joy, causing her to pause momentarily. Furrowing her brow slightly, she recalled Bai Qianyu's words during their bath that day. What if he intends to leave? What if Mu Yanli does not stop him? Qinyu remembered that Bai Qianyu spoke very little, but when she did, it was as if her words were destined to hold truth. Perhaps she could glimpse a fragment of the future. With this thought, Qinyu inadvertently tightened her grip on Luo Yan's hand, causing a few faint veins to surface on her pale skin. Quite conspicuous. "Qinyu, you're hurting me," Luo Yan pouted in discontent. Qinyu lowered her gaze, gently massaging Luo Yan's hand until a smile returned to her sister's face, prompting Luo Yan to nestle affectionately against Qinyu's embrace. Would this mean that she and Luo Yan would eventually part ways with the immortal sovereign? This thought cast a misty veil over Qinyu's eyes. Where would they go from there? Mu Yanli inquired of Bai Qianyu. "What are you pondering? You seem troubled, so why have you come to seek me?" Bai Qianyu snapped back to reality, her expression unchanged. Mu Yanli, I've mentioned that I think of him. She teased. Mu Yanli replied earnestly, "Let us speak of serious matters, the future," Bai Qianyu articulated deliberately, her demeanor grave. Mu Yanli scrutinized her before shaking her head. "Bai Qianyu, you are becoming increasingly absurd." Bai Qianyu turned back from her flying sword and remarked, "Mu Yanli, what do you think of those three?" Mu Yanli did not respond but instead tugged at the white jade crown atop Bai Qianyu's head, tousling her hair. "How tiresome." Bai Qianyu did not retaliate. Merely casting a sidelong glance and huffing softly. Mu Yanli smiled faintly and released her grip. Bai Qianyu adjusted her crown and inquired of Mu Yanli, "Do you have any plans? When do you intend to return?" Continuing, Bai Qianyu added, "If it does not inconvenience you, I shall accompany you for a while, so we may return together." Observing Bai Qianyu's exceedingly calm demeanor, Mu Yanli felt her face flush. She had previously stated that Bai Qianyu would not join her. Yet here was Bai Qianyu, determined to tag along. Mu Yanli felt a twinge of frustration, noticing that Bai Qianyu appeared to be smiling. As you wish, Mu Yanli replied, somewhat displeased. If he disagrees, then you mustn't follow. After a moment's thought, she added, he wouldn't dare. Bai Qianyu shook her head, her tone brimming with conviction. Stand up. I shall teach you now. With that, Bai Qianyu leaped down from her flying sword, her graceful steps leading her directly before Jiang Che and the others. Dressed in a pristine blue robe, Bai Qianyu was untainted by dust, radiating an elegance that was unmistakable. She exuded an air of pride, effortlessly revealing her innate haughtiness even without any overt actions. Jiang Che brushed the dust from his hands, ensuring everything was in order before finally meeting Bai Qianyu's gaze, only to quickly avert it once more. Sovereign, where is my master? He queried, his mind racing with apprehension. Mu Yanli has gone to capture a sparring beast for you, Bai Qianyu replied, her lips curling slightly as she spoke. Jiang Che simply responded with a soft "oh," observing Jiang Che still seated upon the ground. Bai Qianyu raised an eyebrow and coldly instructed, draw your sword and face me. Jiang Che hesitated. He recalled that Bai Qianyu's weapon was not a sword, but rather a whisk she carried. Even if I am not proficient, it will suffice for you, Bai Qianyu retorted with a hint of pride in her voice. Jiang Che unsheathed his sword, its reflective blade capturing the night sky and the stark coldness of Bai Qianyu's gaze, causing him to shudder slightly, nearly dropping the weapon. The memory of Bai Qianyu's piercing eyes surged back, and he found it difficult to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, his heart racing as his cheeks flushed with warmth. Calm yourself. Look into my eyes. Bai Qianyu let out a soft exclamation, her voice akin to the crack of a firecracker, yet reminiscent of the delicate raindrops swaying in the wind, momentarily snapping the youth back to reality. He felt a chill on his forehead, as if something had retreated, or perhaps it was merely an illusion. Jiang Che pondered, had Bai Qianyu just touched his forehead, if he could not even dare to meet the enemy's gaze? How could he confront them directly? Bai Qianyu inquired softly, Master Uncle, what if they are not the enemy? Jiang Che instinctively retorted, remember, there are no eternal friends. At this moment, I am your adversary. Bai Qianyu replied in a hushed tone. She did not hold back any longer. In that instant, a brilliant white sword light, akin to a snowflake, illuminated the night, shimmering with a stark purity. It was a smooth, pale line, unparalleled in its sharpness, and the space around them seemed to divide into two realms. With the air swirling violently, Bai Qianyu summoned her sword without hesitation. The youth had no opportunity to react, only able to hastily raise his celestial sword in defense, with no time to contemplate anything else. Jiang Che was propelled backward by the force, yet Bai Qianyu gently caught him as he fell to the ground, merely dusting him off slightly. Jiang Che realized that Bai Qianyu had shown restraint, adjusting the sword light aimed at his head to the blade itself, even releasing some of her strength. But had Bai Qianyu's sudden strike not been an expression of her pent-up frustration? Or perhaps a way to vent the anger she had been suppressing, to articulate her inner turmoil? I'm sorry, Jiang Che murmured softly, extricating himself from Bai Qianyu's embrace, his gaze fixed on her beautiful visage. Bai Qianyu's expression froze, growing increasingly cold, as if she were engulfed by pain and struggle. Jiang Che was startled by the sudden pallor of her face, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong. This was not the outcome Bai Qianyu desired. She did not wish for their relationship to become so strained. She had merely vented her frustration, yet why could she not find joy in it? We have grown distant. I have never blamed you, nor have you erred. It is simply fate, Bai Qianyu said softly, shaking her head as she turned away. Let us continue our duel. Bai Qianyu turned back, her fair countenance returning to normal. She silently swallowed a mouthful of blood, her lips tinted with color. Jiang Che observed her cheeks for a long moment, nodding in acknowledgement. The two continued their duel. Yet Bai Qianyu found herself distracted, her gaze drifting to the youth's face repeatedly. With her eyelids lowered, she thought, I hope there will never come a day when we draw our swords against each other. Chapter 89. White light. Suddenly, Qianyu stood up from the ground, her slender fingers clenched into fists. Luo Yin seemed to sense something amiss, her eyes trembling, lips moving yet failing to articulate a sound. The girl was unsure if it was an illusion, but it appeared as if a few droplets of blood had escaped from the corner of the immortal lord's mouth, even if Bai Qianyu had not coughed up blood. Her breath was indeed chaotic for a moment, her entire being trembling as if she had suffered a grave injury. Bai Qianyu's complexion grew increasingly pale, her porcelain-like cheeks bearing an air of fragility, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her to the ground. Qianyu was oblivious to what transpired with Bai Qianyu, who seemed to wield her sword with a lack of vigor during their duel, her mind wandering repeatedly. Jiang Che, remember, strive to become a true great cultivator, Bai Qianyu stated, her expression cold, yet her voice, flowing like a clear celestial melody, gently resonated within the boy's heart. Jiang Che instinctively nodded at Bai Qianyu's visage, unwilling to dismiss her words. For there will be many who advocate for you when the time comes, have you noted this? Bai Qianyu sheathed her sword and began to walk away, leaving behind an ever-diminishing silhouette. Thank you, immortal lord, for your guidance, Jiang Che replied earnestly. Let us cease our duel. Just remember, Bai Qianyu sighed softly. Jiang Che watched as Bai Qianyu's figure shrank from sight, her silhouette pulling away like a tiny grain of rice. Casting a long shadow, the woman in the blue robe, her hair flowing like a waterfall, danced with the gentle breeze like a leaping sprite. The silken strands veiled her delicate earlobes, concealing her swan-like neck. Bai Qianyu's hairpin, adorned with jade and silver, radiated an unspoken authority, exuding an air of pride. Bai Qianyu moved gracefully, as if walking on clouds, her demeanor elegant and refined. In the distance, the wind stirred her hair, akin to flowing seaweed, accentuating her soft curves with a hint of allure. Jiang Che could hardly imagine the visage concealed beneath that robe, nor did he dare to covet such thoughts, for to do so would be a desecration in Bai Qianyu's eyes. In the next moment, the youth was startled awake. He perceived Bai Qianyu's figure as profoundly desolate, like a formidable being awakening after an eternity, in a world now barren and silent, devoid of anyone to confide in. Jiang Che mused inwardly, a woman like Bai Qianyu is perhaps destined to be alone. He slowly clenched his fists, grasped his sword, and stepped forward to catch up with the departing celestial figure. Why have you followed me again? Before he could reach Bai Qianyu, her ethereal voice rang out, clear yet shrouded in mist. Immortal Lord, I sense you have more to say, Jiang Che remarked, gazing at her retreating form. Bai Qianyu replied softly, non-committal. Did you just look at me? Bai Qianyu turned to him, her expression as cold as steel, piercing into the depths of his heart. Jiang Che did not respond, as she turned. He quietly averted his gaze, no longer daring to look. Through his close interactions with Mu Yanli, he had come to realize much. Just as in his childhood, he could gaze upon Bai Qianyu without hesitation. But now, he could not do so, for his thoughts had transformed. Alas, everything had changed. Bai Qianyu lowered her head slightly, shaking it gently. If someone else were to act as you did, I would fly into a rage, even desiring to slay them in my fury. Yet, when you do so, I find that allowing you a glance is of little consequence, which is quite troubling. Bai Qianyu spoke earnestly, her tone shifting from icy to contemplative, laden with emotion. Jiang Che, hearing her words, raised his gaze to meet her cold eyes. Momentarily entranced, Bai Qianyu showed no reluctance. Her autumn-like eyes gazed steadily at his face, revealing no trace of joy or sorrow. Her words struck like a colossal wave, overwhelming him, leaving him unable to struggle against the tide, destined to sink forever into the abyss. Master Uncle, Jiang Che called out with great difficulty. Bai Qianyu cast a cold glance. Seemingly sensing his discomfort, as her lashes drooped, she silently turned away from him, no longer meeting his gaze. Jiang Che's heart remained restless, the ripples within his soul never ceasing. After a moment, Bai Qianyu smiled and said, Jiang Che, my earlier outburst was but a moment of indiscretion. Consider it nothing and do not dwell on it. Jiang Che murmured softly, Master Uncle, I dare not take it to heart. He was acutely aware that should Bai Qianyu unleash her pent-up emotions, she would be far more ferocious than Mu Yanli, capable of tearing her prey to shreds and devouring them whole. Xinyu and Luo Yin found themselves at a loss, acutely aware that the relationships among these individuals were exceedingly tangled, so convoluted that they could hardly discern the distinctions. Luo Yin counted on her fingers, murmuring, Immortal Lord, Master Uncle, Junior Brother. Xinyu frowned and said, Luo Yin, let us observe without overthinking. Bai Qianyu could easily take someone away to a location where Mu Yanli could not find them. Yet she did not wish to do so if it were possible. She preferred that Jiang Che follow her willingly rather than resorting to coercive measures. With her hands clasped behind her, Bai Qianyu leisurely inquired, Speak truthfully. Have you ever harbored thoughts of me? What? Jiang Che's head snapped up, uncertainty lacing his voice. Noted in the past, he had never considered such things. Now that he was aware, he dared not entertain the notion. Jiang Che was not one to indulge in fantasies. He was keenly aware of the chasm between himself and others. Were it not for Mu Yanli's undue closeness, he would not dare to overstep even the smallest boundaries. Adhering strictly to propriety, he was not that kind of person. Bai Qianyu's kindness would not lead him to concoct grand ideas about her, nor would he find himself ceaselessly imagining her. Bai Qianyu softly hummed in response, as if everything were as she anticipated. And now, do you have any thoughts? Bai Qianyu's icy gaze met Jiang Che's, glimmers of light dancing upon her form like a sheer veil. Her ethereal presence dreamlike and distant from the mundane world. When she spoke, it felt as if a gentle breeze had caressed Jiang Che's face. Jiang Che was momentarily stunned by Bai Qianyu's appearance. Recalling the time when she had shone so brilliantly, Bai Qianyu embodied an unblemished beauty, as enchanting as a splendid dream, a fleeting reflection that would shatter upon the lightest touch. Jiang Che shook his head, replying, "Master Uncle, this is not the time for such discussions. Then what can we discuss?" Bai Qianyu mused to herself, "While white garments are beautiful, they cannot compare to the delicate radiance of soft skin. Ultimately, they are mere embellishments. This woman, when gentle, resembled a soft, cool moon. When cold, she was akin to a sharp, icy gem. Qianyu, Luo Yin, let us depart." Bai Qianyu shook her head, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. And in the next moment, she vanished into the air. Chapter 90. Walking through destiny. After a moment's hesitation, Qianyu and Luo Yin followed Bai Qianyu, while Jiang Che blinked, witnessing two brilliant streaks of sword light flash across the night sky, vanishing at incredible speed. Alone in the desolate night, Jiang Che sat solitary, confronting the vastness of time and change. Curling into himself and falling into a silent slumber. Mu Yanli was returning with the training beast she had selected for the youth when she caught sight of Bai Qianyu. Her expression devoid of warmth as she hurried away with Qianyu and Luo Yin, her eyes betraying no hint of affection. Mu Yanli swiftly moved, directly seizing Bai Qianyu, who was stepping on the dust of the heavens. With a hint of suspicion, she inquired, "Bai Qianyu, why have you departed again?" After scrutinizing her closely, Mu Yanli earnestly remarked, "Something is amiss. Your aura seems rather disordered. Have you sustained an injury?" "I have not." Bai Qianyu retorted stubbornly. "What transpired between you and him? How is he faring?" The suspicion in Mu Yanli's gaze deepened as she pinched Bai Qianyu's delicate fingers and questioned further. Mu Yanli, am I not allowed to leave if I wish to? Bai Qianyu raised an eyebrow, responding coldly. Mu Yanli nodded, releasing her grip on Bai Qianyu's hand, and sighed softly. Reluctant to give up, Mu Yanli pressed on. "Bai Qianyu, are you truly not staying?" In her heart, Bai Qianyu mused. "What is the point of staying? To witness the playful antics of you two as master and disciple, while I, along with Qianyu and Luo Yin, remain on the sidelines, observing your closeness." Ultimately, Bai Qianyu turned back to Mu Yanli. Her own reasons for this change of heart eluding her, yet she acted on impulse. Perhaps she had never truly wished to leave. Under Mu Yanli's persuasion, her decision naturally reversed. "Bai Qianyu, I intend to drift on a boat for a few days. Would you care to join me?" Mu Yanli's voice was soft and gentle, akin to the delicate droplets of water falling from the eaves, creating a gentle sound upon the bluestone surface. "Inquire with Qianyu and Luo Yin. They will handle it." "Master Uncle, we have no objections," a celestial voice chimed in, reminiscent of an ethereal melody that swept away the listener's fatigue. Qianyu and Luo Yin obediently followed Bai Qianyu, respectfully bowing to Mu Yanli. The two young maidens, clad in palace gowns, were exquisite, with delicate bone structures and radiant expressions, stealing a portion of Bai Qianyu's charm and rendering her even more extraordinary. Mu Yanli paused, casting a glance at Qianyu and Luo Yin. It seemed as though she recalled an ancient mural, depicting a group of maidens in palace gowns, kneeling gracefully. Some possessed an otherworldly beauty, their postures enchanting, as if they were divine offerings engaged in the highest servitude. Qianyu and Luo Yin subtly averted their gazes, feeling somewhat intimidated under Mu Yanli's scrutiny, their eyes trembling lightly. Mu Yanli sighed. "Bai Qianyu, your pair of twin flowers truly exemplifies exquisite beauty. Even I find my heart racing at the sight. Humph. Mu Yanli, do dare to place your hand on your heart and say that again." Bai Qianyu retorted lightly. Bai Qianyu then shifted the conversation, asking earnestly, "Yanli, do you believe in the so-called fate, or in the notion that cultivators occasionally glimpse a fragment of the great Tao, along with those seemingly real yet illusory dreams?" "Bai Qianyu, what if it were to truly happen? How then?" Mu Yanli countered without providing a direct answer. "Immortal sovereign." Before Bai Qianyu could respond, the gentle call of Qianyu and Luo Yin reached their ears, clearly filled with astonishment. Following the sound, Mu Yanli beheld a haze of chaos dispersing not far away, suddenly revealing streaks of celestial light, and a wondrous aura blossomed across heaven and earth. The ethereal scenery of distant mountains and valleys gradually enveloped the figures of the maidens, the visible area shrinking continuously, as if sharp bones were seizing the very space. Mu Yanli brandished her sword, but aside from a few resonant hums, there was no further response. The snow-white sword light gradually dissipated, its icy brilliance as insubstantial as a gentle rain. The chaotic energy of the universe reformed, and under relentless pressure, streams of immeasurable celestial light surged forth, scattering far and wide. Several distorted symbols materialized in the air, stripping away the maiden's vision. With a mere glance, Mu Yanli recognized these were not the characters she had encountered before. The ancient, enigmatic, and profound power seemed to transcend endless epics, conversing with humanity. Bai Qianyu, look. Mu Yanli murmured softly. Her lips pressed together. Bai Qianyu nodded at her words. Within her icy gaze, the black pupils were tinged with a mesmerizing crimson, as if they contained a reformation of the universe, the collapse of mountains and rivers. Perpetually cycling through creation and destruction, this woman was employing an ancient method of spiritual communication, attempting to connect with the lingering forces of heaven and earth and seeking a temporal node for a brief communion with the past. In the next moment, Bai Qianyu fell to the ground, her aura in disarray, the jade crown and silver hairpin that held her hair cascading softly to the ground, her flowing black hair unfurling like waterweed. Mu Yanli placed her hand on Bai Qianyu's shoulder, her own countenance pale as snow, devoid of color. Bai Qianyu closed her eyes and slowly inquired, Yanli, do you remember the fabled Mirror of Fate? The Mirror of Fate exists in the nebulous realm of legend, also known as the Pool of Causality. Those who inadvertently wander into it may become eternally lost, unable to find their way back. The power of time and causality is the most fearsome force in the world, an insurmountable rule that can neither be obstructed nor altered, binding and transforming all. The Mirror of Fate, Mu Yanli exclaimed in astonishment. Regaining her composure, Mu Yanli lowered her voice. That should exist beyond the world. It ought not to manifest within the realm of cultivation. The realm of mortals is as abundant as grains of sand. While the realm of cultivation is boundless, those entities that exist beyond the realm of cultivation, in places that cannot be probed, are collectively referred to as the realms outside the world. The Mirror of Fate resides in such realms, occasionally casting its reflection into the realm of cultivation, a coveted opportunity pursued by countless cultivators. Bai Qianyu and her companions, momentarily awakened through celestial arts, beheld the lost phantoms, wandering aimlessly like soulless beings. Unaware of their destination, Mu Yanli was the first to halt her steps. Ripples danced across the water-like surface of the mirror, and the word cicadas call surfaced in Mu Yanli's mind. Bai Qianyu paused. Lingering in one spot, her delicate brows slightly raised, the mirror's surface quivered gently, and the phrase no return emerged in Bai Qianyu's thoughts. Xinyu's mind conjured the image of fallen blossoms, while Luo Yan's mind echoed with the phrase Ice Absolute. Chapter 91. The Madwoman. At that moment, all the experiences of the maiden surged forth like a tide, the past, present, and future intertwined, with every moment that had transpired or was yet to transpire unfolding vividly in their minds. Akin to a fleeting glimpse yet strikingly clear, as if indelibly etched in their hearts like unyielding stones. Mu Yanli beheld the ceaseless flow of time, the boats drifting away, and the helpless wanderers. All the scenes wept silently, quietly narrating the pale life of this woman. For a fleeting instant, everything in the world seemed fixed, merely following the trajectory of time, gradually reflected in the present, the immortal realized in an instant. As if she had attained enlightenment. Mu Yanli was the first to open her cold, clear eyes, her sapphire irises now tinged with threads of ancient sorrow, shattering several streaks of immeasurable celestial light, transforming them into specks of luminous dust, akin to the stars in the night sky. Bai Qianyu opened her eyes silently. The tremor in her icy gaze quickly subsided, replaced by an even more frigid glare, as if to freeze layers of space. I in the unknown realm. It is time. Suddenly, a strange whisper echoed, sending shivers down one's spine, as if insects were biting, inducing an unbearable itch. Truly terrifying. It was an elder shrouded in a black robe, with faintly visible blazing silver eyes, a twisted cross swirling within his pupils, breaking apart, reassembling, the anomalies so vivid they were difficult to discern, captivating the mind. As the elder opened his eyes, each shift in the phenomena within them seemed to carry the power to rend the void. The space rippling like water, interconnected in a manner reminiscent of an orderly spider's web. The projection of the Mirror of Fate quietly dissipated as the elder's words fell, and the world regained its clarity. Returning to normalcy, Xinyu and Luo Yan, having the least cultivation, were the last to open their beautiful eyes as the projection faded, their jade hands rubbing their eyes as they sighed softly. Where there is belief, there is existence. Where there is disbelief, there is nothing. After a long silence, Mu Yanli clenched her fingers tightly, murmuring softly, unwilling to accept the vision she had witnessed in the Mirror of Fate. Believing that if cultivators were to subscribe to the notion of fate, it would be utterly absurd for her. In the haze, Mu Yanli's fingers brushed against Bai Qianyu's back, applying a gentle pressure to awaken her entranced companion. With a resounding thud, it sounded as if a block of ice had shattered, bringing forth a fine, glistening rain to wash over them. Bai Qianyu let out a soft huff, seemingly feeling a touch of embarrassment. Her delicate visage soon adorned with a faint blush, causing her to lower her head slightly to conceal it. Throughout their journey, the maidens, burdened by their unspoken thoughts, failed to display their smiles, the atmosphere weighed down by tension. Yanli, even if certain events were to truly occur, I would not be surprised. My heart harbors only acceptance for such outcomes. Bai Qianyu suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes seemingly veiled by a light mist of rain. Mu Yanli raised an eyebrow, her expression one of confusion and puzzlement. Do you not feel that all the foreseen images are urging us to comply? It is as if an invisible hand is guiding the strings of puppets, reminding us not to overstep our bounds. Bai Qianyu smiled softly, a sense of relief washing over her. Mu Yanli replied coolly, Bai Qianyu, this is not like you, nor is it your style. Bai Qianyu tentatively inquired. If the foreseen images do not align with one's desires, and refraining from action would lead to greater discomfort, what should one do? It seems the only path left is to comply. That will not be the case. It is for the best. After closing her eyes, Bai Qianyu softly exhaled. Pursue what your heart deems right. Bai Qianyu, even if it is a path without return, one must not be afraid. With this thought, a newfound resolution flickered in Bai Qianyu's eyes. It seemed she understood that she was about to embark on a journey without return, with a cruel conclusion awaiting her, yet she appeared unwilling to resist, simply desiring to traverse it in silence. Waves of ripples emerged, the temporal nodes from the future gradually solidifying. As Bai Qianyu's figure followed that path, the rivers and mountains do not reminisce, once illuminating the return of colorful clouds. Mu Yanli now yearns to return swiftly, to embrace Jiang Che and drift into slumber, for only then will her anxious heart find solace. This woman has realized how deeply she longs for her disciple, wishing they could be inseparable, never to part again, and to hasten back to Chaoshi Peak to savor the youth of the boy. Perhaps she fears losing him. The thought causes Mu Yanli to shake her head vigorously, dismissing such unfavorable notions from her mind. How could such things possibly occur? Mu Yanli muses. Jiang Che is so obedient to her. Without her consent, how could he ever leave her side? She is not a capricious woman. She would surely cherish Jiang Che for a lifetime, never allowing the youth to suffer even a slight grievance. After much contemplation, Mu Yanli's thoughts seemed to crystallize into one resolute idea. Return quickly. For once she does, all worries will dissipate. This night feels interminable, long enough to make one forget that this realm must eventually welcome the dawn, rather than remain engulfed in eternal darkness. The vision of a seasoned cultivator is remarkably acute, capable of perceiving distant landscapes. Upon seeing her disciple curled up and sleeping in disarray, Mu Yanli's heart feels as if it is being corroded by acid, creating countless sharp pangs of pain. In that instant, her sword-flying speed quickens, leaving behind trails of afterimages, almost producing sonic booms. The woman in white descends gracefully like a soaring eagle, her toes barely touching the ground, dust swirling yet untouched. Mu Yanli gently cradles Jiang Che in her arms, burying her head in the boy's shoulder and softly exhaling. She notices that the boy's body feels somewhat cold from the wind, his hands icy to the touch. While cultivators are hardly fazed by such mild chill, the woman feels a pang of compassion. Master has returned. Jiang Che slowly opens his eyes and inquires. Mu Yanli softly hums an affirmation, unwilling to release her hold on him, as if clutching a comfortable pillow. Fairy Bai, what shall we do now? Qinyu cautiously asks after observing the scene. Bai Qinyu gently shakes her head, stating, Mu Yanli is his master. We ultimately lack the qualifications and identity to be close to him. So let us simply observe. Mu Yanli carelessly tosses aside the training demon beast she had captured from afar, finding it too noisy and disturbing the slumbering youth. Her initial intention of having Jiang Che diligently cultivate is quickly abandoned. She wishes for him to rest well first. Those matters can wait, for time is abundant. Wait here for a moment. We have matters to attend to, Mu Yanli tells the boy in a gentle, soothing tone. Jiang Che nods in understanding. With a radiant smile that resembles blooming flowers, Mu Yanli suggests, Bai Qianyu, let us construct a boat and drift down the river to Snow River City for some fun. I hear there will be a grand fireworks display. I also heard there will be a lantern festival. Luo Yin adds after a moment's thought. As you wish, Bai Qianyu replies nonchalantly, knowing her companions have made up their minds and would not disagree. Jiang Che stands at a distance, watching the group of women chatter away, their voices lively and busy, feeling a silent stir within his heart. Disciple, come here, Mu Yanli calls out at a certain moment. her voice rising. What follows is devoid of any suspense. The sound of flowing water fills the air, and the stars above twinkle like a rolling river. Jiang Che finds himself once again enveloped in Mu Yanli's embrace, her arms tightening around him as if striving to meld him into her very being. "Master, it's a bit tight," Jiang Che murmurs, his face flushed. "I shall be gentler," Mu Yanli responds upon hearing him. Although she complies, Jiang Che still feels as if she is squeezing him, remaining uncomfortable. Mu Yanli and Jiang Che lie together at one end, while the other three women occupy the opposite end. Undisturbed, the bedding rests upon the pair, subtly concealing Mu Yanli's small actions towards Jiang Che. She contemplates how many times she should indulge the boy in a single day. With that thought, Mu Yanli licks her lips, her eyes glinting with the ferocity of a predator who has found satisfying prey. The boy seems to sense something amiss, turning away in fear, yet choosing not to meet her gaze. Once in the morning, once at noon, once in the afternoon, and at night, however, Mu Yanli soon dismisses such thoughts. If she desires something, she need not adhere to a fixed number of times. She wishes to see Jiang Che feel apprehensive because of her fervent demands, yet helplessly acquiescing to lie in her embrace, subject to her whims. Mu Yanli is a madwoman. Chapter 92. Night Play Part 1. Mu Yanli delights in being with Jiang Che when this woman holds the boy close. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surges within her heart. Do not move. Mu Yanli finds Jiang Che's hand beneath the covers, firmly grasping it in her palm as she whispers softly, "The obedient lamb is always cherished." The experience of having such a compliant disciple ignites an even more fervent affection within Mu Yanli. Perhaps it is akin to the initial stages of burgeoning feelings. Mu Yanli marvels at his transformation, employing various affectionate gestures to draw nearer to Jiang Che, continuously finding spiritual fulfillment. Jiang Che, lost in Mu Yanli's embrace, desires nothing more, willingly drowning in her warmth, wishing to remain close to her forever. He knows that Mu Yanli harbors no pure intentions, always scheming on how to deal with him, cloaking her plans under the guise of various rewards, while incessantly seizing all that he possesses. The woman relishes treating the boy as a cushion, allowing him to sink into her tender embrace, silently savoring the enormity of her affection. "Colorful master," Jiang Che murmurs, shifting slightly. He realizes that the ties of his clothing have been loosened, and a chill breeze sneaks in, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Who else could be responsible for this but Mu Yanli? When Mu Yanli grows displeased, her delicate brows furrow, and her gentle hands emerge from the bedding to stealthily tug at Jiang Che's ear, leaning in to take his earlobe into her mouth, playfully teasing it with her tongue. Jiang Che is taken aback by her actions, especially considering that they are not alone. Bai Qianyu and the others remain on the other side, engaged in whispered conversations, still not fully asleep. Thus, everything Jiang Che and Mu Yanli do cannot escape their awareness. The more Jiang Che squirms, the more exhilarated Mu Yanli becomes, relishing the intimacy with the boy, reveling in the tactile connection, akin to a hunter taking pride in taming its prey. "Keep squirming, and I shall not let you go. Rather, I shall insist on drawing even closer." Mu Yanli's sapphire-like eyes gleam with a fiery intensity, her arms tightening around him like a taut rope. "Do you not wish to offer me anything?" Mu Yanli asks ambiguously, her irritation still evident. "Master, that is not the case," Jiang Che protests, unable to withstand Mu Yanli's advances, shaking his head vigorously. "Then what did you just call me?" Mu Yanli inquires, her expression calm yet curious. The silver-haired fairy continues to tease the boy's sensitive flesh, which has turned a deep crimson. "I am colorful master, and you are colorful disciple, always seeking to take advantage of me, to consume me entirely." Mu Yanli huffs in dissatisfaction, yet she cherishes her embrace, unwilling to release him in the slightest. The boy, too, struggles to turn towards her, his lips brushing against Mu Yanli's cheek, gently licking and nibbling, resembling a young beast revealing its fangs, clumsily trying to please the great beast, seeking praise and encouragement. "If I let go and you leave, what shall I do then?" Mu Yanli chuckles lightly, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at her disciple, filled with a sense of satisfaction. "I will not leave. Nor do I wish to," Jiang Che softly replies with his eyes closed. Mu Yanli remains silent, allowing Jiang Che to rest on her arms as they both gaze up at the stars above, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Besides, if I do not indulge a little, how could I have children? Will you be able to? You will still need me to teach you," Mu Yanli remarks with a playful arch of her brow. As her words linger, the chatter from Bai Qianyu's side abruptly halts, and the surrounding silence becomes palpable, as if all sound has been swallowed by the space. "Master can?" Jiang Che asks cautiously, turning to Mu Yanli. "Whether I can or not, I must at least know," Mu Yanli scoffs. She does not wish to bear children anytime soon. Having more people around feels uncomfortable, and their lives together have yet to be fully enjoyed. Do you like this kind of life? Mu Yanli inquires softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I like it very much, the boy responds quietly. You should build a boat at Chaoshi Peak and dig out a river like this one. I would accompany you every day, Mu Yanli suggests, tracing circles in the air with her finger, as if envisioning a future blueprint. If you truly have such thoughts, I will assist you, Mu Yanli earnestly says. Pulling Jiang Che's face closer, Jiang Che nods in agreement. Chaoshi Peak is their little nest, the ultimate sanctuary for their hearts. The scene is picturesque, the stars dazzling, and the sound of flowing water melodic. Disciple, let me have a taste of your cheek, Mu Yanli whispers near Jiang Che's ear. Oh, Jiang Che responds, leaning in to press his cheek against Mu Yanli's face, slowly closing his eyes. Bai Qianyu suddenly feels that staying is a mistake. She knows what will transpire yet remains, unable to voice her distress. So obedient, I seem to like him even more, Mu Yanli thinks joyfully. Her cheeks flush like a tipsy person. A glimmer flickers in her eyes as she loosens the ties of Jiang Che's clothing. Her delicate fingers cautiously exploring. You've been caught. Jiang Che suddenly opens his eyes wide, looking earnestly at Mu Yanli, wanting to say something yet finding himself at a loss. He still remembers all the tricks Mu Yanli has played on him. From her initial cold commands to her current soft coaxing, her demeanor having changed significantly. Does she truly delight in his embarrassment? You wish for it? Mu Yanli meets Jiang Che's gaze, cautiously asking. Yes, Jiang Che thinks. Since Mu Yanli desires it, then he shall grant it, as he has always belonged to her. Mu Yanli let out a soft hum, closing her eyes. Mu Yanli, are you intending to present us with a living tableau of spring? On the other side, Bai Qianyu, no longer the epitome of calmness and composure, inquired with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. It was only then that Mu Yanli noticed Bai Qianyu and her companions, while Shun Yu and Luo Yin were quietly peeking at them, filled with curiosity. When the two maidens saw Mu Yanli's gaze, they quickly withdrew their heads. Jiang Che stirred at the sound, instinctively wanting to break free. Do not mind them, Mu Yanli said, somewhat irritated, stopping Jiang Che's movements. She felt distressed that the atmosphere she had painstakingly created was being disrupted. Why are you still so soft? A flicker of confusion crossed Mu Yanli's eyes as she asked. Bewildered, Jiang Che met her clear gaze, seemingly disregarding her words, choosing instead to turn his head away. Was it the prolonged contact that led Jiang Che to have no feelings for her? Or was it a lack of stimulation? Mu Yanli's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Look at my face. Let me tell you why. Mu Yanli furrowed her brows and whispered. You clearly reacted before. Jiang Che complied, staring at her ethereal visage, momentarily entranced. She too gazed at Jiang Che's cheek, remaining silent. Upon trying, she realized there were no feelings. Mu Yanli let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was utterly clueless in such matters. Jiang Che found himself increasingly perplexed by Mu Yanli, his heart heavy with frustration. Chapter 92, Night Play Part 2. Bai Qianyu understood what Mu Yanli was doing. She could not fathom how Mu Yanli could be so brazen, unabashedly grasping the youth's and continuing to tease him. Ah, right. Mu Yanli had always intended to pursue him. Their relationship had never been a conventional teacher-student one. Bai Qianyu relaxed her brows, though her heart still felt somewhat displeased. I am growing fonder of you. Mu Yanli cradled Jiang Che's face, uttering dreamily. Do you like me? After a brief pause, Mu Yanli inquired further. The youth murmured, very much. Mu Yanli then bit Jiang Che's lower lip, reluctant to release him. Jiang Che did nothing, his cheeks savoring the closeness of the woman. Mu Yanli, as if immune to weariness, remained fervent, wishing to cling to Jiang Che forever. After a long while, Jiang Che's hand found its way to the fabric of her dress, grasping the jade tassel adorning her attire, then trailing to the delicate ribbon at her waist, pausing for an extended moment. Even through the fabric, he could feel Mu Yanli's exquisitely soft skin. Jiang Che continued to gaze at Mu Yanli, hoping to receive the opinion of his celestial master. The youth no longer exhibited the same impatience as before. Excessive eagerness would surely provoke her dissatisfaction, and Mu Yanli had already expressed her discontent. With repeated occurrences, disappointment was inevitable. Jiang Che understood this well. He did not wish for Mu Yanli to be disappointed in him. Otherwise, she would not be as close to him as before, but rather distant and rejecting. Jiang Che wanted to avoid such a scenario, subconsciously wishing for Mu Yanli to remain close to him. Do you want to see? Mu Yanli glanced at Jiang Che's hand gripping the ribbon and asked softly. Jiang Che nodded slightly. What do you wish to see? Mu Yanli chuckled lightly, inquiring slowly. Jiang Che looked at Mu Yanli's mischievous smile, his heart racing, unable to utter any vulgar words. How could such a pure maiden taint her words? Glancing at Mu Yanli, Jiang Che whispered, "Master, I wish to see your heart," and Mu Yanli grasped Jiang Che's neck, turning him to gaze deeply into her eyes until he dared not look any longer. Mu Yanli narrowed her eyes and softly said, "What is there to see in the heart? It is not visible. You wish to see my body. Why not be direct?" Jiang Che heard the woman beside him let out a soft sigh. The focus was on the heart, yet not entirely. Jiang Che was concerned whether Mu Yanli would show him her heart. Do you remember what I told you? After a prolonged silence, the youth's companion suddenly asked, "I remember. Master, I wish to see your heart from the outside." Directly. The youth recalled Mu Yanli's words and hurriedly spoke. Mu Yanli lightly hummed in acknowledgement. Her eyes resembled clear water, her skin as exquisite as jade, surpassing snow and frost. Jiang Che cautiously loosened the ribbon at Mu Yanli's waist. Unbeknownst to him, the other maidens grew even more curious. Could it be that a living tableau of spring was truly about to unfold today? Jiang Che slowly removed Mu Yanli's outer garment and then her inner attire, ensuring she was not displeased. Now, Mu Yanli's upper body was clad only in a white undergarment, large swathes of skin resembling snow, radiant with flowing light. When his hand brushed against Mu Yanli's undergarment, he lingered for a long while, without the intention to proceed further. This was the final barrier. Bai Qinyu and the others were still present. Mu Yanli leaned closer, whispering in the youth's ear, "Disciple, you may look now." Mu Yanli added, "All right." Jiang Che did not wish to impose on Mu Yanli. The fact that she allowed him this privilege was already quite remarkable, and he dared not hope for anything closer. Jiang Che then obediently nestled against Mu Yanli, wrapping his arms around her without uttering a word. "Are you disappointed?" After a while, Mu Yanli grasped the youth's hand, shaking it gently before asking, "No, I am not in a hurry," he replied softly. "Good, I understand." Mu Yanli murmured. The sound of rustling fabric reached Jiang Che's ears, causing him to glance over. He saw Mu Yanli's arms entwined as if she were unfastening her garment. Yet he could not discern her expression. Mu Yanli reached behind her, gently loosening the ties of her undergarment, causing the air to tremble momentarily. "Quick, pull the blanket up a bit more, otherwise, others will see." Mu Yanli hastily instructed Jiang Che. That moment, if one were to look closely, Mu Yanli's delicate face had turned a lovely shade of red, her soft pink lips pressed tightly together, appearing exceedingly bashful. Following Mu Yanli's guidance, Jiang Che promptly raised the blanket, covering both their heads, thus enveloping them in its warmth. Bai Qinyu merely huffed lightly at the sight. Did Mu Yanli truly harbor such affection for him? Willing to comply with Jiang Che's wishes, she had cast aside her previous reserve, no longer the celestial being she once was. "Xinyu," Luo Yin called out, "you promised to call me sister." Xinyu raised an eyebrow. Displeased, "You all retreat." Bai Qinyu's expression turned icy. "You all have seen it before. What is there to look at? It is all the same." Bai Qinyu continued to admonish Dado. Xinyu and Luo Yin exchanged glances, ultimately complying. "Come closer, only then can you see clearly," Mu Yanli said, her eyes closed, speaking softly. Jiang Che nestled tightly against Mu Yanli, lying on his side. The youth finally understood why Mu Yanli had been pressing against him. It was not her, but rather the scene before them. His mind was a blank slate, unable to find suitable words to describe the sight. It was bizarre, truly bizarre. It felt as if 1,000 tiny insects were crawling within his heart. And his face flushed crimson. "Just a glance is enough," he told himself inwardly. "The rest can wait." "Not now." Mu Yanli chuckled softly, a hint of pride in her tone. He nodded vigorously. "I said, if you boldly ask, I will generously give. Do you still remember?" "I have not forgotten," Jiang Che replied. "Madness, pure madness. They have all gone mad," Bai Qinyu thought. "Xinyu, could you assist me?" Luo Yin whispered to the woman ahead. Xinyu, puzzled, turned to look at her sister. "Could you help me untie this? It's a bit tight." Luo Yin grasped Xinyu's hand, pleading. "Luo Yin, we are out here. Do not act recklessly." Xinyu frowned, already on the verge of anger. Does Luo Yin not know how to be discreet? Regardless, the blanket concealed them, so what was there to fear? After much pleading, Xinyu ultimately relented. "What are you doing?" Xinyu suddenly opened her eyes. Luo Yin was using her teeth to tug at Xinyu's undergarment's tie. "Sister, I know you are feeling constricted. Let me ease your discomfort." Luo Yin stated earnestly. "Use your hands, now it's all wet with saliva." Xinyu replied, somewhat disdainfully. As the tie came undone, the breeze stirred lightly. Bai Qinyu was taken aback for quite some time. Could these two little miscreants truly lack decorum and shame? "Celestial Master, are you feeling constricted?" Would you like me to help you untie it as well? Luo Yin cautiously inquired, glancing at Bai Qianyu's exceedingly cold countenance. Get lost, Bai Qianyu retorted coldly. Among these few, she was the only one alone. With no one to share in the merriment, Xinyu, I shall lie amidst you all. Bai Qianyu insisted, not allowing Xinyu or Luo Yin to refuse, forcing her way in. This would suffice. She could not intrude upon Mu Yanli. Yet mingling with Xinyu and Luo Yin was still acceptable. Chapter 94. Crisis. Mu Yanli's delicate arms tightly embraced Jiang Che, preventing the youth from revealing himself. Do not go out. Do not look at them. The woman blinked and whispered. Mu Yanli was aware of Xinyu and Luo Yan's state. Jiang Che nodded helplessly in agreement. He lowered his gaze, taking in the exquisite beauty that appeared to be sculpted from the finest snow jade. The breathtaking beauty was indescribable, emanating a deep-seated desire to draw near. He was quite fond of her, unable to divert his gaze. Do not let your hands be idle. Embrace me too. Mu Yanli playfully pinched Jiang Che's neck, mumbling in dissatisfaction. All right, the youth replied. Do not keep staring at me. The fair complexion of the woman bore a hint of soft pink, her lips resembling delicate petals, gently parting. Her dainty collarbones seemed to shimmer with the finest light. Soft and beautiful to the touch, Jiang Che could not help but caress them repeatedly before stopping. Simultaneously, as Jiang Che held Mu Yanli closer, the distance between them continued to dwindle. Do you like it? Their foreheads touched as Mu Yanli smiled faintly, softly asking. Jiang Che nodded lightly. Jiang Che gently turned his head, gazing at the few twinkling stars in the sky, while the distant horizon began to reveal a faint blush of dawn. The delicate red sun peeking shyly at the end, dividing the world into two halves, one shrouded in darkness, the other bathed in faint light. In this moment, he pondered deeply, as if grasping many profound truths. Perhaps his feelings for Mu Yanli were more akin to an instinctive reliance and closeness that in this world, there is no such thing as pure emotion. Bai Qianyu suddenly remarked, seemingly in a moment of reflection, striking a chord within Jiang Che's heart. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Che merely tightened his embrace around the woman in his arms, prompting Mu Yanli to emit a soft grunt and furrow her brow. What's wrong? Why are you holding me so tightly all of a sudden? Mu Yanli asked in confusion, her eyes fluttering open. I fear you might leave, Jiang Che replied, his gaze lost in the exquisite beauty of the woman before him. Whispering softly. Mu Yanli was momentarily taken aback, unable to stifle a laugh as she slowly remarked, when did you become one for jokes? I had no idea. Besides, why would I ever leave you? Observing her demeanor, Jiang Che felt a slight sense of reassurance. Soon, he peacefully drifted into sleep. Noticing the young man had succumbed to slumber, Mu Yanli donned her garments. It must be said, it was rather uncomfortable, especially since this was not tidal peak. Otherwise, running about in the nude would be of little consequence. The small boat glided gently downstream, carrying 4 souls. Unaware of how far they would travel in a day, the 3 women sat at the bow, basking in the morning sun as they tidied their appearances, leaving Jiang Che to sleep soundly alone. May I borrow your blanket? Mu Yanli approached the other end, addressing Bai Qianyu and the others. Bai Qianyu huffed dismissively. What do you intend to do? Xinyu and Luo Yin obediently nestled behind Bai Qianyu, clutched her sleeve tightly. To cover him, Mu Yanli replied. Nonsense, absolutely not. Bai Qianyu shook her head vigorously. It's merely to absorb some of his essence. Without waiting for Bai Qianyu's approval, Mu Yanli took action. Bai Qianyu contemplated for a moment, but did not attempt to reclaim it. Meanwhile, Xinyu incessantly poked her hand as a reminder. Xianzuan, you can't truly lend it to him. Xinyu whispered softly. You can fetch it yourself, Bai Qianyu retorted, her pride slightly bruised. Xinyu realized retrieving it was no longer an option and could only lower her head in silence. Shameless, one and all. When Bai Qianyu had a moment to spare, she recalled the previous night's events, murmuring to herself, then why not just take the blanket back instead of lending it to him? Luo Yin chimed in softly upon hearing. Xinyu tugged at Luo Yan's sleeve, repeatedly signaling her with her eyes. Bai Qianyu was evidently pricked by Luo Yan's words, her brow furrowing in deep displeasure. Luo Yin, after all this time as acquaintances, you should not be so petty. As for whether Xinyu and Luo Yin believed it, that remained uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had climbed high in the sky. Bai Qianyu settled beside Mu Yanli and inquired, when do you plan to take him back? Mu Yanli turned to glance at Bai Qianyu, responding, we'll spend a few more days in Shueva City before returning. Very well, Bai Qianyu nodded. A prolonged silence ensued. Bai Qianyu, do you hate me? Mu Yanli hesitated for what seemed an eternity before speaking. The woman in question cast her gaze about restlessly, her heart in turmoil. Bai Qinyu scoffed. Why would I? Is it simply because of him? She continued coldly. If that were the case, you would be underestimating me. And that would be an affront. Mu Yanli nodded, clearly pleased with her words. As there was nothing to critique, she bent down, cupping a handful of flowing water from the river, observing it for a long while. The clear water reflected the mountains and the sun and moon, capturing Mu Yanli's image within. Droplets cascaded from her fingers like pearls falling gently. I must say, my heart has found much tranquility of late, Mu Yanli mused aloud as she splashed the water away. She turned to find Jiang Che still asleep, feeling a twinge of irritation. How can he be so slothful that at this hour? He ought to be coming to speak with me if it were me. I would do the same, Bai Qinyu remarked with a smile, her voice gradually lowering until Mu Yanli could not hear. Bai Qinyu, what did you just say? Mu Yanli frowned, turning to inquire. Nothing, just consider it my self-soothing. Bai Qinyu replied dismissively. Forget it, Mu Yanli said, losing interest in Bai Qinyu's musings. After all, she was but a child. Bai Qinyu observed Xinyu and Luo Yin at the other end, whispering to herself. Mu Yanli followed her gaze, seeing the two young girls nestled together, seemingly engaged in whispered conversation, glancing back at her with hints of panic. Xinyu, Xinyu. The twin flowers nestled closely, both barefoot, paddling their tender feet in the water as the boat glided by. The girls' delicate hands lifted their skirts, revealing a glimpse of slender, bamboo-like legs. Their hair cascaded like a waterfall down their backs. Nearby, on the boat's deck, lay two pairs of intricately embroidered shoes with fresh silk stockings stuffed inside. In a realm beyond description, at an unknown time, a youthful figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his fair cheeks resembling carefully carved jade, his bright hair tied beneath a golden crown, exuding an air of wildness. Have you gathered the news? The youth inquired as someone entered that shattered realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy was scarce. The chance of ascending had long since vanished. Destined for decline, the old servant in dark garments bowed, his body visibly trembling, yet he endeavored to maintain composure. That much is true, the young man murmured to himself before dismissively huffing, if one wishes to achieve their desires. It seems a journey is necessary. The youth contemplated inwardly. A shadowy figure faded away, revealing a reflection in the shattered mirror's ripples that bore a resemblance to Jiang Che. Chapter 95. The Land of Decline. Mu Yanli looked at the sleeping youth, extending her delicate fingers to caress Jiang Che's exposed cheek, lingering for a long while. With a soft sigh, her clear eyes closed. Why must everything be as ephemeral as a bubble, shattering so easily? The world demands far too many compromises. At this moment, Mu Yanli observed the group of women, pondering what thoughts occupied their minds. Thus, possessing him entirely felt right, yet sharing him left her unwilling and hesitant. As dawn broke, blinding light enveloped the surroundings. The slowly drifting boat carved trails upon the water's surface, reflecting the clarity of the stream and the lush greenery on both banks. Jiang Che sat at the bow, entranced by scenes he had never witnessed before, inadvertently spinning a few droplets of water in his palm. The swirling droplets resembled exquisitely crafted crystal, akin to lustrous beads. Nearby, a thick mist obscured vision, diffusing various shades of white. In the distance, the green mountains lay shrouded in fog, the sky gradually darkening as if brushed with light ink. The wind carried clouds, casting a faint gray shadow. Come inside. Rain is imminent, Mu Yanli urged, tugging at Jiang Che's robe and pulling him into the cabin. Jiang Che regarded the woman's face and nodded. He then leaned against Mu Yanli, slowly closing his eyes. Mu Yanli, noticing this, embraced Jiang Che without uttering a word. If he remained close to Mu Yanli, he was undoubtedly fortunate. But should he depart, what then? Would he manage to survive? Bai Qinyu observed this scene, pondering silently. Xinyu, Luo Yin, you should return as well. Bai Qinyu called softly, prompting the twins, still playing in the water, to snap back to reality as they withdrew their increasingly tender feet from the water, seeking warmth beside Bai Qinyu, their eyelids growing heavy with sleep. This moment marked the early spring of the mortal realm. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Spring showers fell gently at times, while at others, they roared like a frenzied beast, the relentless slanting rain hammering against the boat, causing it to sway incessantly. The lullaby-like sound of the droplets lulled the young man back into slumber, while Mu Yanli looked at him with a bittersweet smile, feeling helpless to resist his charm. Under the authority of heaven, since the cultivators crossed that invisible barrier, their powers had been gradually suppressed, and recklessly employing forces not meant to manifest in the mortal realm would invite divine retribution. thus maintaining a peaceful atmosphere in the mortal world. Bai Qianyu's gaze shifted to Jiang Che. Lost in thought, her inky brows furrowing slightly as her soft pink lips pursed tighter, eventually turning her head away. The languid woman happened to overhear Mu Yanli say, "In this world, things will wither without inhabitants." The silver-haired woman spoke with vivacity, while the young man in Mu Yanli's embrace nodded in agreement, echoing a few words. Xinyu and Luo Yin curiously peered out, catching sight of a desolate village long abandoned. Hidden within the verdant mountains, its structures crumbling. The scenes along the way were countless. Do you know why mortals bear numerous offspring? Mu Yanli grasped Jiang Che's hand, her smooth palm gently caressing his. Her tone tinged with a hint of joy. Jiang Che pondered her words, aware that Mu Yanli was testing him. Is it because they desire it? Jiang Che ventured, recalling Mu Yanli's earlier wish to have several children. Though no concrete decisions had yet been made. Mu Yanli shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Mortals lack the extraordinary powers of cultivators, and living in groups, they inherently require a multitude of resources. Someone to step forward during critical times to combat the calamities and tribulations that befall them. If a family consists solely of weak and incapable individuals, they will inevitably be oppressed and destined to fall. Such is the way of humanity, the way of families, and indeed the way of the world. Mu Yanli continued her discourse, expounding for quite some time. Jiang Che nodded in understanding, his gaze towards Mu Yanli imbued with an inexplicable depth. Before he lowered his head in guilt, Mu Yanli's middle and index fingers curled slightly. In the next moment, Jiang Che received a light but firm tap on the head. He only shows off in front of those close to him, remaining meek around others, truly a quintessential softie. Mu Yanli muttered discontentedly. He is unable to connect with outsiders. Oh. The young man rubbed his head, revealing that he was not genuinely pleased, feeling a bit melancholic. Bai Qianyu's gaze drifted elsewhere, pondering that it seemed Mu Yanli wished to manage him for a lifetime. However, if he were willing, who could truly control him? Xinyu. Jiang Che turned towards the voice, where two young maidens were slightly lifting their skirts, seemingly competing over whose calves were more delicate and fair. As tender as spring bamboo, gleaming like exquisite jade, their curvaceous lines forming an exquisite leg shape. "Do not pull my skirt." Xinyu frowned, displeased, as she lightly swatted at Luo Yan's small hand. That was delicate white jade, its surface glimmering like flowing ice and snow. Immaculate and graceful, Bai Qianyu smiled, realizing that having a playmate of the same age was indeed delightful, especially as the two were the closest of twin sisters. Inseparable. Surprisingly, Mu Yanli did not exhibit displeasure. Instead, she approached Bai Qianyu and cautiously sat beside her. Once, their relationship had been quite good, yet now it had undeniably grown distant. Perhaps it would soon shatter. "Are you not angry that he looks at others?" Bai Qianyu teased. Mu Yanli huffed softly, replying, "Let him look. I am not a petty person." Mu Yanli, you speak without shame. Bai Qianyu shrugged, turning her head away. Jiang Che quietly approached and sat beside Mu Yanli. Apart from a slight surprise, Mu Yanli naturally embraced him. In truth, I do not concur with your words. Bai Qianyu placed her dust brush on the ground, locking eyes with Mu Yanli. Isn't it true that mortals merely seek the pleasure found in the union of man and woman, and become ensnared for ages? Bai Qianyu continued. How do you know? Have you tried? The atmosphere suddenly chilled a bit, as Bai Qianyu retorted coldly, Mu Yanli, my primordial essence still exists, if there ever comes a day when heaven and earth wither, and all laws cease to exist, I shall take Bai Qianyu and Xinyu as your concubines, allowing them to bear you a multitude of children, so that even without celestial power, you need not fear others. Mu Yanli stated, gazing into Jiang Che's eyes. Mu Yanli, what do you take us for? Bai Qianyu inquired, her tone icy. If you disagree, I shall knock you out and place you in bed, Mu Yanli teased further. Bai Qianyu fell silent, realizing that Mu Yanli merely sought to win Jiang Che's affection through them. Jiang Che suddenly felt that Mu Yanli was becoming increasingly adept at weaving fantasies. He was not a fickle person, only desiring to hold Mu Yanli close, for the greatest fortune in life is encountering certain individuals, while the greatest misfortune is also crossing paths with others. Chapter 96, a fixed moment throughout this journey. This boat had encountered many experiences. It had wandered into deep lotus ponds and witnessed flowers falling with the flowing waters. The unique tranquility of the river at night brought an exquisite peace of mind, making the few travelers exceedingly comfortable. The unique fragrance of lotus flowers in the anchored boat. Under the stars, the group reclined, conversing loosely, resembling a painting lost in reverie, reluctant to awaken. Jiang Che turned to see Mu Yanli shaking his arm, her fair cheek resting against his left hand, her delicate nose slightly twitching. and her petite lips curving into a faint smile, as if she were softly laughing. Mu Yanli's mood seemed exceptionally bright. As long as he was by her side, Bai Qianyu sat upright, her voluptuous figure apparent, leisurely arranging her hair, securing her white jade hairpin and crown, placing her dust brush on the ground. Qianyu sat at the edge of the boat, her slender hands playing with lotus flowers, occasionally swaying her long, flowing hair like waterweed. Upon noticing the young man's gaze, Bai Qianyu cast him a fleeting glance before ignoring him, while Qianyu ceased her conversation. Cautiously turning around, the young man smiled, gently embracing Mu Yanli, his eyes softly closing. This was a willingly eternal illusion, a beautiful dream that existed forever. As the flowers drifted with the water, the setting sun sought to embrace the moon, the sky dimming in quiet appreciation of the solitary sun amidst the mist. By mischance, they tumbled into a water pond, their garments soaked through. The group's journey reached its final destination, Snow River City. It is time to open your eyes. Mu Yanli called to the still resting young man, her jade hand brushing his face. Jiang Che jolted back to awareness, realizing that several women had risen, their gazes fixed on him in silence, evidently waiting for him for quite some time. After Jiang Che opened his eyes and glanced around, he quickly turned his head away and shut his eyes again, for he had nearly seen something he ought not to have. In the next moment, Bai Qianyu and Chunyu walked away with peculiar expressions, their faces not looking well, as if veiled by a thin layer of gauze, their brows furrowed with lingering frustration. "Disciple, what were you looking at?" Mu Yanli, reluctant to reprimand Jiang Che, merely scolded him in annoyance. Mu Yanli herself was unsure whom to blame for the incident. It should not be Jiang Che's fault. After all, the young man had seen nothing untoward. Snow River City was bustling with visitors, all awaiting the grand fireworks display and water lantern festival that night, one of the few spectacles to behold. "Would you like to wander about?" Bai Qianyu, having turned around at some point, inquired softly, her eyes resting on Mu Yanli. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mu Yanli nodded in agreement. "Let us follow." The young man grasped the girl's small hand, trailing behind Bai Qianyu and the others aimlessly. It was rather curious. He needed only a small favor, and he would be exceedingly delighted. Mu Yanli felt that Jiang Che was too easily satisfied. In that moment, Bai Qianyu realized that she had always been a very lonely person. This woman, with a dust brush slung over her shoulder, surrounded by tourists, bore an odd gaze, with her jade hairpin and silver crown. She appeared to be a reclusive practitioner of the Tao. Her beauty was entirely unlike that of ordinary women. Qinyu, on the other hand, was dressed like a high-born lady, captivating in a crowd, her lively figure resembling that of a slender sprite. Ahead of her, Qinyu and Luo Yin walked hand in hand, conversing, their hair flowing like willow tendrils, while their exquisite garments accentuated the graceful curve of their legs, making them appear as enchanting young maidens. Meanwhile, Mu Yanli, lacking assertiveness, allowed the young man to lead her, occasionally displaying affectionate gestures. Entirely absorbed in the moment, Bai Qianyu grew irate, feeling dissatisfied from every angle. Contemplating this, Bai Qianyu tightened her grip on her dust brush, secretly stowing it away, and meticulously adjusting her hairpin and silver crown. "By some good things while you are at it." Mu Yanli halted, directly embracing Jiang Che, gently pinching his youthful face, and after locking eyes, earnestly declared. Jiang Che did not refuse, nor would he refuse. He would always find a moment to be of use, such as when Mu Yanli desired to purchase certain items but did not wish to go herself. Whenever Mu Yanli spotted something she fancied, she would send Jiang Che to fetch it, and soon the young man's storage ring had accumulated quite a collection, continuously increasing. "Let us take them back to Tidal Peak." Mu Yanli blinked, counting on her fingers. She intended to create a cozy nest just for the two of them. Jiang Che nodded, for there was no place he was more familiar with than Tidal Peak. Bai Qianyu noticed Mu Yanli's actions and couldn't help but call out to her proud disciple. But Mu Yanli had Jiang Che. She was not lacking, with both Qinyu and Luo Yin. At that moment, Bai Qianyu's gaze sharpened, realizing the twin flowers had seemingly vanished, delicate as cicada wings, various small slips resembling undergarments, and garments that were nearly indistinguishable from being worn or not. Qinyu unexpectedly entered a small shop, her cheeks reddening after just a glance, too shy to look again as she hurried outside to find the immortal lord. "Qinyu, why did you run off to look at such indecent things?" Luo Yin shook her head, murmuring in discontent. Qinyu lowered her head, unable to utter another word, her fair cheeks crimson as if they might bleed. The downcast Qinyu collided with Bai Qianyu's white jade ornament, causing a tremor that lasted quite a while. Bai Qianyu raised an eyebrow, and upon hearing Qinyu and Luo Yan's chatter, her countenance grew even colder, icily remarking, I have said before that you are shameless, wandering everywhere, seeking to become mere playthings for stronger beings like those weak women of the mortal realm. Qinyu and Luo Yin obediently followed by Qianyu, trying to ingratiate themselves by grasping her sleeve. Mu Yanli's face also flushed slightly at the words, yet she refrained from scolding, instead lost in thought. Did I ask you? Do you like those things? Mu Yanli cupped Jiang Che's face in her hands, softly inquiring. I do not like them. Jiang Che pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He had no understanding of such matters and lacked interest in learning. Well, I do not like them either. Mu Yanli's tone carried a hint of delight, letting out a light sigh. She contemplated whether to indulge the young man if he wished. After all, it was indeed a somewhat embarrassing matter. However, it seemed there was no need to exert much effort now. Mu Yanli, you are beyond saving. Bai Qianyu observed the slight flush on Mu Yanli's face and her delicate features, unable to refrain from exclaiming. Mu Yanli had long since been beyond saving, had she not? And what difference did it make when she spoke of it? Bai Qianyu quietly grumbled in her heart, her cold gaze drifting towards the distant azure clouds, lingering there for a time. Chapter 97, Fortune-Telling by Qianyu. What are you daydreaming about? Mu Yanli gazed with dissatisfaction at her dear friend, who stood lost in thought. Shadows danced beneath the setting sun, resembling statues eternally carved in stone, gradually fading alongside the receding whispers of the wind. Immortal Master, there's a fortune-teller. Qianyu extended her delicate jade finger towards a certain spot, her beautiful eyes blinking curiously. At the stall stood a young man, possessing little more than a few sheets of grass paper, scattered copper coins, and a simple table. The tattered sign bore the words fortune and romance. Bai Qianyu scoffed lightly, flicking her feathered duster dismissively, and remarked, we are the celestial beings in the eyes of mortals. Such trivialities are hardly worthy of consideration, merely tricks to amuse. In the next moment, Bai Qianyu cast a glance at Qianyu and inquired, are you and Luo Yin so eager to marry? Qianyu's face flushed at the words, and she stammered, Immortal Master, it's all just a whim. I merely wish to see if these predictions hold any truth. For Qianyu, such matters held little significance. This young girl simply desired to watch Luo Yin grow, caring little for other affairs. In truth, not marrying was hardly a grave matter. One could grow accustomed to it without discomfort. Bai Qianyu lowered her head, muttering to herself. The memories of living alone in the Lord's hall surfaced in her mind, and she felt a pang of hypocrisy. When Bai Qianyu next called for Qianyu and Luo Yin, she discovered the two maidens had followed Mu Yanli away. The nun furrowed her brows in displeasure, unable to suppress her irritation, her face adorned with a displeased smile. Were they her twin flowers? Or Mu Yanli's? By the time Bai Qianyu rushed over, she found Mu Yanli seated at the stall with Jiang Che, engaged in the act of divination, while Qianyu and Luo Yin curiously observed from the side. Mu Yanli pointed at Jiang Che and asked, where lies his romance? Right beside him, the fortune-teller mumbled as he fiddled with his tools. Hearing this, Mu Yanli smiled contentedly and remarked, that prediction is not entirely off the mark. Qianyu and Luo Yin, intrigued, moved closer, asking, what about ours? The fortune-teller, after some more fiddling, replied, also right beside you. Just as he finished speaking, Mu Yanli appeared annoyed and hastily pulled Jiang Che away, not looking back. Don T leave. What about my payment? Qianyu and Luo Yin also stood to follow, while the fortune-teller reached out to grasp the sleeves of the two maidens, only to find himself grasping at air. Seek the Immortal Master. She hasn't had her fortune told yet. Luo Yin shook her head, pulling Qianyu as they hurried away. Aren't you afraid the Immortal Master will seek you out for retribution? Qianyu turned to Luo Yin, her voice laced with concern. Luo Yin replied earnestly, fear not. When has the Immortal Master ever truly been angry with us? Her temperament is quite gentle. I'll cover their fees. Can my fortune be told? Bai Qianyu emerged from the crowd, slowly approaching the young man, her voice cold with inquiry. The young man looked up, startled by the sight of this frigid beauty, who resembled a genuine piece of icy jade. The nun-like maiden instilled no thoughts of deceit within him, revealing his sincere heart. Fairy, that cannot be divined. The young man, sweating profusely, muttered after much hesitation, glancing nervously at Bai Qianyu, with an icy demeanor. Bai Qianyu turned away, feeling that she was not a woman of such lowly stature. Did these people not even wish to feign courtesy? The fortune-teller, watching Bai Qianyu depart, found himself at a loss for words. Struck dumb by her cold gaze, and could only manage a wry smile. The fortune-telling is meant for amusement. It need not be taken seriously. Mu Yanli consoled the sullen Bai Qianyu. Qianyu and Luo Yin attempted to tug at Bai Qianyu's sleeve, only to be ruthlessly shaken off. Bai Qianyu huffed and retorted, Mu Yanli, what were you angry about just now? Master, she wasn't angry. She simply wished to leave. Jiang Che quietly interjected. Meeting Bai Qianyu's gaze, Bai Qianyu shot a glance at the youth. Falling silent. Such matters were never meant to be taken to heart. Mu Yanli whispered to Jiang Che. Her demeanor appeared as if she were tending to something dear to her heart. Why did it make Bai Qianyu feel uncomfortable? Bai Qianyu turned away disdainfully, crossing her arms, her expression betraying an undeniable sense of loss. Mu Yanli purchased a red string from a quaint shop. As she toyed with the string, she explained to Bai Qianyu. I initially intended to learn how to worship the so-called deities of mortals, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. Disciple, extend your hand. The silver-haired woman's voice softened considerably as she reached out her delicate hand towards Jiang Che. He hesitated for a moment, then complied. Mu Yanli solemnly cautioned, once you wear this, not only will your being belong to me, but your heart must also be mine. The youth stood momentarily stunned. This woman was undeniably domineering, providing him no opportunity for discourse, declaring her intentions outright. Do you still desire this? Mu Yanli fixed her gaze upon Jiang Che, asking earnestly. After a mere few seconds of contemplation, he nodded slightly. Yes. He found no reason to refuse. For Mu Yanli had always treated him with unparalleled kindness, leaving him with no means to repay her. Bai Qianyu suddenly felt that many matters were rendered meaningless. Yet what did it matter? Life must continue as it always had. Mu Yanli carefully tied the red string around Jiang Che's wrist, ensuring it would not slip off. And mine as well. The woman nodded, extending her delicate hand toward the youth. Jiang Che complied, taking the string from Mu Yanli and gently binding it around her wrist. Bound by the red string, their hearts intertwined. In the next moment, without the need for words, Mu Yanli took Jiang Che's hand, and together they pursued the distant figure of Bai Qianyu. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Qianyu had already departed with Chun Yu and Luo Yan, moving with a swiftness akin to an elusive flash of light. Jiang Che carried Mu Yanli on his back. An impoverished painter, seemingly sprung from nowhere, was capturing the likeness of Qin Yu and Luo Yan. Bai Qianyu had seen several of the painter's works and deemed them quite commendable, though she refrained from voicing any objections. Watching the twin sisters nestled together, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Bai Qianyu, her heart racing. The nun closed her cold eyes, placing a hand over her heart, as if silently reciting a spell. Moments later, she reopened her eyes. Before her lay a vision, both dreamlike and surreal. An endless sea of flowers stretched to the heavens, connecting to the depths of the underworld. The center of this floral expanse lay a woman with her eyes tightly shut. Enveloped in an endless cascade of petals, her form seemingly unclad save for the blossoms that adorned her, subtly outlining her exquisite figure, drawing one's spirit into a trance. In an unfathomable realm, another figure encased in an infinite cold coffin, wrapped in white silk, appeared to be inheriting supreme cultivation. Chapter 98. Transformation is everything predetermined by fate. Bai Qianyu pondered this scene in her heart, and in that moment, the woman clenched her fist. Azure veins creeping up her smooth hand, lingering for an extended period, the two sisters, intertwined, beamed with joy reminiscent of cherry blossoms, clearly reveling in delight. Qinyu and Luo Yan, where does the path of destiny lead? Bai Qianyu, what are you contemplating? Mu Yanli, now accompanied by the youth with the bound red string, caught up and could not help but inquire. Mu Yanli found it perplexing that Bai Qianyu had been lost in thought more frequently of late. Bai Qianyu shook her head, offering no response. She observed as Qinyu and Luo Yan joyfully examined the freshly painted artwork, pointing and discussing, while in her peripheral vision, she noticed Mu Yanli and Jiang Che approaching as well. Seemingly eager to partake. As Bai Qianyu became lost in thought, her beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she glimpsed some undisclosed secret within the falling light, her brows furrowing deeper. In truth, Bai Qianyu had always been solitary. Let us create a painting to take back and hang on the wall. We can admire it every day, Mu Yanli suggested softly. Agreed. The sounds that reached Bai Qianyu's ears felt like whispers carried by the wind through a dense forest. In her dazed state, she could not hear Qinyu and Luo Yan's calls, nor the conversation between Mu Yanli and Jiang Che, perceiving everything as a dreamlike illusion. Immortal master, want you paint a picture? Qinyu gently grasped Bai Qianyu's hand, sensing the cool touch of her palm, her cheeks flushing slightly. Who shall we paint it for? Bai Qianyu's gaze softened as her alabaster fingers caressed the young girl's delicate cheek. Inquiring earnestly, Bai Qianyu has always been solitary. Such actions feel inauspicious, devoid of meaning. Lowering her gaze, her bright eyes were filled with melancholy and sorrow. Yet in the next moment, when she lifted her head, All the emotions within her gaze vanished, replaced by an icy, piercing coldness. Mu Yanli stood beside Jiang Che, who leaned against her left side, their hands entwined, the red string connecting them. They appeared perfectly matched. Like a pair of celestial lovers rare to find in this world, the fabric of their clothing fluttered, lending them an ethereal grace, transcending the mundane. Yet, the expression on the painted woman's face bore a hint of bashfulness, akin to a girl who, while chasing a fleeting butterfly, inadvertently encounters her beloved. Mu Yanli extended her fingers to gently caress this version of herself, feeling both fondness and aversion. You will pay. Jiang Che nodded in response. Mu Yanli acknowledged with a nod, carefully securing her belongings before storing them in her spatial ring. This item was precious to her, and she intended to keep it safe until she returned to Chaoshi Peak to display it. Admiring it daily, Immortal Master, Bai Qianyu found it hard to withstand the enthusiastic advances of Qinyu and Luo Yan. Mu Yanli couldn't help but smile gently upon witnessing Bai Qianyu's childlike demeanor. Jiang Che was equally surprised to see Bai Qianyu in such a flustered state. It was not the image he had of her. The fleeting expression, the slightly bitten lip, and the restless fingers found no place to settle. And with a hint of sorrow in her expression, Bai Qianyu instinctively reached out beside her, only to realize she was all alone. The woman's lashes fluttered gently, and then she retracted her hand with a hint of displeasure. With a jade-like physique and an ethereal presence, she epitomized the beauty of the world. This was her, an untouchable, pristine ice mountain, radiating an air of haughtiness. Mu Yanli gazed at Bai Qianyu's demeanor and sighed softly. Perhaps feeling downcast, Bai Qianyu quietly followed a few steps behind, choosing to remain silent. She observed Mu Yanli and her disciple, Xinyu, hand in hand, joyfully entering one place after another, while Bai Qianyu opted to stand aside. They were merely toying with ordinary trinkets from the mortal realm, yet a wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Common ornaments that could occupy them for half a day, such a waste of time. She ought not to have come. The light in Bai Qianyu's eyes dimmed as she lowered her head, murmuring softly. Mu Yanli approached Bai Qianyu, gently spreading her palm and saying, Look, Bai Qianyu, since no one is giving you a gift, let me offer you one. Bai Qianyu turned to see a rather ordinary bracelet, adorned with a few pearls and animal bones. After a moment's hesitation, the Taoist accepted it, clenching it tightly, her lips whispering unutterable words. Here, you wear it first, Mu Yanli added. The graceful Shunyu also approached, holding a small ceramic jar and a jingling bell. Bai Qianyu softly acknowledged, accepting everything, as the heaviness in her heart began to dissipate. As dusk approached, the atmosphere grew heavy. Jiang Che and the others began their journey back. Having wandered quite far that day, Mu Yanli turned to Jiang Che, saying, Once we release the water lanterns, we will return to Tide Peak and not come out again. Jiang Che pondered for a moment before nodding silently. He truly wished to go back. Mu Yanli. Shall we take a picture? Bai Qianyu suddenly halted, speaking up. Xinyu obediently paused, resembling a graceful swan halting to collect fallen flowers. Bai Qianyu slowly retrieved a small stone from her sleeve and carefully tossed it into the sky, where it remained suspended. A flowing light reflection stone. It is a one-time use item. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yanli nodded in agreement. She embraced Jiang Che, her face adorned with a gentle smile, placing her delicate hands on the boy's chest, standing quietly beside Bai Qianyu. Mu Yanli, can you not hold so tightly? You're blocking him, Bai Qianyu softly inquired, turning her gaze towards Mu Yanli. In that instant, the dark hair cascading behind the woman resembled an ethereal ink brush unfurling, akin to the celestial fairy of the moon stealthily loosening her hairband. The strands shimmering with a translucent glow in the moonlight. All right. Mu Yanli carefully released her hold, positioning Jiang Che at her right side. Bai Qianyu, today I shall yield to you. Mu Yanli then muttered in dissatisfaction. Bai Qianyu nodded, her cold demeanor softening into a faint smile, as the two young maidens beside her, clad in vibrant skirts, appeared radiant. Little did they know, this would become their final cherished memory together, as they would each drift apart, falling silently to the ground. That night, on the boat. Mu Yanli savored the various foods Jiang Che had purchased, leaning against the boy's shoulder as she watched the fireworks. Suddenly, a beautiful jade hand reached in to snatch some food, causing the silver-haired woman to raise an eyebrow in annoyance. A glance revealed it was Bai Qianyu. Before she could express her displeasure, she noticed Xinyu also becoming restless. A bunch of greedy cats, Mu Yanli muttered with displeasure. These were bought for me. Why are they all trying to take them from me? Are you going to share? She asked, tapping Jiang Che's hand. Jiang Che looked into the eyes of the girls, timidly replying, Master, then I shouldn't share. Forget it, Mu Yanli sighed. Just then, fireworks burst into the sky, illuminating the faces of those on the boat. So beautiful, but so fleeting. Bai Qianyu murmured softly. It's too noisy, Xinyu complained, shaking her head, as a few strands of hair danced in her palm. The moon tonight seemed no different from any other night. Jiangche watched the fireworks, yet his mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. Let's release the water lanterns. Mu Yanli turned and walked towards the cabin, quietly retrieving the items. The group ground ink and carefully inscribed characters and symbols on the lanterns. Don't look. If you do, it won't work. Mu Yanli slightly turned her body, preventing Jiangche from seeing her lantern. Jiangche nodded. Each person guarded their lanterns as if they were precious treasures. What did you write? Can I see? Bai Qianyu tugged at Jiangche's sleeve, inquiring. Will you show me yours? Jiangche did not answer, instead countering with a question. Do you want to see? Bai Qianyu's cold gaze sharpened, and she retorted. I don't know. As Jiangche released his lantern into the water, he slowly placed his own lantern down as well. Bai Qianyu saw clearly that the boy's lantern bore no words, only an ambiguous sketch of a woman's profile. Bai Qianyu recognized that the drawing depicted Mu Yanli, and could only be of her. Mu Yanli closed her eyes, the drifting lantern inscribed with no disasters, no calamities. Bai Qianyu's lantern read, May all things go as your heart desires. Shunyu's lantern bore the phrase falling petals, and the one belonging to Shunyu read together with Shunyu. Chapter 99. Transformation. That night, the Snow River City was bustling with activity. While Mu Yanli held Jiangche close, succumbing to slumber amidst the cacophony, Shunyu had also drifted into sleep. Bai Qianyu sat quietly, her icy gaze fixed on Jiangche, lost in thought. Soon, she leaned closer, gently taking one of Jiangche's hands, noticing a faint glow emanating from his palm, with a subtle warmth tingling beneath her touch. The girl carefully traced a dim cross arc with her finger, which gradually became clearer before swiftly fading away, leaving no trace behind, as if it were merely an illusion. Bai Qianyu pondered deeply at the bow of the boat, her furrowed brow lingering until, at last, her feather duster slipped from her grasp. From beyond the world, Bai Qianyu uttered with great difficulty, as if expending all her strength. She slowly closed her eyes, lost in contemplation. Bai Qianyu remained awake throughout the night. We're heading back. Jiangche was gently roused by Mu Yanli's touch. The boy nodded and carefully wrapped his arms around the delicate waist of the woman before him, his cheek resting against her back. In that moment, the woman soared like a bolt of light, gliding away. Xinyu cradled her head, silently watching the two figures fade into the distance, her heart inexplicably feeling a void. This trip felt like a dream. Xinyu, she mused aloud, recalling their journey. Xinyu replied nonchalantly. Sister, what if we vowed never to marry, and just stayed together like this? Xinyu tugged at Xinyu's skirt, as if pleading. I never thought of marrying. Xinyu remarked, glancing at her sister. She had never considered finding a partner. Her only desire was to remain by her sister's side. After years of companionship, the girl longed to hold on to those near her, no longer struggling helplessly like drifting petals, wishing to avoid the painful repetition of that shattered past. We should go back as well. Bai Qianyu secured her silver crown and jade hairpin, sweeping her sleeve as she vanished. Xinyu followed closely behind, a tea-tide peak. When Jiangche once again set foot in this place, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The small houses nestled amidst the green woods, and mist remained the sole sanctuary in his heart. Mu Yanli lifted the seal she had previously placed, leading her disciple inside. As Jiangche and Mu Yanli lay once more in the familiar room, on the familiar bed, the woman embraced Jiangche, teasing him as before, savoring his presence, using him as a pillow while they nestled together. I wish to unite with you. Will you grant me this? After a lengthy bout of intimacy, the fairy cupped the boy's face, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiangche momentarily froze upon hearing Mu Yanli's query. He stared intently into the woman's clear eyes, ensuring she was not deceiving him. After much contemplation, he finally replied, I will follow your lead. Jiangche felt the warmth of her breath on his cheek as she murmured softly. Mu Yanli playfully licked Jiangche's cheek and pinched his earlobe, watching for his reaction. Satisfied when she halted her teasing, the woman's expression turned displeased as she held Jiangche tightly, her soft form pressing against him, whispering warmth into his ear. Mu Yanli removed her hairpin, expressing her dissatisfaction. No, I want you to say it out loud. Jiangche gazed at Mu Yanli's earlobe for an extended period before gently nibbling on the small, amber-hued lobe as a sign of affection. Here he found no reason to refuse her, nor did he wish to. Jiangche's nature was such, particularly in the presence of Mu Yanli. Whatever she desired, he would acquiesce, as he had nothing to deny her. And considering it was not an act of humiliation, he felt no grievance in his heart. All right. Mu Yanli softly grasped Jiang Che's hand. He could sense her delight, and the woman seemed to cling to him even more. Let us go bathe. She then spoke in a tone that brooked no opposition. This would be a wild memory, one that would linger in Jiang Che's life trajectory. In a blink, mist enveloped the air. In the adjoining bathing chamber, two silhouettes were clearly visible amidst the water, while scattered clothing lay haphazardly on the ground, some belonging to women, some to men, some outer garments, and some intimate wear. Mu Yanli guided Jiang Che as they soaked in the bath, each helping the other lather with soap. With flushed faces, they exchanged glances, their hearts finally laid bare, no longer impeded by barriers. If previously, Jiang Che only recognized himself as a man and Mu Yanli as a woman. It was only after this moment that he began to comprehend the alluring beauty that Mu Yanli had concealed beneath her garments, revealing a world entirely different from what he had known. We are unlike any other. You must take care. Mu Yanli had never allowed Jiang Che to see any literature of that nature, for she believed it was enough for her to reveal herself to the boy. Meticulously guiding him along the way. Mu Yanli inclined her delicate head slightly, her cheeks flushed as she shut her eyes. In this moment, she permitted the young man to touch her exquisite form. Akin to soft tofu, Jiang Che gazed at her, muttering to himself, his lips pressed together. Upon hearing the boy's audacious words, Mu Yanli's face instantly turned crimson, her slender arms tightening around his shoulders. Once she had calmed her emotions, she rewarded Jiang Che with numerous chestnuts. These details need not be elaborated upon. Mu Yanli found herself uncertain whether the intimacy of their past embraces was preferable or if a deeper connection was more desirable. Yet, this woman yearned for their relationship to evolve further. She wished to devour the entirety of the ripened fruit, skin and all, seeking to infuse their future days with a touch of delight. Mu Yanli harbored a tinge of regret regarding their past excessive closeness and lack of guidance. Even now, when Jiang Che held her, there were no illicit thoughts on his part, only genuine affection. This woman did not desire a future filled solely with decorum. Everything would unravel seamlessly following their union. His thoughts and perceptions would transform, becoming entirely different, leading to an indulgence. To consume it all. As night fell, a familiar cold light flowed through the room. Jiang Che felt Mu Yanli's embrace. She was unencumbered by clothing, and he was not permitted to be either. How domineering she was. The sensation of their bodies meeting lacked the barrier of fabric, replaced instead by the softness of their skin. Henceforth, this would be their reality, and it could only be so. Mu Yanli's voice trembled slightly, her evident nervousness palpable. Master, have we united? Jiang Che turned to inquire of the woman. Yes, she replied with an undeniable tone. No, you shall receive it only on the day of our marriage. I will not grant it to you now. In the next moment, Mu Yanli altered her response.